Stealing a moment of leisure in this bustling life graduation is truly wonderful at last. I can unwind. In a modest apartment in Icheng, Susu lounged on his bed, perusing the latest gaming forums. Like many vibrant young souls, Susu reveled in the exhilarating thrill of battling monsters and leveling up within games, yearning to achieve greatness and conquer foes. However, the demands of reality and academia had necessitated a temporary compromise. Now that he had graduated from his fourth year, Susu felt that if he did not indulge in the fleeting joys of youth, he would soon extinguish the last embers of his exuberance. Ding dong. Old Su, there's a class gathering tonight. I hear the campus beauty, Lin Qingshi, will be there. Are you coming? His roommate, Zhu Lin, messaged him. Not going, Susu replied without a second thought. Women only hinder his swift draw of the sword. After finally enjoying a break, wouldn't an all-nighter gaming be far more enticing? Zhu Lin texted back, his tone teasing. Oh Su, I must say for 4 years you've done nothing but study. Now that the national exam is over, aren't you considering some significant matters in life? Not considering, Susu replied firmly, unyielding. In this world, the national exam is akin to the civil service examinations from his past life, with the notable distinction that only university graduates are permitted to participate. Opportunities for social recruitment are far fewer than in his previous existence, though elite social strata are treated separately. Alas, you truly are a blockhead, Zhu Lin shook his head. Susu could almost envision his friend's mischievous grin through the screen. What's wrong with Lin Qingshi? Her father is a financial tycoon, her mother a governmental official, and her grandfather is a significant figure in some military district. If you could entangle yourself with such a high-flying branch, you wouldn't have to worry about anything for the rest of your life, as if it were that easy to reach such heights. Susu scoffed, typing slowly. Oh, then congratulations to you. You'll be the first to reap the rewards. Zhu Lin, are you truly oblivious or merely pretending not to understand? Lin Qingshi clearly harbors feelings for you. What does your distant attitude signify? You really aren't going? Really not going? All right then, but old Su, I must inform you that sometimes opportunities are fleeting. Don't wait until they're gone to regret it. Susu chuckled softly, shaking his head. What does he have to regret? As an ordinary individual, he was never on the same path as Lin Qingshi. The connection you perceive is merely a fleeting illusion born of 4 years of camaraderie in university. How could one regret something that was never truly theirs? Having lived 2 lives, Susu had long grasped a fundamental truth. One must not forcefully merge into circles that do not belong to them. Having traversed this world for 2 decades, he had once fantasized about following the path of a protagonist, dominating the talents around him. Yet reality often proved to be ruthlessly unyielding. Without a golden finger or an enhancement of intellect, he remained an ordinary individual, retaining only faint memories of his past life. To be granted a second chance at life was already a reward from the heavens. Experiencing the ordinary was not without merit. Instead of futilely attempting to manipulate fate, it would be far wiser to diligently participate in the national exam and become a civil servant, enjoying a 9-to-5 existence with weekends off. Wouldn't that be a comfortable life? Lin Qingshi? That was beyond his reach. Ignoring Zhu Lin's messages, Susu closed the chat window, focusing intently on browsing the gaming forum. A few minutes later, his fingers paused as his gaze was drawn to an advertisement. Savior game, do you wish to become the savior of the world? Susu softly echoed the advertisement, murmuring to himself, intriguing. A game where players assumed the role of a savior. Could it be a development and construction game? Download, let's see. Normally, Susu would swipe away such pop-up ads, as small studios rarely produced good games, most of them merely wrapped inferior products in enticing packaging. However, perhaps due to Zhu Lin's earlier remarks, he found himself genuinely captivated by the advertisement before him. Lost in thought, his phone suddenly went black, startling Susu. Once he regained his composure, 2 notifications popped up. Installation complete. Savior game has been installed. Welcome, Savior. What the hell? Susu was nearly taken aback, realizing this was akin to a mobile virus. It forcibly installed itself? Still rattled, he hesitated to delete the newly installed game. Wait a moment. What if it's merely a viral game? Worst case, he could ruin his phone. What was there to fear? Yet he experienced a momentary pang of unease, as if he were bound by some unseen force. What mischievous game, daring to scare me? Let's see just how entertaining you truly are. Susu opened the app. The screen quickly darkened, and when it illuminated again, the backdrop transformed into a starry sky, with a planet symbolizing blue star slowly spinning. Welcome, Savior. Please select the city you wish to save. Is it starting already? Is there no account registration? As expected from a small studio, Susu grumbled, lightly swiping his finger, causing the planet representing blue star to rotate in accordance with his movement. The view rapidly zoomed in, revealing an aerial perspective of a city. Beast Hide task difficulty. 1 star, task reward. Savior's treasure chest white, experience points, and others. Task location. Bin City, current status, unlocked. Unlocked? Susu paused briefly, quickly swiping his finger and discovering that several other chapters remained locked. Your Savior points are insufficient to unlock new game chapters. Please complete the first chapter as soon as possible. Susu realized with a start indeed. This was the gaming company's ploy, first offering a free chapter to entice players, while subsequent content required rewards from completing the first chapter to proceed. Well, let's give it a try. There's no other choice. Susu clicked on the Beast Tide chapter task, and several prompt boxes immediately appeared. The current game is Beast Tide Chapter 1, chapter name, Arrival. Task summary. In 2088, a massive creature emerged from a sinkhole that suddenly appeared in the central park of Bin City. Icheng urgently organized an evacuation and dispatched troops to retaliate, yet with little success as the savior. How will you choose? Selectable Task 1. Run. What are you waiting for? Survive for 24 hours amidst the creature's rampage. Task difficulty. Easy, experience points reward. Selectable Task 2. As the savior, how can you flee without fighting? Join the troops coming to assist and slay the beast. Task difficulty. Moderate. Reward. Savior's treasure chest white. Experience points. Selectable Task 3. Everyone stand back, I shall begin to shine. Solo the beast and achieve victory. Task difficulty. Hard. Reward. Savior's treasure chest white. Experience points and 1 skill lottery ticket. Susu's eyes sparkled. Did he even need to think? His finger shot up, decisively pressing on one option. I choose 3. To slay the beast solo. Susu felt a surge of excitement, if not to show off while gaming. What difference was there from walking in fineries while unseen? In reality, he wouldn't dare pursue Lin Qingshi. Yet, in the game, could he not become a savior and vanquish foes? Moreover, based on Susu's years of gaming experience, the first chapter was typically designed for players to familiarize themselves with the game mechanics, so the likelihood of encountering insurmountable obstacles was minimal. If that were the case, why not opt for the task with greater rewards? Task confirmed. Invoking the second projection world map. The screen dimmed momentarily. A few seconds later, the mobile display brightened, revealing the surroundings gradually. The sounds of a bustling crowd filled the air, with lush green trees, serene ponds, and flower beds coming into view, along with vendors pushing carts and calling out their wares. The scene shifted from distant to near, as a few pale blue light dots converged, ultimately forming a well-proportioned man standing in the center of the street. Just then, the phone screen froze, capturing pedestrians who were previously strolling in place. A game pop-up appeared. Please choose a character identity. 1. Ancient Warrior. 2. Jeune Modifié. 3. Cultivator. Quite realistic, Susu marveled at the impressive quality of the visuals. The pedestrians' every movement and the light effects rivaled even the top-tier graphics cards. No wonder they say small studios put in serious effort just based on this graphics quality alone. It must outshine countless games on the market. And with character options available, how could I resist becoming a cultivator? Susu leaned forward slightly, his fingers moving. Ancient Warrior. A formidable practitioner with a unique breathing technique, possessing the core talent of Qi, which allows him to enhance himself using Qi to unleash extraordinary strength and speed. Currently free. Susu's smile faltered, an ominous feeling creeping in. He scrolled down and, as expected, found the results he dreaded. Gene modifier. Unlockable after completing the game bio lab. Unlock fee. 200 savior points. Cultivator. Corresponding power level not yet loaded. Please stay tuned. Seriously? Susu felt like he could vomit blood, realizing after all this time he could only choose the Ancient Warrior, which rendered his earlier excitement pointless. This was the reality of small studios, producing half-finished products just to fleece players. Choosing Ancient Warrior. Identity chosen. Ancient warrior. The game notification chimed, and the still street scene quickly spun around, soon focusing on the character's face. A pop-up appeared. Please set character appearance. What? Susu sat up abruptly, surprised. Was this character customization? A half-finished product employing a full-fledged AAA game feature was rather impressive. Susu felt he had underestimated this game. After experimenting with the gyroscope, several preset options appeared on the screen, including hair, facial features, tattoos, size, height, and dozens of other options. This Susu scratched his head. He was not adept at this in previous games. He simply copied ready-made images from the internet characters like Bald Chong, Ma Baba, and the like, which all had parameters he could easily paste. But where would he find parameters for this game? Forget it. Let's just make something decent as long as it looks cool. The initial character design was not bad, but it lacked distinctiveness, which Susu found unsatisfactory. Like this, and this. Still not. Right, the face should be a bit slimmer, the body should be well proportioned, the eyes pure black, a bit deeper, thin lips, and that hint of a charming smile cough. This is quite addictive. Done. After an hour of tweaking, Susu nodded in satisfaction at his creation. On the screen, the man had long, black hair cascading like a waterfall, with a few strands casually framing his stern face. His sword-like brows slanted into his temples, and beneath them, his eyes were deep as an abyss, dark yet glimmering like cold stars in a frigid night. His high, sharp nose featured cold, hard lines. Clad in a black, ancient-style outfit, his well-proportioned physique was perfectly outlined, every inch of muscle appearing as a dormant beast, ready to unleash terrifying power at any moment. Now, this is the appearance a savior should have. Perfect. Let's get started. Task initiated. The game notification flashed away. The visuals became lively, and the previously frozen pedestrians resumed their movements, the cacophony of the crowd returning to Susu's ears. The game screen then shifted, indicating that Susu could now control this character. Let me see. A gyroscope appeared on the phone screen, with transparent blank buttons for the right hand. Up, down, left, right. This should be the attack button, making it convenient for unleashing combos later. Susu tested the controls and quickly familiarized himself with the operation. As a seasoned gamer, this posed no difficulty for him, with the 4 transparent buttons representing A, B, C, and D. The ancient warrior had very few innate skills currently. Susu had only discovered 2. The first involved simultaneously pressing A and B to charge, during which the character was immobile, but a transparent wave could be seen rippling around him, with patterns forming beneath his feet. Controlling his character to move or attack during this phase would significantly enhance his speed. The second skill was simpler. By pressing any directional key plus the D key, the ancient warrior would instantly dash in that direction, leaving behind an afterimage while delivering a heavy strike to any object or person in front of him. Please proceed to Central Park as soon as possible. A task prompt popped up. A yellow, ghostly arrow appeared in Susu's field of vision, accompanied by a countdown timer in the upper right corner, steadily ticking away. 04:59, 04:58. I need to reach the task location within 5 minutes. Susu glanced at the small icon indicating the task location, pressed forward in the D key, starting to weave through the crowd. This was undoubtedly the fastest way he had discovered to move, and if all went well, he could reach the task location in under 5 minutes. Of course, that was contingent on no unforeseen circumstances. While Susu hurried along, he remained oblivious to the fact that directly ahead, a woman walking her dog happened to stand in the path of his skill's trajectory, resulting in the next moment a loud bang echoed. The woman was sent flying by a palm strike, tracing a beautiful parabolic arc through the air before thud. Susu. Wait, is this game really that intelligent? Can benevolent NPCs be attacked? The surrounding people were momentarily stunned, frozen like statues for 3 seconds, before chaos erupted as if a boulder had plunged into a lake, screams filling the air as they scattered in all directions. The crowd devolved into pandemonium, the sounds of trampling and shattering glass ringing out, and Susu could even faintly hear cries of murder, echoing, leaving him speechless. Does it really need to be this realistic? Ahead, a 10-person squad clad in black combat gear, armed with firearms, slowly approached him. The leading woman, dressed in a purple trench coat, stepped forward confidently. "Sir, you are suspected of deliberate homicide. Please accompany us." The scene slowed, and 4 options appeared at the bottom of the screen. A. Alright, it'll go with you. B. Sorry, I have more important matters to attend to. C. Pretend nothing happened and continue forward. D. Attack those who block my path shall perish. Chapter 003. A slight deviation from my expectations, Suso. First and foremost, let us dismiss option C. What does pretending nothing has occurred even mean? Do they truly believe that the 10 ominous gun muzzles before them are mere decorations? Option A is also unviable. The task demands arrival at Central Park within 5 minutes, yet it clearly signifies surrender. Anyone familiar with GTA Vice City knows that being apprehended equates to mission failure. Thus, we are left with only options B and D. B. I apologize, but I have more pressing matters at hand. D. Attack. Those who block my path shall perish. Susu scratched his head. Logically speaking, option B implies an explanation and furthering of the plot, while D represents a forceful resolution, often referred to as brute strength yielding miraculous results. However, he is an ancient martial artist, with the realization of his identity as the savior, coupled with his initial choice to solo a boss. A bold idea suddenly sparked in Susu's mind. What if he could indeed bulldoze through everything? It's a single chapter map. How difficult could it possibly be? Susu felt an epiphany. It was undoubtedly the game's exquisite graphics that had momentarily clouded his vision. Yet, the sagacious Susu had seen through all. He is an ancient martial artist. He is the savior. Although the individuals before him brandished firearms, they were evidently mere nameless passers-by. At the opportune moment, he would employ a swift step forward, unleash a series of powerful combos, and conclude with a flurry of attacks. It was simply too perfect. Excellent. With his mental rehearsal complete, he prepared to strut his stuff. I choose D. Bang, 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 bang. You have died. Susu. The screen faded to black, and Susu found himself back on the street. After a painful lesson, he comprehended that even a savior could meet their demise. This was not a mindless hack-and-slash game, but rather an intellectual challenge. How splendid, for that is precisely his forte. Continuing towards Central Park, Susu refrained from using his swift step, opting instead for a methodical approach. He soon navigated through the crowd and once again spotted the elderly lady who had been knocked away. An acquaintance, he mused, glancing at her as they crossed paths. Elderly lady. Hey, young man, I need to use the restroom. Could you hold my dog for a moment? I shall return shortly. Susu felt a perplexed expression form on his face. 2 prompt options flickered momentarily, before Susu could discern their content. The elderly lady had unceremoniously shoved the dog leash into his hand and vanished into the throng, leaving him staring bewilderingly at the dog at his feet. Susu. Bewildered, wait, is this right? Beneath him sat a purebred husky, its gaze brimming with intelligence, as if to say, Bro, want to play? I'm quite the sprinter. Susu and Appo's, as pupils widened slightly. Don't you dare. Husky, husky, bang. A nearby elderly gentleman, out for a stroll, instantly toppled over. The familiar scene unfolded anew as the black-clad squad approached, with the woman in the purple trench coat intoning gravely, Sir, the dog you're holding is suspected of causing intentional harm. Please accompany us. Susu. The scene rewound, and the sounds of the bustling crowd returned to his ears. Excellent. Susu gritted his teeth, his chest heaving. He had to concede that this game possessed a certain charm. His earlier actions could not be deemed valid, for he had yet to familiarize himself with the game's mechanics. However, he had now attained enlightenment. This game was a mechanism conundrum. Any unnecessary action could trigger a series of unpredictable events, such as the dog-walking lady, the toppled gentleman, and that rambunctious husky. Thus, this was not simply a hack-and-slash game, nor an intellectual puzzle, but a game of obstacle avoidance. The dog was a clever ruse, deeply concealed. Susu smirked, but little do you know, this savior has seen through it all. Next comes my time to shine. Just watch. Hey, look, why is that person walking while crouched? I don't know. Perhaps they're a fool? Let us move on and keep our distance. Susu, unperturbed, pressed onward. The NPCs sought to disrupt his focus. Would he truly stumble thrice in the same place? though such a method of advancement appeared somewhat dubious for a savior. What of it? The objective must be accomplished. The yellow arrow pointed towards Central Park, now a mere 155 meters away. Susu beheld that familiar 10-member squad and the detestable woman in purple. Their odd behavior drew the squad's attention, yet Susu remained undeterred as he continued forward. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. An outstretched hand halted Susu's progress. Good day, sir. There has been a minor collapse at Central Park, and we are investigating the cause. If you wish to visit the park, please take the path to the right. Susu looked up to find himself confronted by a member of the 10-person squad, with a woman in purple observing from a distance. Her gaze filled with wariness and suspicion. The scene slowed, and new options materialized. A. I have come for this purpose. Please escort me to your commander. B. Very well, I shall take my leave. C. Ignore and continue forward. D. Attack. Step aside. Good dogs do not obstruct the path. This question was straightforward. Without hesitation, Susu pressed option A. The other three choices were evidently incorrect. He had already experienced the consequences of option D, feeling akin to a character from a heroic tale after being beaten. Please wait. The black-clad team member hesitated, communicating through his earpiece to the purple-clad woman in the distance. Moments later, he turned back to Susu, who remained crouched. I'm sorry, sir, but you must leave. What? Susu was taken aback. Option A was incorrect. This was inconceivable. Could it be option B? No. That seemed identical to the current situation. Perhaps C. Ignoring and proceeding onward? Susu was left utterly perplexed. Was this right? After a moment and oppose, as contemplation, he cautiously lifted his gaze to the other party and took a tentative step forward. Wait a moment. They did not react. Susu's eyes lit up. Could it be that he had guessed correctly? The key to completing the first task lay in ignoring the opposition and simply moving ahead. The black-clad team member glanced at Susu, who was writhing on the ground, his expression peculiar as he pressed his earpiece. Captain, what should we do now? There was a brief silence before the voice of the purple-clad woman echoed through the earpiece. Treat him as a suspicious individual. Take him in. Understood. Your actions have raised the suspicions of the third squad of the Security Bureau. Susu's body froze mid-motion as a black-clad team member firmly gripped his shoulder. Sir, please come with us. Darn it. Susu felt an urge to curse. He had been so close. The chance to complete the task was right before him, merely 10 meters away. Wait, this distance. Susu's mind stirred. The mission stated that reaching Central Square constituted success, and he was now at the very edge of the task location. If he could just bypass the individual before him, the mission would be complete. Indeed, how had he not realized this sooner? Susu's mind raced, his eyes brightening. Given the game's high degree of freedom, he could simply disregard these individuals and use a swift step to enter Central Square. Enlightenment struck. Susu felt he had truly grasped the essence of the game. Indeed, the correct answer was C, but not in the manner of inching forward. It was to employ a swift step. The solution had been present from the very beginning. He had merely overlooked it. Excellent. Now onward with D. Swift step. A cold smirk graced Susu's lips as he pressed down fiercely with his finger. With a swift sound, the game character sprang into action. However, it deviated slightly from Susu's expectations. Instead of instantly teleporting to Central Park, the character abruptly rose, its hands shooting forth like lightning to grasp the neck of the dark-clad soldier, twisting with considerable force. Crack! Susu. The dark-clad team. Chapter 004. The correct approach to the challenge. Susu awkwardly, yet politely raised his hand, regardless of whether you believe it or not. This is somewhat different from what I envisioned. Bang, 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 bang. You have perished. Very well. It seems they do not believe him. Returning to the familiar street, Susu did not immediately proceed to the task location. Instead, he began to reflect. You guessed it. He was currently experiencing a bit of existential doubt due to the torment he was enduring. This is indeed the first chapter of the game titled Beast Tide, correct? Where are the monsters? Where's the Beast Tide? Wazen and Amp. Oppos. It promised that monsters would descend and a savior would emerge to single-handedly vanquish the boss. At this moment, he couldn't even enter the task location, let alone encounter any monsters. What on earth went wrong? Sucefronad in contemplación. The first unexpected incident occurred because of an elderly lady walking her dog. After inadvertently striking her down, the game presented him with 4 options, yet in Su and Oppos as judgment. None of those options contained the correct answer. The second incident with the elderly man followed the same reasoning. Thus it seems that killing or harming neutral benevolent NPCs triggers the black-clad team's apprehension. But what about the third time? For the third attempt, he had not harmed any NPC. Instead, he had stealthily approached the vicinity of the task location, fearful of encountering anyone. Yet the 4 options provided by the game still seemed amiss. Aside from the 3 absurd choices B, C, and D, Option A, I have come for this. Please take me to your commander, should have been the key to entering the second stage, but he was still rejected. Something is amiss, profoundly amiss. Susu felt he had overlooked something crucial. Freedom of choice. Random triggering mechanisms. Wait a moment. Susu was suddenly struck with a revelation. If he recalled correctly, during his third attempt, the attitude of the opposing party did not seem to be a direct rejection, did it? The black-clad member had conferred with the woman in the purple trench coat before ultimately declining his entry. And the reason for denying him entry was, your actions have raised suspicions with the safety department's 3rd squad. A piece of overlooked advice leaped into his mind, and Susu's eyes widened in realization. So that is how it is. Given the high degree of freedom in this game, there is likely a hidden mechanism at play, namely the NPCs and Oppos' favorability. Option A is indeed correct, but his actions did not meet the entry requirements for option A, hence the hesitance followed by rejection. Susu was beginning to admire the game developers. The designer of this game was nothing short of a genius. Favorability mechanics are common in games, but concealing such a mechanism and setting it as a trigger condition for the correct option, that design is simply brilliant. If one fails to grasp the designer and Oppos' ingenious intent, the beginning of this game would be an infernal experience, as one would be unable to discern the correct option. However, once the player understands this pattern, the game as structure becomes exceedingly clear. At least Susu now knew how to progress. Crouching and moving forward would only be a joke. With insufficient trust from the NPCs, he would be unable to enter the second act even when he approached. Considering his identity as the savior and an ancient martial artist, he knew he must leave a profound impression on them, which required an utterly ostentatious demeanor, devoid of any eccentric or identity-diminishing actions, showcasing strength to garner attention. I understand now. Returning to the familiar street. This time, Susu chose not to walk, but instead activated instant step, beginning to weave through the crowd. His ghostly figure moved leisurely, each step causing the surrounding scenery to rapidly recede. The nearby elderly individuals could only catch a fleeting glimpse, as though something had just passed them by. Susu maintained his steady pace, heading directly toward the location of Central Park. Upon nearing 150 meters from the safety department squad, his actions indeed attracted their attention. Observing that they did not immediately raise their weapons to shoot, but instead murmured among themselves before hesitantly approaching him, Susu knew he had made the right gamble. Take me to your commander. Very well, please follow me. The members of the black-clad team regarded Susu with a hint of awe as they began to lead him. Susu cast a casual glance at them. With a swift motion, he arrived at Central Park. You have entered Central Park. There are 4 minutes and 59 seconds remaining until the monsters arrive. Please ensure the survival of the safety department personnel while persuading them to leave and single-handedly defeat the monster. Failure to meet any conditions will result in mission failure. Save point. Central Park has been saved. Just as he had anticipated, Susu felt invigorated, according to the game's instructions. His main objectives for the next phase were twofold. 1. Persuade the 10-member team to evacuate Central Park and disperse the crowd. 2. Solo the boss and defeat it. The woman in the purple trench coat approached with a heavy stride. Hello, I am Lu Muching, captain of the 3rd Special Operations Team of the Safety Department. May I ask what brings you here, sir? Leave this place. This is not a ground collapse, but a monster lair. In approximately 4 minutes, monsters will emerge. Lu Muching found it absurd. Are you joking? I never joke. After a few bland exchanges, Susu ceased further persuasion. His current hidden attribute of trust was insufficient for any words to hold weight. He waited, knowing that once the monsters appeared, this woman would naturally believe him. Time ticked by, and the ground continued to crumble. Soon, a 1 to 2 meter pit rapidly transformed into a gaping chasm. Susu controlled his character, waiting silently as the members of the black-clad team remained vigilant, watching the location of the collapsing pit. Suddenly, a beastly roar echoed through the sky, and a monster towering 7 to 8 meters emerged from the chasm. Its head bore a massive diamond shape, covered in iron-gray scales, with eerie green eyes and crimson fangs dripping with viscous fluid. Its robust limbs evolved into sharp, scythe-like appendages reminiscent of a mantis. Monster-rending sky, scythe mantis detected. The game prompt appeared, and the visuals slowed dramatically, the camera panning upwards to give a comprehensive view of the monster. When a mobile screen switched back to the main perspective, an enormous grayish-white health bar appeared at the top of the screen. Health. 20,000, 20,000. Fire, commanded the woman in the purple trench coat. Though the 10-member team was initially startled, they quickly raised their weapons and opened fire. -1111111. Their shots failed to penetrate its defenses. Watch this. Susu and Amp. Oppo's lips curled into a smile as he pressed the A and B buttons simultaneously, charging up. An invisible wave surged from his feet, and the power of the ancient martial artist finally unleashed in this moment. Just as Susu reveled in his prowess and prepared to display his skills, the camera suddenly shifted to the woman in the purple trench coat. Her expression filled with urgency as a dialogue box popped up above her head. "Be careful." Susu's smile froze. In the next instant, a massive blood-red scythe obscured his vision. "No, wait. I'm charging and can't move. Are you serious?" Chapter 005. The eagerly anticipated Susu. You are dead. Load checkpoint. 1 Street. 2 Central Park. I choose 2 Central Park. The scene rewinds, and Susu has learned from his previous experience. Seizing the last few seconds before the monster descends, he begins to charge his power. The enormous creature reemerges, and the 10-member team opens fire once more. However, this time, Susu takes the initiative. In an instant, he dashes forward. The sound of wind accompanies his fists as he strikes the monster's right leg with a powerful blow. -85. What? The damage is rather low. Susu exclaims in surprise, realizing that this beast has 20,000 health points. How long will it take to whittle down its health with such paltry damage? The rending scythe mantis roars in fury, its blood-red fangs bared as it swings its massive scythes in a frenzied sweep, provoked by Susu's attack. With the sound of slicing air, Susu and Amp, Oppo's fingers dance across the screen, executing a series of swift, evasive maneuvers. -77, -65, -88. In battle mode, Susu remains remarkably composed, setting aside his earlier blunders. As a seasoned player who has conquered Sekiro in Lone Wolf mode and is well-versed in the intricacies of Black Myth, he finds himself in his element against this boss. He activates his dash once more. Susu's character appears behind the rending scythe mantis in a flash, delivering a fierce kick to the creature and Amp, Oppo's back, producing a resounding thud. Boom! Following the thunderous impact, a thick, dark green blood sprays forth, accompanied by a crimson critical hit notification floating above the monster. Critical hit, -226. Susu's pupils constrict. Its weakness. He gazes at the direction of his previous attack. With the translucent blood vessels of the mantis and Amp, Oppo's membranous wings pulse as if its heart is contracting. A revelation strikes him. Its vulnerability lies upon its back. Susu swiftly alters his strategy, his fingers flying across the screen as he skillfully maneuvers around the beast with his dash. Roar! The rending scythe mantis and Oppo's crimson eyes whirl. Seemingly aware of Susu's tenacity, it suddenly propels itself into the air with tremendous force, leaping towards the team. Damn it! Susu curses. Having forgotten this crucial detail, he activates his dash to pursue, but it's too late. One of the team members is impaled by a vicious claw. The mobile screen abruptly slows down, and a game notification appears. Team member has been killed, mission failed, loading the checkpoint once again. Though he faces yet another setback, Susu feels a surge of excitement, for he has now discerned the monster's weaknesses. As soon as the creature emerges and successfully drives the team away, it will be his time to shine. Roar! The rending scythe mantis bursts forth from the ground, but this time Susu refrains from rushing into an attack. Instead, he swiftly maneuvers his character to the side of the woman in the purple trench coat. Evacuate the civilians. The woman glances at Susu, then at the monstrous creature surfacing from the ground, and with a determined nod, she commands the team to retreat. Seeing this, Susu breathes a sigh of relief. This game is a relentless challenge. Any misstep could lead to failure. As expected of the difficulty mode he chose. Yet all that is in the past now. It's time to act. Dash! With a powerful push off the ground, the cobblestones crack beneath his feet as Susu's character lunges toward the beast. In a moment of closeness, he pivots, harnessing the momentum to deliver a devastating kick to the monster and Oppo's back. Boom! Critical hit. Minus 366. Just like that, a cruel smile creeps across Susu's lips. After being tormented for an entire night, it is finally the monster's turn to suffer. Boom! Boom! Critical hit. Minus 280. Critical hit. Minus 395. Susu deftly maneuvers, landing 2 more brutal strikes into the creature's flesh. The blood vessels along the mantis's back rupture. Dark green viscous fluid spilling forth as the monster recoils in agony, swinging its massive scythes in retaliation. Unfazed, Susu activates his dash once more. His figure vanishes from sight. As the battle progresses, Susu's maneuvers become increasingly adept, and the rending scythe mantis's health plummets. 18,545. 15,100. 12,258. Boom! With a crushing blow, the creature's health dips below 10,000 points. Just as Susu prepares to press his advantage, the rending scythe mantis lets out a thunderous roar. 6 emerald green tendrils extend from its sides, ensnaring Susu's character with unyielding force. Susu. In the next instant, the blood-red scythe pierces through his chest. You are dead. Loading the checkpoint once more, Susu employs the same strategy again, and soon the rending scythe mantis's health is reduced to below 10,000 points, triggering its second form. 6 vine-like tendrils sprout from its blood-red scythes. Reluctantly, Susu resorts to his dash once more. After the transformation, the mantis's attack frequency escalates significantly, seemingly entering a state of frenzy, making evasion exponentially more challenging. Just as Susu focuses intently on dodging, finally managing to reduce the mantis's health to 6,000 points, he suddenly freezes, a notification appearing on his mobile screen. Your end amp, Oppo's, Chi and amp, Oppo's has been exhausted. In the next second, the blade and amp, Oppo's, S-arc slices through the air, staining the screen with crimson. You are dead. What the H at the most critical juncture of the battle, Susu fixed his gaze upon the movements of the sky-cleft mantis, unwilling to afford even the slightest lapse in vigilance. I evade once more. Health 2150, 1652, 856. At last, as Susu delivered a powerful, explosive punch upon the creature, the screen on his mobile device froze momentarily, followed by the commencement of a cutscene. The towering sky-cleft mantis, standing at 7 or 8 meters, let out a pained roar, staggering backward for several steps before collapsing to its knees with a resounding thud. A viscous, dark green liquid began to spout from its body, its massive form crashing to the ground, swiftly expiring. Congratulations, you have defeated the sky-cleft mantis. Chapter 1 of Beast Tide, The Arrival, has been cleared. Calculating clearance evaluation. Clearance evaluation. C. Barely satisfactory. Uploading the current clearance evaluation will yield final reward 60. Once chosen, the upload for this chapter will be permanently disabled. Would you like to upload the current chapter? At long last, it is cleared. Susu felt an immense relief wash over him, as an overwhelming wave of sleepiness surged forth, his eyelids waging a fierce battle against one another. No, I cannot withstand it any longer. Forcing himself to concentrate, he paused the game, tossed aside his phone, and immediately succumbed to deep slumber. Chapter 006, I submit an application. You issue a note. The morning in Icheng was particularly refreshing. The weather in early July was still bearable, and elderly folks in short sleeves were up early for their morning exercises. The bustling crowd gradually came to life, with vendors along the streets selling steamed buns and rice noodles, filling the air with the enticing aroma of freshly cooked food. Graduation season was upon them. Most students had already begun their vacations, and many, like Su, who had just completed his 4th year, were packing their belongings in preparation to return home. Last night's gathering among classmates marked the final revelry. However, Susu had long outgrown the sentimental musings of youth. He understood all too well that after 4 fleeting years together, what awaited them was mere oblivion in the vastness of the world. Ding-dong. Susu woke from a deep slumber at 3 p.m., roused by the incessant ringing of his phone. Groggy, he glanced at the screen to find a message from Zhu Lin. Old Su, you missed out big time last night. Haha, Songwei actually confessed to Lin Qingshi. Can you believe it? The drama was absolutely riveting. You know Songwei, the rich kid with the slicked back hair and ostentatious gold watch, acting all high and mighty. He usually comes off as a notorious flirt. Yet last night, he presented a bouquet of roses and claimed to have secretly admired Lin Qingshi for 4 years. I nearly vomited on the spot. Can you believe someone could be so shameless? Zhu Lin continued animatedly. Of course, Lin Qingshi rejected him on the spot. Later, Songwei, still not satisfied, tried to play the clingy card, but guess what? Lin Qingshi said she already had someone she liked. Oh my goodness. You wouldn't believe the uproar that ensued. That's Lin Qingshi we're talking about. The goddess who has topped the campus beauty rankings for 4 consecutive years. And she already has someone special. After his outburst, Zhu Lin lamented, Brother, I see now that you were right all along. A girl like Lin Qingshi is indeed beyond our reach. You should let go of any hopes. I used to think if you pursued her, you might have a chance, but now it's too late. The goddess has already found someone. Alas, mourn for my lost youth. Susu was taken aback. What nonsense is this? Whose lost youth are we mourning? I never had any intentions towards Lin Qingshi from the start, did I? It seems you were the one who was affected by last night's events. After reading the messages, Susu felt his drowsiness dissipate. He picked up his phone and typed slowly. Oh, I've read your message. You made a part now. He pocketed his phone, stretched, and got up to wash up. After a night of exertion followed by a long nap, his stomach was already grumbling with hunger. Boss, 2 baskets of buns and a bowl of rice noodles, please. Susu's rented room was not far from the university town, situated on a street lined with vendors from the urban village renovation. After satisfying his hunger, he let out a satisfied burp and swayed back to his rental apartment. His phone buzzed again in his pocket. Expecting another message from Zhu Lin, he was taken back to find it was from Lin Qingshi. Lin Qingshi. Hello, senior. Are you home yet? The playful avatar of the beautiful girl blinked on the screen, accompanied by a cute emoji of a cartoon cat peering curiously, with the word senior adorning its head. Susu hesitated briefly before typing a reply. Not yet, planning to head back next week. His hometown was indeed in Icheng, but it was in the suburbs, located about 50 kilometers from his school. Lin Qingshi referred to him as senior primarily due to their participation in national examination training together. They were from the same year, but Susu had joined the training program in his freshman year, while Lin Qingshi joined in her sophomore year. When the instructor responsible for the training noticed their acquaintance, he conveniently assigned Lin Qingshi to Su's group. Although they seldom interacted at school, they communicated frequently during their weekly training sessions, particularly during the final review period for the national exam, where Susu assisted Lin Qingshi in her studies. Lin Qingshi, senior, with your impressive national exam scores, have you decided on your civil service location and direction? Any plans? Susu, perhaps the Land Bureau or the Water Conservancy Bureau. The location will likely be in Icheng. I am not fond of traveling. It makes little difference to me where I am. Lin Qingshi responded with a sly bunny emoji. I knew it. Susu chuckled. What about you? Any plans? Lin Qingshi's scores were also commendable. Susu recalled that he ranked second in Icheng, while Lin Qingshi was 5th. Such scores might place them beyond the top 100 nationally, but given Lin Qingshi's prominent family background, the implications were markedly different. In Daxia, Policies favored the children of high-ranking officials who made significant contributions to the country, granting them certain quotas within the civil service system. With her family background, Lin Qingshi could likely secure a civil service position even without taking the national exam, albeit with fewer quota positions available. Lin Qingshi did not directly answer Su's question, but instead sent a mysterious emoji. Senior, have you heard of the source plan? The source plan? Su was momentarily perplexed, his mind racing to gather any information on this so-called and AMP, Oppo's, source plan, and AMP, Oppo's. Lin Qingshi, Senior, don't submit your civil service application just yet. Let me give you a little insider information. The source plan is a major initiative spearheaded by Professor Pan Lingling from the History Institute in Yanjing, approved by the three major departments, Finance, State Affairs, and Governance. Established at the beginning of this year, Lin Qingshi, the aim of this plan is singular, to unearth modern historical civilizations and uncover the truth within. Lin Qingshi, numerous special agencies have already been established abroad, investigating ancient civilizations and suspected extraterrestrial entities, which has stirred considerable public discourse. Naturally, Daxiao is unwilling to lag behind. Hence the inception of this plan. Lin Qingshi. After 6 months of auditing, the plan has now entered the recruitment and implementation phase, with 2 provisional offices, one in Yanjing and the other in Yicheng. This new initiative, jointly approved by the 3 major departments of Daxia, Su was taken aback. He could only conclude that Lin Qingshi and AMP, Oppo's background was indeed formidable. Ordinary individuals would hardly have heard of such matters. Yet she was already well-informed and fully aware of the details. Su. What do you mean? Lin Qingshi, smiling. Doesn't T Senior want to work in Yicheng? Why not apply for the source plan? Then I could tag along with you, and we would be colleagues. Su felt a flicker of interest, but I didn't see any application code for this plan on the registration website. How does one go about it? Is there a separate application process? Lin Qingshi chuckled. Professor Pan Lingling will be coming to Yicheng soon, and the application code will be released then. It's currently in a hidden state, but I can submit your name in advance. If Senior is willing to treat me to a meal, it would be no trouble at all. Su shook his head, laughing. I submit the application, and you issue the note? Lin Qingshi, exactly. Hands on hips proudly. JPG, Chapter 007. Skillfully heart-wrenching ultimately, under Lin Qingshi's coercion, Su raised his hand in surrender, agreeing to the terms of obtaining a recommendation letter in exchange for a meal and a cup of milk tea. After concluding the conversation, Su sighed deeply and returned to his computer. To be honest, if what Lin Qingshi said was true, then this tracing plan was indeed more appealing than the Land Bureau. On one side lay an established department, rife with intrigue and clearly defined divisions of power, where he would merely be a grassroots worker, laboring at tasks others wished to avoid. On the other side stood a newly formed department, currently only bearing the name tracing plan, devoid of a specific departmental title, yet backed by 3 major ministries, leaving many eager applicants without a path to entry. Alas, he owed a significant favor. A meal and a cup of milk tea were but a jest. Su was acutely aware that without Lin Qingshi's internal recommendation, an ordinary individual like him wouldn't end Oppo's to even have the qualification to be informed, regardless of whether his application would ultimately be successful. Su had to acknowledge this debt of gratitude. Never mind, he thought there would surely be a way when the time came. With a calm mindset, he reassured himself that he could always apply to the Land Bureau in the end. Time to play the game. Su refocused his scattered thoughts. He hadn't forgotten the news of having cleared the game last night, but he had paused it out of sheer exhaustion. Now, after a refreshing sleep, he felt invigorated and ready to battle the monsters for another 300 rounds. Upon opening the game app, the settlement page from last night reappeared. Completion evaluation. C. Barely passable. Uploading the current completion evaluation grants final reward 60. Once the upload is selected, this chapter will be permanently closed. Would you like to upload the current chapter? Su. No, I labored all night. And you tell me the reward is subject to a discount? How shameless can you be? Next to the completion evaluation was a question mark, prompting Su to click for more details. 1. Normal. No civilian casualties caused. Score S2. Normal. Property damage. Score B-3. Normal, Safety Bureau team participation. Score, B-4. Important, no damage, rapid kill of the Rift Scythe Mantis. Score, D. Overall score, C. The annotations in parentheses denote the weight of the task scoring. Although Su had achieved above B in the first 3 criteria, their low weight, combined with a solitary D score in the only important criterion, dragged down the overall evaluation. No damage while achieving a rapid completion. The game designers truly did not consider the player's humanity. With a resigned sigh, he canceled the upload and controlled his character to appear in Central Park. What else could he do? Grind away. A discount was out of the question. At the very least, he needed to secure a 100 reward. Otherwise, how could he justify the arduous battle of the previous night? In Yicheng, at the Tianlan Riverfront Villa, the bathroom door gently opened and the warm mist dispersed. Lin Qingshi and Amp. Oppo's hair was slightly damp with a few strands adorned with glistening droplets clinging to her fair cheeks. Casually grabbing a towel to dry her hair, she padded barefoot onto the bed, her silk robe loose and flowing, revealing collarbones as delicate as mutton fat jade. "Hey, Annie, what are you up to?" On the other end of the line, a calm and gentle female voice, tinged with laughter, replied, "Oh, what a rare visitor. My universe and Oppo's invincible and beautiful niece has called me. Oh dear, Auntie, please don't mention my embarrassing past." Lin Qingshi and Oppo's cheeks flushed slightly, her lips pressed together. "Auntie, about that tracing plan you mentioned last time, is it still open for applicants? Are there any spots left?" Pan Lingling chuckled softly. "What's this? Did the national exam results come out, and you thought of coming to me? Whether the reserve spots are filled or not depends on my niece. Convince your parents, and we'll see. I've already spoken to my parents about it." Then that's settled. Lin Qingshi and Oppo's voice was barely a whisper, hesitant. "But I also want to recommend someone to you, if there are still spots left, of course." "Why would T.I.? Pan Lingling estone brightened. Is it a male or female?" Lin Qingshi's face grew redder. "A male." Pan Lingling elongated her tone, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "Oh, a male. Auntie." Lin Qingshi felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. It was outrageous that she had never dated anyone throughout her 4 years in university. Yet her aunt would say such things. Pan Lingling laughed uncontrollably, taking a while to regain her composure. All right, I won't tease you anymore. You want to recommend someone? I agree. But let me make it clear, internal recommendations are just that. Whether he can pass the assessment and interview depends on his own abilities. As you know, this plan has been in preparation for 3 years since its inception, and it was only officially established at the beginning of this year. The resources and manpower involved are unprecedented, so the standards for hiring and assessment will be correspondingly high. By the way, how many points did he score in this year's national exam? Lin Qingshi lifted her head proudly. 477. 65, second in Yicheng. That is quite good, Pan. Lingling nodded slightly. With a perfect score of 500, achieving 477 was commendable. Now, please send me his information, and today is July 3rd. Ensure he completes the online registration process by July 7th. I will send you the assessment and interview materials in the next few days, and we can discuss more when I arrive in Yicheng on July 10th. Yay, thank you, Annie. Pan Lingling teased. Are you happy now? Should I tell your parents? Lin Qingshi's smile froze instantly, and she murmured, No, please, I'm just friends with my senior. It's not what you think. Pan Lingling chuckled softly. Oh, this girl, do you think your aunt hasn't been young before? Finally, it was over. Gazing at the screen, displaying an impressive S-level rating, Susu felt utterly drained, his fingers trembling slightly. Heaven knows how many times he had perished. Now, whenever he closed his eyes, he envisioned the Rift Scythe Mantis and its 2 sides, having reflexively honed his ability to evade attacks. During his last successful run, Susu had only used the teleportation skill 3 times. The rest was sheer instinct. So skillful it was heart-wrenching. 1. Normal. No civilian casualties caused. Score is 2. Normal. Property damage. Score S-3. Normal. Safety Bureau team participation. Scores 4. Important. No damage. Rapid kill of the Rift Scythe Mantis. Score S-. Overall score S. In this run, to prevent the Safety Bureau team from intervening, Susu had immediately thrown the leading woman out the moment the Rift Scytheman disappeared. During the battle, he executed frantic microcontrols, keeping the opponent confined within a 10-meter radius for a direct kill, denying them any opportunity to cause property damage. Completion evaluation. S. Flawless. Uploading the current completion evaluation grants and oppos. Final reward, 200 oppos. Once the upload is selected, this chapter will be permanently closed. Would you like to upload the current chapter? Susu inhaled deeply, yes. Upload. Chapter 008. The Arrival of the Monster in Coastal City. Congratulations, Savior. You have saved Coastal City once. Due to your S-level evaluation, the final reward has increased by 200. Received. Savior's treasure chest, white, 2 doubled. Received. 600 experience points doubled. Received. Skill lottery tickets 2 doubled. Uploading completion results. Upload complete. In Dragon Country, Coastal City. The streets of this coastal metropolis were bustling with crowds as summer vacation approached, drawing tourists in droves. Vendors with colorful balloons moved through the throngs, attracting children with their vibrant wares. Within the confines of the Central Park's barricades, a team member clad in a black bulletproof vest hesitantly inquired, "Chief, have the results of the reconnaissance come in? What do they say?" Lu Muqing furrowed her brow. "It's peculiar. There are strange sounds emanating from the collapsed tunnel. At first, I thought it was due to tectonic movements or underground rivers, but the instruments indicate there may indeed be living entities inside." "Really? Are there actually living beings? Could it be a cat or dog that fell in?" The gaping chasm continued to widen, with debris rolling in from the surrounding area. Lu Muqing took a step back, her gaze fixed on the abyss as she spoke in a low voice. "It doesn't seem likely. The instruments show that the characteristics of the life forms far exceed those of humans, even nearing the limits of our equipment. But that is simply impossible. Wait, Chief, look, that person." Suddenly, one of the team members exclaimed, as if witnessing something extraordinary. The group turned to see a tall man clad in dark robes walking against the flow of the crowd. His deep-set eyes exuded a tranquil calmness, and with a single stride, he appeared 10 meters away, effortlessly surpassing the throngs of people. His path led directly towards them. "What should we do?" The 10-member team tensed, muscles taut, paralyzed by the man's overwhelming presence. Superhuman abilities? Otherworldly powers? Regardless of the nature of this individual, he was undeniably extraordinary. No one could move as he did, appearing so far ahead in an instant, and notably, it seemed no one else around them had noticed. "Stop him. Ask him what he intends to do," Lu Muqing commanded with a steady voice. The team members nodded, gripping their weapons as they approached the figure. However, B Chapter 009. The Vigilant Watcher, the Heavy Trust. The Ground Web Monstrous. Monsters? What is this? A resurgence of spiritual energy, or perhaps an invasion by extraterrestrial beings? Some murmured in disbelief, while others were engulfed in shock. The creature before them, with its razor-sharp claws, carved deep gashes into the earth, while its blood-red fangs dripped with viscous fluid. Lu Muqing abruptly raised her gaze, her pupils dilating in terror, her firearm instinctively rising, only to realize that a figure had already charged forward. "No!" Lu Muqing wished to intervene, but the individual seemed impervious to her warning, resolutely advancing towards the beast. She dare not watch, fearing that the man clad in black would be torn to shreds in the next moment. Yet, the anticipated scream did not echo. Instead, a muffled grunt reached her ears. Lu Muqing was taken aback. Wait, that sound. It seemed to emanate from the creature. Raising her eyes once more, she beheld the man in black. Merely half a meter from the monster, as gusts of wind sliced through the air, the creature in oppos, as sharp claws repeatedly aimed at him, only to be effortlessly dodged. It was as if the man's acute perception had foreseen the beast's every intent. With a slight pivot, he evaded the attack with remarkable ease. Lu Muqing was dumbfounded. The 10-member support team that had rushed in was equally astonished. This person, is he truly this formidable? Such physical prowess seems unparalleled, even surpassing our nation's elite special forces. Could it be that ancient martial arts truly exist? They could not help but speculate. Observing that the situation appeared to be under control, Lu Muqing turned and inquired, "How is the evacuation of the surrounding crowd progressing?" Have we reported to headquarters? The crowd had largely dispersed, yet the unfolding situation was evidently beyond concealment. Someone pointed to the fleeing individuals, and in that direction, curious onlookers had halted their escape, pulling out their phones to capture the scene. Central Park, being an open expanse with numerous buildings for cover, coupled with the peak tourist season, rendered their efforts to seal off the area impractical. The only course of action was to mitigate public discourse and prevent societal panic. Headquarters has made contact. It is Captain Gu. Hello. This is Gu Beichen. Lu Muqing. What is the situation there? A steady, deep voice resonated through the phone. Gu Beichen, the captain of the Special Operations Team of the National Security Agency. Captain Gu, this is Lu Muqing. The situation on site is dire. Lu Muqing gritted her teeth as she observed the man battling the creature, succinctly summarizing the circumstances. Gu Beichen did not question her words. After a brief silence, he responded gravely, I am dispatching teams 6 and 7 to assist you. They will arrive in 20 minutes. Your primary task is to ensure public safety. Disperse those lingering to record videos and secure Central Park. As for the man you mentioned, we will leave that investigation to Team 7. For now, avoid direct confrontation. Understood. After hanging up, Lu Muqing felt a surge of determination and immediately commanded the evacuation of the public. There were far too many individuals recording and taking pictures. It was clear that similar videos had already begun circulating online. Captain, some individuals refused to leave. Force them out. Lu Muqing's expression turned icy. Even at such a critical juncture, there were still those foolish enough to gawk. 10:02. Captain Gu stated that teams 6 and 7 would arrive in 20 minutes, and they would not be late. Gather the perimeter team, contact fire, road, and medical services to ensure the safety of nearby visitors. Additionally, procure some bomb disposal equipment from the nearest security office to establish a blockade around the creature. It must not escape. Given the urgency of the situation, Lu Muqing lacked access to powerful anti-material weapons. The monster's roars continued to resonate behind her. Uncertain how long the mysterious man could endure, she resolved to prepare for the worst. If only he could hold out for another 18 minutes. Lu Muqing was confident that she could ensure the creature's demise on the spot. Are you suggesting? Someone's eyes brightened with realization. Lu Muqing nodded. Reinforcements are on their way. We just need to contain it for now. Has headquarters dispatched other teams? Yes, teams 6 and 7. Upon hearing Lu Muqing's words, several team members erupted in excitement. This is wonderful. Captain Xiong, Nan is coming personally. We are assured of victory. With a heavy trust on our side, how long can this monster truly endure? The National Security Agency comprises 8 specialized teams. Aside from the most enigmatic Team 8, the remaining 7 teams each have distinct roles. Lu Muqing's 3rd team is tasked with investigating various anomalies within the country and promptly reporting them. Her team is equipped with cutting-edge analytical devices capable of delivering precise frontline data in extreme conditions such as radio interference, signal jamming, earthquakes, volcanic activity, and rainforests. Within the 7 teams, they are known as the Vigilant Watchers. Moreover, each of the other teams possesses its own expertise. Team 6, known as Heavy Trust, stands as the ultimate firepower unit, armed with the nation's most advanced heavy weaponry, including armor-piercing, incendiary, area denial, bombardment, and demolition capabilities. This team is, in essence, born for slaughter. An adage circulates within the agency. When Heavy Trust enters, combat ensues immediately. As for the unmentioned Team 7, they operate under the codename Groundweb. Comprised of the nation's foremost information warfare experts, their leader, Chu Tong, ranks as the top hacker on the dark web. Having established the Domestic Intelligence Agency and OPPOS, Groundweb and OPPOS, which instills fear in countless nations. To put it plainly, in our country, no one can evade Chu Tong and OPPOS as information tracking. In times of emergency, Chu Tong possesses the authority to directly commandeer 3 strategic satellites, Nuwa, Fuxi, and Penghu, over China, enabling global intelligence retrieval and remote strike capabilities. Unless one were to vanish from existence, beneath the purview of Groundweb, there is nowhere to hide. Boom, 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 Captain. The helicopters are arriving. Lu Muqing looked up suddenly. Amidst the increasing roar, a fleet of black combat aircraft, gleaming with metallic luster, swiftly approached, with over 20 jets forming a flanking formation. Exhaust trails shimmering in the air. A moment later, the radio headset was forcibly breached, and two voices rang out in succession. "Captain Muching, this is Chu Tong." The voice was remarkably youthful, laced with a hint of irreverent mirth. Lu Muching could almost envision the individual, likely seated within the helicopter enveloped by fighter jets, calmly tapping at a laptop. The other voice was considerably deeper, imbued with gravity, embodying a rugged readiness for combat. "Team 6, Xiongnan here. Lu Team Leader. Please ensure the public's evacuation is complete. We will initiate the first round of fire coverage in 10 seconds. Chapter 010. Who truly is the monster? Wait a moment. Captain Xiong, there is still someone in the field," Lu Muching exclaimed urgently. The mysterious man was still engaged in combat with the beast, and opening fire indiscriminately could undoubtedly endanger him. Gu Beichun had instructed not to engage the enemy for the time being, so Lu Muching had to prioritize the safety of the individual. Xiongnan paused, then frowned in contemplation. Although he could not discern the specifics from his high vantage point, he could vaguely perceive the enormous size of the monster. How could anyone dare to engage in close combat in such a situation? Was this person reckless? "Captain Muching, what is going on?" he inquired. "I received reports of a colossal creature appearing in Central Park, and you are leading the third squad to confront it. How is there another participant?" Lu Muching offered a wry smile. "The situation is urgent. It would not be inaccurate to say we are merely stalling for time, though there has been a slight misunderstanding." While Gu Beichun trusted his team, the lack of a first-hand account left him uneasy. Since the appearance of the enigmatic figure, Lu Muching and Appo's understanding of the situation had been continually challenged, making it impossible to clarify with just a few words. Chu Tong smiled. "No worries. Let me take a look." In the helicopter, a handsome man with tousled brown hair revealed a glimmer of interest in his eyes. His slender fingers gently tapped on the central control keyboard, and the next moment, a buzzing sound echoed as 16 hummingbird drones swiftly descended towards the ground. The reconnaissance footage streamed to the two individuals present. Without hesitation, Lu Muching connected the feed, while Xiongnan pressed a few buttons on his portable computer, instantly displaying 16 live video feeds. "Let me see what kind of monster this is." Chu Tong beamed, eager to observe the unknown creature. However, as he caught sight of the footage, his smile froze in disbelief. "Wait, who is the real monster here?" On the screen, the fearsome and Appo's, Rift Scythe Mantis and Appo's, roared in fury. Its blood-red fangs bared. 6 vine-like tendrils extended from its crimson sides, shaking the earth as they lunged at the man before it. The speed was astounding. The drones captured fleeting green afterimages of the tendrils in midair. Each of the 12 strikes resembled a torrential downpour, any one of which could easily claim the man's life. Chapter 011. The Ancient Warrior's Upgrade and Skill Lottery. Lu Muching's steps faltered, leaving her momentarily stunned. She was certain she had not misperceived. The man before her had indeed vanished, as if he were a specter gradually fading away, ultimately erased from existence. Were it not for the monster's corpse at her feet, it would seem as though he had never been there at all. "Chu Tong, what is happening?" Xiongnan exclaimed, utterly bewildered. At that moment, Chu Tong and Appo's face was a mask of seriousness, his pupils quivering as he furiously tapped on the keyboard. "I'm investigating." "Don't panic, Muching. Activate the life detection to its maximum, along with infrared, underground scanning, and light mirror reflection. Life detection. Activate. No life signs detected. Infrared scanning. Activate. No findings. Dynamic underground detection up to 100 meters. None. Light mirror reflection. No reflections detected. 100 biological." After a flurry of frantic operations, Chu Tong's fingers hesitated slightly, and he looked up in confusion, murmuring softly, No, still nothing. How is this possible? A living person has simply vanished?" Xiongnan fell silent. "What do we do now?" Lu Muching sighed in resignation. "What else can we do? We must report to headquarters. In Yicheng Daxia, your character Ancient Warrior has leveled up to LV2. Based on the characteristics of the Ancient Warrior class, you have automatically gained attribute points. Strength 1, Agility 2, Constitution 1. Congratulations! You have earned 4 free attribute points. Your character Ancient Warrior has leveled up to LV3. Based on the characteristics of the Ancient Warrior class, you have automatically gained attribute points. Strength 1, Agility 2, Constitution 1. Congratulations! You have earned 4 free attribute points. Your character Ancient Warrior has leveled up to LV4. Based on the characteristics of the Ancient Warrior class, you have automatically gained attribute points. Strength 1, Agility 2, Constitution 1. Congratulations! You have earned 4 free attribute points. Current character information. Character, Ancient Warrior. Level, LV4, 0, 800. Strength, 15. Agility, 22. Constitution, 14. Chi, 200. Regenerates 2 Chi minute. Basic Chi concentration LV1. Costs 10 Chi. Gather Chi in place for 5 seconds. Granting yourself a 30-second buff that increases strength, speed, and physical quality by 50. Basic Instant Step LV1 costs 2 Chi. Move rapidly in any direction within a 10-meter range while attacking the nearest target. Damage coefficient. Base attack 80. Free attribute points 12. Current inventory. Save your chest white 2. Skill lottery tickets 2. Wow, what a bountiful harvest! Susu exclaimed, sitting up excitedly. He had suspected that the damage dealt when fighting the Voidside Mantis was low for a reason. Indeed, character upgrades were possible in this game. Each level not only granted 4 free attribute points, but also an additional 4 points due to class characteristics. This meant that at level 1, one could acquire 8 attribute points, and at level 3, a total of 24 points. The combat prowess had effectively doubled. Alright, I still have chests and skill lottery tickets. To put it bluntly, it's not just a simple doubling. Susu rubbed his hands together in anticipation, prepared to open the Savior chest first. Savior chest, white. Evaluation, basic lottery chest. Do not expect any divine artifacts. Susu, is it really necessary to be so blunt? Do you wish to open Savior chest, white? X2. Open. Acquired. Savior points, X25. Acquired. Skill upgrade scroll, X1. Acquired. Recovery potion, X1. Savior points? Upgrade scroll? Susu was momentarily taken aback and quickly examined the items he had just received. Savior points, 25. Description, used for purchasing subsequent levels, reverting completed levels, or items in the shop. Note, the current shop function is not activated. Understood. Basic currency. Skill upgrade scroll, green. Description, can enhance the level of basic skills by 1. Recovery potion, white. Description, slowly restores 30 of required energy within 15 seconds. Not bad. Susu pursed his lips. The recovery potion was straightforward. Based on the game's typical mechanics, it was meant to restore mana. With his basic attributes leveled to 4, his Chi cap had reached 200 points, and 30 equated to 60 points of Chi, which was enough for 30 uses of Instant Step. When calculated, it seemed acceptable. As for the upgrade scroll, enhancing basic skill levels, this implies there might be levels beyond basic. Susu pondered, his gaze drifting back to the skill lottery tickets in his inventory. Skill lottery ticket, green. Description, draw random skills from basic mastery categories. Indeed, Susu's eyes sparkled. Skills above basic must be of mastery level. Time to draw. Would you like to use skill lottery tickets? X2. Use. Acquired. Basic collapse fist. Acquired. Mastery copper skin iron bones. Basic collapse fist LV1. Costs 5 Chi. Concentrates strength into a single point and strike forward. Dealing base attack strength. 120 damage to the target. Currently upgradable. Mastery copper skin iron bones LV1. Passive skill upon activation. Consumes 2 Chi per second, enhancing recovery by 20. Speed by 20, strength by 20, and impact resistance by 20, currently not upgradable. Susagas WTF? Mastery level skills are incredible, but isn't the consumption a bit too terrifying? 2 Chi per second. I only have a total of 200 Chi. If he were to maintain the copper skin iron bones buff while fighting a boss, his mana would deplete in less than a minute. After all, one cannot guarantee that only the passive skill would be active. Other active skills also consume chi. Forget it, this should not be activated lightly unless absolutely necessary. Well, then again, if it's for scoring or rapid farming, it could be worth considering. Susa nodded thoughtfully, having opened the chest and drawn skills. All that was left were the free attribute points and the upgrade scroll. Wait, how exactly is the base attack power calculated? Susa suddenly realized he had overlooked something crucial. Each skill had a mention of base attack power. The calculation formula for instant step was base attack 80 damage. The formula for collapse fist was even more complex. Damage to the target, base attack strength, 120. After searching through the character attribute page for a while, he finally spotted a small question mark. Upon clicking it, he found the explanation for base attack power. Base attack power basic attribute value, strength agility, constitution coefficient equipment constant. Current ancient warrior base attack power, strength 15, agility 22, constitution coefficient 0, 5, equipment constant 0, 165 points. Su was stunned. So that was how it worked? Strength, agility, constitution, coefficient, equipment, fixed value base attack power. In that case, all three attributes must be significant. Strength and agility form the foundation, while constitution ensures that this foundation can exert its full potential. I'm impressed. Susu was left speechless, beginning to comprehend the game designer-esque philosophy. The implication was that while strength and agility are foundational attributes, without constitution, they would be rendered useless. Thus, physical strength does not directly contribute to attribute accumulation. Rather, it exists in the form of a coefficient. The higher the health value, the greater the coefficient in the later stages, offering a cost-effectiveness that far surpasses that of strength and agility. However, if the allocation of attribute points is minimal, the early gains from enhancing agility and strength will surpass those from increasing health. The choice ultimately lies with the player. Very well, this is how it shall be done. Susu gritted his teeth. Then I shall allocate my points. Chapter 012. Susu's parents' phone call, then I shall add. Strength 5. Stamina 7. Only children make choices. Susu, of course, decides to have it all. Since all three attributes are crucial, why not embrace the path of a versatile warrior? Confirm allocation points? The game prompt appeared, and without hesitation, Susu clicked into Oppos, confirm and Oppos. As for the final skill, upgrade scroll, Susu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately resolved to invest it in the newly acquired skill-crushing fist. The skill Copper Skin, Iron Bones and Oppos, is a mastery-level skill and cannot be upgraded with a green scroll. The cost-effectiveness of an Oppos, Chi Gathering and Oppos, was not high, leaving him with only an Oppos, Blink and Oppos, and an Oppos, Crushing Fist and Oppos, to choose from. However, it was evident that Blink belonged to the category of mobility and auxiliary attack skills, while Crushing Fist was a genuine offensive skill. Determining which was superior proved challenging. Yet Susu felt an urgent need for an attacking method. After all, he was a martial artist. Relying solely on basic attacks was hardly sufficient. All set. With the allocation points completed, Susu gazed at his attributes and nodded in satisfaction. Character: Martial Artist. Level: LV4, 0, 800. Strength: 20. Dexterity: 22. Stamina: 21. Chi: 200 to 100. Restoration: 2 Chi Min. Basic Chi Gathering LV1 consumes 10 Chi Focus for 5 seconds to grant a 30-second buff, enhancing strength, speed, and physical condition by 50. Basic Blink LV1 consumes 2 Chi Quickly Move in any direction within a 10-meter range while attacking the nearest target. Damage Coefficient, Base Attack 80. Basic Crushing Fist LV2 consumes 7 Chi Concentrate Strength into a single point and strike forward, dealing Base Attack Strength, 130 damage to the target. Mastery, Copper Skin, Iron Bones LV1, passive skill upon activation, consumes 2 Chi per second, enhancing recovery ability, speed, strength, and resilience by 20. With this set of attributes, Susu felt confident that if he were to replay the first chapter, he could defeat the second phase of the enemy within a minute. The battle could be resolved in under 5 minutes. The afternoon sun in I Ching was languid, and, as usual, Susu went downstairs to enjoy 2 baskets of dumplings and a bowl of wontons before meandering back to his rented room to tidy up. After completing the first chapter of the Savior game, Beast Tide, Arrival, the second stage Beast Tide, Demon Cave was displayed as under cooldown, requiring 5 days, 20 hours, and 28 minutes to unlock. Susu paid it no mind. With 25 Savior points in hand, he could easily begin once the cooldown expired. With the difficulty set to hard mode and a 200 base score bonus, he had no concerns about encountering obstacles. Dinkling, hello, Xiaoso, when will you be back? Well, in a few days. The caller was Susu's mother, Ms. Chunlan, a quintessential matriarch of day summer. She had few hobbies aside from chatting with colleagues about trivial matters. Susu, in both of his lives, had always been a source of pride, a typical child of others. A mess. Chunlan was immensely satisfied with her son. The only issue was, Susu was too obedient, self-disciplined, polite, mature in conversation, and steady in actions, fully aware of his desires and possessing his own plans. Unlike other children, he showed no signs of mischief or rebelliousness during his teenage years. This duality filled Ms. Chunlan with both pride and a tinge of frustration. What was she to do when her child had already excelled without much guidance? When others asked her, "Oh, Lanjia, how did you educate Xiaoso? If only my child were half as obedient as yours. Could you share your secrets with us?" Ms. Chen could only awkwardly wave her hand, claiming, "Yes, just like that. I didn't do much." Outsiders, of course, found this hard to believe, whispering behind her back that she concealed her methods, unwilling to share her parenting secrets. This led Ms. Chun to shed tears in solitude, lamenting that her honest words were met with disbelief. Susu, upon learning of this, could only smile wryly. After several earnest discussions with his father, Sudalei, Ms. Chun evolved remarkably. When questioned again, she would launch into a discourse on the Chun method, a blend of support, persuasion, encouragement, and companionship, leaving her interlocutors momentarily speechless. What? You tried and it didn't work? Well, you can't blame me. Either you didn't execute it properly, or my Xiao Su is simply exceptional. Regardless, that is how I did it. After a few encounters, people ceased to inquire further. There was no point. They could only silently envy Ms. Chun for raising such a fine son. Son, the national exam results are out. How did you do? Not bad. 477. 65. I think I ranked second in I Ching. Susu scratched his head. Second in I Ching? Ms. Chen's voice rose 2 octaves in excitement. Wow, my Xiao Su is truly remarkable. I am so proud of you. Lao Su, did you hear? Your son scored 477. 65. Second in I Ching. Over the phone, Susu could faintly hear his father, Sudalei, clearing his throat. Ah, I see. When are you coming back? ISNT, he going to the Land Bureau? With his score, I'll pull some strings to secure a good position for him. Susu couldn't help but smile. In his past life, he might have felt embarrassed by such praise, akin to how children often feel awkward when their parents boast about them. However, as he matured, he came to recognize the rarity and value of such parental admiration. Time marches on. Many years later, as he reflects on the praises and scoldings of his childhood, they transform into cherished memories, and he realizes he can never hear them again, as time is unrelenting. All right, Mom, let us set aside the Land Bureau for now. I've been a bit busy lately. Susu fibbed lightly, grinning. I just graduated, and I deserve a little break. I have many classmates here. I can't decline gatherings, so please don't worry. Right. His father, Sudalei, chimed in approvingly. After 4 years of hard work, why worry now? Let him connect with his classmates. They might prove beneficial in the future. Ms. Chin shot her husband a glance. Is that all you know? Son, I have no objection to the gatherings, but remember to drink less, all right? Don't follow your father's example. That drinking and socializing nonsense isn't impressive. We can succeed on our own merit, understand? Rest assured, Mom, I know what to do. That's good. Call me in advance when you return, understood? Got it, Mom. After a few more exchanges, Susu hung up the phone with a smile. He cherished this warmth in his second life and found no annoyance in it. Ding dong. Just as Susu was about to put his phone away, a message from the class group chat chimed in. He picked it up, only to discover it was from Zhulin. Chapter 13. Matters of the class group, Zhulin. Everyone brothers. Good news. I have successfully passed the interview for the position of Oracle Relic Restorer and will soon be heading to Yinjing for my new role. Ha ha. Yes. It and Oppos. S the Oracle company you all have in mind. Zhu Lin. Arin and Oppos. Tu envious? Proud. JPG wow. Is that true? The largest relic company in the country? The one rumored to collaborate with the government? Incredible. This fat guy is so impressive. The news stirred a wave of excitement. The Oracle Company is one of the few elite firms in Dacia. Apart from the well-known internet giants, there are still substantial earnings in traditional industries and niche markets, with Oracle situated between the two. In essence, Oracle is a comprehensive company that encompasses the excavation, trading, restoration, and authentication of cultural relics. As a leading enterprise, it reportedly unearthed significant artifacts a few years back, which garnered national attention and led to a transformation from private to state-run, marking its dramatic rise. As graduation season coincides with job hunting, Zhu Lin's success in securing an interview at such a prestigious company naturally elicited envy among his classmates. Zhu Ge, does Oracle still need people? Can you refer me? Please, I beg you. And me. Zhu Lin. Brothers, it's not that I won't refer you, but I just joined myself, so I am powerless to help. Zhu Lin. Shrug. JPG, oh no. Yesterday, I interviewed at a small company and got eliminated in the first round. I should have participated in the national exam. Why is it so hard to find a job now? The group was filled with lamentations. Su found it amusing. Was this fat guy finally getting his due? Opening the chat group, he located the fat guy's profile and sent him a private message. Good for you. Congratulations. Ding dong. Zhu Lin replied swiftly. Don't congratulate me. You ranked second in the national exam, and I merely got into Oracle. Wait a minute, Su. Do you want to join Oracle? I can refer you. Su sent a question mark. But didn't you just join? Indeed, but my situation is somewhat special. Zhu Lin quickly explained. Do you know Professor Ji Qihong? The one involved in the sensational Shishan incident a few years ago? He was the one who discovered the tomb. Su was momentarily taken aback. He had heard about it. It was initially a routine excavation that unexpectedly revealed a collection of artifacts from a civilization not belonging to the current era, which not only overturned existing history in Dacia, but also contained prophecies and insights about civilizations. The rumors online were quite fantastical. Oracle's rise was indeed catalyzed by this discovery, attracting the attention of higher authorities. But what does this have to do with Zhu Lin? Cough, brother, let me put it this way. All those rumors online are false. The truth is the collection found during the Shishan incident wasn't an imp. Oppos, just one book, but hundreds. Moreover, based on the assembly of these books, Professor G discovered that these hundreds are still incomplete, and some have even fallen into private hands. A few days ago, my father called and mentioned that among the antiques left by my grandfather, there happens to be a book that Professor G needs. Su widened his eyes. What a coincidence. He was well aware of Zhu Lin and Oppos, S family and Oppos. S background, his father was in foreign trade, and his grandfather was an antique collector. In previous years, when the old man was still alive, Su often visited during summer vacations. Due to being a time traveler, Su had developed an interest in the history of this world. Unfortunately, the old man's collection was scant, and the contents were somewhat ambiguous, leaving Su puzzled. And ultimately the matter was abandoned. But now, Zhu Lin was entering Oracle due to one of his grandfather and aunt, Oppos' books. This truly felt surreal. Su pondered. Is this confidential? Is it okay to discuss? Zhu Lin sent a cheeky grin. Do I look foolish to you? How long has it been since the Shishan incident? By now, most of those artifacts have been deciphered. Some trivial details will be disclosed by Oracle sooner or later, whether I mention them or not. Su understood. Oh, I see. Zhu Lin seized the moment. I am also riding on my grandfather's coattails. Professor G seems to need help deciphering some new materials urgently, and I remember you're also interested in this field, right? How about joining me at Oracle? Your national exam results are so impressive. Your benefits will definitely surpass mine. I think I'll pass. Su waved his hand to decline. He couldn't share his circumstances with the fat guy. You do well in Yinjing, you know me. I don't like being too far from home. So I want to go. All right. Zhu Lin did not press further, letting out a sigh of regret. Throughout their 4 years of university, he had grown closest to Su, hoping to work alongside his good friend, but it seemed that wouldn't be possible. After chatting with Zhu Lin, Susu tidied up a bit and realized it was already afternoon. Rent near the university town was not cheap, but fortunately he still had a few thousand yuan, so he wasn't overly concerned. The only issue was that he hadn't heard from Lin Qingshi yet, and his rental agreement was nearing expiration. Perhaps I should wait a bit longer. If it doesn't work out, I'll have to speak to the landlord about a daily rate. Renewing the lease doesn't seem worthwhile. Susu mused quietly, pulling out his phone to scroll through the chat app. Lin Qingshi had indeed not messaged him. However, the class group chat had exploded to 999 notifications. These guys can really chat, Susu thought. It made sense given the graduation season. Everyone was job hunting. Perhaps this was the final hurrah. It would be odd not to chat at such a time, and once they truly entered the workforce, this fervor would gradually fade. He couldn't play the savior game yet. Susu lay on his bed, feeling a bit bored, and decided to check the group chat to see what everyone was discussing. Zhengyang, I tell you, this society is all about connections, you know? The national exam is one thing, but resources and networks are what truly matter. Speaking of which, I must thank my brother Song. It's thanks to him that I could join the national police. Songwei, just a small favor, we're all classmates here. Tian Xiaotian. Songwei, brother Song, your connections are so solid. Could you help me find a job? Class monitor He Shulan. Songwei, I envy Zhenyang so much. Let us gather sometime. Messages rolled in the group. Susu took a while to comprehend. It seemed that the wealthy second-generation Song Wei was showing off with his entourage in the group. Susu knew Zheng Yang, who was the top lackey of Song Wei, usually trailing behind him. He had heard that he also took the national exam, but his results were average. From the group chat, it seemed that Song Wei had used his connections to secure a position for Zheng Yang in the police department. No wonder everyone was so excited. A position in the national police was not easily obtained. Susu felt disinterested and casually exited the chat group. He had no desire to flatter these people. Tian Xiaotian, Zhengyang, where are you stationed? Have you started working yet? Zhengyang, of course. In Xinjiang City, not far from Yicheng. Yesterday was my first day. Class monitor He Shulan. Wow. Impressive. Tell us, is working at the police station easy? Is it as imposing as it sounds? Zhengyang, cough. Not really, I'm just in basic reception. But don't underestimate me, it's quite exhausting. For instance, today, I dealt with a madman. He was quite the character. Tian Xiaotian, a madman. Class monitor He Shulan, staring. JPG. Zhengyang. Indeed, that person was quite foolish, insisting that he couldn't and oppose to find his way home. When I inquired about his residence, he mentioned a place called Binsheng. After searching for quite some time, I found that there is no place named Binsheng in our great Xia. Zhengyang, would you not consider such a person to be mad? Tian Xiaotian, yes. That is indeed rather strange. Class monitor He Shulan, alas, it seems that grassroots work is quite challenging as well. Chapter 14. Lin Qingshi requests milk tea the following day, July 5th, early morning. Refreshing. Waking up naturally, Susu instinctively opened his phone to log into the Savior game. Chapter 1, Level 2, Beast Tide, Dungeon, time until activation. 4 days, 8 hours, 13 minutes. Small workshops are indeed unreliable. Waiting several days for the second level of a game is absurd. Susu couldn't help but scoff. This game is addicting. But seriously, it's only Chapter 1, Level 2, and they're already making us wait. He found it hard not to curse. Yet he couldn't bring himself to uninstall it. He was quite curious about what the second level entailed. Ding dong. Lin Qingshi. Lazybug, wake up quickly. JPG. Susu's eyes lit up. This is as Lin Qingshi managed to get things sorted. Straightening his posture, he thought for a moment and decided to send a meme in response. Susu, this handsome guy is awake. JPG. Lin Qingshi exclaimed, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Oh, senior brother, your meme game is quite rich. I've never seen you so lively. Could it be you possess a hidden flirtatious side? Susu was left speechless. Such words do not suit a lady. Lin Qingshi smirked. I've never claimed to be a lady. I'm just a girl from modest beginnings. Susu raised his hands in surrender, helplessly thinking, if the classmates knew this, they would surely be taken aback. The illustrious university goddess, privately calling herself a girl from modest beginnings afterward. He sent a surrender meme. Lin Qingshe replied with a rolling on the floor laughing emoji. Ah, senior brother, you're too amusing. All right, let us get down to business. Your application has been approved. So, when are we redeeming that milk tea? Susu exclaimed in delight. Really? Lin Qingshe, with a hand on her chest of course. Just look at who is making the arrangements. Susu chuckled and responded with a touch of gratitude. Oh, great Lin, your humble servant is at your service. Just name the place for the milk tea, and I shall ensure I arrive promptly. At the Tianlan Riverbank Villa, Lin Qingshe lay on her bed, her dimples peeking through and a twinkle of mischief dancing in her eyes. Let us go to the UT at the school gate. 3 p.m. sharp. Don't be late. The other party was typing ding-dong. Susu understood. In the afternoon, at UT, the milk tea shop saw a decline in business during the summer vacation. Susu arrived 10 minutes early, casually selecting a window seat inside. He ordered 2 signature taro milk caps, sipping as he occasionally glanced toward the entrance. Before long, a familiar figure came into view. Lin Qingshe was adorned in a light blue floral dress, the hem swaying gently with her movements. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, slightly curled at the ends, embodying a fresh and sweet allure. As the door swung open, the bell chimed melodiously. Upon spotting the taro milk cap on the table, Lin Qingshe's eyes sparkled, and her lips revealed her adorable little canines. Senior brother, sorry to keep you waiting. I just arrived too. Please have a seat. Susu waved with a smile. Although Lin Qingshe was the goddess of their school, she never exhibited an aloof demeanor. On the contrary, she was quite talkative and could strike up a conversation with anyone. This trait often led some to mistakenly believe she held romantic interest in them. But in reality, Lin Qingshe was simply adept at navigating social interactions due to her upbringing. Susu, with his experiences from 2 lifetimes, harbored no such delusions, so he naturally transitioned to serious matters. What do you have there? This is for you. Lin Qingshe pushed a neatly organized folder across the table, leaning in slightly, a fragrance unique to young women wafting into Susu and Appo's senses. Unaware, she lowered her voice. Senior brother, these are the interview materials I've compiled over the past few days. Take them home and study them thoroughly. You'll definitely pass. All right, let me take a look. Susu felt his heart race slightly, maintaining an outward calm. He opened the folder to find a brief introduction to the traceability project and its organizational structure, including its mission and objectives. The critical interview content had been marked in red ink. The neat handwriting beside, it was unmistakably Lin Qingshe's. Susu felt a tickle in his nose. Daring not to look up, he mumbled, has the traceability project been established at a location? Lin Qingshe tilted her head in thought, resting her chin on her hand. Yes, it's been renamed the Traceability Bureau, located near the old government building in Yicheng. The previous government has relocated, and the venue is being renovated. Construction has commenced these past few days. We should be interviewing there. We? Yes, I'm also interviewing. Lin Qingshe casually twirled a strand of hair. It felt as if she were stirring Susu's heart, causing his ears to redden involuntarily. The atmosphere grew oddly quiet. Lin Qingshe looked up, puzzled, only to find Susu suddenly avoiding her gaze. Ahem, you sit tight. I need to use the restroom. Oh. Lin Qingshe nodded obediently, sensing something peculiar about senior brother today, but she didn't dwell on it. 5 minutes later, Susu returned to his seat, his expression calm. What were we discussing? We were on the topic of the location. Right, the location. Susu subtly leaned back. You mentioned the subsequent interviews would be held at the old government building. Do we have specifics on the time and process? Lin Qingshe smacked her forehead. Oh no, I almost forgot. She leaned closer to Susu, quickly rifling through the documents on the table. Finally spotting a particular sheet, she let out a sigh of relief, her smile brightening once more. Thank goodness I included it. Lin Qingshe pointed to the paper with her youthful fingers, revealing her little canines as she grinned. Senior brother, look, this is the process sheet I printed for you. I've also given you the hidden application code. You should fill out online first. Once that's done, it's time to review the interview content. We have 3 rounds. The first is a basic theoretical assessment, focusing mainly on historical and cultural analysis, and I've provided sample questions for you to review. The second part will involve the professors presenting actual historical documents, The specifics are unknown, but I can inform you of the general directions, historical gaps, human origins, and the spread of civilization, among others. The third part, senior brother, are you listening? Lin Qingshi tilted her head in confusion. Then she noticed Su was barely holding it together. Please don't lean so close. Their eyes locked in surprise. The atmosphere at the milk tea shop grew subtly intimate. Wait a second. Su exclaimed, flustered. Lin Qingshi burst into laughter, bending over, pointing at Su's ears. Senior brother, your ears are red. Su, please don't expose me. Chapter 015. Team 5 of the Security Bureau. The king of solo combat, Su was thoroughly defeated. To be precise, he had no ability to resist. Who said that girls would inevitably feel shy in such situations? Lin Qingshi certainly did not. Indeed, when a girl takes the initiative, the innocent young man is utterly helpless. The novels are deceiving, and this young lady is nothing short of tomboy, or rather, a girl of lowly stature. Since noticing the flush on Su's ears, she intentionally teased him throughout the latter half of their encounter, gazing at him with a mischievous glint in her eyes that made Su feel utterly torn between sitting and standing, ultimately retreating in defeat. Ding dong. Lin Qingshi. Today's milk tea is exceptionally delightful. Su, gritting his teeth. Woman, I advise you not to play with fire. Lin Qingshi. I shall play, ha ha ha. Driving you mad. Su gritted his teeth in frustration. How infuriating. He was utterly powerless against her. Returning to his rented room in a huff, Su threw himself onto his bed, feeling utterly humiliated. In 2 lifetimes, he had never been teased by a girl of such low stature, though she was undeniably beautiful. That was hardly a justification. An adult deer, with weary eyes and a cigarette in hand, gazed sorrowfully at a 45-degree angle. Brother, I will crash one last time. Just hold on tight. Su, expressionless. I can't hold on. His gaze fell upon a light blue folder on the table, and he abruptly sat up. Seclusion. It was imperative to enter seclusion. Abstaining from feminine charms must begin with him. Su resolutely decided to cease all contact with Lin Qingshi for the next few days. The urgent matter at hand was to prepare for the interview assessment at the Source Bureau. Indeed, that was the plan. Su flipped over and grabbed his phone, typing furiously. Dear Lin Qingshi, your friend Su has entered seclusion. Please do not disturb, do not contact, do not inquire, and promptly forget today's events. Should you dare mention it again, I will take immediate action. Meanwhile, Lin Qingshi had just returned home when she saw Su's message. Her exquisite eyes sparkled as her lashes fluttered, and the radiant smile at the corners of her eyes was impossible to conceal. She picked up her phone and cleared her throat, opting for a voice message instead of typing. Lin Qingshi coughed lightly, her expression serious. Lin Qingshi acknowledges receipt. Please study diligently, Su. Over. Su. And that encapsulated the entirety of the monstrous incident at Central Park in Benhai City. At the Dragon Kingdom Command Center, Lu Muqing solemnly concluded her final report. If anyone has questions, please feel free to ask. The conference room fell into silence. The dim projector whirring quietly, shadows obscuring several figures, only the sound of a measured voice breaking the stillness. Can we trace the identity of that individual through the net? Chu Tong shook his head. We cannot ascertain. The possibility of disguise cannot be ruled out. A soft gasp rippled through the room at this revelation. In the darkness, someone turned to Lu Muqing. Ming Xiao, you were the first to encounter that individual. What do you believe they are? A modified being? Or perhaps a legendary superhuman? I am uncertain, but I feel that they're likely not a modified being. The life detection instruments indicate that their physiological structure is identical to ours, albeit with immense power. Lu Muqing hesitated for a moment before slowly stating, a kind of power we have never encountered before. The discussion appeared to stall. Gu Beichen gently tapped the table, speaking slowly. Everyone, the matter of the individual is relatively simple. Since they are engaged in eliminating monsters, let us provisionally consider them neutral and benevolent, and we can send someone to engage with them at their next appearance. The pressing issue at hand is the monsters and abnormal occurrences within Central Park. Public opinion in our country has erupted. with countless individuals discussing the events in Binhai City online. Although the net has dispatched personnel to manage the situation, the disturbance caused by this incident far exceeds any previous occurrences. Control is not a solution. Finding a resolution is of utmost importance. Gu Beichen's words resonated with authority. Lu Muqing inhaled deeply, addressing the foremost figure. You are correct, Mr. Gu. The sinkhole in Central Park continues to collapse, and the detector lost signal at a depth of 125 meters. I suspect there may be something within. Gu Beichen inquired gravely. Can we ascertain how many monsters remain inside? Lu Muqing shook her head. It is indeterminate. The curtain-like mobile apparatus can enter, but our attempts have yielded no signals in return, hindering further observation Unless what? Lu Muqing clenched her teeth, her pace quickening. Unless we enter. The 125 meters is the limit for the detector, but it is not the limit for the mobile curtain. We have tested 12 methods for subterranean detection, and the most reliable is to envelop the detector with a mobile curtain and manually descend into the sinkhole to insert the detection coordinates. 3. Lu Muqing tightened her fist, declaring, I only need 3 detection coordinates. In 15 seconds, I can establish a miniature base station beneath the sinkhole, enabling us to monitor all life forms within a 1,000-meter radius. This prompted the third team, Ming Xiao, to pledge a military order on the spot, and the gathered individuals naturally had no doubts regarding Lu Muqing's words. Xiongnan pondered for a lengthy moment before speaking. I shall descend. The task of establishing contact is customary. Lu Muqing shook her head. The installation of miniature coordinates requires technical expertise, and currently, only Chu Tong and I can perform this. However, the establishment of the base station necessitates Chu Tong's assistance. Thus, I must take the lead. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted. As the captain of the Security Bureau's special team, Lu Muqing was not lacking in close combat abilities. Yet venturing into what could likely be the monster's den without caution was akin to delivering oneself to danger. A soft chuckle echoed in the darkness. Fong Su leaned slightly forward, placing a glimmering short blade on the conference table, smiling. Ultimately, we merely lack someone to pave the way. This task shall be undertaken by us, the wandering soldiers. Fong Su, the captain of the Security Bureau's 5th Special Team, codenamed Wandering Soldier. Agile Combat, Cruz Carte Combat. The Lord of Cold Weaponry, particularly adept in assassination, route clearing, and infiltration. If Xiongnan excels in firepower coverage, then Wandering Soldier Fong Su is indeed the king of solo combat. Gu Beichen contemplated for a prolonged moment before slowly concluding. Then it shall be decided thus. Wandering Soldier will pave the way, Xiongnan will provide support, the net will assist, and Ming Xiao shall execute the mission. We must ascertain the situation within the sinkhole. This task is formidable, so everyone must exercise caution. Yes, Lu Muqing, Chu Tong, Xiongnan, and Fong Su immediately responded in unison. The conference room door swung open. A researcher hurriedly approached Gu Beichen, holding a document, and spoke solemnly. Commander Gu, the results of the monster dissection have arrived, and we have made significant discoveries. This is the summary report along with several hypotheses. It is of great importance, and you may need to review it personally. Gu Beichen furrowed his brow in silence, silently accepting the document from the researcher's hand. Minutes later, Gu Beichen and Appo's body, concealed in the shadows, trembled slightly. With a resounding thud, he tossed the document onto the table, abruptly raising his head to fix a piercing gaze upon the researcher, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. Are you certain that all of this is genuine? Indeed, the existence of the fruit within the monster's body is verifiable. We wouldn't jest about such a matter. The researcher's voice trembled, admitting their astonishment upon dissecting the creature. The findings defied their comprehension. Gu Beichen remained silent as the researcher cautiously inserted a USB drive into the computer. A series of images and research data were projected, capturing the attention of everyone in the conference room. The images depicted a 7 or 8 meter tall monster, dismembered with its abdomen opened. Its internal organs were withered, and vibrant crimson vines extended from its lungs, undulating like veins. These vines converged and intertwined, culminating in a sapling the size of an infant's arm, sprouting from the heart. A dragon-eye-sized fruit, vividly red, dangled from the sapling's apex. The researcher hesitated, based on the extent of decay in the monster's body. We hypothesized that the sapling didn't end amp, oppose, T always exist within it. Rather, it began to take root and sprout after the creature into amp, oppose, demise, drawing sustenance from its flesh. To achieve this, two possibilities exist. First, the monster itself possesses this extraordinary ability, previously undocumented in our evolutionary history. However, this has been ruled out as it defies reason and biological principles. The conference room fell silent as everyone listened intently. The researcher swallowed nervously. The second possibility is that the seed was introduced externally, perhaps during the monster's early stages, through unconventional means. If so, the researcher trailed off, but the gravity of the situation was clear to everyone present. Gu Beichen's expression darkened ominously. If so, he thought, the Central Park incident isn't an isolated event, but a deliberate act. A formidable and unseen force is likely manipulating these events. Team Leader Gu, what should we do now? Xiongnan asked in a low voice. Impatient and impulsive, he was eager to take action. The problem was that the conspiracy was already apparent, but they were still unaware of the enemy's identity. Chu Tong pondered, could this be related to that man? The implication was clear. The conference room buzzed with hushed discussions as the mysterious figure, previously considered a neutral and benevolent entity, faced scrutiny. Conspiracy theories emerged, attempting to explain the situation. Amidst the cacophony, Lu Muqing opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Her instincts as a sentinel suggested that the man was unlikely to be involved in any conspiracy, but it was merely a hunch without concrete evidence. Enough. Gu Beichun interrupted, frowning. He turned to the researcher. Any further discoveries? Yes. The researcher nodded. We found some mysterious within the dissected monster. Regrettably, we didn't notice them initially, and most were destroyed by the cutting machine, making complete restoration impossible. However, we managed to piece together the undamaged portions and compare them, eventually reconstructing some of them. The researcher hesitated. The combined patterns resemble a cultivation technique for harnessing mystical power. Gu Beichan was taken aback. Fang Su scoffed disbelievingly. Are you sure you and Oppos? Were you not mistaken? A cultivation technique from a novel? Inside a monster? That and Oppos, as correct. The researcher and Oppos' expression remained unchanged, showing no signs of jest. Team Leader Fang, we identified several meridian nodes based on the pattern's flow and conducted experiments on mice using electrical currents. Guess what happened? Fang Su and Oppos' expression stiffened. What happened? The researcher inhaled deeply. After the electrical current passed through these nodes in the mice, their body size noticeably increased, and their strength and speed were greatly enhanced. The researcher produced a 3 mm thick metal baffle to show everyone. This was used to isolate the mice, but now it's been pierced through. The conference room attendees stared wide-eyed. Fang Su was incredulous. No way, really? The irregular, fist-sized hole in the metal baffle was undeniable, and the researcher had no reason to deceive them. Yet, the matter seemed too fantastical to be believed. A cultivation technique inside a monster in Oppos' body? Are you sure you and Oppos? Were you not joking? Gu Beichun took a deep breath to compose himself. Any other findings? That and Oppos. That's all, the researcher replied, shaking his head. Thank you. We understand. You may return to your work. After the researcher left, Gu Beichun surveyed the conference room and sighed. The situation is complex, but we must address it step by step. The current objective remains unchanged, to investigate the monsters within the sinkhole. However, we need to add a new objective. Xiongnan, take the latest electronic pulse gun with you. If possible, bring back an intact monster, dead or alive, but make every effort to keep it whole. Gu Beichen instructed. Yes. As for the fruit and the mysterious, we in Oppos, LL address them after this mission. Since the Institute has confirmed their effectiveness, we can't ignore them entirely. Gu Beichun frowned, sensing that the upcoming events would likely be far from simple. Time flies, and the days without pretense passed swiftly. Several days later, Closure complete. Susu stretched languidly, finally finished. After days of seclusion, he felt his head had grown in size. He had thought graduation marked the end of his studies, but he found himself reliving the feeling of his senior year of high school. Lin Qingshi's materials were comprehensive, including 158 key points for excavating ancient civilization ruins, possible civilizations extrapolated from historical trends and writing systems, and even far-fetched speculations about fragmented history, extending to alien invasions. Susu felt like he was forcing himself to memorize everything. What is all this? He wondered. Indeed, those who study history have wild imaginations, making assumptions based on tenuous evidence, right? Crap, it's July 9th. Fortunately, the online application has already been submitted. That scared me. Susu's alarm was understandable. He had been so engrossed in his studies that he had spent almost all his time reading, even sacrificing bathroom breaks and sleep. He was completely immersed in the sea of knowledge and nearly drowned. Looking at the calendar on his desk, Susu suddenly recalled something and jumped up from his chair. July 9th. Crap. My game. Chapter 017. Are you that weirdo? First chapter, second level, Beast Tide, Dungeon, opening in 23 hours and 28 minutes. Less than a day remains. Susu felt a surge of excitement. Finally, he could play. The alluring game had captivated his thoughts these past few days, with its outrageous content from a small studio, but it was undeniably entertaining. Since he began playing this so-called savior game, the mundane upgrade games from the outside world no longer held any appeal for him. His taste had been spoiled. Which game offers such high freedom, is not only enjoyable, but also does not require excessive spending? Ding dong. A message notification chimed on his phone. Lin Qingshi, knocking furiously at the door. JPG, senior brother? Susu was taken aback and quickly typed a response. What's the matter? Lin Qingshi, hands on hips, fuming. Humph. Did you forget something important, senior brother? Important matter. Susu scratched his head, unsure. Lin Qingshi, sighing, Professor Pan Lingling's flight arrives in Yicheng tonight. The first round of interviews will take place tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock at the old government building. Senior brother, are you sure you remember? Susu's expression froze. Of course. Well, he had indeed forgotten. Time had flown by too quickly. Was it already time for the interview? Lin Qingshi probably anticipated that he would forget, which was why she texted him. Susu chuckled to mask his embarrassment and quickly typed. Thanks for the reminder. Don't worry, I'll be there on time tomorrow morning. Absolutely no tardiness. Lin Qingshi. JPG now, that sounds more like it. As they ended the conversation, Susu began to contemplate the upcoming interview while organizing the documents on his desk. He recalled Lin Qingshi mentioning that the interview process at the Bureau of Retrospection consisted of 3 rounds, with the first being a theoretical knowledge assessment, which was scheduled for tomorrow. This would primarily evaluate the candidate's understanding of current world history, and Susu was particularly worried about this. Although his major in university was social resource allocation, he had also minored in history, and his curiosity about this world had led him to delve into historical studies for some time. He felt confident in his foundational knowledge. What truly concerned him were the latter 2 rounds of the interview. The Bureau of Retrospection was not the same as exam-based learning. They wouldn't engage in any formalistic practices. It was highly likely that real historical materials would be presented, requiring not only solid fundamentals, but also analytical and practical skills. Susu rubbed his forehead. He decided to take it as it came. He would deal with it tomorrow. The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, Susu made a point of rising early. After ensuring his outfit was appropriate in front of the mirror, he went downstairs and hailed a car to the northern city where the old government building was located. At 9:12 a.m., the vehicle came to a slow halt. As soon as Susu stepped out, he heard a bright, cheerful voice. Senior brother, over here. In front of the old government building, small clusters of young people had gathered. Some were dressed in formal attire. Others paced nervously, while some clutched stacks of documents, whispering their notes to themselves. At Lin Qingshi's shout, they instinctively turned their gazes towards her. Upon seeing Lin Qingshi stride towards Susu, her slender, fair arms wrapping around his waist, expressions of envy and jealousy spread across the faces of the onlookers. Damn, this guy seems so ordinary. Although he was a tad handsome, His attire suggested he wasn't T from a wealthy background. Has the goddess taken a liking to this kind of nurturing? Facing the envious stares of the crowd, Susu turned to Lin Qingshi, bemused. Hey, that essay bit much. I'm not ancient. I don't need your support. Just look at them. Lin Qingshi, with dimples showing, smiled brightly. You're so full of yourself. This is a welcoming gesture. I'm not constantly supporting you. Susu's lips twitched. Well, I truly appreciate it then. Hello, are you Susu? Nice to meet you. I'm Xie Xinqing. A gentle voice caught Susu's attention. He turned to find a man in a black robe smiling at him. Ah, you. Hello. Susu's mind raced. He confirmed that he didn't know the person before him, but the name Xie Xinqing sounded somewhat familiar, though he couldn't quite place where he had heard it. Is there something you need? Susu asked, puzzled. Lin Qingshi burst into laughter beside him. Old Xie, looks like someone forgot you. How does it feel to lose a bet? Xie Xinqing sighed in resignation. Fine, I admit it, I lost. Susu was utterly confused. What are you two talking about? Lin Qingshi chuckled silently, while Xie Xinqing looked at Susu with a hint of exasperation. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Xie Xinqing. First in a national exam from Yicheng. Susu smacked his forehead. Oh wow, I remember now. You were the one who scored 497. 88, right? Xie Xinqing. Ha ha. Lin Qingshi could no longer contain her laughter, doubling over as tears streamed down her face. She grabbed Susu's arm, still laughing heartily. Senior brother, you are just too hilarious. Do you know my first words to old Xie were when I met him? Ha ha. They were exactly the same as yours. Not a word off. Xie Xinqing put a hand to his forehead. You two have had your fun. After finally regaining her composure, Lin Qingshi wiped away the tears of laughter. All right, senior brother, let me tell you about Xie Xinqing. He hails from Yinjing, and his father knows mine. They are strictly speaking family friends. This guy developed abroad for years, only returning to the country this year. But don't let his refined appearance fool you. He has a penchant for showing off, as if he would suffocate if he didn't Lin Qingshi's expression was one of gossip, and Xie Xinqing nearly broke his composure at her portrayal. Xie Xinqing gritted his teeth. Lin Qingshi, your friendship boat has already sunk. Lin Qingshi rolled her eyes dramatically. Who needs your friendship boat? Susu felt a bit awkward and quickly interjected. I'm sorry, I'm just not very observant. Xie Xinqing, right? It's nice to meet you. Are you here for the interview as well? At this time, anyone at the old government building was likely a candidate for the interview. Xie Xinqing nodded, revealing no secrets. Yes, we'll be competitors shortly, though it's possible we might end up colleagues in the future. This guy seems very confident. Susu thought to himself. Lin Qingshi winked at Susu. What did I tell you? I told you this guy loves to show off, right? Susu nodded in agreement. Indeed. At the entrance of the old government building, a young man in professional attire stepped out and called out to the crowd. All candidates for the interview may enter the venue. Upon entering, all communication devices must be submitted, and they will be returned after the examination concludes. Susu, it's time for the interview. Shall we? Sure. Xie Xinqing followed closely behind the two. After submitting their electronic devices and passing through a security check, a staff member dressed in office attire led them to a spacious conference room. The staff member smiled. This is your examination venue. The first round of assessments at the Bureau of Retrospection is a written test, with 1 hour allocated for answering. Once completed, the papers will be graded immediately, and those who pass will proceed to the second round of interviews. Chapter 018, The Incident of the Sunken Ghost Island. Su was taken aback by the announcement. The first round of examinations had concluded, and they were immediately proceeding to the second round? The young clerk smiled and nodded, affirming, indeed, Professor Pan stated that this would save everyone's time. Susu realized this arrangement was quite favorable. Are there any further inquiries? The clerk asked. If not, I shall attend to the other candidates. No more questions. You may carry on. Susu hastily gestured. After the clerk departed, the three of them casually found a place to sit. The clock on the wall indicated it was 9:55, leaving just 5 minutes before the official start of the examination. Susu organized his materials and began contemplating the impending test. Lin Qingshi leaned slightly closer, her petite head nearing Susu's side, whispering, Senior brother, you have reviewed the key points I compiled for you, haven't you? Rest assured, all is well. Su Su replied earnestly, nodding. The materials provided by Lin Qingshi were comprehensive. If he were to fail now, it would be inexcusable. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man entered the conference room carrying a stack of documents, cheerfully exclaiming, "Ah, this examination room is filled with elites. Both the top candidates from I Ching are present, along with the Lin family." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Qingshi below shot him a series of frantic glances. The man paused, then cast a meaningful look at Lin Qingshi, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Su Su, however, was oblivious to Lin Qingshi's expressions, his mind racing to recall the knowledge points from the past few days, while Xie Xinchen smiled nonchalantly, embodying the wisdom of silence. The examination papers were distributed. After a brief introduction to the examination protocols, the middle-aged man turned and exited. There was no need for invigilators. Such government examinations would undoubtedly be equipped with hidden cameras, monitored by dedicated personnel in the background, rendering physical presence unnecessary. The conference room fell into a hushed silence, punctuated only by the sound of pens scratching against paper. Unlike traditional national examinations that operated on a score-based system, this assessment primarily aimed to serve the interview process. Su Su glanced through the contents of the paper, noting that most questions lacked fixed answers. Rather, they afforded a significant degree of freedom, primarily testing the respondent's understanding of certain historical issues. One question caught Su Su's eye. Please engage in divergent thinking and boldly hypothesize about the sunken Ghost Island incident discovered in 2061, assuming its authenticity. The sunken Ghost Island incident. Su Su furrowed his brow, trying to recall the brief mention of this event in history books. Yet Lin Qingshi's materials contained a far more detailed account. The gist was that in 2061, or 27 years prior, during routine deep-sea exploration, a colossal object unexpectedly appeared on the scanning device directly beneath them. Initially, the ship and damp, Oppo's, as captain suspected a malfunction, for the size of the object was astonishing, nearly filling the entirety of the scanner and damp, Oppo's, S-range. It was worth noting that the scanner employed a dispersive scanning method, expanding its range as it descended. Even a blue whale, several hundred meters long, would merely appear as a dot. Yet in this instance, the entire scanner was occupied, revealing a massive structure at a depth of 15,000 meters, an object at least several hundred kilometers in length. The crew was left dumbfounded. Upon confirming that the scanner was indeed functioning correctly, the captain decisively ordered an investigation, yielding an astonishing discovery. What they had scanned was not a biological entity, but rather an unprecedented landmass, or more accurately, a city. Within this submerged city, sailors uncovered signs of habitation, structures resembling houses, cooking facilities, and an array of household items. Even more bizarrely, every household possessed ritual items that modern humans would find obsolete, each inscribed with the image of a towering tree. Its branches were laden with an abundance of fruits. Through the sailors' subsequent recollections, they noted that the walls were adorned with carvings depicting countless individuals prostrating beneath this great tree, offering their finest tributes in hopes of receiving blessings from the divine tree. Subsequent records indicated that those who consumed the fruits of the divine tree gained extraordinary powers, with many exhibiting various degrees of mutation. It seemed that the mere act of consuming the fruit bestowed supernatural abilities. Consequently, their devotion intensified, seeking one day to vanquish the phantoms of their enemies as portrayed in the murals. Indeed, if this civilization truly existed within the annals of history, they must have had foes, and according to their accounts, these adversaries were extraordinarily formidable, requiring the full might of their kin to stand a chance against them. This perplexed historians who unearthed this new civilization. By their logic, if everything had indeed transpired, those who partook of the fruits should have been immensely powerful. Yet, the murals clearly depicted individuals sprouting wings and wielding the power to summon lightning after consuming the fruits. What sort of enemy could instill such fear in them? This contradiction was baffling. It was akin to possessing nuclear weapons yet fearing some other species. It was simply inconceivable, for nuclear weapons symbolized the capacity to overturn the status quo. If those nuclear weapons were ineffective, why then did they revere the divine tree, believing it could offer them hope? This contradiction lay at the heart of the matter. Puzzled, Susu felt an odd sensation arise within him. He remained silent, continuing to delve deeper into the text. The subsequent events revealed that once news reached the homeland, more experts prepared for a second exploration, yet the island inexplicably vanished. This was the most enigmatic aspect of the incident. An island comparable to a continent could not simply drift with the tides. However, the reality was that despite the coordinates being accurate, the island had indeed disappeared, as if everything had been an illusion conjured by the sailors. In the following 2 decades, numerous countries embarked on voyages in pursuit of this mystery, yet all returned empty-handed. Gradually, many began to suspect that the island had never existed, attributing the sailors' accounts to fatigue-induced hallucinations. Nevertheless, some remained steadfast in their beliefs, arguing that the detailed records unearthed were too coherent and that uneducated sailors could not possibly articulate such complex narratives. In summary, the academic community treated the matter with the utmost discretion. Susu had not anticipated that the first question of his interview with the Origins Bureau would revolve around this topic. The crux of the matter lay in the Bureau's implicit stance. It appeared that the Great Xia was quite certain the history of the sunken ghost island had indeed transpired. What endowed Great Xia with such certainty? Susu murmured softly to himself. Chapter 019. Susu's answer with a gentle flourish. Susu inscribed his answers upon the examination paper, assuming this civilization truly existed at some juncture in history, then based on my conjecture. He wrote slowly, each sentence emerging as his mind raced with thoughts. He refrained from mocking the questioner. For Susu was acutely aware that his very existence was perhaps the most illogical phenomenon in this world. If time travel were possible, then the emergence of supernatural forces would not be so extraordinary. From this perspective, Susu found himself in a rather grave mood. He pondered a question. Could the adversaries depicted in this civilization and Oppos as sacrificial murals indeed be real? Unlike the common belief in extraterrestrial civilizations, Susu harbored a bold hypothesis. The existence of this civilization was fundamentally unjustifiable. The concept of faith is exceedingly ephemeral, drawing from historical biographies of past epochs. It is evident that feudal superstitions were often contrived by the ruling class to fortify their own interests, ultimately deceiving the populace. If that is the case, then why not venture even further? If feudal superstitions could mislead the masses, could a singular belief not also deceive an entire civilization? Does such an enemy truly exist? Perhaps not. However, this does not imply that the enemy is non-existent. Rather, it exists in a form that is inconceivable to this society. Admittedly, this notion may sound convoluted. Yet Susu's contemplation is this. The enemy does exist, but it is not an alien species. Instead, the entity that disseminated the idea of an enemy to this civilization is, in fact, the true adversary. The one capable of instilling unwavering belief within a civilization seems to be but one. The divine tree, a civilization nurtured by the divine tree, an unfounded and proven enemy, a sunken, forsaken continent. At this moment, Susu and Oppos' thoughts coalesced into a closed loop, and he swiftly penned his conclusions. Based on my conjecture, this civilization was likely under the control of the divine tree from the outset. The emergence of civilization must be accompanied by discovery, and someone must have been restraining this power. He completed several thousand words with fervor. Susu paused, feeling a sense of fulfillment. Not bad. That should suffice. He turned to the next question. Time slipped by, and soon the first round of examinations concluded. The middle-aged man reappeared, cheerfully collecting the papers from the trio. Upon glimpsing Susu's extensive discourse regarding the sunken ghost islands, he momentarily faltered. However, the man said nothing, his gaze subtly shifting as he turned and departed with the papers. With the middle-aged man gone, Lin Qingshi visibly exhaled in relief, her small face scrunching up in complaint. What is this? I thought we were being tested on historical knowledge, but it turns out we were expected to provide our own interpretations based on historical facts. There are no standard answers, and our scores will depend entirely on their judgment. This is utterly unfair. Xia Xinqing smiled warmly, shaking his head. This is In fact, the most equitable approach. Do not forget that while we are answering questions, we are fundamentally participating in an interview. It and oppos, as akin to an interviewer presenting questions on paper, allowing ample time for each individual to respond. Does this perspective not enlighten you? Oomph. Lin Qingshi sulked. She understood the rationale, but remained discontented. The uncertainty was overwhelming. Had the examination focused solely on factual knowledge, she would have been confident in Su and Oppo's performance. However, when it came to thought processes and interpretations, no one could guarantee alignment with the examiner's expectations. With a twinkle in her eye, she approached Su, hands clasped behind her back, and cheerfully inquired, "Senior brother, how did you fare? Civilizations may be cultivated, but what of thought? How does one control thought?" Su furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, murmuring to himself. He remained engrossed in the earlier question, yet unlike the earlier flow of ideas, a sudden tension gripped him. He realized he had seemingly overlooked a crucial issue. "Professor Pan, this concludes the entirety of the examination papers." The middle-aged man placed a stack of papers on the table, cheerfully sipping from his thermos. "These young people today are remarkable. Some of the insights they express are beyond my imagination." Pan Lingling smiled. "Old Chong, have you discovered some promising talents?" Chong Lei, a professor of history at Yan'an University, was here at the behest of the Source Exploration Bureau, with Pan Lingling leading the charge. Beyond some financial backing, Chong Lei represented the will of the state and was primarily responsible for assisting Pan Lingling in her work. "Well, sort of." Chong Lei sighed, extracting a paper from a stack to present to Pan Lingling. "Take a look at this one. I cannot fathom what these young minds are contemplating. How should one describe this child and Oppo's insights?" Chong Lei found it difficult to find an appropriate descriptor. It felt as if the respondent were not a passionate youth, but rather a composed, even exceedingly calm adult. The answers were steeped in conspiracy, yet undeniably imaginative. Su, Pan Lingling and Oppo's interest piqued as she donned her glasses to scrutinize the paper. Curiosity stirred within her. What surprises could a boy favored by her niece offer? However, as she delved deeper into the text, her expression grew increasingly solemn. This child and Oppo's insights were remarkably astute. Such wisdom was not typical of his age. Pan Lingling was genuinely taken aback. Su's answers traversed the realms of sociology, feudal superstitions, and human nature analysis, ultimately elevating the discussion to notions of civilization control and absolute conspiracy theory. His perspective was refreshingly unique, eschewing conventional tribal considerations and instead adopting the mindset of, if I were the enemy, what decisions would I make to shape this civilization, and what would my objectives be? Impressive, isn't it? Chong Lei inhaled deeply. While walking here, I caught a glimpse of the papers and was equally astonished. Today's youth are truly exceptional, reminiscent of a certain someone from the past. He refrained from naming names, knowing that Pan Lingling would understand his implication. Yet, he felt the youth was still too inexperienced. A critical flaw lingered in his logic. Pan Lingling slowly set aside Su and Oppo's paper, her demeanor composed. He is correct. Civilizations can indeed be shaped. But let us not forget that thoughts cannot be molded. The power of belief emanates from inner conviction. Weakness in youth may not signify a problem, yet within a civilization, it presents grave issues. Strength can transcend constraints. Those who have consumed the fruits of the divine tree can already be deemed gods, yet they continue to believe, still venerating the divine tree. This is not a matter easily explained by simplistic conspiracy theories. Chong Lei nodded, placing his teacup down. "I comprehend your meaning. For those powerful beings to retain their faith, there must have been events in that era that we remain unaware of. Perhaps the adversaries depicted in the murals manifested, or perhaps they endured some exceedingly terrifying experiences." Pan Lingling gradually removed her glasses. Indeed, this Su underestimates the power of a civilization. Chapter 020. The exact score. I was mistaken. I overlooked a crucial question. Su suddenly lifted his head, startling Lin Qingshi and Xie Xinqing beside him. Lin Qingshi cautiously spoke. "Senior brother, what is it? What critical question have you forgotten?" Su's gaze was piercing as he looked at the two. "If that island truly harbors a civilization, who do you think their enemies are?" Lin Qingshi hesitated, responding, "Didn't it say something about external enemies? I just wrote whatever came to mind, like alien invasions or other civilizations. In the end, didn't they become extinct?" Su turned his attention to Xie Xinqing. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Xinqing seemed to grasp Su's implication. "Are you suggesting how to convince these people that the enemy truly exists? Especially those powerful beings who consume the fruits, right?" "Exactly." Susa nodded earnestly. Xie Xinqing pondered for a moment and hesitantly replied, "This doesn't seem like a problem, since their powers stem from the divine tree. If the divine tree propagates the idea of an enemy, surely these individuals would venerate it. Even if those powerful beings harbor doubts, confronted with an unending stream of new strength, they would have no choice but to revere. Unifying thought shouldn't be too difficult, should it? Is it really not difficult?" Susa murmured, softly questioning himself. "I initially thought so too, as the feudal dynasties operated this way, but let us not forget, this is a civilization. What if there are 100 such islands? 1,000? Or perhaps 10,000? How could one unify thought? Therefore, the enemy must have existed. The divine tree may not be a new entity, but could very well represent the last hope of that civilization." The murals did not lie. They never triumphed over their enemies. Lin Qingshi's eyes widened in shock, while Xie Xinqing's pupils trembled slightly. Both were taken aback by Su's soliloquy, particularly his statement about the possibility of 10,000 such islands, which opened a new perspective for them. Indeed, their preconceived notions led them to subconsciously believe it was merely a solitary island. But who could guarantee that no second island existed? Imagining the existence of 10,000 islands was almost unfathomable. How powerful must that civilization have been, and how terrifying must the enemy that ultimately led to its demise be? Xie Xinqing fell silent, casting a glance at Su, his eyes flickering as he seemed to recognize the gravity of the situation. Lin Qingshi opened her mouth, silently observing the two, but ultimately refrained from speaking. An hour later, Inwei, 67 points, assessment failed. Tianbo, 72 points, assessment failed. Xie Xinqing, 91 points, assessment passed. Proceeding to the next round. Lin Qingshi, 85 points, assessment passed. Proceeding to the next round. Hu Yin, 84 points, proceeding to the next round. The clerk reappeared, holding the assessment results, and began to announce them uniformly. Those who passed were naturally ecstatic, while the failed candidates wore dejected expressions. Everyone present understood what it meant to enter the Source Bureau. With the first round of assessments eliminated, they could only seek opportunities elsewhere. Susu, 80 points. Assessment passed, proceeding to the next round. The clerk cast a deep glance at Su before turning to announce, "All right, this concludes the complete list of results. Please, those who passed the assessment, enter the conference room and wait. You will receive the materials for the second round of assessment shortly." With that, the clerk turned and left. The relieved candidates exhaled, and those without passing scores gradually rose, leaving only about 7 or 8 people from the original 20 or so present. "Phew, thank goodness. Senior brother, your score was too close for comfort. It scared me," Lin Qingshi exclaimed, patting her chest excitedly. An 80 was the passing line. Had Susu scored even 1 point less, he would have been eliminated. Yet he managed to land precisely on the threshold of 80 points. Susu smiled wryly. It's just luck. He knew well that perhaps he had benefited from Lin Qingshi's endorsement, as the answer he submitted had glaring flaws. And it was remarkable that the examiners had granted him exactly the passing score. It was highly likely that they took Lin Qingshi's recommendation into account. Lin Qingshi, unbothered, grinned and said, "Senior brother, don't say that. Luck is also a form of strength. I believe in you. Get your all in the second round and show them your true skills." After saying this, she shot Xie Xinqing a fierce glare. Xie Xinqing. "Hey, what about my involvement in this?" Lin Qingshi glared at him menacingly. "Who told you to score so high?" Xie Xinqing. "Am I to blame for that? Do you two have to be so unreasonable?" As time passed, Su gradually calmed down amidst Lin Qingshi and Xie Xinqing's banter, no longer fixating on the ghostly islands. After all, everything was merely speculation. The truth of civilization's history had been submerged in the tides of time. Perhaps the revelation of the second island would slowly unveil the truth. Professor Pan, are you certain you want to send these materials to them as references for the second round of assessments? Chong Lei observed the materials before him with some hesitation. Isn't this a bit hasty? Chong Lei's hesitation was not without reason. These materials were still considered classified secrets of the Great Xia, though they would gradually be declassified. It would be better to provide them after these individuals pass the interview and officially join the Source Bureau. Sharing them now could pose unknown risks and issues. Pan Lingling shook her head. Old Chong, if this were 10 days ago, I would never have shared these materials with them, but the situation has changed. You should understand the true purpose of the Source Bureau. We are embarking on an endeavor that no nation would dare to imagine. This is merely an appetizer. Chong Lei paused, sensing the implications behind Pan Lingling and Amp. Oppo's words. Has there been progress? Yes. Pan Lingling set down her pen, her voice low. I received the latest news that Jiao Qihong from the Oracle Company obtained a half-undamaged volume of a catalog from an unknown source. And coincidentally, the contents of this volume align with some of the previous findings from Shishan. Do you know what this means, Old Chong? Pan Lingling took a deep breath. We might truly be on the verge of uncovering a fragment of that elusive history. Chong Lei was taken aback. In an instant, a wave of exhilaration surged from his spine to his brain, nearly overwhelming him with disbelief. He understood all too well what this entailed. The establishment of the Source Bureau was a groundbreaking initiative. Rumors circulated about excavating extraterrestrial civilization materials, but those were merely smokescreens. The true aim was singular. The Source Bureau sought to validate a historical era, an era in human history, that perhaps truly existed. And the name of that era was Xinwu. Chapter 021, an era lost to the sands of time. The dream of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth has long captivated humanity. In an age marked by the flourishing of technology and the relentless exploration of the cosmos, one cannot help but ponder, is the limit of carbon-based life truly so confined? Although the origins of species have been elucidated by biologists, historians still uncover intriguing questions from scattered fragments of evidence. It is conceivable that there once existed a chasm in our understanding, and that human civilization may not be as we presently conceive it. In epochs long past, perhaps even before a certain era, traces of human civilization graced this planet. The deciphering of the illustrated tomes unearthed from the Western Mountains suggests that, in a bygone age, humanity possessed the ability to soar and traverse dimensions. The markings within these tomes, alongside translations that hint at purported cultivation methods, serve as testament to this assertion. Regrettably, these methods appear fragmented. Essential content has been deliberately obscured, rendering a complete understanding elusive. Nevertheless, historians remain exhilarated. They designate this era, obscured by the annals of time, as the celestial martial epoch. With an increasing number of relics being unearthed globally, Professor Pan Lingling, a leading historian, boldly proposed the initiation of the search for the celestial martial epoch project. The announcement sent ripples of excitement through the upper echelons of the Great Xia. The project was swiftly approved. Over the course of 3 years, this formidable machine of the Great Xia mobilized fervently, providing unwavering support in finance, manpower, resources, and historical materials. Ultimately, in January of the previous year, the Bureau of Ancestry was officially established in Yanjing. What splendid news this is! Chong Lei steadied his nerves and turned to Pan Lingling, inquiring, does this mean the final deciphering of the Oracle Bone inscriptions has commenced? Indeed, Pan Lingling affirmed with a nod. With a total of 672 illustrated tomes and 521 fragments, Ji Qihong has placed everything on the line. He has recruited over 3,000 students focused on artifact restoration, in addition to nearly 5,000 restoration specialists from the Oracle Bone Company deployed nationwide, all dedicated to the final deciphering efforts. According to Ji Qihong and Amp, Oppo's estimates, the preliminary deciphering could be completed in as little as a month. Is it truly that swift? Chong Lei's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Yet, upon reflection, he fell silent. Swift? It certainly sounded expeditious, but it had been 11 years since the discovery of the tomes in the Western Mountains, and Ji Qihong had devoted an entire decade to this endeavor. The culmination of such prolonged effort in a single moment was unfathomable. Taking a deep breath, Chonglei replied, I see. In that case, I have no objections to providing them with these materials. While Ji Qihong pursues the final deciphering, we must not lag behind. Let us show them. A smile blossomed on Pan Lingling's face. Of course, our Bureau of Ancestry has been preparing for so long, and we do not rely solely on the Oracle Bone Company. The true potential is just beginning to unfurl. Attention all candidates, please collect your second-round assessment materials. The clerk cheerfully distributed a stack of printed materials to each individual. Initially, many candidates felt exhilarated upon receiving the documents, but their expressions abruptly froze as they examined the contents. What is this? Is this some sort of alien puzzle? The crowd fell into a stunned silence, staring at the peculiar, seemingly inscrutable shapes and the densely intertwined lines. It was no exaggeration to declare that if this were indeed a puzzle, it would be the most challenging alien puzzle they had ever encountered. What was the Bureau of Ancestry attempting to achieve? Had they not come to interview for historical material research? Why were they presented with a puzzle? Excuse me, is this an alien puzzle? One candidate cautiously raised their hand to inquire. The clerk maintained her cheerful demeanor, explaining gently, indeed. The second round of your assessment requires you to complete the alien puzzle in any way possible. Each piece of the puzzle you hold possesses a unique shape, lacking distinct angles or edges. To complete the assembly, you must rely solely on your imagination and robust logical reasoning. The Bureau of Ancestry does not intend to make things difficult. Thus, you have 1 month to complete the task. You may consult your friends or seek assistance, but only 5 of those who successfully complete the puzzle will advance to the third round. The crowd was taken aback, with one person incredulously exclaiming, Are you saying we can discuss this among ourselves? Certainly, the clerk smiled. However, I must remind you that each of your puzzles will ultimately present different patterns. Discussion is permissible, but copying answers is out of the question. The crowd fell silent, realizing their earlier assumptions had been misguided. Seeing their bewilderment, the clerk continued, Now, are there any further questions? What further queries could there be? The candidates gazed at the puzzle with blank expressions. They were confronted with irregular lines and patterns that likely exceeded 100,000 variations. Completing just 2 pieces with a 1. One comparison would necessitate 100,000 trials. A mere 5 passing rate implied they needed to connect 5,000 irregular patterns. Was that even feasible? Perhaps it would be simpler to just end my existence. If there are no more questions, please proceed to the next room to sign the confidentiality agreement before departing, she added brightly. Oh, and a reminder, even if you do not complete 5 of the puzzle within the month, the materials will still be collected. Any losses during this period will incur personal accountability. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Setting aside the notion of accountability, some began to ponder whether it was too late to seek alternative employment. Was the Bureau of Ancestry truly hiring? After signing the confidentiality agreements, the candidates dispersed. Xie Xinqing, Su Su, and Lin Qingshi joined the flow of individuals exiting the former government meeting room. At the entrance, Xie Xinqing proposed, How about we create a group, Su Su? Qingshi? We have a month, and since they allow discussion, let us work together to decipher this. Though the 100,000 irregular patterns seem daunting, I suspect that if the final pattern reveals a certain regularity, then these lines and color blocks will also exhibit a pattern at some level. If we can uncover that, achieving 5 is not impossible. Lin Qingshi and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely. Haha, Xie, you and Appo's V finally offered a constructive suggestion. Brother, what say you? We can exchange ideas in the group. Together, we can enter the Bureau of Ancestry. Sure, Su Su shrugged indifferently. Engaging in discussion would be beneficial, for he currently lacked a solid direction. Lin Qingshi had ample resources and connections, which might prove advantageous. Xie Xinqing was no ordinary individual either. Despite this being their first meeting, he sensed that Lin possessed a genius-level intellect and logical prowess. In comparison, he felt relatively disadvantaged. Yay, this is wonderful. Lin Qingshi clapped her hands in excitement. Come on, brother, let us high-five, support each other, and progress together. Susu chuckled, extending his hand. Lin Qingshi, despite being the goddess of the campus, exuded an approachable charm, akin to a neighborly little sister, making her difficult to refuse. Xia Xinqing smiled warmly. Did you two forget about me? I wish to join as well. Of course. Lin Qingshi beamed, her smile radiant as the spring sun. Gulme, let's take a picture. 3, 2, 1. Let's do our best. X3. Chapter 022. Su. I declare, the sword god of Shirley Slope is born. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Su casually tossed the documents he received onto the bed. The chat group for the three of them was finally established at the strong insistence of Lin Qingshi. Why Lin Qingshi, you ask? Because she wished to be the group leader. Steady Wing Group was the name Lin Qingshi had chosen. Susu's lips twitched. He couldn't help but think of himself as Yasuo. The girl, clearly lacking in cultural sophistication, was amusingly predictable. The group was rather quiet. Lin Qingshi and Xia Xinqing were likely on their way home. Su paid little mind, hastily washed his hands, and descended to swiftly appease his hunger. The game was updated. Having completed his tasks, Su sat on the bed and exhaled deeply, deftly launching the Savior game. Chapter 1. Beast Tide. Dungeon has cooled down. The notification flashed momentarily. Susu's eyes brightened as his fingers swiftly navigated to the first chapter's interface. This time, the screen was no longer dimmed in grayscale, but rather displayed a selectable status. To unlock Section 2, Dungeon, it will cost 10 Savior points. Do you wish to proceed? Without hesitation, Susu confirmed. Previously, he had acquired 25 Savior points from 2 treasure chests, and even after deducting 10 points, he still had 15 left. Given the limited utility of Savior points at present, he decided to conserve them for now. As the screen gradually faded, it illuminated again. But Susu was taken aback. What on earth was this art style? Pixelated characters? The retro, pixelated aesthetics reminiscent of the 1980s nearly blinded him. He double-checked to ensure he had not misnavigated the game. This was indeed the second section of the first chapter of the Savior game. Dumbfounded, Susu pondered. Can this game really switch art styles at will? The previous section resembled an action MMORPG, and in the next moment, he was met with this. On the darkened screen, a small figure clad in dark attire walked in place, accompanied by a maddeningly catchy tune. The task introduction began to materialize on the screen. Current game is Beast Tide Chapter 1, Section 2, titled Dungeon. Task Summary. Although the gigantic monsters have been slain, the collapse of the sinkhole has not ceased. To further investigate the situation within the sinkhole, the nation has dispatched 3 teams. Unfortunately, due to the absence of a savior, all 3 teams have become trapped inside. As the savior, you must. Optional Task 1. If you don't seek death, death won't seek you. Why not just bury the sinkhole with a few trucks of concrete? 1,000 trucks of concrete. Task Difficulty. Easy. Rewards a small amount of experience points. Optional Task 2. Damn. These monsters don and amp. Oppos. To regard me as the savior at all. Enter the sinkhole and slay all monsters within 100 meters. 100 meters. Task Difficulty. Moderate. Rewards 2 white savior treasure chests and experience points. Optional Task 3. Sigh, I am frightened of you. Enter the sinkhole. Defeat all monsters within 500 meters and rescue the trapped members of the 3 teams. 15. Task Difficulty. Hard. Rewards 1 green savior treasure chest, experience points, and 1 mysterious reward. Susu's eyes widened in disbelief. The rewards for this second section were evidently more abundant than those of the first. He recalled that during the first chapter, he had only received 2 white savior treasure chests upon completing the difficult mode. Yet this time, he was presented with a green one. I choose Task 3, he declared without a moment's hesitation. The allure of the hard mode rewards, whether the green savior treasure chest or the mysterious reward, was irresistible. As for the task and Oppo's difficulty of defeating all monsters within 500 meters and rescuing individuals. He chuckled, just do it. As the catchy music played, the screen dimmed once more. When it brightened again, a massive flat entrance appeared on the phone screen. with an animation showing the character uncontrollably jumping into the sinkhole. After a brief fall, a thud resonated as the character landed. Susu thought to himself, was this DJVU reminiscent of playing Cell Rebirth? You can now control the character. Gyroscope and buttons appeared on the screen. After a few attempts, Susu realized that the character he was controlling was indeed the previous Ancient Warrior, albeit simplified due to the new art style. Movement remained controlled by the gyroscope, while pressing the A and B keys simultaneously charged energy. Holding the D key prompted a jump, which, when combined with any directional key, triggered a dash, allowing the character to change direction mid-air. This is fun. Let's try out the new skills. After some experimentation, Susu successfully executed the skills, Crushing Fist and Iron Skin. Crushing Fist was straightforward. Holding the B key activated a heavy punch that released a few pixelated dust particles on screen. It resembled a powerful blow in mid-air, causing a minimal visual effect. Iron Skin was a passive skill requiring the simultaneous pressing of the up and B keys to activate. Upon activation, the character was enveloped in a golden light, emanating waves reminiscent of a certain buff he had encountered in a previous game. Moreover, Susu discovered a new feature. When he rapidly pressed the C key, a notification appeared on the screen. No throwing or shooting vehicle equipped cannot trigger. Vehicles were introduced in the second chapter. Susu was momentarily stunned, but quickly understood that the game developers anticipated the need for players to combat numerous monsters, thus allowing the equipment feature. After all, there was no rule stating that an ancient warrior must fight barehanded. Interesting, Susu mused, a smile creeping onto his face. Familiarizing himself with the game controls, he began to move swiftly. Just as he jumped down from the first platform, a game notification appeared. Main task 1 activated. Please rescue the trapped personnel 015. Main task 2 activated. Eliminate all monsters within a 500-meter radius below. Current 2500. The screen slowly scrolled, revealing the situation below. The nearest trapped team member was located 30 meters beneath him, indicated by a conspicuous yellow exclamation mark. Is this the trapped team member? Susu pondered. The yellow exclamation mark suggested that approaching it would trigger a rescue task. As he maneuvered the character downward, he encountered a monster. You have encountered Bat Demon LV2. Attack. -886. Critical hit. Bat Demon LV2 has been slain, gaining experience points 10. Susu was taken aback. Wait a moment. You can directly gain experience points from slaying monsters now. Surprised, he quickly checked his personal attributes, and indeed, the experience of the Ancient Warrior had transformed into Character, Ancient Warrior, Level, LV4, 10,800, Strength, 20, Agility, 22, Constitution, 21, Energy, 200, regenerates 2 energy per minute. Skills, Basic Energy Gathering, LV1, Basic Dash, LV1, Basic Crushing Fist, LV2, Mastery Iron Skin, LV1. Wow, Susu exclaimed, sitting upright in astonishment. If the game developers have designed it this way, then I shall become the sword god of Shirley Slope. Chapter 023. Your teammate is calling for help. Susu regained his focus. Although he had only played through 1 chapter of the Savior game, he had already grown somewhat accustomed to its peculiar mechanics. Unlike the ubiquitous monster hunting and leveling games, this one placed a fundamental emphasis on experience points. While acquiring experience points was not particularly arduous, it was by no means a simple endeavor. For instance, in the easy mode, the only rewards available were experience points, which speaks volumes about its significance. If I continue to grind monsters, can I level the Ancient Warrior character to its maximum? It seems the monster's Haven T respawned. Perhaps not. Susu felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly regained his composure. After all, he needed to clear 500 meters of monsters. Given the current density, there were about 3 to 5 monsters every 10 meters, and the strength of the foes would only increase as he descended. With this in mind, leveling up by 7 or 8 levels seemed entirely feasible. I see. This level is a gift from the game designers for my progression. Susu felt reassured, swiftly maneuvering his character towards the second monster, delivering a powerful punch that resulted in a cascade of pixelated fragments. After a few more strikes, the creature collapsed. You have defeated Bat Demon LV3, gaining 12 experience points. This one even grants 2 additional points. Splendid. Susu's eyes sparkle with excitement, and he continued, "You have defeated Bat Demon LV3, gaining 12 experience points. You have defeated Bat Demon LV4, gaining 15 experience points. You have defeated Bat Demon LV5, gaining 18 experience points." A series of game notifications illuminated the screen, and Susu couldn't help but smile broadly. What a thrill. He glanced at the upper left corner where the depth was indicated. Only 13 meters. There was still a long way to go. The foes would only grow stronger as he descended. It would be challenging to dispatch them with just a couple of punches. Typically, it would take several rounds lasting over 10 seconds, and some monsters could even counterattack, forcing Susu to utilize and oppose. Instant step into oppose, to evade. Your teammate is calling for help. Suddenly, just as Susu was reveling in his monster-slaying spree, a notification flashed across the screen. Susu's expression froze. Damn! In the midst of hunting monsters, he had almost forgotten that he was supposed to rescue his teammate. However, surely this NPC wouldn't die, right? Susu murmured to himself. He recalled a game from his previous life called Metal Slug, where the NPC allies were tied to pillars, struggling desperately. Yet they could endure a full day of idling on the screen without perishing. Never mind that. I'll continue hunting monsters. Susu closed his eyes and pretended not to see. Puff puff. You have defeated Bat Demon LV5, gaining experience. You have defeated Bat Demon LV6, gaining experience. Your teammate has had an arm brutally severed by a monster. Susu, at this moment, the pixelated character with a slightly plump figure was flapping its mouth, and a white dialogue box appeared above its head. Save me. The screen shifted, revealing 3 options. A. Wait, I'll be there soon. B. Pretend I didn't TC. Ignore. C. Custom response. Oh, I can even create a custom response. Susu was taken aback, glancing at the monster before him, hesitating. Bat Demon LV10 Elite Monster. Health 754-2600. Its health bar was nearly depleted. Susu cautiously selected option C, cleared his throat, and began typing. Just hang in there. Pixelated character. Puff puff. Your teammate has had a leg brutally severed by a monster. Susu. Just a moment, almost there. Puff puff. Your teammate has had their kidney brutally removed by a monster. Susu. I'm on my way. Just a moment. Puff puff. You have defeated Bat Demon LV10 Elite Monster, gaining 50 experience points. Susu felt invigorated. I'm coming. Your teammate has had their neck cruelly twisted by a monster. In their final moments, your teammate cast a resentful glance at you. Your teammate has died. Mission failed. Congratulations. You have unlocked the hidden achievement, Miracle Walker. Achievement name, Miracle Walker. Description, your teammate's death left you unfazed at this moment. The Miracle Walker continues to grind monsters. Puff. Susu Chapter 024, Eye Poking Throat Stabbing. 1,000-year kill. Susu entered the fray. The dialogue of the little character was indecipherable, and the Bloodfeather Serpent would not afford him the luxury of time. Its scarlet eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light in the darkness, as the serpent and Oppo's body coiled slightly, its fangs emitting a faint sound. Its gaze, however, was fixed intently on the waist of Susu's character. Attack! Damn! Susu was startled. This vile creature aimed to assault his kidneys. His fingers pressed out a phantom image, and in a split second he activated his instant step just in the nick of time. Yet, the Bloodfeather Serpent lunged at him once more. With no time to ponder, Susu instinctively threw a punch, crushing fist. Bang! Dash 520. Numbers flickered above his head as the Bloodfeather Serpent staggered, but the pixelated character, ensnared by its tail, displayed an expression of agony. Already immobilized by the serpent, he felt a pain in his lower back that threatened to obliterate his senses. Your teammate's vertebrae had been crushed by the monster. Health continues to decline. Teammate's health? 85, 73, 55. What the hell? Susu's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to see that the pixelated character was on the brink of collapse. Hang in there, big brother. Susu, disregarding everything else, unleashed a series of crushing fist attacks that caused the blood-feather serpent to spew blood repeatedly. One must admit, the damage from this level 2 crushing fist was considerable. Previously, Susu had dealt mere dozens of damage against the shattered side mantis, but now each punch was inflicting hundreds. Susu maneuvered gracefully, delivering blows with finesse. Yet the pixelated character was evidently nearing demise, red fragments continuously spewing from its mouth. Your teammate has had their lungs crushed by the blood-feather serpent. Your teammate is deceased. Mission failed. Susu. The game screen faded to black, and when it illuminated again, Susu found himself back at the familiar pit, 2 meters deep. This was rather infuriating, wasn't it? Susu's temples throbbed. It was evident that brute force alone would not suffice to rescue the pixelated character. Every attack he launched at the blood-feather serpent only resulted in the character being crushed. What to do? Susu felt utterly perplexed. Typically, in accordance with the design of such games, levels that could not be overcome through sheer strength would invariably feature some items or mechanisms to assist players. Yet, this savior game was distinctly different from those frivolous counterparts. Just like the hidden affinity in the first level, it relied solely on the player's exploration. Could it be that he must rely on wits instead? Susu's lips twitched. Nonsense. The opponent was a serpent, not a strategy game. How could one outsmart a snake? He felt as though he had become utterly engrossed in the game. Thus, the sole quandary before him was how to compel the blood-feather serpent to release the pixelated character, allowing him to vanquish it. But the serpent was not a fool. How could he make it let go? Wait, could it be that this game drew upon the serpent and Appo's instincts? Susu smacked his forehead. Surprisingly, that could indeed be the case. His eyes sparkled with realization as he decisively paused the game, sitting before his computer to search. If ensnared by a snake, how to save oneself. First floor, simple. Play dead. Lie flat. Stretch your legs and spread your arms wide. In doing so, the python cannot swallow you from the head and will instead attempt to start from your legs. When the python has swallowed you halfway, thrust your knees upwards to break its neck, and you can counterattack. Second floor, just slide kick it, right? Third floor, LOL. What if the python insists on swallowing you from the head? Fourth floor, what the first floor suggested is unrealistic. You cannot determine where the python will begin to consume you and breaking a neck with your knees. A normal person would find that impossible. Fifth floor, discontent. Then you suggest a method. Sixth floor, I actually have one. The simplest way to make a python release you is to poke its eyes or stab its throat. As long as you strike a vital point, it will inevitably let you go. Seventh floor, of course, this requires a fatal strike. If you miss, the python may constrict even tighter, making it harder to escape. Eighth floor, disdainful. P. Chapter 025, the forbidden name in the circle of historians as Susu faced the blood-feather serpent. It writhed in pain, attempting to rise. But he was not inclined to grant it such an opportunity. He swiftly advanced, unleashing a flurry of punches that fell like a tempest. The sounds echoed in rapid succession. Thud, thud, thud. The immense damage continued to manifest. The serpent's eyes bulged, its mouth agape, once bloodthirsty gaze now marred by crimson veins. It was without doubt, for the first time it comprehended the meaning of pain beyond endurance. Moments later, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from the serpent, and its colossal form crashed heavily to the ground, devoid of life. You have slain an LV-11 blood-feather serpent and gained 60 experience points. Mission accomplished. Susu wiped away the non-existent beads of sweat on his brow, gazing contentedly at his handiwork. Truly, the power of the masses is formidable. Behold, the dilemma that had plagued him was now resolved. The pixelated figure paused for a few seconds, a white dialogue box popping up above its head. Thank you for saving me, but my teammates remain below. Can you assist me in rescuing them? The scene slowed, 2 options materializing on Susu and Appo's phone screen. A. I came precisely to rescue your teammates. B. Ignore. Susu casually selected option A, prompting a new dialogue to appear. Pixelated figure. Thank you, please take me along. I can provide you with ammunition support. Teammate has initiated a group request. Do you accept? A. I am sufficient alone. B. Stay close to me. Susu was taken aback. Could it be that rescuing teammates also allowed for team formation? He glanced at his main quest and found no requirement for a solo endeavor. Could this imply he could indeed accept? Furthermore, the mention of ammunition support intrigued him. Could this signify a vehicle for the second stage? Stay close to me. Susu decisively chose option B. And in the next moment, a series of prompts appeared on the screen. Teammate Zhong Tua has joined the team. You received ammunition from Zhong Tua. High explosive grenades, X8. Save point 1 has been generated. As dusk approached, Susu was immersed in fierce combat within the game. Meanwhile, in the villa by the Tianlan River, Lin Qingshi had just finished her afternoon meal and was now sitting on her bed, fuming while on a call with her aunt. Aunt, you're not being truthful. A hint of amusement resonated in her Aunt Pan, Lingling and Appo's voice. How am I not being truthful? Didn't and Appo's. I just passed your little boyfriend today? Is that not satisfactory? Lin Qingshi retorted. My senior brother earned that score through merit. I even suspect you tampered with his results. Otherwise, how could he score 80 while I casually achieved 85? You truly have wronged me. Pan Lingling and Appo's laughter faded, and she replied softly, I can see that your senior brother may be quite exceptional, but his score of 80 was not my intention to lower. This outcome was jointly decided by Professor L.A. and myself. Professor L.A. Lin Qingshi paused, well aware of this professor and Appo's reputation for impartiality within her circles. It was inconceivable that he would act with bias in this matter. However, if her aunt and Appo's claims were accurate, then her senior brother genuinely only scored 80? How could that be? Sure, I understand your doubts. Pan Lingling and Appo's voice carried a significant undertone, as if probing for something. Does your senior brother happen to know Professor Chu? Which Professor Chu? Lin Qingshi instinctively inquired, her mind racing. But soon, she gasped in realization. Aunt, are you referring to Professor Chu Lingfeng? Indeed. I don't know him. My senior brother has absolutely never interacted with Professor Chu Lingfeng. I can assure you of that. Lin Qingshi firmly denied. In the realm of historical research, the name Chu Lingfeng has become somewhat taboo. Numerous rumors abound regarding him, and while some objective historians do not entirely dismiss his viewpoints, anyone associated with Chu Lingfeng is invariably excluded from serious research. This was precisely why Lin Qingshi hurriedly denied any connection for Susu. It is akin to a large, state-owned enterprise recruitment process, although the job posting claims to be open to all genders and experience levels. The underlying unspoken rules during the interview phase often filter out unsuitable candidates. The same holds true for the Source Tracking Bureau. In this domain, anyone related to Chu Lingfeng is summarily dismissed from consideration. Lin Qingshi hesitated before speaking. Aunt, you aren't suspecting that my senior brother has any ties to Professor Chu Lingfeng, are you? It would be best if you don't. Pan Lingling refrained from confirming or denying, stating, the state has now halted Chu Lingfeng's experimental work, fully supporting the Source Tracking Bureau. We will conduct relevant background checks later. If your senior brother truly has no connection to Chu Lingfeng, the Source Tracking Bureau will certainly welcome him. At the very least, your senior brother indeed possesses remarkable qualities. I understand, Lin Qingshi replied, somewhat glumly. After hanging up, she scrunched her nose in frustration, her earlier indignation dissipating, replaced by concern for Susu. With her tablet open, Lin Qingshi hesitated before inputting a string of encrypted text to access a highly confidential application. Searching for the term Chu Lingfeng, a plethora of information swiftly appeared. Breaking news. Professor Chu Lingfeng's multiverse laboratory has been urgently shut down by the Great Xia, inciting his fury as he claims the experimental plan is at a critical juncture. Why is Chu Lingfeng deemed forbidden? Highlighting one of Professor Chu and Appo's three core theories, the theory of false worlds. Are we being manipulated by a higher cosmic force? Historians, absurd. Source Tracking Bureau, established. The multiverse experiment may become history. Chu Lingfeng, you are on the wrong path. A cascade of messages flooded the screen, and Lin Qingshi and Appo's expression grew increasingly grave. The assertions regarding Professor Chu Lingfeng echoed what she had heard from her aunt. Currently, the consensus within the historical community is that Professor Chu Lingfeng is regarded as a madman. His conspiracy theories and extreme views tend to obscure historical truths, leading many astray. Yet, it is undeniable that some of Chu Lingfeng and Oppo's theories possess a magnetic allure, easily ensnaring scholars on the quest for historical truths, rendering them unwittingly susceptible to indoctrination. This accounts for why various official laboratories and government departments within the Great Xia maintain a profound silence regarding the name Chu Lingfeng, even rejecting anyone who has had contact with him. According to reliable speculation, following the closure of the Oppo's Multiverse Laboratory and Oppo's in Yanjing, Professor Chu Lingfeng and Oppo's whereabouts remain unknown, though he is highly likely to have secretly departed for Yiqing to meet with senior executives of the Oracle Bone Company. The specifics, however, remain uncertain. The final post in the app's forum caused Lin Qingshi's pupils to constrict. Professor Chu Lingfeng has come to Yiqing? Chapter 026. A fortuitous encounter at the hospitality restaurant nightfall. Su Su was oblivious to the conversation between Lin Qingshi and Pan Lingling. At this moment, he was stifling yawns, struggling to fend off a relentless onslaught of monsters within the game. Die, you wretched beast. Witness my high-explosive grenades. Your high-explosive grenades have been depleted. Your teammate is being attacked by monsters. Your teammate has perished. Mission failed. Damn it. Susu could not restrain his expletive. The game designers had clearly not considered human limitations. Was this difficulty even playable? He faced a particularly vexing dilemma. What to do when the pixelated ally he needed to rescue refused to budge? Susu felt utterly exasperated. After successfully rescuing the first teammate, their descent had progressed smoothly, and they soon encountered the second, third, and fourth teammates. However, due to the overwhelming number, Susu declined their request to join, insisting they flee the area, leaving him only with the initial companion named Chongta. Yet to Susu's utter disbelief, trouble arose when attempting to rescue the fifth teammate. This character simply would not move. No matter how Susu initiated dialogue, the pixelated figure clad in purple continuously displayed the same message. Sorry, I need to complete the installation of the detector. It showed no inclination to take a single step. A detector, indeed. If you don't move, a horde of beasts will soon descend upon us. Susu felt his teeth clench in frustration. The little figure had a countdown timer of 3 minutes above its head. Yet the game was programmed to unleash a swarm of monsters from the depths after just 30 seconds. He simply could not manage it alone. Though the high-explosive grenades could effectively eliminate a batch of monsters, the onslaught felt like an unending tide. The grenades would soon be exhausted, and that purple-clad figure would meet its demise. What to do? Was this a bug in the game? Susu's mind was clouded with thoughts, and after several attempts that resulted only in various deaths, the mission progress remained stagnant. The only silver lining was that Susu leveled up. Now his character, the Ancient Warrior, had reached level 5. Congratulations, the Ancient Warrior has leveled up to level 5. Based on the characteristics of the Ancient Warrior profession, attribute points have been automatically allocated. Strength 1, Agility 2, Vitality 1. Character, Ancient Warrior. Level, LV5 21,000. Strength, 21. Agility, 24. Vitality, 22. Energy, 220. Restores 2 energy minute. Skills, Basic Chi Gathering LV1. Basic Instant Step LV1. Available points to allocate. 4. Yet these 4 points were of little use. Susu stared blankly, fatigue overwhelming him. Let all end. The clock on his phone read 3 a.m. He felt utterly drained, his eyelids waging a war against each other. Tomorrow, perhaps there would be a solution. An uneventful night passed. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight kissed Susu's face, yet he remained undisturbed. The 35th ray, the 98th ray, and finally, after the 798th ray, Susu stirred awake. Glancing at the clock, he cursed, "Damn, it's already 11:50 a.m. This life was too delightful." Susu wore a satisfied expression. Laziness might hinder progress, but it was undeniably pleasurable. The second round of assessments at the Source Bureau had been ongoing for a month, and he felt he could indulge a few more days. What was the rush with puzzles? There was no urgency whatsoever. Moreover, what mattered most? The mindset. It is widely acknowledged that any puzzle requires a prerequisite. One must be clear about the ultimate outcome of the completed work, otherwise discussions are futile. However, the material provided by the Source Bureau lacked any definitive conclusion, relying solely on personal conjecture. Susu idly flipped through the chaotic lines of the puzzle, his stomach beginning to rumble, muttering to himself, "Forget it, I'll eat first. I can ponder upon my return." After a brief wash-up, Susu looked in the mirror, nodding with satisfaction. Indeed, he had become more handsome over the past few days. Before stepping out, Susu hesitated momentarily, then turned back into his room, retrieving the Source Bureau and Oppos as puzzle materials. At the hospitality restaurant, "Boss, one order of fish-flavored shredded pork, one mapo tofu. And a soda, please." "Certainly. Just a moment." The bustling crowd surged, and as luck would have it, Susu spotted a recently vacated table and hurriedly took his seat. Susu had a penchant for rice, particularly enjoying dishes with bold flavors. As he waited for his meal, feeling somewhat bored, he picked up the puzzle materials to study. Though he had signed a confidentiality agreement, he held no fear of others seeing it. From one perspective, to an ordinary person, this material would appear as an incomprehensible script filled with countless disordered lines and irregular patterns. Even if shown to them, what would it matter? With over 100,000 fragmented pieces, an ordinary person would be dizzy at a mere glance. From another angle, even if he encountered experts in related fields, Susu remained unperturbed. He had no intention of revealing the material. It wouldn't matter if they merely glanced at it, if someone could decipher it at a glance. The Source Bureau would not warrant such scrutiny. Tick-tock, hum-hum clang-clang-clang, Susu hummed a nonsensical tune, leisurely perusing the contents of the booklet. Suddenly, a warm voice laced with mirth interrupted him. "Young friend, hello? May I sit here?" Susu was taken aback, looking up to find a gentleman in his 50s, his hair neatly combed and dressed in a black suit reminiscent of a traditional Zhongshan suit, exuding an air of refinement. Seeing the man smile at him, Susu quickly replied, "Ah, please take a seat. There's no one here." "Thank you." The elder nodded with a smile, placing his order, then slowly took a sip from a thermos he retrieved from a black briefcase, before turning his attention to Susu. "Are you a history major?" "Ah, do I really look like a fresh graduate?" Susu was momentarily stunned, then recalled the cover of the document in his hand, which read, "Historical Research Materials Source Bureau." "Huh, I'm not. I just enjoy studying." Susu hastily waved his hands, subtly closing the document and placing it beneath him. The elder's smile deepened as he refrained from exposing the young man's intentions, instead stating, "History is indeed a fascinating subject. It chronicles the rise and fall of the past, while influencing the future's trajectory. I merely dabble in it." Susu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, in his previous life, he would have had no interest in history, but due to his transmigration, he had developed a curiosity about this world's historical narratives. You're no ordinary young friend. To casually study and achieve commendable results is quite rare. However, history can be deceptive. The elder seemed to reflect, gazing out the window as he continued. Since history is crafted by humanity, it is subject to distortion. Who can say what truly transpired in the distant past? Perhaps the existence of certain events requires a significant question mark. Susu nodded in agreement, indeed. Chapter 027. The high school girl who tricked national history. The elder paused, suddenly intrigued. "Do you share this perspective, young friend?" "What perspective?" Susu was somewhat perplexed. The elder's tone grew more urgent. "Do you also believe that history contains fabrications, that some content is not authentic? Even materials that have already been unearthed?" Susu cast a bewildered glance at the old man. "Is there a problem with that? Can unearthed materials truly validate history? Ridiculous, really." Observing the elder's earnest and anxious gaze, Susu felt an unexpected urge to laugh as he recalled a notorious historical hoax from his previous life, the Kashin silver mine incident. As detailed on Wikipedia, the incident originated with a high school dropout who, by chance, encountered a text-based game online. This seemingly simple game was, in fact, intricately woven into the historical backdrop of a certain Great Bear nation. Players were tasked with selecting different nations, developing resources, and engaging in conquests and battles, akin to titles like Civilization or Game of Thrones. regrettably, due to her lack of knowledge about the fundamental history of the Great Bear Nation. This newly minted dropout found herself choosing a relatively weaker nation, one impoverished in both resources and stature. In a bid to triumph in this text-based game, she had a sudden stroke of genius. She would fabricate history. She began by registering on Wikipedia under a fictitious identity and, upon succeeding, commenced a fervent campaign to modify and add vast amounts of historical data regarding the Great Bear Nation. Initially, her intent was to conjure up a non-existent Kashin silver mine for her chosen nation. However, one lie led to another, resulting in a cascade of fabrications, imaginary topographical maps, detailed figures of warfare, the rise and fall of various families, and the splintering of powers and kingdoms. Ultimately, this girl penned over 1 million words over the span of 3 years in her quest to fortify the background of her in-game nation. She edited Wikipedia more than 800 times and compiled over 206 entries. During this period, countless historians referenced the so-called historical data from Wikipedia, with numerous experts discussing her fabricated history as if it were a credible account. If not for another novelist discovering the unfamiliar Kashin silver mine during his historical research and seeking further investigation, the truth might have remained concealed indefinitely. It is not difficult to imagine the uproar this incident caused. An ordinary high school girl nearly deceived an entire nation's history in an age of information abundance. One might reckon that even the most imaginative screenwriters would hesitate to craft such a narrative. "Sir, your meal is ready." Clearing his mind, Susu slowly began to eat while vaguely explaining to the elder across from him, "I've always subscribed to a notion, just a casual remark, so take it lightly. You may speak." The elder's demeanor turned serious. With a subtle smile, Susu lifted his chopsticks, gesturing grandly as he spoke. "History, the present, and the future are inextricably linked. Consider this. The actions of those in the past have shaped the present, thereby becoming history. Similarly, the present shapes the future, rendering it the history of tomorrow. The veracity of recorded history can indeed be substantiated. If the past cannot validate the traces of the present, then it is likely 80 fabricated, with the remaining 20 indicating some aspects have vanished, yet we remain oblivious to their disappearance." With a pointed gesture, Susu carefully picked up a piece of tofu, stating, "Observe, in relation to this dish, the history of the soybean has dissipated. It now manifests as tofu. When I consume it, it will transform into protein within my body. The states of past, present, and future are inherently inconsistent." The elder furrowed his brow tightly. "Are you suggesting that history is neither false nor non-existent, but rather has transformed into forms we fail to recognize?" Susu shrugged nonchalantly. "That depends on your interpretation. For instance, if it currently exists as tofu, and you seek to find its historical counterpart, you will naturally discover it does not exist. Similarly, if you attempt to find the historical soybean in the present, you will arrive at results you may not wish to see. Of course, this is merely an example. After all, soybeans exist in both history and the present." As they spoke, new dishes were served. The elder's brow gradually relaxed, his tone warming. "I have learned much." Susu waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing. We're just having a casual conversation. There's no need for such formalities." This elder had a certain charm. Susu chuckled inwardly, recognizing that the concept of the interconnectedness of past, present, and future was not his own invention. He merely found resonance in it. "By the way, young friend, I have yet to ask. What should I call you?" "Susu," he replied with a smile. "Susu." The elder murmured the name, nodding appreciatively. "A good name. I and Appos. LL, remember that." Susu raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Shouldn't you introduce yourself at this point? How is it that you inquire about my name, but do not share yours?" The elder, noticing Susu's puzzlement, chuckled. "I am your senior. I shall call you Xiao Su. You wish to know my name, don't you?" "Heh, it might be better for you not to know. Are you quite famous?" Susu inquired. "One could say so," the elder sighed. "This journey to the I Ching Oracle Bone Company has not gone as smoothly as I had hoped. I should have anticipated it. That Ji Chi Hong fellow has lost his mind, and no one can reason with him." After finishing their meal, they delved into further discussions about history. The elder, still feeling invigorated, rose to his feet. Well, I must take my leave. It has been a pleasure meeting you, Xiao Su. If circumstances allow, let us converse again next time. Very well. Susa nodded nonchalantly, pondering when their paths might cross again. Do you truly not wish to know my name? The elder's expression grew conflicted. In the brief span of their meal, Susa's insights into history had illuminated his thoughts, igniting a desire to nurture such talent. Yet, alas, the elder shook his head and turned to depart. Su had been holding documents from the source bureau. It was evident to the elder that Su was likely undergoing an interview for an assessment there. If he revealed his name, it could potentially cast a shadow over Su and Amp, Oppos, as prospects. Curious old man. Susa muttered to himself. He had been waiting for the elder to introduce himself, only to have him leave without a word. What a perplexing encounter. Chapter 28, Go Pikachu. Sated in content, Su returned to his rented apartment, patting his belly. The minor interruptions during dinner had long been forgotten, and the atmosphere was serene. He imagined that Xie Xinqing and Lin Qingshi were still engrossed in their research, likely without any breakthroughs yet. Su was unfazed. During his meal, he had briefly perused the puzzle materials from his source bureau. Based on his comparisons, he surmised that once completed, the entire puzzle would be no larger than the size of his palm, a rather insignificant object indeed. Yet, within that limited space, there were over 100,000 bizarre lines and irregular shapes. Su furrowed his brow. It was proving to be quite the conundrum. Never mind. He decided to set it aside for now and immerse himself in a game instead. With a deep breath, he opened his phone and deftly navigated to save your game. The pixelated character reappeared on the screen, and his current save was displayed. 155 meters. Number of teammates rescued, 4 out of 15. Su hesitated, glancing at the screen without rushing his actions. Like before, he encountered a challenging problem, one that could easily be described as a bottleneck. On the palm-sized screen, the surrounding rock walls resembled a winding cave, with the purple pixelated character clinging to the central wall, diligently manipulating something in its hands. If he approached at that moment, the purple character would merely state, "Apologies, I need to complete the installation of the detector." And that would be the end of it. A 3-minute countdown popped up, reminiscent of a ticking time bomb that could erupt at any moment. Once the timer expired, a horde of monsters would swarm forth from the deeper recesses of the cave, and explosives would be as ineffective as tossing a pebble into the ocean. Frustrated, Su scratched his head, feeling at a loss for a solution. Perhaps he should level up first? Although the experience gained from slaying monsters had been decreasing, it was certainly better than waiting idly. Su maneuvered his character closer to the purple figure. As the countdown timer appeared, he cleared the nearby, scattered monsters, only to have a multitude of creatures arrive, as anticipated. Defeated and Amp, Oppos, Bat Demon LV8 and Amp, Oppos, gained 20 experience points. Defeated and Amp, Oppos, Red Scorpion LV7 and Amp, Oppos, gained 18 experience points. Defeated and Amp, Oppos, Swarming Green Ants LV5 and Amp, Oppos, gained. Faced with overwhelming odds, Su found himself in a precarious situation. While the two pixelated companions struggled to keep up, their health bars plummeted rapidly. Before long, the screen turned crimson, and a message flashed. Teammate has died. Mission failed. Su cursed under his breath, watching the scene refresh. His frustration ignited by the game's relentless challenge. This group of creatures wanted to team up against him, did they? He vowed to eradicate them all. Upon returning to the familiar location, Su refrained from engaging in conversation with the purple figure and instead leaped deeper into the cave. Wait a moment. Su suddenly paused, a flash of inspiration striking him. Why had he been waiting for the monsters to come to him? He could just take the initiative. The map did not restrict him from proceeding downward until he had rescued the purple character. He could charge ahead to eliminate the monsters first. Even if the countdown timer extended to 3 hours, what did it matter? The monsters would be cleared, and that oblivious purple character could wait as long as it wished. With newfound clarity, Su's eyes sparkled, and without hesitation, he dove deeper into the cave. The stout white pixelated character hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed Su downwards. Perhaps this teammate had a shred of conscience after all. though it wouldn't prove particularly useful. Well, not entirely. If only it could draw the monster's attention. Susu approached the white character, hoping to find an option to command it to attract monsters. However, a slip of his finger mistakenly activated a dialogue option. Item and Oppos. High explosive grenade and Oppos has been depleted. Item and Oppos. Teammate and Oppos has been equipped. Suddenly, two notifications appeared on the screen. Just as Susu was taken aback, the ancient warrior character sprang into action, swiftly hoisting the white character into the air, forming a bundle. Susu, white pixel character. Is this reasonable? Susu was momentarily stunned, but a grin slowly spread across his face until it blossomed into a broad smile. Smack! Susu slapped his thigh, realizing how brilliantly logical this was. Anyone familiar with gaming mechanics knew that when a character approached certain items or characters and pressed a specific key, there was a chance to lift them. Previously, he had lifted enemies. Now he was lifting allies. It was essentially the same. With a mischievous smile, Susu thought to himself, now I have an NPC to draw the monsters. He had just been fretting over how to handle the group assault, but with this tactic, he could take them down one by one. If he recalled correctly, there were indeed a group of monsters nearby. Susu looked at a certain cave entrance, hesitated for a moment, then decisively pressed the C key, exclaiming, "Go, Pikachu!" The white pixelated character soared through the air, arcing gracefully before being flung into the cave. A cacophony of monstrous roars erupted from within, and the white character, now pale as a ghost, sprinted back towards Susu, legs moving like a blur, pursued by a horde of monsters. Excellent! Susu shouted, his fingers a blur on the screen as he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Defeated Red Scorpion LV7, gained 18 experience points. Defeated Red Scorpion LV8, gained 20 experience points. Defeated Red Scorpion LV9, gained. Moments later, Susu surveyed the battlefield strewn with defeated foes, relishing the aftermath. Meanwhile, the white pixelated character collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Susu approached, and a dialogue box appeared. White character, I can't run anymore. The screen slowed down. A. Ignore. B. Custom response. Susu chuckled to himself and confidently selected B. You wouldn't want your teammate to be eaten by monsters, would you? A black line appeared above the white character's head. Susu reassured, don't worry, I've observed the situation. There are 3 waves of monsters: red scorpions, bat demons, and swarming green ants. We've already dealt with the first wave. Once the remaining 2 waves are eliminated, your teammates will be safe. The white character fell silent, seeming to accept this rationale, and quietly stood beside Susu. Ah, so now you're obedient. How thoughtful. Susu beamed, feeling delighted. This game was surprisingly intelligent and engaging. Chapter 029. Who wields the blade? Only I, General Su. In the ensuing moments, Susu, having discovered the method to break the constraints, acted without hesitation, wielding the white figurine with fervor. Go forth. Pikachu, go forth. Bowling ball, go forth. Hasugu. The white figurine appeared utterly exhausted, its face pale and ghostly. By the time Susu vanquished the last creature, the figurine could no longer endure, collapsing to the ground, unconscious and frothing at the mouth. Is that all it takes? Susu lamented. He had hoped to employ this strategy further. Nevertheless, it sufficed. After all, the task at hand had been completed. He lifted the white figurine and advanced upward, soon encountering the previously seen purple figurine, casually discarding the white figurine on the ground. Susu approached the purple figurine to initiate the task. To his surprise, the purple figurine did not immediately recite its fixed lines, but hesitated to inquire. What has happened to him? Just tired, nothing serious, Susu replied with a hint of customization. The purple figurine nodded slowly, and a 3-minute countdown commenced. This time, Susu leisurely sat aside, utterly unfazed by the impending monsters. He recognized that this purple figurine's task was somewhat unique. The so-called detector seemed to possess the ability to attract monsters. However, since he had already eliminated all the monsters, there was little to worry about. As the seconds ticked by, the countdown reached its conclusion. Your teammate has successfully installed the detector. The holographic map is now activated. Final task generated. rescue the teammates trapped at the bottom of the pit, and defeat the final boss, Blood Ox of the Celestial Evil. Susu was momentarily taken aback as a small map appeared in the upper right corner. Upon tapping it, he could clearly see all creatures within a 500-meter radius. On the map, a small green square indicated his position, representing the character he controlled. Green denoted himself, orange represented the teammates in need of rescue, and red indicated the monsters. As he navigated the map, he noticed a dense cluster of red squares 300 meters down, interspersed with a few orange squares. However, the situation for these orange squares appeared dire. They were huddled in small groups, retreating under the relentless assault of the red squares, ultimately cornered within a desolate cave, relying on the cave's terrain to withstand the onslaught. This is not good. Susu felt a tightening in his chest. He could no longer afford to engage with the purple figurine for the task. Immediately, he directed his character to plunge downward, navigating through the chaos of monsters that roared around him, ignoring them entirely. Finally, upon reaching a depth of 410 meters in the pit, Susu spotted his besieged teammates. Many were curled up in the cave, red squares indicating their injuries. Strange, grotesque creatures slammed against the cave walls, while several robust, wall-climbing beasts attempted to enter the cave but were swiftly dispatched by glinting silver blades. Susu squinted, noticing a black figurine at the cave and Appo's entrance, wielding a short dagger, struggling to fend off the encroaching monsters. This little figure was quite something, but was it perchance stealing his kills? Susu and Appo's expression darkened. Every monster defeated was an opportunity for experience. In an instant, Susu closed the distance, employing his previously successful tactic. In the face of the bewildered black figurine, he struck with precision. Vehicle teammate has been equipped. Black figurine, off you go. With a familiar arc, Susu hurled the black figurine into the cave. Satisfied with his actions, he retrieved the silver dagger that had fallen to the ground. Vehicle dagger has been equipped. Indeed, Susu felt a surge of delight. As he had anticipated, the newly introduced vehicle system was designed for weaponry, much like the high-explosive grenades he had acquired earlier. Cold weaponry also possessed vehicle-like effects. However, it seemed he was not proficient in swordsmanship. Suddenly, a monkey-like monster lunged at him, prompting Susu to instinctively press the attack button. A silver flash cut through the air, and a crimson square erupted from the creature. 899. Defeated long-armed monkey LV8. Gained experience, 20 points. Basic swordsmanship experience 1 what? Such impressive damage? Susu was taken aback. Previously, his best attack dealt similar damage. Now, this was merely a standard attack. Furthermore, what was this in Appo's? Basic swordsmanship experience in Appo's? Could it be that slaying monsters with a blade granted experience? More creatures surged forward, leaving Susu no time to ponder his personal stats. He could only engage in a frenzy of monster slaying. Defeated in Appo's. Long-armed monkey LV9 and Appo's. Gained experience, 25 points. Basic swordsmanship experience 1. Defeated in Appo's. Black Earth Rabbit LV8 and Appo's. Gained experience, 20 points. Basic swordsmanship experience 1. Defeated in Appo's. Blood Feather Snake LV10 and Appo's. Gained. Basic swordsmanship. Congratulations, the Ancient Warrior has leveled up to level 6. Based on the Ancient Warrior and Appo's occupational characteristics, attribute points have been automatically allocated. Strength 1, Agility 2, Stamina 1. A flurry of game notifications flooded the screen, and Susu finally found a moment to catch his breath and open his personal attributes. Character, Ancient Warrior. Level, LV6, 10-1400. Strength, 22. Agility, 26. Stamina, 23 chi. 180-240. Regenerates 2 chi minute. Skills, Basic Gathering Chi LV1. Basic Instant Step LV1. Uncomprehended skills, Basic Swordsmanship, 23-100. Available attribute points, 8. Vehicle, Silver Moon Ancient Dagger. Silver Moon Ancient Dagger, blue. Description, an ancient weapon forged from stardust that fell from the heavens. Despite its age, it remains remarkably sharp. Base attack power, 128, 288. Passive attribute, damage amplification, increases final damage dealt to enemies by 20. Oh my! Su was astonished. No wonder his damage output was so high. This vehicle was blue-grade equipment. Moreover, the damage amplification passive was tailor-made for melee combat. Without any flashy skills, it simply enhanced damage output. Laughing joyously, Su realized that after tirelessly completing the task, he had merely acquired a green savior chest. Yet rescuing a person had yielded blue equipment. Allocate points. I shall invest all 8 attribute points in his stamina. I will confront these monsters head-on. With the Silver Moon Ancient Dagger providing damage and agility being sufficient, Su and Amp, Oppo's only weakness lay in stamina. With all 8 free attribute points directed toward stamina, his total rose to 31, significantly boosting his health and reducing the damage taken from monster bites. His recovery rate soared to maximum. Outside the cave, Su, brandishing his blade, surveyed the multitude of monsters. Foolish jesters, come forth in battle. Chapter 030. Acquiring the title of the Shameless Savior, Su remained engrossed in vanquishing monsters. Meanwhile, in a basement laboratory located in a suburban area, Xie Xinqing, clad in a white lab coat, entered to be greeted by a balding middle-aged man. Professor Xie. Yes. Xie Xinqing responded calmly, unperturbed by the title. Have the analysis results come in? They have, the man nodded. According to the intelligence brain analysis. The final result of this puzzle points to a 98 likelihood of a genetic sequence, presumably a fragment from a certain mammalian species. And based on our conjecture, this genetic fragment should be human, correct? Xie Xinqing smiled serenely, not surprised by the outcome. You are correct, Professor Xie, the man admitted, astonished. Who would have thought that this youth, barely in his 20s, had already founded 3 secret laboratories abroad and had unraveled numerous scientific enigmas with a remarkably advanced artificial intelligence code. It seems that Daxia cannot afford to remain idle. Xie Xinqing narrowed his eyes. Is there any news from the Oracle Bone script? How far has the decryption progressed? The middle-aged man shook his head. It remains unclear. However, Ji Qihong has currently refused all external communication, indicating that we are at a critical juncture. I estimate that within a month, we will receive specific information. A month. Xie Xinqing felt a slight tightening in his chest. Who could have imagined that beneath the tranquil surface lay tumultuous waves? This was the calm before the storm, and everyone was racing against time. The participants were not limited to the Oracle Bone script and the Source Bureau. Although Chu Lingfeng and Amp, Oppo's multidimensional laboratory appeared to be halted on the surface, Xie Xinqing suspected that it was not that simple. With so much research data, it was impossible for them to simply cease operations. Various signs indicated that the higher-ups of Daxia were tacitly approving such actions. It resembled the practice of raising a silkworm. Many matters were not beyond Daxia's reach, but these officials were also waiting, whether it be Chu Lingfeng's multidimensional laboratory, Ji Qihong's Oracle Bone script, or the genetic fragments from the Source Bureau. Everyone was pursuing different research directions. Yet their ultimate goal was the same: to explore ancient times and investigate the history that had been erased from several epochs ago. We still have too little influence. Xie Xinqing sighed. He was uncertain whether his choice to align with the Source Bureau was right or wrong, but his personal strength was indeed limited, necessitating that he side with one faction to access core information. The Oracle Bone script and Oppo's training manual, the genetic fragments from the Source Bureau, and the enigmatic research of the multidimensional laboratory all pointed to something significant. As his thoughts raced, Xie Xinqing turned to the middle-aged man. This genetic fragment is quite special. ISN and AMP, Oppo's, it? Indeed, the man replied, his tone tinged with uncertainty. According to the artificial intelligence analysis, this genetic fragment is somewhat incomplete. However, after comparison, the intelligence brain speculates that this is currently humanity and Oppo's optimal solution, implying that through modification, humans could potentially possess superhuman abilities. As he spoke, the middle-aged man and Oppo's voice wavered. Professor, if this is merely a tin assembly by the intelligence brain leading to such conclusions, I can hardly fathom what might occur upon completion of 100. Xie Xinqing chuckled, his eyes shimmering with an inexplicable brilliance. 100? That might indeed validate the Source Bureau's hypothesis. In some ancient epoch, humans truly existed in an era of transcendental martial prowess. Basic Swordsmanship Experience 1. Basic Swordsmanship Experience 1. Congratulations! Your character and Oppos, Ancient Warrior and Oppos, has comprehended basic swordsmanship. Susu's spirits surged with exhilaration as he hastily opened his personal attributes to check. Basic Swordsmanship LV1, 0200. Passive skill incurs no cost. Equipping a bladed weapon enhances one's attack power by 10. This passive effect only applies to sword attacks. Incredible! Susu rejoiced internally. One must not underestimate this 10. It is not a fixed damage output, but a simultaneous enhancement of both personal attack power and weapon damage by 10. In simpler terms, the more formidable the bladed weapon he wields, the greater the damage dealt to monsters. Take the Silver Moon Ancient Blade as an example. Susu's current damage from a basic attack now exceeds that of his former technique by a considerable margin. With a single strike, the damage to low-level monsters soared past 1,000. It is not that the previous technique was weak, but the Silver Moon Ancient Blade was simply extraordinary. Blue-tier equipment. Susu suspected that even after completing the second segment, he might not uncover such a weapon from the Green Savior and Oppos as treasure chest. As the last monster fell, the red dots on the mini-map finally extinguished. Few finally finished. His fingers felt a bit sore. After prolonged screen tapping, even he was beginning to feel the strain. However, the rewards were substantial. The basic swordsmanship was self-evident, and most importantly, his character's experience points surged significantly, leaving just 300 points to reach level 7. Teammates rescued. 15-15. A multitude of pixelated figures was liberated from the cave. Only the final enormous red mark remained on the minimap. Once the boss was defeated, this level would be entirely cleared. Rising from the corpses of the fallen monsters, Susu strode confidently into the cave. The rescued figures surged forward, white speech bubbles appearing above their heads, most expressing gratitude. A black figure stepped forward, and a white dialogue box materialized. Senior, my blade. The scene slowed. 3 options appeared on the screen. Hey, give it to you. Lose the Silver Moon Ancient Blade. B. Ignore C. Custom dialogue. Susu was bewildered. What blade? The black figure replied, the Silver Moon Ancient Blade. Susu asked, Silver Moon what? The black figure sighed, Silver Moon Ancient. Never mind. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. Susu replied, oh, no need to thank me. The black figure wept profusely. Current node, save, activated. Final boss battle commenced. Congratulations! You have acquired the new title, the Shameless Savior. Title, the Shameless Savior. Evaluation, Wear and Amp. Oppos. As my blade? I had such a large Silver Moon Ancient Blade. Oh, the Savior has turned dark. Susu and Oppos. S expression darkened. Damn, what does this game mean by Shameless Savior? Strategy. Do you understand strategy? Moreover, in a game, aren't the NPCs' items technically mine? One cannot expect players to have any moral boundaries, can they? Not worth discussing. Susu smirked, maneuvering his character towards the final boss. With the Silver Moon Ancient Blade in hand, he felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. What a bloodthirsty beast in the face of my Silver Moon Ancient Blade. You are merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. A cold smile crept across Susu's lips. So, you're a bloodthirsty beast, huh? Today, I shall show you what it means to carve up a cow. Chapter 031. The method to slay the celestial blood bowl. Ah, Brother Nyo, I was wrong. Please stop absorbing. I truly made a mistake. Susu was nearly in tears. Initially, he was brimming with confidence, yet no one had informed him that this wretched boss possessed skills. Celestial Blood Bowl, health, 75,000, 45,000, health overflow, strength, 84, agility, 36, stamina, 195, passive skill, celestial, significantly enhances its own defense. If not attacked within 10 seconds, the Blood Bowl can absorb the surrounding celestial energy, converting it into a health shield stored within its blood red patterns, with each pattern capable of holding 10,000 health points. Active skill, Blood Devour, consumes 10,000 health to devour all living beings within a 50-meter radius. Targeted beings undergo a strength assessment. If their strength is less than 50 of its own, they are immobilized for 5 seconds, losing 10 of their current health each second. Damn, Su was on the verge of tears. This skill was utterly outrageous. The celestial aspect aside, the fact that it began storing health immediately upon not being attacked for 10 seconds was akin to Garen and Appos. As passive, wasn't Appos, it? The worst part was its ability to overflow health. Could one even endure that? The Void Reaper paled in comparison. As for the active skill, Blood Devour, he had already been struck by it. With a staggering 50-meter range, there was no escaping even with a blink. The 5-second immobilization coupled with a 50 health deduction nearly turned Su into a mere husk. The only silver lining was that the creature was immobile while casting Blood Devour. Otherwise, he would have perished 100 times over in those 5 seconds. Su wiped the cold sweat from his brow. What else could he do? He had to press on, regardless. There was no point in hoping for a strength assessment. Although the creature in Appos' strength was not the highest, it still boasted a formidable 84 points. 50% of that equated to 42 points, considerably surpassing Su and Appos' current highest attribute. Stamina. I refuse to believe you are invincible. Su gritted his teeth. The ancient warrior surged forward with a sudden dash. Silver Moon Ancient Blade, slashing. A silver arc cleaved through the air. The celestial Blood Bowl, while formidable, was somewhat sluggish in movement. The ancient warrior excelled in speed, and this strike was unavoidable for the Blood Bowl, leaving behind a trail of crimson. 1320. I thought you were invincible. Su chuckled coldly, swiftly maneuvering his character. 50% health was merely that. He would still vanquish you. The damage surpassed 1,000, indicating that apart from its high health, the Blood Bowl and Appos' defense was rather mediocre, relying on control and skill combinations, which sparked a glimmer of hope within Su. Su employed the same tactic, the ancient warrior darting around the Blood Bowl, initiating a guerrilla assault. The Silver Moon Ancient Blade transformed into a relentless flurry of attacks. 1142, 1321, 1233. Damage numbers continued to appear, and the Blood Bowl glared furiously. It was infuriated by this pesky little bug. Especially with that blade, each strike inflicted considerable harm. Roar. The celestial Blood Bowl bellowed, its dark red marks suddenly glowing, followed by twinkling starlight, as if an unseen flame ignited the mark. Active skill, Blood Devour. Not good. Su's scalp prickled as he retreated at lightning speed the moment the Blood Bowl raised its head, executing 3 consecutive dashes without pause. Yet was this skill's range truly so vast? The dash could only cover 10 meters. Even 3 dashes barely reached 30 meters. Yet the boss's skill range was a staggering 50 meters. There was simply no escape. You have been hit by the celestial Blood Bowl's active skill Blood Devour and are undergoing a strength assessment. Strength assessment in progress. Assessment failed. You were immobilized for 5 seconds, continuing to lose health. It's over. Su's vision darkened. He had already been struck by this beast's skill once. Now, facing it again, was he not doomed? Losing 50 of health over 5 seconds. Who could withstand that? 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Time ticked away, and Su struggled to glance at the screen. Then he froze. Wait, I'm not dead. Su and Appos' eyes widened as he stared at his health bar, realizing he still had 25 remaining. Damn. Su straightened his back. Wait, I thought you deducted the maximum percentage. All this time, you and Appos' been deducting based on the current remaining health? Inflicting 800 damage while sacrificing 1,000 of your own? Then I have no reason to fear you. The skies cleared, and Su felt a renewed sense of capability, sneering as he charged toward the Blood Bowl. Was I mistaken? I was not. Absorb away. 1,000 health per attempt. If you dare, try to drain me completely. The celestial Blood Bowl, likely taken aback by Su's audacity, charged forward. You have died. Mission failed. Su's expression stiffened. Damn. I forgot I had no health left. How could I be so foolish? Upon respawning, Su fixed his gaze on the celestial Blood Bowl, contemplating. Previously, he had acted impulsively, Now, however, he had devised a strategy to counter this beast, enticing it to unleash Blood Devour. The old bull seemed formidable. Yet with Su Su having identified the strategy for victory, the boss no longer appeared intimidating. It was merely a matter of time. The crux lay in the Blood Bull and Amp. Amp, Oppo's Blood Devour skill. Consuming 10,000 health points inflicts 50 damage based on the current health. The old bull possessed 75,000 health, theoretically allowing it to unleash Blood Devour 7 times. But Su Su would not grant it that many opportunities. After all, his own strikes were not insignificant, each exceeding 1,000 in damage, which certainly stung the bull. Once at 50 health, then 25, then 12. 5. Down to 6. 25. Su Su silently calculated his health deductions. The 50 from his current health had its limits. Mathematically, it could theoretically approach 0, but game designers typically implement a kill effect once health reaches a critically low threshold. Based on Su Su's calculations, he could endure a maximum of 4 Blood Devours from the old bull. Should it unleash a 5th, he would likely face annihilation. 4 Blood Devours would result in a total deduction of 40,000 health from a bull. Thus, he needed to deplete the remaining 35,000 health. Moreover, during this period, he could not allow the bull to land a single hit on him, meaning he had to engage the boss without taking damage. Phew! Su Su exhaled, relieved that this boss was not insurmountable. Although achieving a flawless run while controlling the frequency of the opponent's skills posed a challenge, it was certainly not impossible. With the theory established, it was time to execute. Let us go. Su Su's fingers danced over the controls, and the ancient warrior instantly dashed forward, the silver short blade slicing through the air once more, aiming directly for the old bull. Simultaneously, on the small map in the upper right corner, the pixelated figures previously rescued by Su Su began to converge towards his location in small groups. Besides the previously saved white, purple, and black figures, several golden figures radiating with golden light joined them. These golden figures moved with remarkable speed, appearing slightly slower than Su Su on the map. Chapter 032. I come from a savior organization, codename. Su Su was locked in a fierce battle with the Blood Bull, completely oblivious to the movements on the minimap. Even if he had noticed, it would have been futile, as he needed to engage in the fight without sustaining any damage. Su Su focused all his mental energy on evading the Blood Bull and Amp. Oppo's attacks, determined to defeat it. Just die already. With a swift step, he created distance from the Blood Bull's assault, the Silver Moon ancient blade slicing through the air with deadly precision. Congratulations! Basic Swordsmanship has leveled up to LV2. Basic Swordsmanship LV2, 12,400 passive skill with no consumption cost. When equipped with bladed weapons, increases attack power by 20. This passive effect only applies to swordsmanship attacks. Wow! Eve leveled up. Su Su gasped, his fingers trembling slightly, yet his eyes shone with fervor. One must not underestimate this 10 increase in attack power. It was precisely what he needed most. With basic swordsmanship LV1, he could already inflict damage between 1,000 and 1,300. Now, basic swordsmanship LV2 would surely elevate his damage even further. Su Su smirked. You're still not dead, bull brother. Swish. 1442. Yes. The Blood Bull, in pain, found itself unable to unleash its ultimate ability, Heaven's Desolation, and was forced to confront Su Su head-on. However, Su Su had long since honed his skills, and seizing the moment of the Blood Bull stagger, he shouted, Bronze Skin, Iron Bones, activate. Mastery, Bronze Skin, Iron Bones LV1, passive skill upon activation. Consumes 2 energy points per second, enhancing recovery ability by 20, speed by 20, strength by 20, and impact resistance by 20, currently cannot be upgraded. In an instant, an invisible wave of energy emanated from the ancient martial artist. Unlike the energy accumulation, the passive skill Bronze Skin, Iron Bones activated instantaneously. The only drawback was its energy consumption. But was Su Su afraid? Certainly not. At that moment, his health was merely at 12. 5. Yet he still had 180 energy points. Without depleting his swift step ability, Su Su could withstand the Blood Bowl for a full minute with the activation of Bronze Skin. Iron Bones, Both recovery ability and impact resistance were of little consequence. With the Blood Bowl's monstrous attributes, a mere touch could be fatal. Nevertheless, it mattered not. A 20 increase in speed and strength. Those attributes were more than sufficient for Su to conquer the formidable boss before him. Swish! Shusu charged. With the enhanced speed and strength, the Silver Moon Ancient Blade unleashed catastrophic damage once more. 1688. Roar. Unbeknownst to him, a pixelated figure stood nearby. Purple figure. White figure. Golden figure. Die, you scoundrel! Susa bellowed. Alas, the pixelated characters in the game could not hear him. They could only observe the ancient martial artist's cold demeanor and the lethal precision of his strikes, as if rehearsed 1,000 times, advancing towards the Blood Bowl. Finally, as Susu plunged his blade into the Blood Bowl's artery, the beast let out a horrifying scream. Its colossal body swayed precariously, the inscriptions on its skin flickering ominously, and blood gushed forth as if it were free. Roar, roar! The Blood Bowl howled in agony, its enormous eyes frantically searching for Susu. Then, with a thunderous crash, it collapsed, never to rise again. At last it was done. Susu exhaled, collapsing onto his bed. To be honest, this second stage boss was not as challenging as the first chapter, but the lengthy completion process was exhausting. Susu calculated. When he battled the first level, he had merely rushed into Central Park and engaged in a duel with the Split Sky Side Mantis. However, the second stage involved rescuing people and dealing with unexpected complications. Had it not been for his cleverness, he would have likely been stuck on the rescue mission. Congratulations! You have defeated the Blood Bowl of Heaven's Desolation. Chapter 1, Section 2. The Demon Cave has been completed. Calculating completion evaluation. Completion evaluation. B. Average. Current chapter cannot be regenerated. Uploading chapter. Chapter uploaded. Congratulations, Savior. You have once again saved Bin City. Due to your B evaluation, final reward increased by 90. Received, Savior and Oppos. S treasure chest, white. 2. Savior and Oppos. S treasure chest, green 1. Obtained, 800 experience points. Mysterious reward is being distributed. The game window gradually faded. Susa widened his eyes. Wait, where in Oppos? That's my mysterious reward? What does an Oppos, being distributed in Oppos, mean? And the current chapter cannot be regenerated. Damn it, is it a one-time deal? The golden figure, along with the others, stepped forward. Pray tell. Who are you? Where do you hail from? A. No comment. B. Custom response. Is this part of the storyline? Could it be that the mysterious reward requires a character interaction? Susa pondered for a moment. Then realization dawned upon him. This game was quite excessive. It had taken until the second section for the character name input feature to appear. Susu internally scoffed. However, he was not idle. After casually pressing the B option, he began typing I am. Wait. Susu hesitated. What name should he choose? Since the game lacked a name change system, he would inevitably have to create a new character later, so it would be best to have some interconnection. Much like playing games that allow multiple accounts, where the character names are often similar. In his previous life, he had played a game called Legend, where he had done just that. Names like Pride of the World or Pride of the Heroes. Cough. Let us not delve into that dark history. After contemplating, Susu's lips curled into a mischievous smile. I am a shadow walker from the Savior organization. Codename 7. Confirming and sending. At the moment the data was generated, the golden figure and those behind him visibly changed expressions. Unfortunately, Susu's pixelated appearance rendered such subtle shifts invisible to him. Now, surely I will receive my mysterious reward. Susu stared intently at his phone, muttering to himself. According to the game's usual pattern, having inputted the character name, it was only logical that he would receive a substantial gift now. Indeed, after a few moments of silence, the golden figure produced an ancient box and placed it before Suso. Thank you for saving Bin City. This is what we discovered from the monsters. We hope it is of assistance to you. A. Accept the gift. B. Refuse. Can I refuse this? Susu rolled his eyes and decisively pressed the A option. You have received the mysterious gift from End Oppos, Heaven and Oppos, SNET, and Oppos Game Over. With a swift motion, the phone screen went black. When it illuminated once more, he found himself at the personal settings interface of the game center. Chapter 1 Finale. The Ghost Gate. Chapter is being generated. Estimated opening time. 12 days, 6 hours, 23 minutes. Susu. Game developers. Could you please be a little more considerate? Why does it take longer each time? He sighed, feeling unsatisfied, just as he was about to open his inventory to inspect the so-called mysterious reward. Suddenly, a message pinged. Stable Wind Group, CS Shinshin, everyone. I have found a way to piece together the assessment method for the Source Restoration Bureau. Chapter 33. The three systems beneath layers of historical fog. Su was astonished. How could it be so swift? CS Shinshin possessed remarkable skills. The essence of the alien puzzle lies in predicting the outcome of the puzzle itself. After his traversal, Susa had familiarized himself with this world, which bore a technological level akin to that of around 2010 in his previous life. The internet had developed rapidly, yet high-end analytical software remained scarce. The advancement of technology had not progressed as swiftly as in his former world. Susu vaguely recalled that upon his arrival in this world in 2035, artificial intelligence and AI big data models had begun to scale up. Mobile phones, payments, government functions, and various industries were heavily reliant on AI. AI had spurred technological breakthroughs. At that time, human computational power had surpassed the cumulative total of all historical computing capabilities, reaching an astonishing level. However, the reason for his traversal had faded from memory. It seemed as though he had merely awakened in this world. In this era devoid of artificial intelligence, software, military, and technology were still creeping along. And yet, an alien puzzle exceeding 100,000 pieces had been solved so swiftly. How had CS Shinshin accomplished this? Susu and Appo's admiration was genuine. It was evident that the world was still teeming with geniuses. Even if he were to engage in gaming, he felt incapable of achieving such speed. CS Shinshin chuckled, attributing his success to mere luck, having consulted some relevant literature to deduce the results. He admitted that if he had to compare each piece individually, he would likely have become mired in confusion. This realization sparked Su's interest. Lin Qingshi, astonished, exclaimed, "So that's how it is. Old Xia, please elaborate." It was clear that she had grasped the situation. Individuals at their level encounter knowledge far beyond the reach of ordinary people. CS Shinshin and Appo's implication was straightforward. He had not employed conventional methods for puzzle comparison. Rather, he had transcended that framework to speculate and analyze which resources the Origin Bureau would possess and what materials they would provide to evaluators. It was akin to viewing the problem from the perspective of the questioner, a stroke of fortune in guessing the questioner's intentions. CS Shinshin continued, "Do you all remember the sunk Ghost Island incident from the first stage?" Susu acknowledged yes. Lin Qingshi affirmed, "I remember." CS Shinshin elaborated, "Through my investigation, I discovered that when the sunk Ghost Island incident first occurred, our great Xia had indeed dispatched some researchers to ascertain the authenticity of the matter, and not just once." He continued, "I found records indicating 3 separate investigations, with remarkably short intervals between them. Almost as soon as the first team returned home, the second team received orders to embark abroad. The suddenness of the event and its distant location made it challenging for us to retrieve valuable information, and we would have to pay a hefty price." He recounted, in July 2061, the first investigation team from Great Xia set sail for the West Continent. By the end of July, the second team departed, and merely 3 days later, on August 1st, 2061, the third team set out once again. This investigation lasted 3 whole months. CS Shinshin recounted slowly, leaving Lin Qingshi bewildered. "Wait, old Xia, what does this have to do with our current assessment?" She questioned. "Patience, we are approaching the crux," CS Shinshin replied. "The key point I wish to emphasize is that the third investigation team, at that time, the Origin Bureau had yet to be established, and only one individual could spearhead such a historically significant endeavor. Chu Lingfeng, the prodigy of the history department." The mention of Chu Lingfeng sent a shiver down Lin Qingshi and Appo's spine. How is this relevant to him? She wondered. Su, however, remained unfazed, typing slowly in the group chat. And then, he prompted, Then, Chu Lingfeng returned. After Great Xia paid an enormous price, he successfully brought back some experimental samples from the West Continent. In the following years, leveraging that expedition, Chu Lingfeng established Great Xia's first secret historical research institution, the Multiverse Laboratory. Su Su pondered the name Multiverse Laboratory, while Lin Qingshi, unusually silent, seemed lost in thought. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that upon his return, Chu Lingfeng not only obtained data regarding the divine tree and its fruits, but also brought back some scraps, Xie Xinqing added. These scraps pertained to genetic experiments and biological research. Unfortunately, these materials were deemed unimportant by Great Xia at the time due to their striking similarity to contemporary scientific developments. Only in recent years, when issues arose within the Multiverse Laboratory and the Origin Bureau prepared to receive the data, did they make a startling discovery. These genetic documents, while reminiscent of our modern technology, followed an entirely different trajectory. The most significant revelation among them was an unprecedented concept, gene locks. Esteemed colleagues, our alien puzzle, consisting of over 100,000 pieces, represents genetic fragments, or rather, a genetic map. Messages continued to flood the group chat as Xie Xinqing elucidated the concept of gene locks. Su Su observed quietly, yet his brow furrowed with increasing concern. Lacking the talent and means of Xie Xinqing, as well as the connections and background of Lin Qingshi, he possessed a unique perspective they did not. He was a time traveler. His memories from his previous life constituted his greatest asset. Yet, this very realization instilled within him a profound sense of dissonance. Something was amiss, deeply amiss. What was truly the nature of this world and Apo's S history? The Western Mountain Incident and Apo's S documentation. The divine tree and its fruits on the Ghost Island. And now the genetic map discovered by the Origin Bureau. All of these seemingly belonged to a single timeline, yet three distinct branches had emerged. The Oracle Bone Company, custodians of the mysterious documentation, was making significant moves. The Multiverse Laboratory and Apo's S research on the divine tree and its fruits had been halted, and now the Origin Bureau unveiled the concepts of genetic mapping and gene locks. They all seemed to harbor knowledge they were desperately concealing. These individuals raced against time, as though an invisible hand were driving them forward. The official stance of Great Xia remained enigmatic. For the first time, history left Su Su feeling lost, obscured by a dense fog. Traversing through time, historical divergences, and products from three disparate eras. What did all of this signify? Chapter 34. The Abyssal Pit and U-01 Semi-Finished Genetic Serum Lin Qingshi. Su Su, brother, are you still there? Su Su. Oh yes, I am here. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Su Su immediately began typing in the group chat. Su Su, by the way, Xie Xinqing, can I confirm with you? Is it true that the data brought back by Chu Lingfeng back in the day was indeed the genetic blueprint? Xie Xinqing, absolutely. Back then, the Daxia administration did not regard this part of the data as significant, so its confidentiality level was not very high. With some effort, it can essentially be uncovered. If you doubt it, you can ask Lin Qingshi as well. Su Su, thank you, it's not that I don't believe it. I'm merely perplexed. Su Su furrowed his brow. He could not ascertain whether this was a product of the same era. Most importantly, why did it feel so incongruous to him? The fusion of sacrificial culture and biological genetics was indeed strange. In the Longwood Security Department's Special Command Center, Gu Beichun spoke in a solemn tone. Have we established contact with Ming Xiao yet? Fida. Chu Tong's expression was equally grim as she struggled to maintain the communication signal. No, Captain Gu, I suspect that the contents beneath the abyss are even more terrifying than we imagined. There must be something down there that interferes with our current technological signals. Interfering with signals. Gu Beichun pondered deeply. Is it the depth? Or perhaps the unique mineral structure? Impossible. Chu Tong immediately countered. The membrane flow device has undergone extremely rigorous testing. Not to mention a few hundred meters, even at several thousand meters within complex and extreme cold or magma. We can still receive our signals. There's absolutely no disconnection, since it was neither natural causes related to depth or structure. Then what could it be? Gu Beichen did not doubt Chu Tong's words. Countless experiences had proven that in terms of technological prowess, Chu Tong could be called the Earth Network, and her capabilities in this area were indisputable. With a grave tone, Chu Tong added, "I suspect there may be something beyond worldly comprehension underground. It has been 3 days since Ming Xiao and the others descended, and based on the 2 images transmitted earlier, the number of monsters down there is far greater than we initially thought. This was our oversight. Yet, they still have the option to abandon the mission and return to the surface, unless something compels them to remain down there. Captain, I have utilized technological means to restore the 2 images sent back earlier, and I've made a new discovery. Look at the small black dot in the corner of the 1,000-meter position in the first image. Is that not a peculiar shape?" The 2 images were transmitted to headquarters. Gu Beichen frowned as he gazed at a black pixelated square at the deepest point of 1,000 meters, murmuring, "This resembles a door." "Indeed, it is a door. A black door. Jutong et Gulim." Moreover, according to my analysis, in the first image, the door is open, while in the second image, it is closed. Perhaps the answers we seek lie beyond that door. "You mean?" Gu Beichen and Appo's expression turned serious. A great deal had transpired in the past month. An abyss had suddenly appeared in Central Park, and a 7 or 8 meter beast had crawled out from it. The sudden emergence of a mysterious person, the runes within the monster, that verdant little tree and its fruits, and now there was even a door deep within the abyss. Yes, Chu Tong and Appo's expression dimmed slightly. While those monsters are formidable, they should not be enough to keep the strongest captains of Longwood trapped. The only possibility is Ming Xiao and her team must have discovered the existence of the door, and they want to try again. The membrane flow device is a tri-body mechanism. The 3-body structure relies on each other while maintaining independence. If all 3 detectors are operational, as Lu Muqing stated in the meeting, she is confident that within 20 seconds, she could detect the structure of the abyss and transmit the images back to the base. However, the current situation was evidently amiss. The first 2 detectors had already been destroyed, although the tri-body structure ensured that one section of the detector could still be used. The reality was that for every section lost, the time needed for successful installation would increase exponentially. For minutes. This was Chu Tong and Appo's optimistic estimation of the time. "I understand." Gu Beichen's complexion darkened ominously. Lu Muqing and her team were willing to risk their lives for the 3rd underground reconnaissance image. How could he bear to watch his subordinates perish? Relay the order to mobilize Tianluo at all costs to proceed to Binhai for rescue. I do not wish to see their corpses. My people are not meant to be fodder for those monsters. Chu Tong and Appo's expression changed drastically. "But Captain Gu, Tianluo, there are no Appo's, but Appo's." Gu Beichen and Appo's voice was resolute, his gaze icy. "Terminate the experiment." "Understood." After severing communication with Chu Tong, Gu Beichen sighed deeply, collapsing into a seat in the command center. Before him were 16 massive screens, providing a panoramic view of the situation outside the abyss. Tianluo was conducting a secret experiment. Terminating it now would bring tremendous harm to both Tianluo and Appo's physical state and the experiment itself. Yet he had no choice. The Research Institute had completed the analysis, revealing that the mysterious runes from within the monsters and Appo's bodies appeared to be a type of genetic blueprint, a genetic sequence previously unseen. If humanity could recombine these sequences, unexpected occurrences might ensue. Clinical analysis was accelerating. The nation and Appo's foremost scientists toiled day and night, striving to reverse engineer this power. The clinical experimental reagent capable of altering genetic sequences was referred to as U01. The enigmatic fruit had yet to undergo analysis. The experimentation on the mysterious gene was only halfway complete. But time was running out. Hopefully, the semi-finished U01 would prove effective. Captain! The communicator suddenly crackled with the anxious voice of Chu Nan. Gu Beichen abruptly lifted his head, seizing the communicator. "What is it? He has appeared." "What?" Gu Beichen barely had time to process the information when his gaze was drawn to a corner of the screen. There a figure emerged unexpectedly. Familiar disheveled hair and an expression that seemed unremarkable. The figure glanced this way for a moment before leaping into the abyss. With a clatter, the communicator slipped from Gu Beichen's grasp, the intermittent voice emanating from it. Captain, that mysterious person has entered the abyss. We, Ming Xiao and the others, may have a chance. Damn these vile monsters. I'll fight you to the end. Bang, bang, bang. Flames erupted within the narrow underground cavern as a voice filled with expletives resounded. Xiongnan struggled to maneuver his body, firing frantically at the surrounding monsters. His ammunition was dwindling. He had only 8 high-explosive grenades left. He would not use them unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 035. The master is battling the beast. Xiongnan expression was grim, the barrel of his gun heating up and emitting smoke from prolonged firing. As the last bullet was discharged, a crisping amp, oppos, clicking amp, oppos, echoed from the gun. The scouts forged ahead while the heavyweights provided support from the rear. However, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. Fong Su descended to the very bottom of the chasm, leading the scout team to fend off the oncoming creatures. Xiong then obstructed the monsters to prevent them from advancing downward, both of them ensuring the safety of Lu Muqing. Yet this stalemate could not last much longer. Xiongnan gritted his teeth, his eyes darting quickly among the monstrous horde. Staying here meant certain death. The only options were to fight or flee. But retreat was out of the question. At such a critical juncture, as the main force, Xiongnan had never known fear. I'll fight to the end, gazing at the remaining 8 high-explosive grenades in his possession. His eyes turned crimson with determination. Suddenly, a drop of water fell from above, landing on Xiongnan forehead. Wait! A flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled that these beasts had lived underground for so long that their sight had deteriorated. Chu Tong had mentioned that they relied on external stimuli to attack humans, such as sound, scent, temperature, and electromagnetic waves. If he could create a loud enough noise without alerting them to danger, could he lure the monsters to the surface? Having realized that the creatures showed no fear of gunfire, but rather went into a frenzy at the scent of blood, Xiongnan felt a surge of hope. He swiftly drew a small knife from his belt and made a deep cut on his arm, letting the crimson blood drip down. The monsters began to stir restlessly, producing a cacophony as they toppled stones. Damn these wretched beasts! Come and catch me if you dare! Xiongnan furious shouts echoed through the rocky cavern. In the next moment, he turned sharply and began to climb upward with all his might. The tactic was indeed effective. Countless monsters, as if sensing a delectable feast, surged toward him in a frenzy. A bunch of fools. Xiongnan laughed heartily, fastening the grenades to his waist, ready for action. The ascent was far more arduous than the descent, requiring him to constantly monitor for any monsters that might lag behind, lest some keen-sensed creature detect the danger in return. 60 meters. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. Almost there, just as a smile of hope graced Xiongnan face, catching a glimpse of light filtering from the chasm's opening. He suddenly froze in place. Something was amiss. An intangible aura of terror enveloped him in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Xiongnan and Amp, Oppos, hair stood on end, and cold sweat drenched his back. He slowly turned his head, and on the damp rock wall, a colossal python, measuring dozens of meters in length, fixed its blood-red eyes upon him, its tail scraping against the stone, producing a rustling sound. In its icy gaze lurked a chilling blend of cruelty and mockery, as if it regarded him as mere prey. Xiongnan felt darkness envelop him. It was over. Drip drop, water trickled down the rock face. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until Xiongnan opened his eyes again to find himself tightly ensnared by the python. The mere thought of extending a hand was now a distant luxury. A rhythmic pounding echoed from above. Initially, Xiongnan thought it was merely another monster making noise. But gradually, he realized something was amiss. Wait, did that sound resemble a creature in agony? With great effort, he lifted his head to look up and was met with a shocking sight. Holy moly! Xiongnan exclaimed, unable to contain himself. The scene before him was too extraordinary to comprehend. Within the dim chasm, a figure clad in dark robes, moved with the grace of a swallow, facing the horde of beasts as if strolling through a familiar garden. Each strike was effortlessly evaded, and with a casual punch, the air erupted with a terrifying sonic boom, obliterating one of the monsters into pieces. Incredible! Xiong Nin marveled in disbelief. They had analyzed the ancient martial artist's capabilities and knew his strength and speed transcended humanity. But having never witnessed it up close, he lacked a visceral understanding of such terrifying power. Now, however, it was different. Xiongnin felt his heart racing wildly. It turned out that humans could attain such extraordinary strength. Zing! Zing! The anxious voice of Chu Tong crackled through his wrist communicator. Xiongnan, can you hear me? The underground signal is being disrupted, but you're nearing the exit, and I can reach you from outside. I can hear you. Xiongnan pressed the communicator button, activating a micro camera. The image of the giant python coiling around him was transmitted to the command center. Chu Tong, Gu Beichun. Both were left speechless, their faces frozen in shock. This is it. Chu Tong and Appo's voice trembled. Old Xiong, are you all right? Xiongnan, still in a light-hearted mood, replied, Haha, I'm perfectly fine. Look at this massive snake. He remained unperturbed. Initially, he thought he was doomed, but now, wasn't the savior arriving? Gu Beichun spoke in a serious tone. Hold on, don't give up. I've notified the Tian Luo team. They will reach you in half an hour at most, and then you will be saved. Xiong Nan shook his head, his tone relaxed. No need, I won't die. Just hang tight for a moment. His arm and body were ensnared by the serpent. With great difficulty, Xiong Nan twisted his wrist to adjust the communicator, transforming the holographic projection into a 360 view. Hey look, that mysterious figure is right above me. Under the 360 holographic display, every detail of the cave was relayed back to the command center. As they witnessed the ancient martial artist wreaking havoc amongst the beasts, Chu Tong and Gu Beichun were both astonished yet relieved. Chu Tong chuckled, that's great, old Xiong. Make some noise to attract his attention so he can come and rescue you. No need for that. I have my own method, Xiongnan replied. Gu Beichun and Chu Tong exchanged puzzled glances. What do you mean? In the next moment, Xiongnan took a deep breath, his face reddening, and shouted, Master! Save me! Chu Tong! Gu Beichun! Both of them were left in utter disbelief, black lines appearing on their foreheads. Damn it! Is this really your plan? However, to their surprise, it actually worked. The ancient martial artist seemed to have heard Xiong, Nan, and Appo's cry for help and charged downward, pursued by several roaring monsters, but they were no match for his speed. Master, help me bang! The martial artist delivered a powerful kick, combined with the momentum of his dive, sending both the python and Xiong Nan flying through the air. The communication device, cut off, replaced by a cacophony of explosive sounds mixed with horrified screams. Xiongnan. Gu Beichun leapt to their feet. Xiongnan, are you all right? A few seconds later, I'm fine, Xiongnan managed to utter, swallowing hard. Chu Tong's voice was filled with urgency. What is happening now? Xiongnan pondered for a moment, his tone peculiar. The master is fighting the beasts. Both were left utterly baffled, Gu Beichun furrowing his brow. Please clarify? Xiongnan, just take a look for yourselves. The holographic projection was activated. Then, Gu Beichun and Chu Tong witnessed the ancient martial artist relentlessly attacking the giant python with unyielding ferocity, accompagné by a cacophony of da sounds. The countenance of the colossal serpent contorted. Chu Tong, so brutal. Gu Beichun, indeed. Chapter 36, Brother. It an Appo's. Es not that I don an Appo's. T want to help you. The atmosphere in the conference room was oddly awkward. None of them had anticipated that the high-minded figure they had in mind would appear so flawed. Gu Beichun cleared his throat and explained seriously. The actions of great individuals are worthy of our emulation. This is what we call unconventionality. In the face of challenges, one must immediately implement the most effective solutions, unfettered by worldly constraints. This is something we should all reflect upon. He found himself struggling to continue. Ahem, in short, that's the gist of it. Chu Tong replied, All right, at least in an Appo's. That's good news that Xiongnan is out of trouble. What is the situation below? Speaking of business, Xiong Nan's expression turned grave. It's not looking good. Fang Su has led the scout team deeper, and they are now in a precarious position. Ming Xiao is trying to install the third detector, which should be about 100 meters below us. When we parted, we agreed that once Ming Xiao finished installing the detector, he would immediately signal with a flare. But now we haven into Oppos. T seen any signal from him, which means something has gone awry. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two in the command center changed. Ming Xiao and the scout team were still below, and it appeared that the crisis was not only unresolved, but had become even more perilous. Gu Baichen asked in a low voice, "How long until Tian Luo arrives?" Chu Tong furrowed his brow in contemplation. He is on his way. The fastest would be in 25 minutes, but that may be too late. Old Xiong, try to communicate with that mysterious person. If he is willing to help save us, let him set the terms. We have nothing to lose. The situation had escalated unexpectedly, and initially, they hadn't anticipated it would become so dire. By the time Tian Luo arrived, Lu Muqing and Fang Su could very well be lost. Chu Tong believed there was still a chance to salvage the situation. The mysterious individual had appeared twice during critical moments, and it was highly likely he would not stand idly by. "I understand. Leave it to me," Xiongnan nodded earnestly. As they spoke, the ancient warrior had already dealt with the giant python, delivering powerful strikes to its vital points. Even a legendary by Nyangzi would struggle against such force, let alone a recently mutated beast. It was evident that the giant python was meeting a painful end. "Great One, could you say my other teammates?" Xiong then stepped forward cautiously. The ancient warrior remained calm. "Follow me." Xiong Nan felt a surge of hope, but just as he was about to speak, he noticed the warrior's gaze fixated on his belt. Xiong Nan exclaimed, "No, I don an amp. Oppos. T have that kind of hobby." The ancient warrior pointed at the high explosive grenades on his belt, and Xiong Nan finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, so that's what you meant. You could have just said so." His face twitched. Although the Great One was indeed a formidable figure, such gestures could easily lead to misunderstandings. "Senior, how do you plan to save my teammates?" "Keep up," the ancient warrior said, leaping downwards. With 8 high-explosive grenades, they cleared their path with remarkable speed, and any monsters that came near were shattered by the warrior's fists. "Over there's a monster." "What? It's already dead?" "Hiss. Senior. Over there's another one." "This way." Xiong Nan was exhilarated, chattering incessantly like a garrulous child. The title of Great One had shifted to Senior. He couldn't help it. It was his first experience of true, overwhelming power. Despite his muscular build and slightly taller stature compared to the ancient warrior, he knew in his heart that even 100 of him combined would not stand a chance against the enigmatic man before him. Who truly was the burden here? Compared to this individual, he felt utterly insignificant. The two descended rapidly. Below, a voice filled with uncertainty called out, "Who?" Lu Muqing looked up, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. "Xiong Nan, you, how did you come down?" Lu Muqing was taken aback. She knew Xiong Nan's character all too well. He seemed tough, but was, in reality, rather simple-minded. He would have turned back. Xiong Nan laughed heartily. "Ming Xiao, the monsters above have been cleared. We're here to rescue." Before he could finish, a shadow zipped past. The ancient warrior didn't even glance at Lu Muqing, grabbing Xiong Nan by the collar and heading downwards. Xiong Nan was left dumbfounded. Lu Muqing's eyes flashed with surprise. That person was. Once the figures of the ancient warrior and Xiong Nan completely vanished, her communicator suddenly crackled to life. "Can you hear me? It's Chu Tong. The ground network. I can hear you." Lu Muqing quickly responded, thinking the previous detector had activated. Chu Tong's tone was strange. "Yes, we can communicate, but it's not due to the detector. It's because the monsters have been eliminated." Lu Muqing was stunned. "What do you mean, the monsters have been eliminated?" No one could fathom the horror she and her team had endured over the past 3 days. In her mind, the pit had been a den of monsters, teeming with endless foes. The idea of them being eradicated seemed implausible. It was true. Chu Tong briefly recounted the situation above, explaining why their communication devices had been severed. The underground monsters possessed a mysterious magnetic field that interfered with their signals. And once a certain number of monsters were eliminated, communication would be restored. In short, that mysterious individual was far more powerful than they had previously understood. And upon the conclusion of this mission, They would need to reassess his capabilities. Lu Muqing was left in a daze. One person wiped out all the monsters? Senior, is this truly the only way? Xiangnan's tone was filled with grievance, akin to a wronged child. The ancient warrior remained unfazed. You wouldn't want your teammates to be devoured by monsters, would you? Xiangnan's face twitched. Just listen to how you phrase this. Of course. You would say that since you're not the bait. He sighed, a proud burden. Well, at least no one saw. Senior, being the bait is fine, but please don't mention it to my teammates, all right? The ancient warrior cast a discreet glance at the communicator on Xiangnan and Amp, Oppo's wrist, which was blinking with a green light, and nodded in agreement. All right. Then, for the next few minutes, Xiangnan regretted his decision. He swore he had never run so fast as life. This was a task that should have been left to the second team. Heaven knew why a mere burden could run this quickly. In the command center, witnessing Xiangnan's tearful cries of "Senior, save me," made Gu Beichen and Chu Tong struggle to maintain their composure. Chu Tong asked, Captain Gu, "What do we do now? Just let it play out?" Gu Beichen smiled slightly. "What else can we do? By the way, please record the current video footage for me. I suddenly feel that Xiangnan is too capable to be merely a burden. He has considerable potential." Chu Tong fell silent. "May he rest in peace, brother. It's not that I don't want to help you. This is Captain Gu's request. I'm powerless to change it." 3 seconds later, Chu Tong proclaimed, "Captain Gu, it's done, a 4K high-definition version. Well done." Chapter 037. The frigid killing machine years hence, recalling this episode. Xiangnan would grind his teeth, wishing he could obliterate Chu Tong and Oppo's head on the spot. But that and Oppo's a tale for another time. As it stands, through the tacit and Oppo's collaboration and Oppo's between the ancient martial artist and Xiangnan, the monsters poised to besiege Lu Muqing in the future have been entirely eradicated. Senior, is that sufficient? Xiangnan gasped, his legs trembling like aspen leaves. Originally, the task should have fallen to the second squad, codenamed Quick Assist. It will suffice. The ancient martial artist nodded, indicating his intention to proceed solo. Xiangnan visibly relaxed. Finally, it's over. The rest is up to you, Senior. Once the ancient martial artist departed, Xiangnan collapsed onto the ground, abandoning all pretense of decorum. Beep, beep, beep. Lu Muqing. Xiangnan, the detector is installed. I see your location. When Amp, Oppo's, your status. Xiangnan and Amp, Oppo's, face stiffened. Muqing? How did you reach? He wanted to inquire how she had contacted him. Wasn't the signal supposed to be dead in this sinkhole? Lu Muqing responded quizzically. Your communication device has been active the entire time. I was merely occupied with installing the detector and couldn't inquire earlier. Is there an issue? Xiangnan's complexion shifted dramatically. The signal has been active the entire time? That implies. Damn it. Chu Tong and Oppo's voice echoed through the communicator. Xiangnan could practically hear the suppressed mirth. Well done, Beacon. I have your location. Tian Luo will arrive in 10 minutes. I'll arrange for the injured comrades to ascend first. By the way, Xiangnan, perhaps you'd like a respite as well? Chu Tong emphasized the words, a respite. Xiangnan's forehead creased with dark lines, his teeth gnashing audibly. Chu Tong, everyone move in. From the abyss, the monsters' roars grew louder, their crimson eyes burning with bloodlust and avarice. Fong Su wiped perspiration from his brow, a faint, acrid scent invading his nostrils. Captain, you're wounded, a teammate behind him exclaimed. Fong Su chuckled dismissively, his short blade carving an arc, instantly felling a monster attempting to pounce. It's nothing. Don't concern yourselves with me. In reality, his right hand trembled imperceptibly, nearing exhaustion. The monsters were too numerous, seemingly infinite. Even Fong Su, the self-proclaimed king of solo combat, was nearing his breaking point. Will I perish here? Perhaps. But ISN and Oppo's. This the fate of a lone warrior? The slaughter persisted, silver glints dancing in the darkness, each accompanied by a spray of blood. Kill. Keep killing. Blood obscured his vision, rendering the already dim environment even more treacherous. Suddenly, a claw lashed out from the shadows, and Fong Su grunted, staggering backward. His body felt numb. His mind grew increasingly clouded, Yet Fong Su fought to maintain his composure. In his delirium, he seemed to hear his communicator buzzing, Lu Muqing's anxious voice piercing through. Fong Su, what's your status? TCH. I must be hallucinating. There and amp, oppos. No way I could receive beacon and amp, oppos, signal here. Fong Su muttered. But soon, a chorus of voices erupted. Zhong Tua Di Wang, even Gu Beichin and amp, oppos, voice. Fong Su. The cacophony jolted Fong Su awake. Before he could finish, a gust of wind roared overhead. Fong Su felt himself lifted, a large hand hoisting him high then. Whoosh! He was hurled into the cavern behind him. Fong Su. What's happening? Captain, are you all right? Teammates clamored around him. Stunned, Fong Su shook his head and rose. I'm fine. Fong Su gazed beyond the cave entrance, his pupils constricting as he froze. It's the enigmatic figure? Excellent, Captain, we're saved. A teammate exclaimed ecstatically. Gu Beichin's deep voice resonated through the communicator. Fong Su, report your situation. I and Oppos. Am unharmed, good UI, but what transpired? Fong Su and Oppos. Mind reeled. Wherein and Oppos. They supposed to be preventing the monsters from ascending? And how is the communicator functioning? Had Lu Muqing completed the detector installation? But what about the enigmatic figure? Xiongnan and Oppos. Boisterous voice boomed. It and Oppos. Complicated. In short, you and Oppos. Re-rescued. Take care of the brothers. Once Tian Luo arrives, I and Oppos. Lead a team to retrieve you. Ha! Fong Su exhaled in relief. I see. Lu Muqing chuckled, a close call. Isn't it? Chu Tong snickered. Beacon, you shouldn't ask Lao Fong that. You should ask Xiongnan. He'll have plenty to say. Lu Muqing inquired, puzzled. What do you mean? Xiongnan and Oppos. Face flushed crimson. Zhu Dong. Mention that again, and I and Oppos. Fight you. The group erupted in laughter. Gu Beichin interjected gravely enough. The crisis ISN and Oppos. Over. Everyone, remain vigilant. Di Wang, display the cavern and Oppos. Interior. Lend Oppos. Analyze this sinkhole. Affirmative. Chu Tong responded, fingers flying across the keyboard. The mobile detector has its advantages. It emits invisible detection waves, mapping the sinkhole and Oppos' structure and revealing its interior. Done. As Chu Tong spoke, a blue holographic screen appeared on everyone in Oppos' wrist, displaying the cavern and Oppos' details. The previously dark environment was now vividly illuminated. The monsters and Oppos', decaying bodies, bloodthirsty fangs, and scales were all clearly visible. However, the focal point was the figure locked in combat with the horde. The ancient martial artist and Oppos' every strike, angle, and depth was executed with precision. Like a relentless killing machine, he decimated the monsters. Xiongnan eyes widened. Good heavens, that's excessive. With that efficiency, Fong Su might as well retire. Fong Su retorted, speechless. Why? Thank you. You flatter me. Lu Muqing wondered aloud. Is it just me? Or does he seem even stronger? Xiongnan flippantly replied, what are you talking about? Last time there was only one monster. Perhaps he wasn't in Oppos. Using his full power? Chu Tong stifled a laugh. Looks like someone in Oppos' smitten, turning into a fanboy. So quickly? Xiongnan hissed. Enough. Suddenly, Gu Beichin and Oppos' voice cut through the banter. Something in Oppos' amiss. Everyone, look at the bottom. What is that? Chapter 038. The Emergence of the Heavenly Net. Fong Su and Oppos' despair. What? Everyone was momentarily stunned, gazing at the results displayed by the detector. And soon their eyes were drawn to a massive crimson dot at the edge of a deep pit. This is... Chu Tong's pupils constricted sharply, and he instinctively wanted to exclaim. But Gu Beichin and Oppos' voice was quicker, sternly commanding, silence. The communicator fell into an eerie hush. Only the image of a colossal bull and Oppos' head, adorned with bizarre inscriptions, was visible, soundly asleep. Are you serious? There's a boss. Xiongnan voice trembled. It wasn't that he was cowardly, but the current situation was dire. If such a formidable boss continued to emerge, it would spell catastrophe for their city. Perhaps the situation ISN and Oppos, T as dire as it seems. Lu Muqing forced herself to remain calm, meticulously analyzing. Let us not forget the object previously detected, a 1,000 deep pit, beyond which there is nothing. This indicates that the initial and amp, Oppos, Earth and amp, Oppos, as core and amp, Oppos, hypothesis is flawed. These creatures must have appeared from thin air, or rather, they were transported from another realm by some unknown force. The Earth and Oppos, S-core hypothesis was a theory devised by the higher-ups of Long Kingdom regarding the monsters, suggesting that these creatures resided in the underground world of Blue Star, merely resurfacing due to geological upheavals. Lu Muqing's revelation, however, undoubtedly debunked this theory, which was precisely why she was determined to relay this information back. Gu Beichen spoke gravely. Ming Xiao, are you implying that door? Exactly, Lu Muqing nodded. Captain Gu, our initial assumption was that these monsters originated from the Earth and amp, Oppos, S-core, due to their degenerated vision. But perhaps we overcomplicated matters? Is it possible they also dwell underground in that world? The 1,000 meters is not the limit of the detector, but rather the extent of this pit. Aside from a pitch-black door, there is nothing. A heavy silence enveloped the group. Lu Muqing's hypothesis was not without merit. According to Chu Tong's earlier comments, the door was initially open but is now shut. Might it be possible that the monsters emerged from within that door? Enough. Let us refrain from wild speculation. Regardless, we must address the immediate issues at hand. Gu Beichen's tone held a hint of levity. He had just received news that the heavenly net had arrived in Bin City, and the U-01 experiment had been successfully completed. Although clinical trials had not been conducted due to time constraints, the results were exceedingly promising. U-01 has succeeded. The crowd gasped, quickly followed by elation. They were all too familiar with U-01, a project based on mysterious patterns discovered within the creatures, ultimately leading to the identification of human genetic sequence nodes capable of unlocking powers that transcend human limits, reaching superhuman levels. So does this mean we too can wield such power? Fang Su's gaze shifted toward the ancient martial artist position, fervor igniting in his eyes. Gu Beichen nodded, indeed. Once we resolve the current predicament, the laboratory will conduct a thorough examination of the heavenly net. If the genetic serum proves safe, you all will gradually participate in the clinical trials for U-01. Fantastic. Ha. Even if monsters appear again, we can rely on our own strength to deal with them. The group erupted in jubilant cheers. At that moment, the ancient martial artist slowly halted his blade's motion. Outside the cave, countless monster corpses lay strewn about, their bright red blood staining the rocky walls. An endless tide of monsters had been annihilated by a single individual. Fang Su struggled to rise, deeply bowing to the ancient warrior. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. My blade. The ancient warrior remained impassive. What blade? Fang Su was taken aback, glancing at the weapon in the ancient warrior's possession, Silver Moon. The ancient warrior sheathed the blade behind him, his expression unchanged. Silver Moon? What of it? Fang Su stammered. Suddenly, a suppressed chuckle resonated through the communicator, followed by Lu Muqing's hurried apology. I'm sorry. I couldn't contain myself. Please continue. Laughter erupted from Xiongnan. Fang Su's frustration reached its peak. Enough already. Is it really that amusing? Cough, you know what, forget it. After all, he did save our lives. I'll find you a better blade later. You know nothing. That's my wife. Fang Su was on the verge of tears, looking at the ancient warrior, senior. The ancient warrior replied, Fang Su and Amp, Oppos. S voice quivered. Please treat her well. The ancient warrior responded with a simple, oh. With a swift motion, the blade sliced through the rocky wall, and the ancient warrior leaped into the depths, striking down foes with lethal precision. Fang Su, feeling as though his spine had been severed, collapsed onto the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling. Captain, are you all right? A concerned team member inquired from behind. Fang Su and Amp, Oppos. His eyes glimmered with unshed tears. I'm fine, just a bit weary. Let it be. Let it all be destroyed. Central Park. Lu Zhao's motorcycle tires crunched over the debris of the collapsed Central Park, his wrist communicator buzzing. He removed his night vision goggles. scanning the edge of the pit. His eyes, illuminated by moonlight, shimmered with a faint purple hue, reflecting the imaging data from half an hour prior, where countless monsters once clawed their way up, now oozing thick, crimson liquid. It seemed the monsters had been eradicated. The encrypted channel crackled with static, and Lu Zhao loosened the collar of his leather jacket, revealing faint golden patterns just below his collarbone. Contact Captain Gu and inform him that we have arrived. Wen Jing raised her tablet to her lips, the star and moon earrings at her earlobes glinting subtly. Interesting. The signal indicates that a fierce battle once took place here. Danger level extremely high. Understood. Lu Zhao pressed the communicator, then turned to the woman, stating calmly, Captain Gu wants us to proceed. Let us go. Wen Jing licked her red lips, a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. The heavenly net has arrived. Gu Beichen and Amp. Oppo's voice crackled through the communicator, startling everyone. Soon, an image filled their vision, plummeting rapidly into the pit. Lu Zhao and Amp. Oppo's expression was impassive as he deftly maneuvered, the surrounding rocky walls posing no obstacle, simply shattering upon contact with the delicate, transparent light surrounding him. Suddenly, Lu Zhao halted, his gaze fixating on a lifeless, massive serpent. This is, as he reached out to touch the cold scales of the beast, the enormous serpent and Oppo's head lunged towards him. Lu Zhao and Oppo's pupils constricted. The white energy shield before him shattered instantly, leaving no time for contemplation as he retaliated with a powerful punch. Boom! The serpent was forced back, cracks appearing along its armored belly. Fascinating. Wen Jing and Oppo's hairpin swayed slightly, her eyes wide with astonishment. The already deceased creature exhibited such neural reactions. It was hard to imagine how formidable it must have been when alive. The individual Captain Gu spoke of might be more powerful than we ever imagined. Chapter 039. Events begin to unravel beyond control indeed, Lu Zhao replied sullenly. He believed he had unlocked the first layer of the gene lock. Yet he was taken aback by the unexpected challenges upon his arrival. Let us go. My curiosity about him is growing, he added. Wen Jing's lips were fiery, her eyes increasingly tumultuous. As the two descended, they finally rendezvoused with Fong Su, Xiong Nan, and Lu Muqing at a depth of 120 meters. What a mess. Wen Jing remarked with a radiant smile. Sister One, Team Leader Lu Muqing and the others exchanged slightly embarrassed glances. The 8th squad was comprised of elites. Although they had never met, Gu Beichen had already shared information about Tian Luo and Amp, Oppo's members with them. Being internal members of the safety department, they quickly warmed to one another after a few pleasantries. Lu Zhao nodded, suggesting, let us return to the surface first. I could take one person back. The others can follow the subsequent rescue team. With the monster eradicated and the detector installed, they could monitor any movements within the sinkhole at any time. By turning passivity into proactivity, once the safety department secured an advantage on the surface, with the enemy in the dark, various high-tech weaponry would be deployed. Even if the creatures from below emerged, Gu Beichen was confident he could eliminate them promptly. Lu Muqing hesitated before suggesting that Xiong Nan return first. I'm not going back, Xiong Nan shook his head. The surface firepower is now under the control of the ground network. There's little use in my returning. I want to accompany you down. If it comes to it, let Fong Su go back. He is quite injured, and we shouldn't push him further. That works. Lu Muqing glanced at Fong Su, who nodded in silent agreement. Engaging in close combat with the monsters was unavoidable, and despite wielding the Silver Moon ancient blade, Fong Su had sustained significant injuries, his body half numb and his complexion unnaturally pale. He struggled to rise, stating, Team Leader Lu, I'll go with you. All right, Lu Zhao replied, leading the injured Fong Su away. A few minutes later, the remaining trapped team members were successively evacuated, leaving only a few captains still in the sinkhole. So, Sister Wen, you came here on a mission? Lu Muqing exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Wen Jing smiled, tucking a black wooden box in her bosom. Lu Muqing and Xiong Nan exchanged looks, both reflecting shock in their eyes. After the others had departed, Wen Jing cheerfully explained the reason for Tian Luo and Amp, Oppo's deployment. In addition to their rescue, the higher-ups in Longhua had assigned other tasks to Tian Luo. Lu Muqing hesitantly spoke, Sister One, are you sure you want to give them U-01? U-01 was a newly developed product from the high-level laboratory. Incubation and AMP, Oppos, S-words. It was an experimental gene agent that had not undergone clinical trials. Lu Muqing and Xiong Nin could not fathom why they would give such a thing to a mysterious individual. Wen Jing replied with a smile. That is the directive from above. The mysterious person and Oppos' background and origins are entirely unknown. Although he has shown friendliness towards Longhua, we cannot let our guard down. As for you, 01, consider it a form of testing him. Wen Jing spoke lightly, yet those present were not naive. As soon as she said this, Lu Muqing and Xiong Nin instantly grasped the higher-up's intention. Giving the item was a facade, while the true purpose was to probe. The item was extracted from a monster, so the recipient might very well know what it truly was. After all, the first appearance of the monster coincided too conveniently with the mysterious person and Oppos' arrival. The objective of offering U-01 might be to see if the mysterious person would accept it and express interest, potentially leading to collaboration on the U-01 project. Alternatively, it could be a means to extract other useful information. Relax, we do not wish to make him our enemy. On the contrary, I find him quite intriguing. Wen Jing remarked with a serene smile, seemingly perceiving Lu Muqing's thoughts. You care about him? I merely feel he does not pose a threat to us, Lu Muqing murmured, lacking conviction in her own words, yet her intuition insisted it was so. Wen Jing was taken aback by this response, chuckling softly and shaking her head without elaborating further. Just then, as everyone fell silent, Chu Tong and Oppos' voice crackled through the communicator. Everyone, I need to remind you that the latest position returned by the detector indicates that the individual has seemingly begun engaging in combat with the monster. Wen Jing's gaze flickered. Has it begun? Let us go. The three of them descended rapidly, only to behold a scene they would remember for a lifetime. Deep within the sinkhole, in a natural, colossal cavern, a blood-red giant bull bellowed as it charged at the ancient martial artist. The earth trembled. The surrounding rocks rattled as if everything would be shattered by the force of the collision. The ancient martial artist wielded the silver moon ancient blade, slicing through the air. With a leap, he vanished from sight. The strike was breathtaking, a perfect harmony of man and blade in a realm of existence and non-existence. Swish! The silver light pierced the blood bull and Oppos' body, a tremendous wail echoing through the void. The martial artist did not retreat a single step, not even lifting his eyelids. As he retaliated with several swift strikes, the blade light surged, countless gleams mingling with blood, spraying violently in all directions. Impressive. Truly impressive. Xiong Nin felt his scalp tingle, astonished by the scene unfolding before him. In comparison to the ancient martial artist, Fong Su and Oppos' skills seemed akin to those of a child in kindergarten, completely incomparable. What could he say? The ancient martial artist had previously used Fong Su as bait, yet had not revealed his full prowess. Only now, with a blade in hand, had he truly unveiled his might. Lu Muqing's mouth fell agape, rendered speechless for a long moment. Nevertheless, her eyes flickered with shifting emotions, clearly unsettled by the spectacle. Such speed had reached the ideal state envisioned by Dr. Chen for the first phase, or perhaps even surpassed it. Wen Jing murmured, her gaze fixed intently on the ancient martial artist. The gene lock. Could he also be a powerful individual who has unlocked the gene lock? Indeed, since the research on the gene lock originated from the monsters, it was possible he had. No, that couldn't be right. What about the inherent abilities of the gene lock? Why were they absent? Wen Jing whispered, her expression fluctuating wildly. Sister Wen, what are you saying? Lu Muqing turned in confusion towards Wen Jing, who bit her lip, enunciating deliberately, nothing, just watch. She refrained from disclosing to Lu Muqing that the scene before them was starkly different from her initial expectations, even diverging from the higher-ups and Oppos' anticipations. A chilling hypothesis began to take root in Wen Jing and Oppos' mind. Was it possible that the mysterious individual was unaware of the enigmatic gene patterns within the monsters? Events began to evolve in an unpredictable direction, with all higher-level probing and speculations based on the assumption that the individual was equally aware of the gene patterns within the monsters. Yet, Wen Jing suppressed the tremor within her heart, for she had already discerned that the enigmatic person before them seemed to have yet to unlock the gene lock. Chapter 040. Nothing discovered. Boom. At last, with a mournful cry from the blood-red giant bull, its massive form collapsed to the ground. Breath ceased. Is this the end? Lu Muqing, Wenjing, and Xiongnin gazed incredulously at the scene before them. The collapsed cave platform, strewn with countless shattered stones. And that man standing calmly with his blade, his expression as tranquil as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Pray tell, who exactly are you? Wenjing stepped forward gracefully, her years of covert reconnaissance training allowing her to scrutinize the man's face intently. Any flicker of expression would not escape her keen gaze. No one could deceive in the presence of Tian Luo. I am in Shadow Walker from the Savior Organization, codename 7. A detached voice resonated. Wenjing froze in place. Savior Organization? Shadow Walker? Huh, what kind of hellish joke is this in the new century? She attempted to smile, but her rigid face betrayed her, for from any angle, it was evident that this man spoke the truth. And that was indeed terrifying. An organization that dares to call itself Savior. An entity lurking within the Dragon Kingdom, eluding even the Earth network. It's over. This situation has escalated alarmingly. Wenjing's thoughts raced, maintaining a facade of calm, while internally, tumultuous waves churned. The two individuals behind her were no better off. Lu Muqing and Appo's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. This was the first time she had heard of the man's name. 7? Such a peculiar name. Wait, you just mentioned a code name, didn't it, Appo's? This implies there could be others. The name 7 was so sensitive that it immediately conjured thoughts of numbers in Lu Muqing's mind. If her assumptions held true, there would indeed be 6 other equally formidable individuals within this so-called Savior Organization. Lu Muqing turned to Xiongnan, only to find him gazing back at her. Mutual horror was reflected in their eyes. Mr. 7, greetings. I am Wenjing from the 8th Special Team of the Dragon Kingdom and Appo's security agency. Thank you for your assistance in Bin City. Here is a small token of gratitude. I hope you will accept it. Wenjing produced a black wooden box, resolving to fulfill her superior and Appo's directives first. As for the man and Appo's identity, she would report it to the higher-ups once the matter concluded. The ancient martial artist remained silent, his expression calm as he accepted the wooden box, seemingly examining its contents. Wenjing wished to inquire further, particularly about the gene serum and the genetic mapping of the monsters. But in the next moment, an astonishing event transpired. After stowing the wooden box, the man began to gradually fade from view, ultimately vanishing before their eyes. Wait, he disappeared. Wenjing could no longer maintain her composure, her pupils trembling violently. She swiftly turned to Lu Muqing, and without needing further explanation, Lu Muqing immediately understood her intent. Deploy the portable detector. Various top-tier instruments activated simultaneously, yet the result was utterly fruitless. It was as though no one had ever been there. Sister One, Wenjing sprang to her feet, her eyes quivering. You all continue. I must report this to the higher-ups immediately. Day 13 of July. In Yicheng, the Great Xia. The weather was torrential rain. The area where the rental house was located lay in the old city, with the sky darkening since noon. The usually bustling streets had grown quite desolate, and some vendors had hastily packed up their stalls, unaware of when the rain might suddenly pour down. Great Xia faces unprecedented heavy rainfall, with nationwide precipitation increasing by 380 compared to the same year. Please prepare for flood prevention. The Meteorological Bureau forecasts that due to the continuous downpour, 28 expressway routes will be closed over the next half-month, and various tourist attractions will shut down. Those venturing outside are advised to utilize alternative transportation. Breaking news. The ancient Qin mountain range has experienced landslides due to the rain, trapping several scientific expedition members. Rescue teams report thick fog in the mountains, complicating their efforts. Ding dong. Lin Qingshi, senior brother, how was the puzzle coming along? Susu rubbed his throbbing temples, typing slowly. It's coming together. CS Xinqing and Appo's method was indeed correct. The Source Bureau had provided the genetic mapping. Over the past few days, Lin Qingshi had shared a wealth of information regarding genetic mapping in their chat group, enabling Su Su's restoration progress to skyrocket to 218 at this pace. Completing 5 within a month would pose no issue. Lin Qingshi sent an astonished emoji. Senior brother, you haven't been solely focused on the puzzle these past few days, have you? Su Su remained silently contemplative. What else would I be doing? Lin Qingshi, impressed, I bow to you. JPG. The emoji depicted a chibi Lin Qingshi, hands clasped together, performing a deep bow to Su Su. Su Su chuckled. Where did you acquire these emojis? Lin Qingshi replied with a hint of pride. This goddess has her ways. Su Su grinned. Arin and Oppos. To you a little nerd? Lin Qingshi sent an angry emoji. As if to punch him. Su Su couldn't help but smile. This girl is quite lively. Lin Qingshi. By the way, senior brother, have you seen the latest news about the ancient Qin mountain range? Su Su responded, puzzled. Landslide? I caught a glimpse of a news report on TV just now, though he hadn't paid close attention. He had heard something about a scientific expedition team entering the mountains to observe, only to be trapped due to the torrential rain causing landslides, with a nation organizing rescue efforts. It's not that simple. Lin Qingshi said mysteriously. Professor Pan left Yicheng yesterday, heading for the ancient Qin mountain range. It is said that something incredible has been discovered there. Otherwise, our source bureau wouldn't be involved. Well, I'm not as well informed as old Xie. Senior brother. Wait a moment. I'll call old Xie to ask. Lin Qingshi tagged Xie Xinqing in the chat. Before long, Xie Xinqing chimed in, frowning. Are you discussing the ancient Qin mountain range? Lin Qingshi replied excitedly. Yes. Old Xie, do you have any news? Hurry and tell us. Xie Xinqing hesitated for a few seconds, unusually cautious. It's hard to say, but one thing is certain. The information you have is all false. It's misinformation deliberately released by the higher-ups. The reality is, nothing was discovered inside. What do you mean, nothing was discovered? Su Su and Lin Qingshi were taken aback. Xie Xinqing clearly knew more, but was hesitant to elaborate, which is why he was being so vague. Su Su pondered for a moment and said, if it's something you can't discuss, then forget it. Lin Qingshi, unrestrained and curious, pressed on, eager to know everything. However, Su Su could sense Xie Xinqing's inner turmoil. This was his way of providing an escape for the other. After a few seconds of contemplation, Xie Xinqing suddenly smiled. Never mind. It wouldn't hurt to share with you. Chapter 041, I Saw a City. The recent consecutive days of torrential rain from the north are indeed unusual, yet landslides should not have occurred in the ancient Qin mountains from the outset. Xie Xinqing explained in the simplest terms. Let me put it this way, due to tectonic movements and the structural integrity of the mountains. The ancient Qin mountains serve as one of the main thoroughfares of the northern region, intertwining with the southern Ling Mountains at the Boro River. This structural formation is referred to in geographical terms as a web-like cross-structure, and given the unique rock layers of the mountains, even the heaviest rains should not induce landslides, yet, unexpectedly, a landslide has occurred. Lin Qingshi listened, bewildered. Su Su, however, grasped Xie Xinqing's implication and furrowed his brow. So it was man-made? Xie Xinqing sighed, uncertain. Currently, there are two mainstream theories circulating online. Aside from the random speculations of uninformed netizens, a more prevalent theory suggests that a grand tomb lies beneath the mountains, and even more absurdly, some assert that the ancient Qin mountains are hollow. Lin Qingshi was taken aback. Are you saying it's akin to the West Mountain incident of your? Xie Xinqing nodded. Those who relish the spectacle often think this way. As the saying goes, watching a commotion is never too much trouble. The West Mountain incident sparked such fervor, and with the recent frequent activities of the Oracle Bone Company, it is only natural for people online to make connections. Su Su sees the crux of the matter, but all of this is false, correct? Indeed, Xie Xinqing and Oppos' revelation was startling. The only information I have access to suggests that the ancient Qin mountains have indeed experienced a landslide, but it has nothing to do with the so-called emergence of treasures. Rather, it is simply a geographical issue. Yet the troubling fact is, the ancient Qin mountains have cracked. Both Lin Qingshi and Su Su were dumbfounded. What? The ancient Qin mountains have cracked? Lin Qingshi was at a loss. No, Xia, is this information reliable? That is a spine-like mountain range running through the northern line. It could be observed from satellites. How could it crack? You might as well say it merely experienced a landslide. Yet the reality is as such. Xia Xinshan was at a loss for words, only able to state, the cause remains undetermined. All we know is that beneath the mountains, a fissure extending over 100 kilometers has opened, its depth beyond detection. Resembling a sinkhole. Su and Apos, heart skipped a beat. Lin Qingshi detected a discrepancy and immediately interjected. Wait. Xia, if it were merely a sinkhole, the Geographical Bureau would not need to intervene. They would send personnel immediately. However, Professor Pan has already headed to the ancient Qin Mountains yesterday, indicating something is amiss. Indeed. But what if it is not merely a sinkhole? Xia Xinshan raised his hands. Just as you surmise, the Geographical Bureau did indeed dispatch personnel promptly, and they utilized the most advanced instruments to measure the sinkhole's length. Yet the problem arose at that moment. Su felt his heart racing. The sinkhole is problematic? Xia Xinshan. The sinkhole itself is fine, but the ancient Qin Mountains are problematic. According to the Geographical Bureau's measurements, the ancient Qin Mountains have expanded. Expanded? Su was bewildered. This was not what he had anticipated. He thought, he realized he had been misled. It was merely a game. Xia Xinshan took a deep breath. Indeed, the lateral distance of the ancient Qin Mountains has increased by a full 12 kilometers compared to measurements taken a decade ago. In an instant, the personnel from the Geographical Bureau were left dumbfounded, suspecting that previous data might have been erroneous, which is why they contacted our Source Investigation Bureau. So that is how it is. Lin Qingshi pondered. No wonder my aunt was unwilling to disclose this mission to me. However, if it is merely auxiliary, it shouldn't be classified, should it? She found herself puzzled. All right, that is all the information I have on my end. Xia Xinshan smiled. Let us not overthink it. The most pressing matter now is to pass the second round of assessments from the Source Investigation Bureau. A week has nearly passed. How is your progress? Lin Qingshi sheepishly stuck out her tongue. 0. 87. Su 2. 18. Xia Xinshan. Su. Thumbs up. JPG. Impressive. Lin Qingshi huffed. Xia Xinshan. Do not focus solely on us. What is your current progress? A certain secret laboratory. Xia Xinshan glanced at the artificial intelligence brain showing 26. 88 analysis progress and typed with a smile. As for me, 188. Nonsense. How could there be ghosts in the mountains? Gao Guolong took a deep drag from a cigarette and cursed. Professor Pan, do you think these people are just causing a ruckus? Pan Lingling furrowed her brow in silence, meticulously examining the data compiled by the Geographical Bureau over the past month. Captain Gao, is this all the measurement data your Geographical Bureau has gathered? No more information? Gao Guolong sighed. Professor Pan, it is not that we do not wish to, but we are facing considerable difficulties. As you can see, during the day, the ancient Qin Mountains are shrouded in thick fog, with visibility barely reaching 10 meters, causing slow progress in our measurement work. Of course, we have considered various alternatives, such as seeking assistance from nearby forest patrols. However, those who reside in the patrol forest entered the fog once and claimed it was haunted, refusing to cooperate with us thereafter, leaving us quite helpless. Pan Lingling raised her head in confusion. What exactly did they see? Patrolmen are also public servants, their qualifications having passed national examinations. Logically, they should not easily believe in ghost tales, unless they truly witnessed something extraordinary. Unclear. Gao Guolong shook his head. Each person's account varies significantly. The leader mentioned they initially saw human figures in the fog, and as you know, visibility is extremely low within the fog. Each of us is tethered with safety ropes to prevent getting lost. However, the leader claimed that the figure he saw did not have a safety rope. Initially, we all thought it was a staff member who had secretly removed their safety rope, and I specifically cautioned everyone about it. Strangely, when we concluded our measurement work and inquired with all the staff, not a single person admitted to having undone their safety rope. Isn't that peculiar? Pan Lingling pondered. Could it be that they were too frightened to admit it due to fear of punishment? Gao Guolong nodded. At first, I thought the same. Thus, in the afternoon, We organized a second expedition into the mountains, and we even replaced the safety ropes with locking mechanisms, with the keys stored collectively, eliminating the possibility of anyone unfastening their safety ropes privately. Pan Lingling nodded. And then, Gao Guolong took a deep drag of a cigarette. Forcing a smile, this time was even more absurd. The leader claimed he not only saw numerous human figures, but even said he saw a city that does not exist in the Deixia. Chapter 042. The new character in the Savior game? Pan Lingling. Are you referring to a mirage? Gao Guolong chuckled helplessly. As a geographer, distinguishing a mirage was as easy as solving elementary school math problems for him. Yet, it was precisely this simplicity that left him feeling powerless. The crux of the issue lay in a fatal flaw. While a mirage might display human figures, they would remain motionless. However, the mountain patrollers claimed that the people within that city were moving and conversing as if they were entirely normal, not merely a phenomenon of light refraction. What is this non-existent city you speak of? Ancient architecture? Pan Lingling seized upon the inconsistency. Not all. Gao Guolong shook his head. It is modern architecture, the city and oppos. S and oppos. Landmark and oppos. Buildings. You know, each city is different. Some have towers, ancient structures, and so forth. This city is peculiar. Its landmark is a park name. Central Park. Central Park? Pan Lingling's mind whirled. That sounded rather commonplace, didn't it? Gao Guolong continued. At the entrance of the park stood a massive structure, clearly inscribed with the words, "Welcome to Binhai City." This is getting increasingly absurd. Pan Lingling shook her head in disbelief. At first, she had given some credence to the idea of a mirage and the moving figures, albeit with a hint of skepticism. But now, fabricating words was simply ludicrous. See, you don't even believe it. I've already told those mountain patrollers that it's nonsense. Gao Guolong sighed. Consequently, our work is at an impasse. Our team is unfamiliar with the terrain, and the fog, exacerbated by the rift in the ancient Qin Mountains, is difficult to disperse. The surveying work is quite challenging. During the first measurement of the ancient Qin Mountains, an additional 12 kilometers was discovered. Pan Lingling had come here specifically for this matter. But now the second round of measurements could not progress, and she had to oversee the affairs of the Source Investigation Bureau. Remaining here indefinitely was simply not an option. Pan Lingling frowned. I don't have that much time to force the issue. We'll solely use our personnel. Gao Guolong extinguished his cigarette, pondering for a moment. Forcing the issue is possible, but our unfamiliarity with the geographical positions may lead to significant measurement errors. What might the error be? Approximately 5 kilometers. That is acceptable. Pan Lingling decided decisively. We are not measuring the entire length of the ancient Qin Mountains, but rather selecting a central anchor point for lateral traversal. 2 weeks should suffice for a rough estimate. A 5-kilometer error is manageable. First, we must ascertain whether the additional 12 kilometers was a misunderstanding and then determine if there are any issues with the ancient Qin Mountains. Pan Lingling's reasoning was straightforward. If the lateral traversal distance obtained from the second measurement is less than 5 kilometers compared to historical records, it is likely that the first measurement was marred by operational errors at a specific point. If that is the case, then the Source Investigation Bureau need not be involved, allowing Pan Lingling to return to Yicheng promptly. Conversely, if the second measurement still reveals an error exceeding 5 kilometers, the situation would be rather complicated, necessitating additional support from the state to fully clarify the matter. Gao Guolong understood Pan Lingling's logic as well. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Very well. The two continued to discuss, effectively finalizing the matter. As Pan Lingling was about to leave, Gao Guolong called out to her again. By the way, Professor Pan, will you be entering the mountains for the second measurement? Yes. Pan Lingling and Oppos' eyes flickered. I am quite curious about what those mountain patrollers have seen. Susu wore a look of relief on his face. Finally, it was settled. He had been working tirelessly these past few days. The weather in Yicheng was gloomy, and after last night's torrential rain, Susu decided to stock up on supplies from the supermarket and enter a retreat. After days of relentless effort, the completion rate of his genetic puzzle had finally reached 501. That should suffice to pass the second assessment of the Source Investigation Bureau, right? Shu s'amused. He recalled that the clerk during the interview had not imposed personnel restrictions. Completing 5 of the puzzle was sufficient to progress to the final assessment round. However, just to be safe, he decided to enhance the completion rate. Yet this was no longer urgent. There were still 18 days until the end of the assessment, and completing a little each day would be easily manageable. The game. Amidst the relentless work, he nearly forgot about his little companion. Susu eagerly opened the app. The familiar screen reappeared. Chapter 1. The final chapter of The Beast Tide. The Ghost Gate is being generated. Estimated opening time. 5 days, 2 hours, and 12 minutes. 5 more days to wait. Susu felt utterly despondent. Just as he was about to exit the game, he suddenly paused. Wait. Hadn't he received rewards last time that he hadn't opened yet? He opened the game's built-in inventory. Indeed, 3 Savior treasure chests lay quietly within. Savior treasure chest, white, 2. Evaluation, basic lottery chest. Don't expect any artifacts. Savior treasure chest, green, 1. Evaluation, basic lottery chest. There's a minuscule chance of obtaining something valuable. In addition to the 3 chests, there was also a black wooden box in the inventory. A mysterious reward for completing the difficulty mode. Black wooden box, unopened. Evaluation, a blind box? No, the one who placed it here knows precisely what they intend to do. This evaluation was rather intriguing. Susu thought little of it and prepared to open the Savior treasure chest first. After bathing and changing, he clasped his hands in prayer. Please grant me a skill lottery ticket. Open. Opening Savior treasure chest, white, X2. Opening Savior treasure chest, green, X1. Obtained, 80 Savior points. Obtained, skill upgrade voucher, X1. What does this mean? Is it over? Is this it? For goodness and Oppo's sake, I opened 2 whites and 1 green. This reward is even worse than the 2 white chests I opened last time. Susu stared wide-eyed. Could this be a Savior Points gift pack? He began to question his existence. Opening the wooden box. Obtained, U01 genetic agent, semi-finished product. Obtained, U01 genetic blueprint. 2 prompts flashed and vanished. Susu was taken aback. What are these? U01 genetic agent, semi-finished product. Description, a semi-finished product developed by the Oppos, Blood Red Laboratory and Oppos, of Longwood based on the monster genetic blueprint. After consumption, there is a 50 probability of activating the human and AMP, Oppos, gene lock, and AMP, Oppos, with a 10 chance of causing genetic collapse and resulting in monstrous mutations. Important reminder 1. If this agent is consumed by an ancient warrior, a 100 chance of genetic collapse occurs. Important reminder 2. This agent has a 999 compatibility with genetic modifiers. Players can consume 60 Savior points to unlock the new character genetic modifier in advance with an additional limited trial of 3 times. To permanently obtain this character, one must complete the AMP, Oppos, Biochemical Laboratory, and AMP, Oppos Susu and AMP, Oppos. eyes widened slowly. A new character? Chapter 43. Have you joined the Traceability Bureau? The title of gene modifier was not unfamiliar to Susu. He recalled that at the outset of the game, 3 options were presented: Ancient Warrior, Gene Modifier, and Immortal Practitioner. However, at that time, only the Ancient Warrior was available for selection. A temporary experience. 3 attempts? That seemed somewhat unworthy. Unlocking the gene modifier entirely cost merely 200 Savior points, and using all 3 attempts would require 60 points, which appeared to be a scheme devised by the game company. Nevertheless, the allure remained. A new character promised new skills, and with the rewards from challenging tasks, consuming them would activate the gene lock. Once that was achieved, his combat power would soar. The new character could potentially surpass the Ancient Warrior. Upon reflection, 60 Savior points seemed somewhat acceptable, didn't it, Amp? Oppos to it? Susu felt a surge of excitement. All right, once the game update was complete, he would certainly try out the gene modifier. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On July 17th, a torrential downpour ensued. The continuous rain cast a gloomy veil over Icheng. While the television incessantly broadcasted news concerning the nationwide deluge, reporting on cities plagued by underground water blockages and the number of grounded flights, among other calamities. Fortunately, it was vacation time, sparing students from the disruption of classes. Ding dong. The class chat group buzzed incessantly. Due to the storm, what had been a rather quiet chat room suddenly erupted into lively exchanges. Tian Xiaotian, boo-hoo, how tragic. I just interviewed with the company, and after a few days of work, my boss announced a complete halt, with no timeline for resumption. My rent. I feel like I can and oppose to even afford to eat. Class monitor He Shualan, patting head. JPG and oppose. That's all right. Consider a vacation. Tian Xiaotian. But I don't want a vacation. Vacations don't pay. What a dreadful weather. It feels like the entire country is drenched. Class monitor He Shualan. By the way, Zheng Yang, how's it over there? Zheng Yang, a lackey of Song Wei, was currently assigned to the grassroots level of the Qingjiang City Police Station. Zheng Yang, I'm doing fine here. I'm on the government payroll, so I don't have to worry about salary. However, with all this rain, many tasks have piled up. Provincial and city leaders are quite concerned, and we, who are working beneath them, are utterly exhausted. Tian Xiaotian. Jealousy makes me unrecognizable. JPG, boo-hoo, I envy you. Had I known, I wouldn't have dated in college and would have participated in the national exam like you all. I would be jobless now. Class monitor He Shulan. Back then, I tried to persuade you, but you just gave me the cold shoulder. Now you regret it? Tian Xiaotian, please don't scold me. I know I was wrong, class monitor. These days of relentless rain dampened everyone's spirits. Many in the group began to complain, while those who had participated in the national exam became the envy of the crowd. By the way, does anyone know what Su Su is up to these days? Suddenly, someone in the group inquired. Indeed, had you not mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Su Su ranked second in the national exam in I Ching, right? Oh my, it's true. No way. A second place finish in a national exam means he can choose any position in the public sector, doesn't he it? Su Su, old Su. Hurry up and show yourself. Su Su, holding his phone, wore a bewildered expression. Wait, why was he suddenly being mentioned in the middle of their conversation? With the torrential rain confining him indoors and the Savior game undergoing updates, he could only immerse himself in puzzles. Presently, his progress on the gene blueprint had reached 688, just shy of 7. Su Su, ahem, I'm still watching. Nothing is decided yet. With so many people tagging him, Su Su had no choice but to respond. The confidentiality surrounding the Traceability Bureau assessment was something Lin Qingshi had insisted on keeping secret. He certainly wouldn't divulge it recklessly. Ha, we actually summoned Su the Great. I thought he had risen above us common folk. Su the Great, when do you plan to start working? Any opportunities for us through internal referrals? Absolutely. 1. The chat flooded with messages. Su Su sighed and replied one by one. Just as he felt utterly despondent, Lin Qingshi unexpectedly sent him a private message. Ding dong. Lin Qingshi. Sly smile. Ha, Su the Great? Su Su. Fiercely enough. You're just waiting for an opportunity to mock me, aren't you? You are the true villainous capitalist. They should come to you for jobs. Lin Qingshi. Hands on hips. Come on, my uncle runs a coal mine. If they want a job, they can interview with me to dig coal. Shu Su. That's ruthless. The two engaged in a lively banter. Suddenly, another private message popped up, causing Su Su to pause. It was from his good friend, Zhu Lin. Zhu Lin, old Su, are you still in I Ching? Su Su, yes. Why? Zhu Lin sighed. I'm back in I Ching. Do you have time to meet? However, I may need to leave soon. Su Su, what's the situation? Wasn't Zhu Lin supposed to be at the headquarters of Oracle in Yanjing? How could he return in just a few days? Su Su was puzzled. Was work over there not going smoothly? He hesitated to ask directly, so he cautiously probed with, is work not going well? Zhu Lin hesitated for a long moment before finally replying. Sigh, it's hard to say. I'm currently on official duty, if you have time this afternoon. Shall we meet and discuss in detail? I also have something to ask you. Su Su pondered for a moment. He had nothing planned for the afternoon. He promptly replied, sure, where shall we meet? Zhu Lin, given the heavy rain outside, why don't you come to the Oracle branch in I Ching? There aren't too many people here now. Shu Su, Alahite. At 4 p.m., as the time to meet Zhu Lin approached, Su Su prepared to take a taxi out. Originally, they had planned to meet at 2 p.m., but Zhu Lin had to postpone due to a last-minute issue. The constant rescheduling left Su Su with a foreboding feeling. It seemed Zhu Lin was not in high spirits upon returning. Had something happened? Old Su, over here. At the entrance of the Oracle Licheng branch, a taxi splashed through the water and came to a slow stop. The weather was ominously dark, and the rain poured down in torrents. Zhu Lin was standing in the front area of the hall, waving at Su Su. Here I am. Su Su paid the fare and hurriedly lowered his head, rushing toward Zhu Lin. As he approached, he was taken aback to find an unexpected person there. Lin Qingshi. What brings you here? Why can't I come? Lin Qingshi replied playfully, hands behind her back. Zhu Lin called me, saying he had an important matter to discuss with you this afternoon, so I came along. What's wrong? Should I have notified you first? Su Su scratched his head. That wasn't necessary. Let's go inside and talk. Zhu Lin ushered them both in. The Oracle Licheng branch was spacious, filled with high-end office buildings, bustling with workers. However, due to the headquarters reallocating personnel, as Zhu Lin had mentioned, there were not many people present at the moment. Following Zhu Lin, they ascended and entered a meeting lounge. Fatty, did you arrange this meeting for a specific reason? Su Su couldn't help but ask as soon as they sat down. Zhu Lin remained silent for a few seconds before suddenly fixing his gaze on the two. Are you planning to join the Traceability Bureau? Chapter 044, a series of messages, an incident in the ancient Qin mountain range. The atmosphere in the lounge suddenly froze. Su Su, taken aback, was about to inquire how Zhu Lin knew about the situation when Lin Qingshi narrowed her eyes, casting a penetrating gaze at Zhu Lin. Did Professor Ji inform you? Although the Bureau of Origins maintained a state of secrecy with the public, it was hardly a secret among the upper echelons of the Great Xia, particularly in the circles of history and archaeological exploration. Nearly all high-ranking officials were aware of certain news from the Bureau. Lin Qingshi had paid particular attention to Zhu Lin, a friend of her senior brother, whose background was quite ordinary. The only possible avenue for him to gain knowledge of the Bureau and Oppo's affairs could be through the Oracle Bone Company. You two have truly joined the Bureau of Origins. Zhu Lin murmured. I saw your names on the rescue list and thought it was a coincidence. I never imagined it was genuine. What rescue list? Su Su furrowed his brow. What on earth is he talking about? He and Lin Qingshi were just sitting here peacefully, weren't they? You don't even know. Zhu Lin sighed. Well, I only received the news last night. Old Su, something has happened at your Bureau of Origins. This joke was far from humorous. I am not joking, Zhu Lin replied earnestly, continuing, a week ago, Professor Pan Lingling from the History Department of the Bureau of Origins went to investigate the ancient Qin mountain range but quickly lost contact with the outside world. According to the latest intelligence we received, Professor Pan Lingling likely entered the mountains. The Great Xia took this news seriously and dispatched a second team for search and rescue. However, regrettably, they found no trace of Professor Pan Lingling. Instead, they discovered Oppo's distress signal flare and Oppo's set off by her at a shattered relic site. As of now, the situation remains unclear. Zhu Lin's words fell like a heavy bombshell, leaving Su Su and Lin Qingshi utterly bewildered, especially Lin Qingshi. Upon hearing that her aunt had ignited a distress signal flare in the mountains, felt her eyes welling up with tears. Zhu Lin, clarify the situation for me. What is happening now? Lin Qingshi and Oppo's voice trembled, her tone changing significantly. Though Zhu Lin was unaware of the reason behind her agitation, he offered some words of comfort, saying, I am not certain either. The specifics are under strict confidentiality. The only reason I know this much is that something was truly discovered in the ancient Qin mountain range, which prompted the Oracle Bone Company to dispatch personnel for on-site inspection. Su Su hesitated. So, you are going in representation of the Oracle Bone Company? There's indeed something in the ancient Qin mountain range? Yes, Zhu Lin affirmed confidently. He could not explain to them how Professor Ji was currently prioritizing the Oppo's Atlas Decoding and Oppo's project. If there was nothing to be found in the ancient Qin mountain range, Professor Ji would not be reallocating manpower at this time. Aunt, Lin Qingshi's voice was filled with sorrow. What aunt? Su Su looked at Lin Qingshi, bewildered. With red-rimmed eyes, Lin Qingshi, still a recent graduate, struggled to hold back her emotions. Susu, Professor Pan Lingling is my aunt. She's currently missing. Sob, sob, sob. Why you? Please don't cry. Both Susu and Zhu Lin felt somewhat flustered. They were two eternal, single men, utterly clueless on how to comfort girl. Nevertheless, Lin, Qingshi, and Appo's revelation clarified why she reacted so intensely. The Professor Pan Lingling from the Bureau of Origins was, in fact, Lin, Qingshi, and Appo's aunt. Fatty, say something. What can I say? Zhu Lin grimaced, suddenly struck by a thought, smacking his forehead. All right, Lin Qingshi, don't be anxious. Your aunt may not necessarily be in danger. Based on the findings brought back by the second rescue team that entered the mountains, aside from some urgently needed artifacts in need of restoration, there were also photographs marked with special symbols. According to the decoding, these symbols are used internally within your Bureau of Origins to denote directions. Therefore, I deduce that your aunt may merely be lost and not in any mortal peril. Really? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingshi and Appo's spirits lifted somewhat. Zhu Lin quickly reassured her. Of course, it's true. I've shared everything I could, both what can and cannot be disclosed, but please keep this confidential. Susu patted Zhu Lin's shoulder. Rest assured, we are all part of a confidential organization. We understand the protocols. Our immediate concern should be to ascertain Professor Pan and Appo's safety. Since Professor Pan is likely unharmed, we will devise our own methods from here onward. Susu was somewhat aware of Lin Qingshi's family background. The reason no news had surfaced yet was likely because her family did not wish to worry her. However, this did not imply that the Lin family was inactive. Perhaps while they discussed this, the Lin family had already begun leveraging their connections to locate Pan Lingling. Fatty, thank you. This information is vital for us. No need for thanks. I merely intended to share what I knew. I didn't expect things to escalate to this extent. Lin Qingshi, having regained her composure, softly expressed, Zhu Lin, I appreciate you. It's really nothing. Zhu Lin felt a tinge of awkwardness. Had he known Pan Lingling was Lin Qingshi's aunt, he would have refrained from saying so much. By the way, Fatty, you mentioned something was indeed unearthed in the ancient Qin mountain range. What exactly is that? This, I truly do not know. Zhu Lin grimaced, and even if I did, I cannot disclose it. You know, such first-hand excavation information is classified, and it can only be released to the public once the state lifts the restrictions. All I know is that this incident is significant. Tomorrow morning, I will accompany the artifact restoration team to the ancient Qin mountain range. The only thing I can say is that what has been discovered is extraordinary. Let me put it this way. Although Professor Ji Qihong is not personally on site, he has dispatched his sole disciple, Qin Chuan, to lead the charge. One can only imagine the magnitude of what lies within. Susa pondered. It seems that things are indeed amiss. After a moment of silence, the three exchanged a few more words before Su noticed Lin Qingshi's persistent low spirits and suggested taking his leave. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Su gazed at the dark, rain-soaked sky, his brow slightly furrowed. The following day, in the ancient Qin mountain range, the torrential rain poured down, and the camp nestled within the mountains teetered precariously under the relentless assault of wind and rain. At this moment, dozens of robust young men were gripping a safety rope with all their might. Despite the slick ground beneath their feet and the drenching rain, none dared to let go. Pull harder. Get him back. Captain Gao. The rope won't budge. With this much force, even a vehicle could be pulled over. This was their fourth attempt to send someone into the fog to trace the whereabouts of Pan Lingling and others. But, without exception, everyone had been swallowed by the mist, unable to return. To prevent further occurrences, Gao Guolong decided to extend the safety rope by 500 meters, securing one end to the rescue personnel while leaving the other anchored at the camp for safety. Just 3 minutes ago, a distress signal flare had suddenly exploded within the clouds. Gao Guolong's pupils dilated in shock as he immediately ordered the retrieval of the personnel sent to rescue. However, as his subordinates had noted, with dozens of individuals pulling on one end, even a car could be pulled back. Yet a single person could not be retrieved. Chapter 045. The diary on the steel. The sky was shrouded in darkness. lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, while the torrential rain in the mountains drowned out the voices of the crowd. Someone was shouting his name, but Gao Guolong remained oblivious, as if entranced, murmuring to himself. Could it be that there truly are spirits? Having devoted his life to scientific rationalism, he had never encountered such absurdity. The ancient Qin Mountains had split apart, a 12-kilometer horizontal shift through its core, and this eerie white mist loomed like a beast ready to consume humanity. How could one merely step inside and be unable to return? Had the information been reported? Yes, it had. Qin Chuan from Oracle Bone Company was leading the team and would arrive this afternoon. As for the special rescue team dispatched by the upper echelons of the Great Xia, they would also arrive later tonight due to their equipment. Understood. What should we do now? One individual wiped the incessant rain off his face and shouted, "Do we continue to pull? Everyone is exhausted. It's likely something has been snagged over there. Should we deploy the machinery?" Deploying the machinery meant using a mountain drilling machine. This massive device, once activated, unleashed thousands of tons of force, capable of shattering anything in its path, including the ancient Qin mountains themselves. Do it. Gao Guolong gritted his teeth resolutely. He had lost hope. The previous teams had all vanished. This time, they had managed to leave a safety rope at the base, yet they could not pull anyone back. His subordinate made a valid point. Such immense force likely indicated that whatever lay beyond was no longer human. He was determined to see what was on the other side. The call to action quickly spread throughout the camp. A gigantic mountain drilling machine was mobilized, and a dozen individuals strained to pull the rope, chanting 1-2, as they exerted every ounce of strength to finally wrap the rope around the machine's grinding wheel. As the machine roared to life, tension enveloped everyone as they stood frozen, eyes fixed on the distant white mist. They were both watching and waiting for conclusion. The bizarre events of the past 2 weeks had left everyone on edge. No one knew what lay behind the rope, but surely results would soon be forthcoming. Boom! The sky crackled with lightning. They had pulled something out. Quick! Full power! Continue! The sound of colliding boulders resonated from within the mist, akin to the grinding of a colossal statue, sending tremors through all present. There! Truly was something emerging. Gao Guolong widened his eyes, fixated on the white mist. The safety rope was being slowly reeled in. A massive, pitch-black steel gradually revealed itself from the fog. At that moment, nearly everyone stood frozen in shock. A steel? How could it be a steel? The enormous black stone was overgrown with ferns, its slanted surface casting a coffin-shaped shadow, while a 3-finger-wide crack ran down its body, with lichen swelling into dark green tumors under the rain. Upon closer inspection, the surface of the steel was densely etched with symbols resembling tadpoles. Yet the heavy rain rendered them indecipherable. Protect the steel. Bring the vehicles. Get the towing vehicle here. Someone shouted at the scene. Gao Guolong's mountaineering boots crushed the fern juices as his fingertips grazed the mossy edge of the steel. The icy sensation reminded him of human tissue in an autopsy room. Another flash of lightning split the clouds, and in that fleeting moment of bluish-white light, he fiercely scraped away a patch of rain-soaked moss. The black surface of the steel was suddenly exposed to the downpour. The tadpole-like inscriptions glimmered eerily under the rain, the curled strokes seemingly writhing deep within the rock layers. When the thunder roared for the 3rd time, all the exploration team members beheld what was revealed, the outline of the steel and Oppo's S-top, etched with a chisel. Benching Memorial Steel, 5,412. As night fell, the roar of rescue helicopters echoed through the valley. Both the Oracle Bone Company and the Special Rescue Team had arrived simultaneously. Dozens of aircraft hovered overhead, parting the rain into a protective barrier, causing the surrounding rocks to rattle. Ropes were lowered, and soon dozens of individuals gathered together. Where's Gao Guolong? The armed leader squinted, scanning the silent crowd. Qin Chuan, clad in white, stood quietly behind, observing the assembly. Team leader Gao is resting in the tent. Someone pointed towards the rear mountain. Let us go. At the leader's command, the group immediately followed, striding towards the rear mountain. Upon lifting the enormous tent, they indeed found Gao Guolong crouched before a black steel, murmuring something. Captain Ding Zhe of the Hunter Dome Special Forces reporting. Gao Guolong turned sharply, but upon recognizing the newcomer, his caution transformed into astonishment. Xiao Zhe, what brings you here? Ding Zhe smirked slightly. Captain Gao, I bet you didn't expect to see me here. Gao Guolong chuckled, quickly stepping forward to assess the son of an old acquaintance, then kicked Ding Zhe hard on the backside. You rascal, you dare to call me captain? You should be calling me Uncle Gao. Ding Zhe laughed. Uncle Gao, we must maintain professionalism during work. Professionalism, my foot. You and Amp, Oppos, returning things upside down. Gao Guolong retorted with a smile, then shifted his gaze to the young man, standing silently behind. And who might this be? This is Qin Chuan. Gao Guolong's eyes lit up with recognition. You are Professor G and Amp, Oppos. As disciple? Qin Chuan smiled warmly. If all goes as expected, it should be so. Excellent. Gao Guolong felt a wave of relief wash over him and promptly invited the two to sit down and discuss the current situation. A short while later, that is the general situation, Gao Guolong concluded, his brow furrowed as he looked toward the two. The circumstances in the ancient Qin mountains were too bizarre. Pan Lingling was a specially assigned talent from the Source Bureau, yet she had come to assist him, and he had lost her. There was no way to explain that. Ding Zhe frowned in contemplation. It's quite strange that the signal flares would fail in the mist. Qin Chuan, on the other hand, was focused on another issue, pondering. Captain Gao, may I have a look at the steel you pulled out today? Gao Guolong suddenly jolted awake, exclaiming, right? I almost forgot. I've been studying this steel all afternoon, yet couldn't decipher what was inscribed on it. Let us hurry and see. Perhaps we can deduce Professor Pan's whereabouts. Gao Guolong quickly led the two to the steel. The imposing black stone exuded an overwhelming presence, and Gao Guolong had already cleared much of the moss, revealing a dense array of text. Can you understand it? Gao Guolong inquired cautiously. I can, but Qin Chuan furrowed his brows, pulling out a small flashlight to illuminate the surface, meticulously tracing the characters. This seems to be an Amp, Oppos, ancient text and Amp, Oppos. What does it say? Gao Guolong was not concerned with the distinction between ancient and modern texts. He simply wanted to know what lay within the mist. At that moment, Qin Chuan's expression shifted, growing increasingly perplexed. This didn't resemble an epitaph. It seemed more like a diary. A diary? Both Gao Guolong and Ding Zhe were taken aback. How could it be a diary? Who would inscribe their diary on a steel? Qin Chuan, his brow knitted, paid no mind to their confusion as he carefully examined the text and began to read aloud. May 14th. Bincheng has fallen into a state of complete crisis. That door has opened wider, and countless monsters have charged forth. Despite our desperate resistance, we are steadily retreating under their onslaught. May 17th. The three fronts have collapsed entirely, and Captain Xiong has also fallen. This was within my expectations, yet I cannot help but feel profound sorrow. This is our destiny, for our duty is to stand at the forefront. Chapter 046, The Savior has abandoned us. On May 18th, we continued our charge, but this time I was assigned to a new team. I had encountered a woman who always donned a purple trench coat. It was said that our captain once had feelings for her, but alas. On May 21st, the ground network announced that Bin City had retreated to the final combat station, awaiting rescue from Tianluo. On May 22nd, the fighting ensued. On May 23rd, the slaughter continued. The ground network signal began to falter intermittently, leaving us uncertain of what might have transpired. On May 25th, Tianluo and Amp, Oppos' support had yet to arrive, but the woman in the purple trench coat fell. I witnessed her sacrifice herself to save a teammate, collapsing in a pool of her own blood, her body torn apart by a monster, and yet I was powerless to confront the beast. On May 27th, I heard a tragic announcement over the radio. The 5th team of the safety department, the wandering soldiers, had been annihilated. On May 30th, Tianluo finally arrived. However, wasn't Tianluo a team? Why was there only one person? Moreover, the condition of that woman was dire. Her body was riddled with injuries. A massive whip mark extending from the nape of her neck down to her waist, suggesting she had sustained severe wounds. On May 31st, that woman was truly formidable. It was my first time witnessing Tianluo in action, They truly deserve the title of the strongest special operations unit in our Dragon Nation, possessing supernatural abilities. Yet, how could such a powerful individual sustain such grave injuries? On June 1st, we retreated. On June 3rd, the retreat continued. On June 5th, Tianluo, that woman, also perished in battle. On June 7th, I was gravely injured, my consciousness beginning to wane. Fortunately, the shelter still provided fresh water. But the surviving populace was descending into despair, with many succumbing to the pressure and taking their own lives. On June 9th, I could no longer even hear the broadcast for the ground network. It seemed they too had encountered trouble. On June 16th, wonderful news. Today I heard the ground networks broadcast once again. It turned out they were still alive. Yet curiously, this time the ground network did not announce any information but repeatedly stated that they were searching for someone named in Appos. Qi and Appos. Is that it? Gao Guolong looked up in astonishment. That's all. Qin Chuan slowly relaxed his furrowed brow. The diary ends here, and beyond this point, it remains unclear. Their city appeared to be under siege by monsters, on the brink of annihilation. In the diary and Amp, Appos, as conclusion, they seem to be searching for someone named in Amp, Appos, Qi and Amp, Appos. Qi. Gao Guolong pondered the name, his brow furrowing in curiosity. Dingzhi interjected, seemingly unconcerned. What is so strange about that? Names in this world are all sorts of peculiar. I find the terms ground network, Tianluo, and wandering soldiers he mentioned to be rather odd as well. I can't tell if they refer to organizations or individuals. Gao Guolong nodded in silence, conceding the point. However, it seemed that this civilization had ultimately faced extinction. Dingzhi leaned closer, whispering, Uncle Gao, doesn't this count as a significant discovery? Absolutely. Gao Guolong shot Dingzhi a glare, then turned to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan smiled, adjusting his glasses. Rest assured, Captain Gao, I am well versed in the confidentiality protocols. For this mission to the Guxin mountain range, aside from my mentor and me, no one else will have access to the core information. They're only tasked with peripheral duties. That's settled then. Gao Guolong exhaled in relief. Following the Shishan incident, although the Oracle Bone Company is under state control, there remain private sectors, and for matters requiring utmost secrecy, it is best that knowledge is kept to a minimum. Gao Guolong contemplated. I must report this to the state immediately. Discovering new relics is of great significance, but the rescue operation must not be delayed. Xiao Zhe, since the state dispatched you, I want to elaborate further. You must handle this. Understood. Dingzhi and Appos. S expression grew solemn, while playful in demeanor. He was resolutely professional when it came to matters of duty. The rescue mission into the mountains was of paramount urgency. Today and Amp, Appos, S discovery of the stone tablet was critical. The three present were all elites. Though they hailed from different fields, they quickly grasped the significance. Dingzhi exited the tent, rallying the Hunting Sky Special Forces to plan the third expedition into the mountains. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan cautiously approached the stone tablet, tracing the engravings with his fingers. His eyes narrowed, yet his mind raced with thoughts. As the foremost disciple of Ji Qihong, he was privy to secrets unknown to others, particularly that the techniques Ji Qihong was currently deciphering were inscribed in this ancient script. The only question remained. Where did this ancient script originate? The Shishan incident from over a decade ago was not an isolated event. Today, new relics materialized in the Guxin mountain range. Did this mean that an era once buried in the annals of history was gradually resurfacing? Qin Chuan suddenly noticed the first line of text on the stone tablet. Bin City Monument, 5412, a monument. 5412. Wait. Qin Chuan and Amp, Appos, S eyes widened in realization. He seemed to have overlooked a crucial question. This is a monument. Who is being commemorated? What does 5412 signify? Is it the monument and Appos? S number? Or perhaps the name of the diary and Appos? S author? If so, could there be many such monuments? Someone buried this history, leaving fragments of the past in the form of a monument. A cascade of questions flooded his mind. A chill ran down Qin Chuan's spine. The sudden appearance of white mist in the Guxin mountain range, coupled with the disappearance of Professor Pan from the history department. Perhaps she was not merely missing? A bold hypothesis emerged in Qin Chuan's mind. Could it be possible that Professor Pan was trapped in that city lost to time? If so, this would not merely be a matter of excavating ancient relics, but rather a monumental discovery in the annals of human civilization. Captain Gao, I request to join the 3rd Rescue Team. I wish to accompany the troops into the mountains. No, Gao Guolong firmly rejected. Good heavens! Having just lost Professor Pan from the Traceability Bureau, I cannot afford to lose Qin Chuan from the Oracle Bone Company. If something were to happen, I could find myself facing a military tribunal. I must go in. Qin Chuan insisted, urgency rising in his tone. Captain Gao, the situation is critical. I suspect it is far more complex than we anticipate. There might be. Might be what? Gao Guolong cast a sidelong glance at Qin Chuan. It's merely a stone tablet. I understand your company's fascination with these artifacts, but everything must wait until the rescue operation concludes. I promise you will have time afterward to investigate whether there are other items to discover. Will that suffice? It's not that simple. Qin Chuan decided to lay all his cards on the table. He knew that without expressing his suspicions, he could never persuade the man before him. Qin Chuan's tone turned grave. Captain Gao, have you ever considered a possibility? Perhaps there's not just a stone tablet inside, but a city within? Chapter 47. The overlooked game reward. Gao Guolong instinctively wanted to retort, how could that be? But the next moment his words faltered. Wait a minute. Had he heard this somewhere before? What do you mean? Gao Guolong's tone grew somber, as he seemed to recognize that his initial assumptions might be flawed. Qin Chuan swallowed hard, striving to steady his racing heart. Indeed, everyone had made an initial error. Based on past experience, archaeological discoveries often hinge significantly on luck. For instance, one might unearth a coffin while constructing a building, or stumble upon a tombstone while renovating a plaza. Such occurrences are entirely plausible. However, Qin Chuan sensed that this situation was different. At first, he had dismissed it, but the more he contemplated, the more he felt something was amiss. Look, first there was Pan Lingling, a fellow graduate from the history department, who, strictly speaking, was Qin Chuan's senior. One had opted for the national examination, while the other chose employment. Yet, it is undeniable that those immersed in history share an innate understanding. Qin Chuan had perused some of the marks and photographs left by Pan Lingling while on the plane. Initially, he believed she had become disoriented and was merely documenting her direction to ensure her escape. But now, Qin Chuan and Oppo's perspective had shifted. Who were the individuals accompanying Pan Lingling? They were from the National Geographic Bureau. Frankly speaking, each one of them possessed an extraordinary familiarity with the terrain and geological features. Would such individuals resort to such primitive methods for documentation? Of course, it was possible that they had strayed apart. But what was the likelihood of that? With visibility so low in the white mist, and Pan Lingling being the focal point, there was little reason to abandon her. Thus, Qin Chuan speculated, those directional arrows left by Pan Lingling were not intended to guide her out. Rather, they were meant to direct future seekers into a specific location. Merely contemplating this sent shivers down Qin Chuan's spine. What had Professor Pan Lingling discovered? Why did she intend to lead others there? Regardless, the fact that one of the leaders of the Retrieval Bureau, Professor Pan Lingling, would go to such lengths imply that the significance of what lay within was far beyond a mere couple of stone tablets. Yet, all of this was merely conjecture. Upon hearing Qin Chuan and Oppo's account, Gao Guolong hesitated. Could it be true that there was a city inside? Qin Chuan asserted solemnly, Captain Gao, I am 70% confident in proving my hypothesis. This is not a matter of intuition or speculation. As a fellow history major, I understand her thought process. Furthermore, from a search perspective, I comprehend precisely what Professor Pan intended to convey through her notes. I do not doubt Dingzhu and Oppo's expertise, but while they excel in rescue operations, I am more adept at clue analysis. With my presence, the pace of locating Professor Pan and her team will only accelerate. Should we encounter any unforeseen circumstances, I will promptly follow orders and not hinder the military. Qin Chuan was earnest and impassioned. He had never felt such urgency before, the last time being when he joined the Oracle Bone Company, responsible for deciphering the manual of techniques. Let me think. Gao Wulong, feeling exasperated by Qin Chuan and Appo's insistence, rubbed his temples and issued an eviction order. Well, Captain Gao, you think it over. I shall take my leave. As Qin Chuan departed, Gao Wulong furrowed his brow in contemplation. He acknowledged that Qin Chuan and Appo's arguments held merit, but they had already lost one. Must they risk losing another? Gao Wulong could not fathom the thought processes of those entrenched in history. Was the truth of history truly more vital than one's own life? The following day, perhaps moved by Gao Wulong's recent sleepless nights, the heavens granted a rare respite from the incessant rain. The torrential downpour momentarily ceased. Outside the tent, Ding Zhi led the elite hunter special forces, diligently preparing their equipment for the final ascent into the mountains. They were uncertain how long this expedition would last. Thus each backpack was laden with nearly half a month and Appo's worth of compressed rations, fresh water, and various detection devices, along with tools for camping. Captain Gao, have you made a decision? Qin Chuan inquired eagerly as Gao Wulong emerged from the tent. Gao Wulong fixed a deep gaze upon Qin Chuan. Are you certain? You wish to accompany them inside? I am certain. Qin Chuan nodded emphatically. Seeing this, Gao Wulong exhaled a deep sigh and decided not to dissuade him. In that case, call your professor. If he approves, you may proceed with Ding Zhi and Appo's team into the mountains. But remember, all actions must adhere to command. Understood, Qin Chuan exclaimed excitedly. With that, he promptly retrieved his specialized phone and dialed Ji Qihong. After a brief exchange, Qin Chuan excitedly hung up. Captain Gao, my professor has given his consent. You may verify. Gao Wulong waved his hand. Very well, go ahead. Minutes later, Ding Zhi, fully equipped, looked sternly at the armed forces and commanded, move out into the mountains. Inside a rental room, Susu idly scrolled through the mobile game interface. Current remaining salvation points, 95 points. Unlocking final chapter of the Beast Tide. The Gate of Ghosts requires 30 points, with a total of 95 points. Unlocking the storyline costs 30 points, while creating a new character demands 60 points, leaving me with a mere 5 points. What a frustrating gaming company. They provide no avenue for escape. Susu could not help but lament. Alas, despite the game's allure, the intervals between chapters were excessively lengthy, an entire 12 days. He had only completed 3 of the genetic map. This was not due to Susu's laziness, but rather the challenge escalated as one approached completion. Unlike an ordinary jigsaw puzzle, one had to consider not only the unassembled sections, but also whether the already completed parts were accurate. After all, they all appeared quite similar. He wondered how Lin Qingshi was faring. They hadn't been in contact for days. Should he reach out? Perhaps it would be better not to. She was likely overwhelmed at the moment. If her mood had improved even slightly, his inquiry might only exacerbate her stress. Susu murmured to himself as his fingers absent-mindedly glided across the game interface. Suddenly, an image appeared on the screen. Susu instinctively glanced over, and then froze in astonishment. Huh? U-01 genetic map? Description: derived from the blood-red laboratory of the Dragon Kingdom. The U-01 genetic map. A rather unremarkable description. The image depicted the basic layout of the genetic map. Spirals, columnar arrangements, molecular atomic compositions, and so forth. Yet, this very image rendered Su so momentarily dazed. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. Wait, hold on a second. Susu and Appo's eyes widened in realization. Had he encountered the design of this genetic map before? Chapter 048. The grim situation of the Dragon Nation, an inescapable sense of familiarity lingered in Susu's heart as he suddenly glanced at the stack of documents on the table. These were the second-round assessment materials provided by the Source Bureau, detailing the assembly of genetic blueprints. What a jest! This was merely a game. Though he muttered such words, Susu was inexplicably drawn to pick up the documents and turn to the page containing the assembly diagrams. The comparison of the genetic blueprints was strikingly clear. With his phone inching closer to the paper, Susu's eyes widening with astonishment. Similarities? No, in fact, there were numerous overlaps. Susu could hardly fathom that what he perceived as a mere game contained elements in its rewards that truly coincided with the reality of the assessment. His thoughts became a whirlwind. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a sound. He contemplated the most plausible scenario. Could it be that this game company possessed data from the Source Bureau? Otherwise, there was no way to rationally explain this occurrence. However, the issue lay in the fact that the Source Bureau and Oppo's data was of national significance, and thus, confidentiality measures were undoubtedly stringent. It would be impossible for the outside world to access any useful information, let alone something as tangible as genetic blueprints. Susu furrowed his brow, meticulously comparing the details. He quickly discerned discrepancies. A completion rate of 7.3 was not particularly impressive, yet due to the issue of correlation, he found distinct points. Based on this ratio, the disparity between the genetic blueprints from the game and those provided by the Source Bureau was approximately 50. How splendid. Or perhaps not. Yet, that was still considerably high, was it not? Susu felt a twinge of anxiety. His immediate thought was whether to inform the Source Bureau about this matter. But upon reconsideration, he quashed that notion. Setting aside whether the Source Bureau would even believe him, simply deciding whom to tell posed a significant dilemma. Professor Pan Lingling was missing, and to put it plainly, he was still a candidate awaiting assessment, not a formal member. Never mind, one step at a time. Perhaps I could reference a portion of this information and submit it directly to the Source Bureau for their investigation. A shift in his thoughts led to a newfound resolution. There was no stipulation that the genetic blueprints submitted had to be entirely accurate. He could very well submit a genetic blueprint with a completion rate of 50. Even if 43 were erroneous, it wouldn't hinder his legitimate 7 from passing the assessment. Thus, even if the majority were incorrect, he would not find himself in an overly embarrassing situation, evading the farcical predicament of masquerading game rewards as assessment results. With this thought, Susu made his decision. Let be done. As for the authenticity of the game and Oppo's reward blueprint, Susu held no high hopes, considering it merely an experiment. As he stood to lose nothing. That evening, Susu continued to explore the functionalities of the game interface, while simultaneously opening his chat application, regrettably finding no messages from Lin Qingshi. He sighed, shut his phone, and succumbed to a deep slumber. At that moment, in the Dragon Nation, public sentiment on the internet had spiraled out of control. A catastrophic sinkhole incident had occurred in Bin City, with armed helicopters and military forces deployed. Alongside this, monsters had emerged in Central Park, and numerous individuals had recorded videos on their phones at the scene. All of this thrust netizens into a frenzy. The majority were simply spectators, while optimists proclaimed that a transformative era had arrived, asserting that the emergence of new phenomena would inevitably catalyze a technological explosion, particularly in the realm of biological sciences. Perhaps, in a not-so-distant future, human lifespans would reach a terrifying extent. Conversely, pessimists were less enthusiastic. They viewed the sinkhole as a symbol of the unknown, especially given the staggering visual impact of the 7 or 8-meter-tall monsters. Doomsday theories began to surface, with intermittent reports of XXX Tycoon investing billions to create doomsday shelters. Lastly, apart from these two factions, there existed a Chinibi group. These individuals believed in the resurgence of spiritual energy, claiming that a golden age was imminent, with their imaginations running wild, ultimately culminating in notions of immortality, declaring themselves as celestial emperors destined to suppress all worldly foes. And so on, their assertions growing increasingly absurd. With a snap, the projection ceased. The conference room fell into silence as Gu Beichun took a deep breath. Esteemed colleagues, the current situation is even more dire than we anticipated. The monsters within the sinkhole have been eradicated, yet according to the latest findings from Ming Xiao's reconnaissance, beyond that door lies an energy fluctuation exceeding 70,000 times the previous readings. I trust one need not elaborate on what this signifies? Xiongnan scratched his head. Are you implying there are still 70,000 monsters inside? Gu Beichun sighed. One could say that. Xiongnan, perplexed, countered, but we need not fear. We could deploy large-scale weaponry and obliterate them. Can end Oppo's, Tiwi? I refuse to believe that those monsters could withstand even a nuclear bomb. They may truly be unafraid. A young man from the corner of the conference room spoke up, slender in build and adorned with black-rimmed glasses. He tossed a stack of research reports onto the table, his voice hoarse as he continued. Our latest findings from the Blood Red Laboratory indicate that the previous genetic agent U01 has been confirmed to possess defects, with a 10 probability of causing bodily mutations. In our attempts to rectify this issue, we experimented with various external stimuli, yet the results were far from satisfactory. Among these stimuli, we included the nuclear radiation elements you all mentioned. Initially, the monster's genes reacted adversely to the nuclear radiation, resulting in the swift demise of a significant number of lab mice. However, merely 3 hours later, the surviving mice adapted to the radiation, and their genes underwent recombination, enhancing their abilities by more than double. Xiongnian's eyes widened. Are you saying that no stimuli are effective? He struggled to accept such an outcome. Others in the conference room turned their gazes toward the young man. Regrettably, he merely shook his head slowly from a scientific standpoint. It would be inaccurate to claim that no stimuli are effective. We can only assert that. We have yet to identify any external stimuli capable of effectively suppressing the monster's genetic mutations. That is tantamount to saying nothing at all. Lu Muqing frowned and interjected. What are the solutions? She found it hard to believe that they had no preparation. The Blood Red Laboratory was among the 3 foremost laboratories in the Dragon Nation, specializing in biochemical experiments and genetic agents. The young man cast a deep glance at Lu Muqing and raised 3 fingers. 3 solutions. First, abandon Bin City. Swiftly evacuate all civilians, and implement full firepower coverage to attempt to obliterate the Inter Chapter 49, the transformation of the ordinary girl into a fearsome sorceress deep within the abyss. Behind that ominous door, there lay an estimated 70,000 monsters. None could predict when the door would swing open. Should we fail to prepare in time, the first to suffer catastrophic consequences would be Bin City. The fall of Bin City would spell disaster for surrounding cities, plunging the nation into chaos. Coupled with the terrifying evolutionary speed of those monsters, just contemplating the scenario sent a cold sweat cascading down Gu Beichun and Amp, Oppos, Esbak. This was dire. 70,000 monsters had the potential to become a death sentence for the Dragon Kingdom. Chu Tong felt a dryness in his throat. What if, he dared to ponder, he could not locate the Savior Organization? It was ironic. He had constructed an intricate web of intelligence across the Dragon Kingdom. Yet before this enigmatic organization, it felt like a mere jest. He could not fathom why his years of effort appeared futile against this mysterious force. Finding someone seemed impossible. Not even a thread of evidence could be unearthed. Desperation led him to conclude that they might as well confront the monsters head-on. Damn it, when had they ever been subjected to such indignities? Xiongnan, feeling disgruntled, acknowledged the might of the Savior Organization. Yet his character drove him to confront challenges head-on. Since when had the security agency relied on others for hope? Let's not speak in anger, Gu Beichun interjected, raising a hand in contemplation. Indeed, we possess our own pride, but the pressing issue at hand concerns the survival of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Let us execute 3 concurrent plans. Ming Xiao and the wandering soldiers will tally 500 volunteers willing to sacrifice themselves, administering U01 to swiftly create a genetic warrior capable of unlocking their genetic potential. I will ensure that our firepower is prepared, and once we reach a critical juncture, we shall immediately activate the desperation plan for comprehensive fire coverage, eradicating the monsters that breach the abyss. As for locating individuals, the intelligence network must handle this matter. Employ any means necessary to find that Savior Organization. We require their assistance. Understood. All right. Execute the orders and disperse. Aki, who is thinking of me? Su grumbled, rubbing his nose as he glanced at his phone. It was July 19th. Habitually, he logged into the Savior game. Chapter 1. The finale of the Beast Tide. The Gate of Ghosts is generating estimated opening time. 0 days, 8 hours, 22 minutes. It was soon. Su's eyes brightened slightly, anticipation building for the final chapter to unfold that evening. After brushing his teeth and preparing to head out, a notification chimed. Ding! It was a message from Xie Xinqing. Steady Wing Group, Xie Xinqing. Suso Lin Qingshi, both of you. I've just received news that the deadline for the second assessment of the Traceability Bureau has been moved forward. The original submission date of July 30th is now changed to July 23rd, a week earlier. Susu paused, his hand poised on the door. The second assessment of the Traceability Bureau has been moved up? Xie Xinxing, of course. This news was released by Professor Chonglei. The requirements for the completion of the genetic map puzzle have been relaxed. As long as 4 is completed, one can pass the second assessment. Lin Qingshi, all right. Got it. Xie Xinxing, your restoration rate should exceed 4, right? Lin Qingshi, I'm fine at 6. 8. Susu, I'm about the same. Xie Xinxing, that's great. Remember July 23rd? See you later. The chat concluded. Susu pondered the situation, with Professor Pan Lingling's fate uncertain. The Traceability Bureau could not afford to stagnate so soon after its establishment. The higher-ups in the Xia dynasty would undoubtedly be concerned about Professor Pan's whereabouts, while simultaneously wishing to avoid delaying the Bureau's progress. Thus, the plan for an accelerated assessment had emerged. Speaking of which, Susu could not help but think of Lin Qingshi. She had spoken in the group just now. He wondered if she was feeling better. Should he ask? Taking a deep breath, Susu switched to private chat and cautiously messaged Lin Qingshi. Ahem, what have you been busy with lately? As soon as he sent it, regret washed over him. What was with that clumsy, straight man opening? Thankfully, Lin Qingshi replied promptly. Ding. Lin Qingshi, studying. Susu, just studying? Lin Qingshi, what else? Susu. Right, what else? The clueless straight man was at a loss. What should he ask next? At that moment, Susu found himself scratching his head, wishing he could knock some sense into himself. Stupid brain, think. When the time comes, one laments the lack of preparation. Why was there such a disparity between theory and practice? He recalled watching numerous emotional programs in his previous life. The other party is typing. The other party is typing. The other party has canceled typing. And then, the chat window fell silent. Susu stared wide-eyed, trying to decipher some romantic saying. Puffed. Ha ha, Lin Qingshi finally burst into laughter, her stomach aching from the hilarity. I can end Oppos. Take it anymore. Senior brother, you and Amp. Oppos. Are you going to make me laugh to death? Is this really how you chat with girls? No wonder you Haven and Amp. Oppos. T found a girlfriend in 4 years of university. Susu. Lin Qingshi. Hurry, help me, I can't believe straight men truly lack comforting skills. Ha ha ha, Susa. Dead fish eyes. Lin Qingshi. Ha ha, all right, I won't laugh anymore. Ha ha, Lin Qingshi was laughing uncontrollably, tears forming in her eyes, completely ignoring Susu and Oppos' dark expression as his fists clenched tighter. Oh, you Lin Qingshi, you've crossed the line? So you were just pretending. Susu gritted his teeth in frustration. Lin Qingshi, blushing shyly, quickly typed. Poor little bunny, please spare me. JPG, boo-hoo. Senior brother, I was wrong. I'll believe you when pigs fly. Susu felt deceived, his tender heart suffering a blow. Oh no, the ordinary girl has transformed into a fearsome sorceress. This was just too much. Ding. Huh. Lin Qingshi. Photo of beautiful legs in black stockings. JPG, senior brother Susu. In Yicheng, at the Tianlan Riverbank Villa, Lin Qingshi set down her phone, her bright eyes gleaming with mirth. Humph, letting you ignore me for these past few days. You must be feeling the heat now, right? With just a little ploy. I've got you wrapped around my finger. As for whether a certain straight man was too concerned for her well-being to reach out, Lin Qingshi shrugged. Who cared? Didn't he know that girls needed a sturdy shoulder when feeling vulnerable? No reasoning here, just a bit of mischief as she thought of this. The memory of her softly crying earlier flashed through her mind, recalling the flustered and helpless expression on that straight man's face. A faint blush crept across her cheeks, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fool, you got it easy. Chapter 050. The invaded savior game, the rescue operations in the Great Xia were proceeding in an orderly manner. Deep within the ancient Qin Mountains, Dingzhi was leading his team slowly through the rugged terrain. The heavy rain from the previous night had hindered their progress significantly, despite their thorough preparations. They had underestimated the conditions they would encounter in the mountains. Stop, Dingzhi suddenly whispered, prompting those following him to halt instantly. "Did you hear any sound?" "No, what sound?" came the murmurs from behind. Qin Chuan stepped forward and spoke softly. "Indeed, there is a sound following us, but curiously, it appears to be unintentional. You can only hear it when you concentrate. Can you discern its origin?" Dingzhi inquired. Qin Chuan shook his head. "I have a hypothesis, but it is rather fantastical, and I cannot be certain." "Please share your thoughts," Dingzhi urged. Qin Chuan nodded, pondering for a few seconds before speaking. "Years ago, I accompanied Professor Ji Qihong to numerous locations: villages, snow-capped mountains, ruins, and marshlands. Each of these historical sites possessed its own peculiarities. Professor Ji often remarked, 'Our history is flawed. It has issues from its very roots. Thus, for anything that cannot be explained by reason, we trust our intuition more than science.'" Dingzhi eyed Qin Chuan in surprise, chuckling lightly. "I never thought historians would lean toward superstition." "It's not superstition. It's born from experience," Qin Chuan sighed. "We have been in the mountains for over a day. Do you recall when the auditory hallucinations began?" "If you do not remember." "I do. It was after we discovered the signposts left by Professor Pan." Dingzhi paused, taken aback, as he had not considered this. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed accurate. So what does this imply? Are the signposts left by Professor Pan problematic? "The signposts themselves are not the issue." Qin Chuan discerned his thoughts and replied gravely. "The problem lies with this location. Just as I suspected, Professor Pan was not lost. She uncovered something extraordinary. Do you remember the rest point we just passed?" Qin Chuan continued. "That spot bore signs of Professor Pan's brief respite, and the second search team discovered her distress signal flare not far from that very location." Dingzhi furrowed his brow tightly. "You mean?" Qin Chuan inhaled deeply, gazing quietly into the white mist ahead. "Professor Pan, the flare was not a call for help. It was meant to draw more people into the mountains. Sadly, she failed. The flare was obscured by the mist, and when she waited at the rest point for reinforcements, they never arrived. In her desperation, she resorted to the most primitive method of leaving guiding markers, hoping we would find them." As Qin Chuan concluded, Dingzhi could not help but reassess the man before him. In terms of combat and rescue, this man might be a novice, but when it came to knowledge, especially regarding history and relic exploration, Qin Chuan resembled a living encyclopedia. While it could not be said that he knew everything, Dingzhi felt he could not compare. "So, what should we do now?" Dingzhi turned to Qin Chuan, noting that the signposts left by Professor Pan had vanished here. "Should we search separately?" "Absolutely not." Qin Chuan rejected the idea without a moment's hesitation. At that moment, the auditory hallucinations returned, growing louder, akin to being amidst a bustling city square, with surrounding voices chattering indistinctly. This time, the eerie sounds seemed clearer, and many members of the team heard them, their faces paling in fear. The scene was unsettling, surrounded by the clamor of a throng. Yet in reality, there was nothing but the vast, disorienting mist. "It's haunted," someone cried out in panic. Dingzhi frowned and looked over to see it was one of Qin Chuan's group. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Chuan turned and shouted, "Silence." The crowd fell immediately quiet. Dingzhi gazed at Qin Chuan in astonishment, surprised by his authoritative presence, despite his genteel demeanor. Qin Chuan took a deep breath to calm himself. "Everyone, do not forget Professor G's words. History has no ghosts. Only the dust of the past has faded. Anything that cannot be explained by science must have its own reason for existence. Professor Pan has likely reached that location, and our task now is to keep pace with her." With that, he turned to Dingzhi, his gaze intense. "Captain Ding, I know where to proceed next." "To where?" Dingzhi queried. "Toward the source of the sound." Qin Chuan replied in a hushed tone. "Yes. This is precisely why the signposts left by Professor Pan vanished here, because only here can one hear the myriad of voices, and these sounds are the true guides." "Are you certain?" Dingzhi hesitated. "Trust me," Qin Chuan asserted confidently. He spun in place, closing his eyes to focus on the bustling sounds, finally directing his gaze in a specific direction. Dingzhi squinted and followed his line of sight. That direction was southeast. Meanwhile, on the other side, Pan Lingling was struggling to chew the last piece of her compressed biscuit. She had not had a drop of water for nearly 48 hours. With no water source in sight, dehydration was merely a matter of time. No, I cannot leave yet. Pan Lingling moved forward, her eyes filled with longing and shock. She found herself in a desolate city. Ruined walls, collapsed skyscrapers. It seemed a fierce battle had once ravaged the place, resulting in the city's annihilation. Her ultimate goal was the towering structure at the city center. Bin City, Relic Memorial Hall. Game has been fully updated. Chapter 1, Beast Tide Finale. The Ghost Gate has been unlocked. The Savior is urged to enter the game promptly. Finally, the update is complete. Susu's eyes lit up as he sprang upright. With the rain pouring outside Icheng for days, he had grown weary and bored of the game. At last, he could indulge this evening. Snacks and drinks were ready, and he had enjoyed a delightful nap earlier. Let us see what this troublesome game has concocted after 12 days of updates. Susu eagerly opened the Savior Game app. The screen gradually dimmed. However, this time, rather than directly entering the game interface, as usual, blood red spots suddenly appeared on the screen, followed by a warning sound buzzing in Susu's ear. Warning! Warning! Bin City Chapter 1 Final Level. The Ghost Gate is about to open. Error code. Correcting temporal progress. Unknown force interference. Correction failed. Attempting to analyze unknown force. Analysis reveals the force originates from the first-generation Savior. Logical error. The source code has been invaded. Remaining rewind attempts have been modified to 99 times. Chapter 051. The Rebellious Savior in a State of Bewilderment. Susu stared blankly at the screen. What is this? Has the game encountered a bug? What does it mean by a logical error? And what is this about the first-generation Savior? Could it be that someone has hijacked my account? But that doesn't make sense. I never registered an account. So how can anyone take over? The glaring red notification on the game interface was unsettling. Susu hastily took a sip of cola to steady his nerves. Relieved when the game resumed after a few seconds of lag. However, a new status bar had appeared in the upper right corner. Rewind attempts, 99 times. Could this mean the number of lives I have left? Susu mused, stroking his chin. As a seasoned gamer, he was not easily deceived by the developer's tricks. It seemed that this latest update had introduced a wealth of new content, but he wondered what would happen when those attempts ran out. Would they implement a pay-to-win system? A sudden twitch at the corner of his mouth hinted at the possibility. After several successful completions, he realized that the game he had inadvertently downloaded might very well be a trial version, a beta test, which explained the lack of a registration requirement. Although there were some peculiar bugs, the absence of monetization features allowed him to experience the latest chapters, which was sufficient for Susu. He had no qualms about playing. After all, he wasn't short on funds. When the game officially launched, he could always support it. As Susu pondered this, the game screen began to fade. A new prompt appeared. Detected gene reagent and oppos. U01 and oppos. Would you like to create a new character? Yes or no? Naturally, he opted for yes without hesitation. Gene reagent U01 has been deducted. The character creation will default to unlocking the first level of the gene lock. 60 savior points have been deducted. The familiar character customization segment reappeared, but this time, the genetic modifier was a woman. Susu and Amp, Oppos, eyes widened, a female character, and a strikingly beautiful one at that. In the character creation interface, a tall woman with short brown hair stood before him, her curvaceous figure and long legs accentuated by white bandages wrapped around her pale. Cough. In any case, she was quite alluring. What kind of appearance should I create? Susu's mind raced. A stunning beauty? No, that would be too unrealistic. A lowly? Absolutely not. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled Achar, the elderly woman, beaming with joy, remarked, "Young lady, you truly have an eye for quality. These are exquisite oranges, exceptionally sweet indeed." Bye. Chapter 052. The Fleeing of Bin City. A few minutes later, Susu wandered the streets with a bag of oranges in hand. Joking aside, there were serious matters to attend to. One prominent characteristic of RPG games is their simplicity in operations. Conversely, all actions are simplified into commands such as trade, dialogue, attack, defend, flee. By issuing the corresponding command, the in-game character will act accordingly. As Susu guided into Oppos, Oppos, into the shopping mall, he noticed a lack of NPCs meandering about. rendering the mall quite desolate. Could it be that the populace is aware of the monster's emergence? Susu furrowed his brows in contemplation. The massive billboards on the streets flickered with neon lights, repeatedly broadcasting certain announcements. Approaching these notices, a series of small text appeared on the screen. A catastrophic disaster is imminent in Bin City. Citizens are urged to evacuate swiftly to the safer flower market. Those who are physically incapacitated and unable to move should promptly dial Bin City's rescue hotline. We will arrange for personnel to assist you in your departure. A catastrophic disaster is imminent in Bin City. Indeed, the inhabitants of this world are cognizant of the impending calamity. Susa pondered. He soon discerned a troubling issue. The time allotted for the final chapter was merely 3 days, yet the portal to hell would not open for another 90 days. Thus, he could not directly engage in the great battle that awaited after 90 days. The limited scope of actions possible within 3 days posed a formidable challenge in attempting to salvage this world from the crisis to come. No wonder the task in Oppo's difficulty was rated hell. Could I surmise that without my intervention, relying solely on the native NPCs of this world, they would be incapable of withstanding the disaster? External forces must be involved. But what can I do? Susu felt a twinge of confusion as he accessed his personal attributes, curious to examine the new role of Gene Modifier. Character, Gene Modifier, Gene Lock, Phase 1 Liberation, 0500, Strength, 15, Agility, 12, Constitution, 38, Energy, 500, Gene Stability, 99. Merging new genes may lower or enhance stability. If stability drops below 50, minor mutations may occur. Below 30, complete mutation. Below 10, gene chain begins to collapse. Passive ability, perfect gene body. Your gene fusion stability is significantly enhanced, and no mutations will occur during the fusion process. Fusion, U01, passive. No cost merges partial genes of the Rift Scythe Mantis, enhancing your stamina. 10 stamina. Collapse, Shusufhoned. The gene modifier and the ancient warrior are entirely different styles. From the introduction of this new role, it appears to focus on the fusion and consumption of genes for growth. Does this imply that if I possess a sufficient quantity of gene potions, this character can level up rapidly? Yet, that seems incorrect. Based on his gaming experience, typically, characters capable of swift advancement come with associated drawbacks. Could it be related to gene stability? Consuming new monster genes might diminish one's own gene stability? Quite possible. Susa raised an eyebrow. It seemed plausible. However, progressing in levels didn't appear to hold much significance for him. He had already established that this world would face destruction in 90 days. With only 3 days to remain, it meant he would not partake in the combat. Whether he leveled up or not seemed inconsequential. How peculiar. How to clear this game. Let me assess the current situation. Susa's mind raced. Since this is a game, there must be a solution. It is merely a matter of not having realized it yet. What could the developers mean? Preventing him from engaging in battle while granting him 3 days. Are they prompting me to gather intelligence? Susa contemplated a possibility. RPGs typically trigger quests through dialogue with NPCs. To accomplish something within 3 days, he must ascertain the current state of affairs. The advertisement he had just seen was one piece of information, but merely the tip of the iceberg. Known intelligence 1. The populace is fleeing Bin City. The map marked numerous locations, such as Command Center, Crimson Laboratory, Sinkhole, and Military Outpost. These sites were likely to be where further intelligence could be gathered, though some might prove to be inconsequential, which he would have to discern himself. There was no need to linger here. Time was of the essence, and he recalled that the NPCs initially expressed a desire to go to the Command Center. Susa deliberated for a moment before deciding to follow the existing clues and head to the Command Center. Meanwhile, at the Command Center of Long Country, Gu Beichun was engrossed in his work. Days of high-intensity scheduling had left him somewhat fatigued. Yet the fate of Bin City compelled him to muster his strength and refrain from resting. A few days prior, high-ranking officials had called to inquire about the current situation in Bin City. Gu Beichun and AMP, Oppo's response was dismal, stating the need for immediate military support. He was acutely aware that once the gate beneath Central Park was opened, The 8 small teams from the safety department would be utterly incapable of mounting any form of resistance, while Xiong Nan could lead a firepower suppression effort. The most critical factor remained personnel. Commander Gu, the 50,000 troops dispatched by Long Country have all arrived in Bin City. We have temporarily assigned them to several outposts in the northern suburbs. What shall we do next? A voice inquired softly as someone entered the room. What about the firepower configuration? The advanced combat configuration, along with medical supplies, is already en route. Very well. Let Xiongnan proceed and coordinate with the vanguard. Gu Beichun rubbed his swollen temples. Yes, the person replied softly. Then Oppos, Vanguard and Oppos, mentioned by Gu Beichun, referred to the first small team of the safety department, codenamed Vanguard. Given the urgency of the situation, in addition to dispatching support troops from Long Country and Oppos, as high command, the first team stationed in the heart of the desert, the second team in AMP, Oppos, Quick Aid and AMP, Oppos, which handles national counterterrorism operations, and the fourth team in AMP, Oppos, roving soldiers in AMP, Oppos, engaged in espionage activities abroad, had all been summoned to Bin City. With this, all 8 small teams of the safety department had assembled. Do you have further matters to discuss? Gu Beichun queried, noticing the individual had yet to depart. Commander Gu, there are still issues regarding civilian evacuation and the laboratory. I nearly forgot. Gu Beichun slapped his forehead and sighed. What is the status of the civilian evacuation? Not favorable. The person shook their head. Currently, the flower market cannot accommodate such a large influx of people. Initially, everyone was willing to leave, but as the situation escalates, riots of varying degrees have begun to erupt, and even the flower market government has been ineffective in addressing it. Gu Beichun immediately felt a headache coming on. The evacuation of civilians was a significant problem, pivotal to the ultimate contingency plan. If the populace refused to leave, how could indiscriminate firepower be deployed? Should the monsters reach the point of ravaging the city, and large-scale weaponry could not be utilized, Bin City would be as good as lost. Is there truly no viable solution? There is. Gu Beichun was momentarily taken aback. Really? A pharmaceutical company in Huacheng has announced its willingness to accept these individuals and invest $500 million to develop a new community to provide them with housing. But they have 2 conditions. Chapter 053. New drug. Waiting for injections. What are the requirements? First, these individuals must sign a voluntary blood donation agreement with their company and, if necessary, cooperate with clinical drug trials. Naturally, these trials are conducted in a lawful and compliant manner, and following the trials, the companies will provide some financial compensation. Testing drugs. Gu Beichun pondered, recognizing this as a common practice among pharmaceutical companies, not particularly alarming. The only concern was that he had never heard of drug testing on such a large scale before. What kind of drug is the company developing? He had heard it was intended to enhance human muscle capabilities and combat cancer. Gu Beichun nodded and spoke, all right. The government can negotiate with the companies and intervene to calm things down if necessary. What is the second condition you mentioned? The person hesitated. The second condition is, they require us to provide a batch of monster corpses for drug research. Impossible. Gu Beichun and Oppos' expression changed drastically. No one understood the terror of these monsters better than him. However, the research data from the Crimson Laboratory indicated that these monsters might harbor significant secrets within them. In such a critical moment, how could they possibly hand over monster corpses to private enterprises? Captain Gu, the person swallowed hard. Please Don and Oppos, to be alarmed, as I have received news that someone at a high level of the national government has already approved this plan and ordered the Crimson Laboratory to send the first batch of monster corpses to the flower market. If you go there now, you might be able to intercept the negotiators. Go. Immediately, Gu Beichun's eyes reddened as he sprang to his feet, disregarding any need for rest. He understood the government's intentions: stability, peace, and quelling civil unrest. Yet, the monster corpses must not be handed over. Those high-ranking officials had no idea what chaos would ensue once the corpses were released. Developing a drug. This company must be problematic. Gu Beichun suddenly turned back. What is the name of this company? It seems to be called Umbrella Corporation? The command center. This must be it, right? Susa mumbled. Although marked on the map, the numerous buildings in the city made it somewhat challenging to locate. Fortunately, they ultimately found it. Let me see how to get in. Huh? Someone's coming out? Susu was taken aback and promptly maneuvered his character forward. Excuse me, is the Dragon Kingdom's temporary command center here? Where did this clueless person come from? Gu Beichen confirmed that he had never seen the woman before. He frowned, glancing around, and was about to signal the guards to remove her when the next moment, her words left him completely stunned. Hello, I am from the Savior Organization and would like to speak with the person in charge of your command center. Gu Beichen's eyes widened. The Savior Organization? The atmosphere became tense, and several guards accompanying Gu Beichen were eager to step forward, but he quickly stopped them. Wait, are you certain you are from the Savior Organization? Just days ago, he had instructed the network to investigate this organization, and now it had come directly to him. Yes, my codename is Bai. Gu Beichen and Amp. Oppos. S expression shifted. What is your purpose? I am here to assist you. After a brief exchange, Gu Beichen finally believed that the person before him genuinely belonged to the Savior Organization. However, he was anxious to reach the Crimson Laboratory and had no time for conversation. Nevertheless, leaving her waiting seemed inappropriate as well. Gu Beichen felt a headache coming on and cautiously said, I need to go to the Crimson Laboratory now. Can you accompany me? Agree or refuse. Susu glanced at the two options on the phone, clicked agree without hesitation. The next moment, Gu Beichen heard the woman's voice. I can accompany you. Wonderful. Gu Beichen's expression brightened. After signaling the woman to get into the vehicle, he exchanged glances with the driver, and they swiftly headed toward the Crimson Laboratory. Along the way, Gu Beichen discreetly observed the woman beside him more than once. Yet she seemed oblivious, sitting still in the back seat like a statue, betraying no signs of emotion. The Savior Organization. Gu Beichen furrowed his brow. Upon arrival, Gu Beichen swiftly led the way into the laboratory. Susu controlled his character to follow her into an underground building. The laboratory was brightly lit. From Susu and Amp, Oppo's perspective, many NPCs were queuing, and upon noticing their arrival, they cast curious glances in their direction, with ellipses occasionally appearing above their heads, as if engaged in discussion. Among the crowd, Susu also spotted a familiar figure. There was no mistaking that purple trench coat. Mu Qing, where is Dr. Huang? Gu Beichen pulled Lu Muqing out of the queue, urgently inquiring. Lu Muqing looked puzzled. Dr. Huang just went to the director and Oppo's office. It seems he was discussing something. I Don and Oppo's team know the specifics. What happened, Captain? Gu Beichen took a deep breath, gritting his teeth. They want to transfer the monster corpses. What? Lu Muqing's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Shoo, quiet. Gu Beichen was startled, quickly glancing around. Seeing no one looking their way, he lowered his voice. All right, I'll go ahead. You continue to wait in line. Captain, I want to go with you. Lu Muqing insisted. They were queuing to receive the newly developed gene-modifying drug K-02 from the Crimson Laboratory. Compared to the previously developed U-01, K-02 was remarkably stable, and there were no concerns regarding mutations post-injection. However, correspondingly, while U-01 could unlock the first phase of the gene lock 100, K-02 could not guarantee the same, as it required the injected individual to possess a certain potential. But this was not a significant issue, as the K-02 developed by the Crimson Laboratory had considerable compatibility. Even if the first injection did not unlock the gene lock, subsequent injections of U-01 could still be administered. Stay here. Gu Beichen subtly gestured to Lu Muqing. That person is from the Savior Organization. Please help me keep her occupied. Once this matter is resolved, we'll discuss it later. Additionally, contact the network immediately to inform them that we've encountered members of the Savior Organization. Upon hearing this, Lu Muqing's expression stiffened, and her pupils contracted. Captain, you mean? Yes, let's first probe this organization's stance and see if we can establish a partnership. Gu Beichen patted Lu Muqing's shoulder, offering an encouraging glance, then swiftly turned to leave. Meanwhile, Susu, growing weary of waiting, maneuvered his character to stand before the NPC in the purple trench coat, initiating a conversation. What are you doing here? Lu Muqing, seemingly suppressing her emotions. This is the Crimson Laboratory. We are gathering volunteer soldiers for the new injection. Chapter 054, White. Administer a shot to me, additional update. Lu Muqing elaborated extensively, yet to Su Su. Her words distilled to 3 simple terms. New drug, agent. Within the confines of his rented abode, Su Su could not help but exclaim, "What the heck?" His eyes sparkled with excitement. What does it mean to seek someone through 1,000 turns, only to suddenly find them amidst dim lights? This time, he was a genetic modifier, if all goes well. Could he, too, be eligible for the injection of a genetic serum? With this thought, Su Su activated the custom dialogue feature and, with an air of mystery, brought his phone close to his lips, stating earnestly, "Administer a shot to me. White, I wish to inject K02. In the visual display, the figure clad in a purple trench coat was beset by a flurry of question marks. Lu Muqing was utterly taken aback. Was he certain of this? She had never anticipated that his immediate reaction would be such. However, this was beyond her authority to decide. Her expression shifted as she contemplated the presence of Dr. Huang and Captain Gu in the dean's office, leaving them no time to attend to this matter. With resignation, she stepped aside to connect the communication to the ground network. "Hello, Chu Tong. We have encountered a situation here." "What kind of situation?" Chu Tong's voice was cloaked in the noise of what seemed to be an ongoing mission outside. Lu Muqing succinctly outlined the predicament, and Chu Tong fell silent. "Are you saying Captain Gu has brought a member of the Savior Organization, and she now wishes to inject our newly developed serum?" "Indeed." Lu Muqing let out a sigh of relief. Chu Tong's lips twitched slightly. "What relief are you talking about? Didn't Captain Gu express a desire to leverage the power of that organization? How has the tables turned now?" Lu Muqing pondered for a moment and whispered, "Do you think this could be a test from their side? Or some form of bargaining chip? You can end oppos, TB implying that they have set their sights on our K02. Can you?" Chu Tong's tone was tinged with exasperation. "Please think logically. Their organization possesses immense power. Tian Luo assessed the situation after the last battle. K02, let alone those who have been injected with you 01, would not stand a chance against that individual. I told you to avoid playing with Xiongnan. Look at you now. Your judgment is clouded." Lu Muqing and Oppo's cheeks flushed slightly. Then she gritted her teeth and retorted, "Idiot. I only wanted to help. So what now? We're in Oppo's. Captain Gu. She has gone to the dean's office." Lu Muqing relayed the earlier events, and Chu Tong scoffed. "This is absurd. They truly dare to meddle with the corpses of monsters at this juncture? The Blood Red Laboratory has only deciphered about 30 after extensive research, and they have already developed you 01 and K02. Who knows what else lies ahead? Wait, I an amp. Oppos, LL contact Tian Luo." Before long, a figure elegantly entered the Blood Red Laboratory. It was the only female member of Tian Luo whom Lu Muqing had encountered previously, Wenjing. "Sister One." "Yes." Wenjing and amp. Oppos. Gaze flickered towards White. "Is this her?" "Indeed." "Sister One." Lu Muqing quietly recounted the background, and when Jing smiled nonchalantly, then let her inject it. It and amp. Oppos. Merely a serum, nothing particularly formidable. I believe Xiao Fei is in the laboratory, correct? Follow me. Are we really going to inject it? This game allows for such freedom?" Su Su was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that his casual remark would lead the NPC to genuinely prepare to escort him. Controlling his character, he followed the NPC, and the trio swiftly arrived at a pristine white laboratory at the end of the queue. "Xiao Fei, do we have any spare K02 serum? I need a dose." A bespectacled researcher approached, adjusting his glasses with a puzzled expression. "Sister One, I thought you had already injected you 01. Why do you need K02 as well?" "We haven an amp. Amp, Oppos, even." "Not for me, for her." Wenjing waved her hand, interrupting him, and pointed at the young girl standing aside. White. Xiao Fei hesitated, looking at the girl beside him, and said, "Hello. Injecting K02 requires fasting, and we must draw blood to determine compatibility before administration. Additionally, after the injection, a 48-hour observation period is necessary to ensure no abnormalities before discharge." The NPC continued to ramble. At this juncture, 2 options appeared on the screen. A. All right. B. I don an amp. Amp, Oppos, T needed. Susu had no time to entertain the discourse. He immediately selected Idon and Amp. Amp, Oppos, T needed. What kind of joke was this? He was a genetic modifier. The passive skill of a perfect genetic body was not to be trifled with. Moreover, if he were to obediently stay for a 48-hour observation, he would find himself in a predicament by then. White, please administer the injection directly. Xiao Fei looked to Wen Jing for guidance, and she smiled slightly, nodding. Just administer the injection. You need not concern yourself with the rest. If anything goes awry, I will take responsibility. Very well. Wen Jing's words carried considerable weight. Aside from Gu Beichun, Tian Luo, and Oppos, S authority clearly overshadowed that of the other 7 teams. Follow me. I will prepare a quiet room. Xiao Fei pondered for a moment and explained, once K02 is injected, there is a possibility of awakening the gene lock. However, it is also possible that nothing will occur. Depending on genetic stability, individuals with greater genetic stability have a higher probability of awakening the gene lock. When we assess Sister 1 and Amp, Oppos, S genetic stability, it was at 79, which is quite high. However, after injecting U01, her genetic stability decreased by 6, resulting in 73. Though observation is not mandatory, I believe it is prudent to conduct a genetic stability test. If the genetic stability is too low, there's a risk of transforming into a monster. And at that point, Xiao Fei did not continue, instead looking towards Wen Jing. His implication was clear. If genetic stability were too low, the decision would rest with Wen Jing. Forced injections could occur, but should a transformation into a monster take place, it would be up to Wen Jing to resolve the matter. Wen Jing smiled without giving a definitive answer, turning to White. What is your decision? White, please administer the injection directly. All right, that settles it. Lead us to the quiet room. This way. No way. I absolutely refuse to hand over the monster corpses to that ridiculous umbrella corporation. Gu Beichun and Oppos. S expression was grim. He had initially believed the visitor to be an employee from the 9th Bureau, only to discover it was the director of the 9th Bureau himself. It is worth noting that although he was the head of the Security Bureau, he was essentially just one of the nation's 9th Bureau. Other divisions, such as the Geographical Bureau, Financial Bureau, Security Bureau, and the Social Welfare Bureau, represented here, stood on equal footing. With the head of the Social Welfare Bureau, Zhang Ku, personally intervening, Gu Beichun understood that this matter was far from simple. Old Gu, you mustn't and Amp, Oppos, T speak in such a manner. Currently, there is a threat in Binhai City, and the citizens in other regions are equally distressed. The nation and Amp, Oppos, S safety is a shared responsibility. When you requested military support, were we not the first to respond? Zhang Ku lowered his gaze, sipping tea before continuing softly. You see, we have cooperated with your work. You should also collaborate with ours. Binhai City has a resident population of 850,000. Excluding those already settled, nearly 150,000 remain. Old Gu, do you grasp the magnitude of 150,000? That is a number that even Longhua finds daunting. With such a massive figure, who could resolve it all at once? Could you? Or could I? The Umbrella Corporation certainly could. Chapter 55. Debate and compromise that is absolutely out of the question. Gu Beichun was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Yet this matter was one he could never concede. No one understood the secrets of those monstrous corpses better than he did, and for that reason, they must never be allowed to fall into the hands of civilian organizations. The Blood Red Laboratory, with its national backing, was exempt from this discussion. Zhang Ku's expression darkened. Old Gu, do not mistake my courtesy for weakness. I shall be blunt. While managing these creatures is your responsibility, ensuring the welfare of the populace is ours. Let's not make this difficult for one another. If you persist in obstructing this matter, do not blame me for withholding the promised weapons of mass destruction. Gu Beichun, furious yet incredulous, retorted, Do you even realize what you are saying? I am perfectly aware. Zhang Ku replied, his tone icy. I am stating that I will not provide you with weapons of mass destruction. I cannot stand by and watch as you utilize such armaments to eliminate these monsters while simultaneously endangering the citizens of Longhua. Am I mistaken in my understanding? You simultaneously block the Umbrella Corporation from accepting these individuals while demanding weapons of mass destruction, clearly intending to execute indiscriminate strikes. Do you think I am unaware? With a resounding clap on the table, Gu Baichen exclaimed, "You are talking nonsense. When did I ever advocate for indiscriminate attacks?" The negotiations erupted into conflict, the atmosphere in the conference room growing tense. Dr. Huang quickly intervened. "Gentlemen, you are both serving the nation. What is the purpose of this discord?" "Old Zhang, you know how Gu's temperament is. Provoking him with threats of weaponry is unwise, especially given the current turmoil in Binhai City. Old Gu is under considerable pressure." Zhang Ku inhaled deeply. "Dr. Huang, I'm not provoking him. I merely wish to alleviate his burden. We are speaking of 150,000 people. Do you believe I am oblivious to the chaos in Binhai? But what is the current situation? You demand personnel, and I have provided them, have I not? The 3 military districts have dispatched only the finest, all under the management of their security division's 8th team. Is that not generous?" Recently, when he requested weaponry, the commander-in-chief promptly prioritized supplies from various military factories. The Blood Red Laboratory even lent him the U-01 gene experimental serum. Zhang Ku continued, his eyes reddening with frustration. "We have provided personnel, weaponry, and resources. Dr. Huang, what more do you expect from us?" Gu Baichen fell silent, recognizing the validity of Zhang Ku and Oppo's as concerns. "Doctor," Huang pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about this? I have an idea for you both to consider." "Speak." "Look here," he pointed to the experimental table. "These are the remnants of the monstrous dissections. We have thoroughly examined them multiple times and confirmed that these tissues and flesh pose no further issues. If we use them for drug testing, it should not be problematic." Gu Baichen frowned. "Isn't drug testing merely a euphemism for human experimentation?" Dr. Huang chuckled. "Old Gu, you are mistaken. Drug testing is not equivalent to human experimentation. One is legal, the other illegal. The distinction is significant. Should the Umbrella Corporation wish to conduct human EXP Chapter 056, the powerful perfect genetic subject, where's the quiet room? Take me there at once." Gu Baichen urged anxiously. Earlier, during the drive, he had already investigated the so-called savior member known as Bai. Without a doubt, the U-01 gene serum that Wen Jing had brought to Qi was administered by this woman named Bai. This was the reason for Gu Baichen's sudden change in expression. According to the latest research findings from the Blood Red Laboratory, injecting gene serums developed from monsters could significantly enhance physical attributes and potentially unlock genetic locks. However, the stability of the genes would correspondingly decline at an alarming rate. The group hurried toward the quiet room. Along the way, Dr. Huang's face was grim. "That woman has already injected U-01. Why will we take her for K-02? "I don't know," the young researcher replied, feeling wronged. How could he be blamed for this? Zhang Ku, with his rounded belly, looked puzzled. "What are you all discussing? Didn't the reported data indicate there wouldn't be any issues? Why the panic? The reported data pertains to K-02, so naturally, there won't be any issues but U-01. Dr. Huang shook his head due to certain flaws. "We at the Blood Red Laboratory only conducted a limited amount of research on U-01 before halting it. It was only after resolving U-01's defects that we developed the highly compatible K-02. But therein lies the problem. If you inject K-02 first and then U-01, you only need to endure a single instance of gene stability decline. However, the reverse scenario is different due to the fusion agent effects. The likelihood of mutation would increase exponentially." Dr. Huang elucidated. Zhang Ke finally grasped the situation. In simple terms, K-02 serves as a gentler agent that does not lead to a decline in gene stability. Instead, it offers a protective mechanism, enabling the body to better endure the side effects of U-01. However, this is contingent upon the absence of any monster gene agents within the body. Otherwise, it would trigger an allergic reaction, amplifying K-02's effects to become a gene enhancement agent even more potent than U-01. Enough talk. It's too late for that now. This is my issue. Let us find a way to resolve it. Gu Baichen pressed his lips together, praying fervently that nothing would go awry. His concern was not for Wen Jing's inability to manage a potential mutation, but rather for the repercussions of antagonizing the Savior's organization. Given the current situation in Bin City, it would be a slap in the face for the Savior's organization, who kindly sent help, only for them to transform their benefactor into a monster. Heartbeat normal. Blood pressure normal. I am about to commence the injection. Are you certain you want to begin without any examinations? Inside the quiet room, Xiao Fei held a vial of blue serum, asking one last time. The response came from Bai, who affirmed, I am certain. In a rented room, Susa lay on the bed, muttering, why is he so verbose? Hurry up, I'm waiting to level up. The blue K02 serum was slowly administered into the vein, and new game notifications appeared on the phone screen. Your character, gene modifier, is fusing with a new agent. Agent identification, K02. Your gene stability has declined. 002, current stability, 98. Your gene stability has declined. 007, current stability, 98. 91. Your gene stability has declined. 11, current stability, 98. 80, perfect genetic subject activated. Your gene stability has increased. 2, current stability, 99. Susa's eyes twitched. Is that it? These NPCs made it sound so terrifying that I nearly thought the new character would turn into venom after the injection, but it only broke the skin a bit. And guess what? It healed. Can you accept that? Lu Muqing watched the screen with concern. Is everything all right? Xiao Fei replied. So far, her condition appears stable, and there are no signs of rejection. Speaking, Xiao Fei gradually relaxed his brow. There is no need for excessive worry. While K02 does decrease gene stability, the decline is minuscule. I was overly cautious earlier, hence my grave tone, just to be safe. That's good. Lu Muqing patted her chest, feeling relieved. If anything were to happen to the woman before them, she could not bear the responsibility. When Jing glanced at Bai and then at Lu Muqing, smiling, you're being overly cautious. However, when Jing's words were cut short as the machines connected to Bai suddenly hummed ominously, the piercing alarm blared instantly. Red lights began to flash, and mechanical voices incessantly announced, warning, warning, target body temperature is rising, having reached a dangerous threshold. Warning, warning, please cease the injection immediately. The door was flung open with a crash. Gu Beichun, Zhang Ku, and Dr. Huang, accompanied by the young researcher, rushed into the quiet room. Doctor, Huang's expression changed drastically. Quick, stop. Dr. Huang, Gu team, Lu Muqing and Xiao Fei were taken aback. But soon, they realized that something was amiss. When Jing and Oppo's brow furrowed tightly as she fixed her gaze on Bai, her muscles tensing. Dr. Huang took 2 steps at a time, nervously inspecting the device. His eyes growing weary. It's over. It's already been injected. What's been injected? Gu Beichun asked urgently. Xiao Fei appeared flustered. We administered it directly, without using saline to dilute it. The serum is now fully within her body. What is wrong, Dr. Huang? She has injected you 01. Doctor. Huang's words struck like thunder. Xiao Fei's face turned pale instantly. What? Injected you 01. Gu Beichun cursed inwardly, knowing it was not the time for anger. He immediately turned to Wen Jing. Prepare for battle. Ming Xiao, go evacuate everyone outside. No one within a 500-meter radius should remain, and additionally, call for support from other teams. Understood. Lu Muqing complied and swiftly exited the quiet room. Level 1 alert was sounded. The crowd scattered in panic outside. Inside the quiet room, Xiao Fei, aware of his mistake, turned pale. Dr. Huang, what do we do now? Is there any remedy? Perhaps administering a diluent? It's futile, doctor. Huang sighed and shook his head. Once K02 binds with the blood, it immediately reorganizes the molecular arrangement of the genes. Administering a diluent at this stage would only exacerbate the situation, accelerating the mutation. Zhang Ku, not fully comprehending the situation, frowned at everyone. Are we just going to wait like this? Dr. Huang thought for a moment. That need not be the case. Xiao Fei, bring over the latest gene stability monitoring device. We need to assess her gene stability first. This will help estimate the mutation timeline. allowing Gu team to make arrangements. Understood. Soon, the gene stability monitoring device was brought over, and a 10-centimeter probe was forcefully inserted into Bai and Amp, Oppo's S-spine. The screen began to flicker, capturing everyone's attention. Chapter 057. The second phase of a gene lock is unleashed. What is the situation? Is it dire? Zhangke could not help but inquire. As the probe needle pierced the back of Bai, the screen immediately commenced its analysis. A series of technical jargon flashed across, none of which he comprehended, leading him to seek assistance from Dr. Huang. Though Gu Beichun remained silent, the tension etched on his face betrayed his inner turmoil. After all, this was a member of the Savior Organization, the first to make formal contact with their security department. If anything were to go awry, he dared not envision the consequences. As a representative of national security, Gu Beichun was no coward. Yet why would someone who could potentially be a reliable ally be at odds due to unnecessary misunderstandings? This is Dr. Huang and Amp, Oppo's. Eyes widened, his mouth agape as if it could encompass an egg. Internally, he was beset by tumultuous waves of astonishment. Old Huang, what is the situation? Speak. Gu Beichun urged anxiously. Zhangke echoed his sentiment. Yes, Old Huang. If there is an issue, please speak up. Faced with the mounting pressure from everyone, Dr. Huang finally regained his composure, whispering incredulously, there is no issue, but there is a problem. So, is there their problem? Everyone was bewildered. In the end, it was Xiao Fei who stepped forward. Let me take a look. However, after observing the screen, his expression mirrored that of Dr. Huang, utterly stunned into silence. The gene stability rate, 99. Xiao Fei gasped, his voice trembling. Let me check if the machine has malfunctioned. No, the data is correct, but how can this be? Even for a normal person, the gene stability rate is typically between 70 and 80. No one in Amp, Oppo's S genes are flawless. Yet this individual, he left his thoughts unspoken. However, Gu Beichun and Zhang Ku exchanged glances, grasping the underlying implications. Gu Beichun inquired solemnly. Does this mean that this woman will be unharmed? His foremost concern was for Bai. As long as she remains safe, everything else could be negotiated. It is no longer a question of her safety. Dr. Huang inhaled deeply, regarding Bai as if she were a magnificent piece of art. She was the epitome of perfection. Old Gu, tell me honestly, where did you find this person? Is there any possibility, under any conditions, for her to cooperate with us for some experiments? Gu Beichun shook his head. Not a chance. Is there no room for negotiation? Dr. Huang persisted, not willing to concede. There is no room for discussion, Gu Beichun asserted firmly, though internally he chuckled at the absurdity of using a member of the Savior Organization as experimental material. He feared that it would soon lead to repercussions. Zhang sighed in relief. So, there is no issue now, right? Then what about these alarms? The tense atmosphere in the quiet room gradually dissipated. Dr. Huang approached Bai for further examination, pondering aloud. It is possible that the powerful energy released by the gene lock has caused bodily changes. The reaction between the K02 and U01 agents generates a plethora of new fragments. This process resembles the metamorphosis of the gene lock and will persist for a while. However, given her high stability rate, results may emerge swiftly. His tone lacked conviction. Wen Jing comprehended the implication, narrowing her eyes and asking, so, this signifies the awakening of the second phase? Indeed, Dr. Huang nodded slowly. The group fell silent, and Gu Beichun gazed at Bai, who lay placidly in the chair. His mind raced with a terrifying conjecture, one he dared not pursue. The upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom sought to probe the Savior Organization. Thus, after the previous monster was dealt with, they provided this organization with the U01 agent. How long had it been since then? Now, this organization dispatched an individual possessing nearly perfect genes to engage with him. Although he had brought her to the Blood Red Laboratory, was it merely coincidence? Could it be that the organization and Oppo's goal was always K02 and he had unwittingly aided her? The more Gu Beichun pondered, the more he felt an unsettling chill. The depths of this scenario were likely far beyond his initial estimations. The Savior Organization, A group audacious enough to claim they would save the world. Could they truly be so simplistic? The agonizing wait felt interminable. Meanwhile, Suso, oblivious to Gu Beichun and Amp, Oppo's spiraling thoughts, stared at the progress bar on his phone, muttering in boredom, "Is it really this slow? Only 60? Integrating new genes. 66. 67. 68. Roll. Gene modifier. Gene lock. Phase 1 liberation state. 342,500. The progress bar steadily extended. Susu opened his personal attributes and indeed noted that the experience points for the gene lock were continuously fluctuating, nearing the 500 mark. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of waiting, his phone vibrated with a hum. A new notification appeared on the game interface. Integrating new genes. 99. 100. New genes have successfully integrated. Phase 1 liberation state has reached its limit. Initiating Phase 2 liberation state. Activation successful. Boom. In the quiet room, Bai, lying on the injection table, suddenly opened her eyes. The air around her instantaneously thickened. In an instant, a menacing aura began to emanate from Bai. Ruthless, bloodthirsty, savage. Gu Beichun and Amp, Oppo's body tensed, his gaze fixated on Bai, his back drenched in cold sweat. His heart raced to his throat. It was terrifying. Even when facing those monsters, Gu Beichun had never experienced such anxiety. This underscored the immense pressure Bai imposed upon him. Gulp, Zhang Ku, Dr. Huang, and the others swallowed hard. Their primal instincts triggered involuntary tremors throughout their bodies. Xiao Fei, drenched in cold sweat, attempted to advance and assess the situation, but his feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground. Among those present, perhaps the only one feeling slightly better was Wenjing. Her eyes ignited with a fierce, murderous intent, and as she stepped forward, the floor cracked beneath the immense pressure. Go! A single word erupted from Wenjing and Oppo's lips. Gu Beichun barely managed to shout no, but Wenjing had already acted. Her pupils transformed to a stark white, and an invisible current surged around her. Utilizing the motion of the air, her figure vanished instantaneously. However, just then, the overwhelming aura that had dominated the room abruptly dissipated. The current was disrupted, and Bai leisurely sat up from the injection table, effortlessly blocking Wenjing's strike with her hand. Her expression remained serene, as though nothing had transpired. Bai, thank you all, I'm perfectly fine now. Chapter 058. Am I really to be the savior? Silence, stillness, and eerie quietude. Gu Beichun tugged at the corner of his mouth, forcing a smile. How do you feel? Bai, I feel great. Susu exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. He truly felt fantastic. Although he was perplexed by the sudden appearance of the NPC beside him, it mattered little. He had realized that those 60 salvation points were exceedingly worthwhile. Your character gene modifier has advanced to Phase 2 liberation state. According to the characteristics of a gene modifier profession, you have automatically gained attribute points. Strength 10, Agility 10, Stamina 20. Congratulations! You have received 40 free attribute points. Character, Gene Modifier, Gene Lock, Phase 2 Liberation State, 07,000. Strength, 25, Agility, 22, Stamina, 58. Energy Value, 5,000, 5,000, Free Attribute Points, 40, Gene Stability, 99. Merging new genes may lower or enhance stability. If gene stability drops below 50, slight mutations may occur. If it falls below 30, complete mutation will ensue. Below 10, the gene chain will begin to collapse. Passive ability Perfect Genetic Body. Your gene fusion stability will be significantly enhanced and no mutations will occur during the fusion process. Fusion unulayin basiv. No consumption merging part of the gene from the Rift Scythe Mantis has improved your stamina. 10 stamina. Fusion K02 consumes 1 energy point per second when activated, creates a vast force field within a 50-meter radius, simultaneously assessing the stamina of all beings within the field. If stamina is below 50 of your own, they will suffer a continuous loss of 0.5 per second. What the hell? Susu was astounded. Was this what they called perversion? He had been battling ferociously as an ancient martial artist, yet it paled in comparison to the efficacy of a single potion for the gene modifier. How could one accept such a reality? And that K02 skill. A 0. 5 health loss per second? Wait, hadn't he seen this skill somewhere before? After a moment of deep contemplation, Su smacked his forehead. Of course. It was the skill of the Phase 2 boss, the Blood Bowl of the Celestial Calamity. Could it be that this K02 potion was derived from the genetics of the Blood Bowl? Damn, it was indeed plausible. Su remained speechless, feeling an epiphany wash over him. The old adage rang true. The rich rely on technology, while the poor depend on mutations. This was a perfect illustration. The developmental trajectories of the gene lock and the ancient martial artist were two polar opposites. One was steady and methodical, the other brutal and evolutionary. It was difficult to determine which was superior, but for the present, the gene modifier was undoubtedly the pinnacle of combat prowess in Su's arsenal. A stamina assessment of 50. Was this compelling him to specialize in stamina? It was a pity he could no longer play as a versatile warrior. After some reflection, Su allocated all 40 free attribute points to stamina, and his character information instantly transformed into character, gene modifier, gene lock, Phase 2 liberation state, 07000. Strength, 25, agility, 22, stamina, 98, energy value, 8,800, gene stability, 99. Merging new genes may lower or enhance stability. If gene stability drops below 50, slight mutations may occur. Below 30, complete mutation will ensue. Below 10, the gene chain will begin to collapse. Once all attribute points were allocated, Su watched as his energy value soared from 5000 to 8800. After a moment of incredulity, he managed to utter a single word, perverse, in the quiet room, noticing that Bai remained eerily calm and silent for an extended period. Gu Beichun could no longer hold back, clearing his throat and saying, well, since everything in Oppos, as fine now, it was merely a misunderstanding, haha. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Muqing burst in with a squad of armed forces, her face etched with urgency. Captain Gu, are you all right? Gu Beichun. Dr. Huang. Wenjing. Gu Beichun wore a dark expression. Did he look like someone in trouble? However, this was entirely his fault, as he'd been too preoccupied with worry to inform Lu Muqing. Clearing his throat, he said, Muqing, it's fine now. It was just a misunderstanding. After a round of explanations, Lu Muqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once the armed forces departed, she scrutinized Bai from head to toe and couldn't help but murmur she is fine. When Jing scoffed, more than fine, while she spoke those words, her heart was far from tranquil. The blow she had delivered moments ago was imperceptible to others, but she knew she had exerted her full strength. The full-force strike of a Phase 1 gene lock, coupled with her own considerable destructive capability, had been effortlessly deflected by the other. This was akin to having cold water splashed over her. Dr. Huang, I apologize for the trouble. No trouble at all. It is our honor to administer the K022. This esteemed subject from our blood-red laboratory. With the misunderstanding resolved, the group exchanged pleasantries as they prepared to leave. As they departed, Dr. Huang cast a lingering glance at Bai, clearly reluctant to let such a remarkable specimen slip away. Yet he had no choice. Gu Beichun had subtly hinted at this a few times, and he had to suppress those thoughts. In the ensuing 2 days, Gu Beichun arranged a resting chamber for Bai. He subtly inquired about the Savior organization, while Su, oblivious to the underlying motives, concocted a flimsy excuse to deflect the questions. He simply could not grasp the intent behind the inquiries. Game time could be fast-forwarded. Thus, Su chose to skip the tedious downtime. It wasn't until there were merely 3 hours remaining that he suddenly jolted awake. Oh no, had he done absolutely nothing? Well, it was entirely accurate to say he had done nothing. At the very least, he had become thoroughly acquainted with the background of this world over the past 2 days. First and foremost, regarding the monsters from the underworld, they were indeed aware and had made extensive preparations. This included administering K02 to all soldiers and selecting those with the highest gene stability for a second injection of U01. Moreover, they had mobilized troops, relocated civilians, excavated air raid shelters, and established defenses. A series of measures were being executed methodically, and it was evident they were well aware of the impending threat. But could this truly succeed? Susu maintained a skeptical outlook. If it were that simple, would he not be coasting through the game? Would the developers allow such an easy victory? After some contemplation, Susu resolved to make an attempt during the last 3 hours. He first controlled the character by to exit the resting chamber. Heading toward the command center, he needed to inform the NPC named Gu Beichun that he would soon be departing. Unfortunately, upon arrival, he discovered that Gu Beichun was already out attending to military matters. Unable to find him, Susu had no choice but to return to the resting chamber. How frustrating. At that moment, dawn was breaking outside, and after a night of gaming, Susu was utterly exhausted. He had no choice but to muster his energy and wander around the room. Finally, in a corner of the resting chamber, he stumbled upon some paper and a pen. A message. Susu and Amp. Oppos. eyes brightened as the game interface displayed the corresponding menu. A. Leave a message. B. Return. Upon selecting option A, a new menu emerged. A. Custom message content. B. Return. The cursor blinked, and Susu hesitated for a moment before he slowly began to type. Well, Chapter 059. Once we harbored hopes of life. Please continue the development of the U-01 gene serum. If we can break through the second layer of the gene lock, it may enable us to combat the monsters. Susu hesitated for a moment before managing to utter these words. There was no other choice. The peculiar nature of this game lay in its overwhelming freedom. There were no tasks or mainline prompts to guide him. Take the matter of saving the world as an example. After playing for a while, the overwhelming feeling was this. Could it be that I'm truly expected to save the world? There was not a single hint provided. Moreover, Susu was increasingly suspicious of the company behind the development of Savior Game. Was it possible that they had secretly created some form of artificial intelligence? Every NPC's dialogue felt so vivid, almost lifelike, yet he had never heard of such a thing. In his previous life, before his transmigration, the world he inhabited was indeed technologically advanced, with artificial intelligence permeating various sectors. Intelligent, unmanned ride-hailing services, drone delivery systems, robotic assistants, in short. The shadows of artificial intelligence were ubiquitous. However, in this parallel world, while technology was commendable, there was no trace of artificial intelligence to be found. If one were to assess the level of technology, it would roughly correspond to that of around 2010 in his previous life. Ishal do mi utmost, regardless. Susu thought, utterly exhausted. After a night of tossing and turning, he yawned incessantly, his mind a muddled mess. The prospect of saving the world seemed utterly unattainable. He was aware that he would undoubtedly fail in this first run. Now, he could only cling to a glimmer of hope. From Susu and Appo's personal experience, it seemed that enhancing the gene serum might just be one viable direction to pursue in order to complete the final stage. The Crimson Laboratory aimed to mass-produce super warriors capable of unlocking the first stage of the gene lock. They even opted to abandon the U-01 in favor of developing the K-02 out of caution. Susu viewed this course of action as akin to grasping at sesame seeds while discarding watermelons. They had yet to realize a crucial issue, that the breakthrough of the gene lock was fundamentally different from the conventional leap in power levels. If a super warrior capable of unlocking the first layer of the gene lock could only contend with a dozen or so monsters, a warrior who unlocked the second layer would be akin to a force capable of taking on hundreds. The two concepts were worlds apart. This distinction was embodied perfectly in Bai. Upon unlocking the first layer of the gene lock, Bai was comparable to a traditional martial artist, perhaps even slightly inferior in a fight. However, once Bai unlocked the second layer of the gene lock, it became an overwhelming force. Not to mention, simply within a 50-meter radius, Bai could transform into a relentless killing machine, slaughtering monsters in droves. Susu sighed, hoping they would come to recognize this truth. He felt utterly drained and could no longer endure. Glancing at the game timer, he noticed there were still 2 hours remaining. Without fast-forwarding, he tossed his phone aside and fell into a deep slumber. Time ticked by. As the countdown finally reached its conclusion, the phone screen abruptly dimmed. and a series of prompts appeared on the interface. Savior, your time has expired. The current node is locked. The world's subsequent events are being simulated. Day 1. But disappearance went unnoticed, and the world continues to turn, though it seems to lack a glimmer of hope. Day 3. Guards found a node in your room and immediately notified Goop Agent. Day 4. The Dragon Country Security Agency convened an emergency meeting debating your departure. However, they unanimously believe you must have left for an important reason, and perhaps you will appear again in the near future. Day 5. Everything returned to normal. Everyone became busy, and your message was overlooked. Day 10. The Department of Social Welfare and Umbrella Corporation reached an agreement. The citizens of Binhai City began to evacuate. Day 25. 150,000 residents have been successfully relocated, all temporarily received by the Umbrella Corporation, leaving Binhai City a desolate ghost town. Day 36. The first line of defense in Binhai City has been established. Day 47. The military has completed its deployment, and heavy munition supply has concluded. Day 58. The Crimson Laboratory birthed 500 super soldiers injected with K02, with 8 individuals awakening the first stage of the gene lock. Day 62. As your absence continued, the security agency seemed to realize something was amiss and intensified their search for you. Day 77. Search efforts yielded no results, and the atmosphere within the security agency grew anxious. Your message began to attract attention. Day 88. After more than 10 days of research, Dr. Huang from the Crimson Laboratory made a significant discovery and rushed to the security agency, muttering it was wrong, we were all wrong. Alas, it was too late. Day 90. The gates of hell opened, and countless monsters surged forth, leaving no one to heed your message. Day 91. Massive casualties began to unfold, and all were horrified to discover that these monsters were utterly unfazed by conventional weaponry. Their physical resistance was astonishingly high. Only special powers could inflict harm upon them. Day 93. The first line of defensive preparedness was breached, forcing Binhai City's defenses into urban combat. Day 95. The military suffered catastrophic losses, and Gu Beiqian was compelled to command a fight to the death. Day 97. The first squad of the security agency, the Wandering Soldiers, suffered total casualties. Day 98. The 3 elite squads of the security agency, Headwolf, Shadow Sentinel, were all annihilated. Day 99. The Skynet suffered casualties, with 500 gene squads trapped, leaving only 120 individuals struggling to hold on. Day 100. The command center of the Crimson Laboratory was breached. The security agency squads, Bright Sentinel, Rapid Assistance were all wiped out. Day 101. The gene squads were extinguished. Goop Beiqian perished. Day 102. Binhai City fell. Day 103. Monsters surged out of Binhai City. The calamities had only just begun. The prompts gradually concluded. The phone screen flickered erratically. Mechanical patterns appeared with a crackling sound, followed by a series of stark notifications. Savior, you have failed. Resistance against the gates of hell lasted 13 days. Evaluation, a dash. Conclusion, we once harbored a flicker of hope, but it was destroyed by our own hands. Rewinding the world line, rewind successful. Deduction of rewind attempts, -1. Remaining rewind attempts, 98. The phone flickered in and out of brightness. Susu fell into a deep slumber, as if nothing had transpired. In the ancient Qin mountain range, heavy rain poured down and mud blanketed the ground. Yet nothing could impede the advance of the rescue team. Captain, I can no longer hear anything, someone shouted loudly. Dingzhi wasted no time and immediately ordered. Change the leader. Since yesterday, they had strictly adhered to Qin Chuan's instructions, following the direction of the sounds in search of traces of panlingling. Unfortunately, they were unsure if the white mist had obstructed the transmission of sound. Each member experienced varying degrees of sound clarity. In exasperation, Dingzhi kept changing the leader to ensure they remained on the right path. Captain, let me take the lead this time. A plump figure cautiously raised a hand from the crowd. Chapter 060 now, do you understand? Zhu Lin, are you certain you can perceive the source of the sound? Qin Chuan inquired in a low voice. It was not that he was skeptical, but rather that such matters necessitated thorough confirmation. I am certain, Zhu Lin replied, swallowing nervously. Strictly speaking, he had been able to hear those sounds clearly since he entered the mountains, though he could not fathom why the others could not discern them. Throughout the journey, Qin Chuan had changed the leader several times, each time someone led them astray. Zhu Lin distinctly heard the sounds emanating from the left, yet others insisted they came from the right, causing them to circle endlessly within the ancient Qin mountain range. Captain, allow me to give it a try. I truly can hear it clearly, Zhu Lin urged, growing increasingly anxious. Being somewhat rotund, his continuous exertion in the mountains from yesterday to today was taking a toll, and he felt he could not endure much longer. After all, they needed a guide. It was better for him to attempt it than to follow others aimlessly. Very well. Then you take the lead. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. He had a vague impression of Zhu Lin, recalling that he had been admitted under special circumstances by the teacher, though the specifics eluded him. Thank you. Zhu Lin sighed with relief and quickened his pace to the front of the group. Thus, under Zhu Lin and Appo's guidance, they soon set off again. However, this time, Zhu Lin and Appo's method of leading was markedly different from the others. The previous leaders had hesitated for quite some time, listening intently before tentatively indicating a direction. Zhu Lin, on the other hand, displayed no hesitation whatsoever, confidently leading the group forward briskly. This way. It's this direction. Are we going to die? Pan Lingling gazed at the nearby Binsheng Ruins Memorial Hall, her heart brimming with reluctance as she raised her head. Days without a drop of water had left her severely weakened, and she began to see faint illusions before her eyes. Just a little further. She was so close to entering that structure to uncover the truth she so desperately craved. But now, it was no longer possible. Pan Lingling collapsed helplessly to the ground, her vision fading to black as she lost consciousness. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The rain began to fall from the sky. Time passed, though how long she cannot tell. Suddenly, Pan Lingling heard someone urgently calling her name. Professor Pan. Professor Pan, how are you? Was it an illusion? Her consciousness sharpened slightly. Professor Pan seems to be dehydrated. What should we do? Captain, first, give Professor Pan a little water. Right. Saline solution. Use saline solution. Is a bottle cap sufficient? Yes. First, help Professor Pan sit up. The cacophony grew increasingly clear, and a cool sensation seemed to wash over her lips. The instinct to survive compelled Pan Lingling to sip the long-forgotten fresh water. Wonderful. Professor Pan is drinking. Strangely, Captain, it has been raining in the mountains this entire journey. Yet Professor Pan nearly succumbed to dehydration. Not strange. Another voice interjected solemnly, have you noticed? There is no white mist in this ruin. When we first entered, the ground was completely dry. It seems the rainwater cannot penetrate here, as if it is a world apart. So now that it rains here, Captain, does that mean the isolation has been broken? Someone suddenly posited. The group was immediately taken aback. Quick, send a signal to the base. See if it can go through. It has been sent. Captain, the signal has gone out. Splendid. The low voice was instantly filled with elation. At that moment, Pan Lingling slowly opened her eyes, hoarsely asking, what are you talking about? At the ancient Qin mountain base, Gao Guolong paced anxiously. Old Gao, stop spinning around. You're making my head dizzy. Nonsense. If you're not worried, I certainly am. Gao Guolong retorted angrily. I truly don't understand how you could permit your disciple to enter the mountains. And now look, we can Appos to get in touch. Just an hour ago, they've been in contact. How had the signal suddenly been lost? Gao Guolong felt immense regret. This was how previous expedition teams had vanished. The moment he heard the signal was cut off, a psychological shadow loomed over him. Ji Qihong took a sip from his teacup, his expression calm. The signal being cut is a good thing. A good thing? Gao Guolong felt utterly bewildered. How could that possibly be a good thing? Think about it. The previous expedition teams went missing right after the signals were cut off. What does that imply? Ji Qihong set down his teacup. It implies they have truly found the place. Gao Guolong was speechless. Ji Qihong shook his head with a sigh. We both know there's something within the ancient Qin mountain range. But what exactly it is remains unclear. Were it not for Pan Lingling's disappearance, combined with the stone tablet you discovered, I would never have come here. I know Pan Lingling well. She is calm, resolute, and obstinate. Her skills and academic prowess in history are on par with mine. Perhaps only Chu Lingfeng can surpass her. But even that is debatable. To trap Pan Lingling in some place, she cannot escape from suggest the presence of something far more astonishing than I imagined. Gao Guolong scoffed. So you would sacrifice your disciple and amp Appo's life for the sake of pursuing some so-called historical truth? Ji Qihong remained unfazed, calmly responding, "You do not understand. I don and amp Appo's, do you understand?" Gao Guolong was enraged. "Then do enlighten me. After leaving the history department, utilizing so many resources at the Oracle Bone Company, what exactly have you discovered that makes you so indifferent to life?" Ji Qihong raised his eyelids slightly. "Everything is still in the confidentiality stage." Gao Guolong scoffed. "So that means there is nothing?" The multidimensional laboratory was also confidential back then, yet it was dismantled. Ji Qihong fell silent for a few seconds. "Do you really want to know?" Gao Guolong disdainfully sat down, saying nothing. His intent was clear. He awaited Ji Qihong and Appo's insights. To put it plainly, Gao Guolong and Ji Qihong were once colleagues, and they had maintained a decent relationship privately. However, he never anticipated that, after all these years, the spirited friend he once knew would transform into the person before him. Ji Qihong sighed deeply. He ceased speaking, merely extending his hand slightly. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before Gao Guolong, causing his scalp to prickle. The teacup that had just been placed on the table began to levitate inexplicably, slowly drifting toward Ji Qihong. Crash! Gao Guolong and Appo's eyes widened as he abruptly stood up. "You!" His voice trembled. The sight before him utterly shattered his long-held beliefs. What was this? A trick? Magic? Gao Guolong rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Ji Qihong, however, said nothing, firmly grasping the floating teacup, taking a gentle sip, and sighing. "Now, do you understand?" Chapter 061. The Ruins of Binhai City, Self-Service Inquiry Machine I. Gao Guolong found himself at a loss for words as he stared in astonishment at Ji Qihong. "How did you accomplish this?" "Not particularly difficult," Ji Qihong replied, setting down his teacup with a nonchalant demeanor. "It's merely those studies you disdain." Gao Guolong was momentarily speechless. "Now you should understand why we have been relentlessly investing resources, even to the extent of mobilizing national assets." Ji Qihong remarked, "The tides of change are upon us. Individual lives have become trivial. Chu Lingfeng is competing, and so is Pan Lingling. I am as well, though our paths diverge. However, at present, I am indeed a step ahead of them." The conference room fell into silence. Ji Qihong suddenly lifted his gaze. "Do you have nothing to say?" With a stern expression, Gao Guolong, a high-ranking official, quickly regained his composure after the initial shock. "What is there to say? I have long wanted to ask you. Back when you were sleeping in the bunk above mine at school, did anyone ever tell you that you are rather pretentious?" Ji Qihong and Appo's expression froze. "Professor Pan, please be careful. Allow me to assist you," someone said. "I and Appo's am fine, much better now." After the saline solution stabilized her vital signs, Pan Lingling appeared to regain some color, though she still seemed quite frail. Her awareness was no longer an issue. Pan Lingling weakly inquired, "How did you find your way here?" "Thanks to the markers you recorded along the way." Qin Chuan briefly recounted the situation before turning to introduce Pan Lingling. "This is Ding Zhe, captain of the Hunter Sky Special Forces, the overall commander of this operation." "Greetings, Professor Pan." "Hello." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qin Chuan pondered for a moment before asking, "By the way, Professor Pan, how did you come to be here alone? What happened to the exploration team that was with you?" "We got separated," Pan Lingling sighed, beginning to explain her ordeal. Initially, she had followed the exploration team into the mountains to measure the length of the ancient Qin mountain range. However, due to the dense fog, the measurements could not progress beyond a certain point. Reluctantly, the team leader ordered a halt for the night, planning to wait for the fog to clear the next morning. Unexpectedly, someone went missing that night. Initially, the team assumed it was merely someone stepping out for a bathroom break, but when they waited without anyone returning, they realized something was amiss. In an attempt to locate the missing individual, the exploration team split into several groups. leaving Pan Lingling and a few others to guard the tent and supplies. However, by the next morning, everyone had vanished. Pan Lingling spoke slowly, her complexion slightly pale. There weren't many supplies left at the campsite. With no one around, I had no choice but to take what I could and set off to find them. But, unexpectedly, I suddenly heard a strange sound along the way. An auditory illusion? Qin Chuan interjected, momentarily taken aback. Was it as if someone was speaking in your ear? You heard it too? Pan Lingling was momentarily stunned. This was something she had not anticipated. Qin Chuan nodded affirmatively. Yes, but the sound kept fluctuating in proximity, making it impossible to pinpoint its origin. Had it not been for that, we might have found you sooner. Pan Lingling's pupils dilated slightly. So, you located this place based on that auditory illusion? But that doesn't make sense. She remembered marking her route. Could there have been an error? Qin Chuan, puzzled, asked Professor Pan, "What are you thinking?" "Nothing." Pan Lingling shook her head, choosing not to dwell on the matter. "Let's move on. We need to see what lies ahead." Everything around them seemed eerily strange. The remnants of the city appeared as if it had endured a great battle. From the old bluestone steps, faint traces of dried blood could still be seen. Pan Lingling spoke earnestly. "I and Oppos. We already explored the surrounding area before you arrived, and their ISN and Oppos, T much of value. If you don and Oppos, T believe me, you can investigate yourself later. But I must warn you, rather than a city, this place feels more like a graveyard." "A graveyard?" Qin Chuan paused, pondering. Did Pan Lingling mean that someone was commemorating this city? That was indeed curious. What was there to commemorate about a city? Was it in honor of certain individuals? Or something else? Suddenly, a thought struck Qin Chuan. He recalled the stone tablet he had seen at the base earlier. A diary? A memorial? Pan Lingling continued. "Now, the only significant structure ahead remains unexplored. I suspect the truth lies within. I thought I would never see it again. But thankfully you all have arrived. Let in Amp, Oppos, Esco, Professor Pan. We must investigate." Qin Chuan and Amp, Oppos, gaze became serious. He held no doubts about Pan Lingling and Amp, Oppos, words. In terms of historical expertise, she was far more knowledgeable than he. After an hour of walking, they finally reached the central building of the ruins. Binhai Memorial Hall? Qin Chuan murmured the name inscribed above, his suspicions about this place solidifying. Indeed, this must be the ruins of Binhai City. Yet, for reasons unknown, there had been no mention of this city in the annals of history. "Professor Pan, let us enter." "All right." Pan Lingling nodded, suppressing her excitement as she slowly approached the Binhai Memorial Hall. The Grand Memorial Hall was eerily quiet. Once inside, the group was awestruck. "Wow, it's so spacious in here. Captain Qin, come quickly and see what this is." Someone discovered something new, prompting everyone to rush over. An ancient machine that resembled a computer but was not quite one. Just as they were at a loss, a crackling sound echoed around them. Ding Zhi shouted immediately, alert. With a clatter, numerous Special Forces soldiers drew their weapons in readiness. However, nothing occurred. Just as Ding Zhi was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a cold mechanical voice resonated around them. "Welcome to the Binhai Memorial Hall. This is a relic, historical event self-service inquiry. Today is 20. Time error. Unable to query accurate time. Please confirm visiting permissions." The ancient machine slowly extended a palm-sized platform, which bore dusty fingerprints for recognition. "What should we do?" "Professor Pan?" Qin Chuan turned to her, the surroundings overwhelming in their astonishing nature. This relic, long buried in history, was still operational. Pan Lingling remained silent. Although her heart raced with excitement, she maintained an outward calm. At this moment, on the brink of witnessing a fragment of history, she found herself uncharacteristically composed. "I will give it a try." Swallowing hard, Pan Lingling gradually placed her hand upon the fingerprint recognition device. Chapter 062. This differs from the records on the steel. The sudden voice startled everyone. Soon, a second voice followed. "No relevant permissions found. Non-staff member. Current permission level. Visitor." The hall fell into silence. After a long pause, Qin Chuan slowly remarked, "It seems my teacher was correct. There indeed existed an era in history that rivaled contemporary human technology, yet it has been sealed away. But why have we only now discovered them in Oppos? Have they been evading us all this time? Qin Chuan was perplexed. If the technologies of both eras were comparable, it stands to reason that, given the current technological prowess of the Great Xia, these historical relics should have been uncovered long ago. They are not hiding from us, perhaps. They never existed at all. Pan Lingling took a deep breath and spoke earnestly. Qin Chuan, confused, asked, "What do you mean?" Pan Lingling slowly articulated a bold hypothesis. My initial purpose in addressing the ancient Qin Mountain incident was not to seek relics, but to measure the length of the mountain and Appo's core. Gao Guolong mentioned that, comparing records from 12 years ago to the present, the recent fissure in the ancient Qin Mountain has increased its core length by a full 12 kilometers. Although the second measurement was ultimately unsuccessful, I have spent considerable time in this relic, and I can sense that the linear distance from the south to the north of Invades City is precisely around 12 kilometers. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan gasped, his body trembling slightly. "Professor Pan, are you suggesting?" Pan Lingling continued, "Yes. I mean to say that perhaps those cities buried in history are not buried in the traditional sense, but rather concealed in a more advanced manner. Space folding? Or perhaps another method. I am uncertain, but regardless, this discovery is monumental." Qin Chuan fell silent. In that moment, his mind raced. If Pan Lingling's conjecture held any truth, this discovery would indeed send shockwaves throughout the world. A civilization hidden within dimensions and space. What a terrifying existence. Even more alarming is, how did such a civilization meet its demise? The thought is chilling. Professor Pan, let us not dwell on these matters for now. Let us investigate what lies within. Qin Chuan regained his composure. They had heard the earlier prompt. Although they only had an Appo's visitor and Appo's access, they should still be able to uncover a wealth of information. All right. The group turned their attention to the query machine, their anticipation palpable as they gazed at the screen. The antiquated machine emitted a crackling sound. A prompt appeared at the top of the interface. 1. Please enter the number for inquiry. The cursor blinked intermittently. Pan Lingling hesitated before tentatively entering 123456. Error. No corresponding content for this number. Next, Pan Lingling entered 100000. The query machine responded similarly. Error. No corresponding content for this number. The number was 6 digits long. Pan Lingling attempted various combinations, all resulting in failure. Professor Pan, let me give it a try. Do you have a number in mind? Let us see. Qin Chuan's eyes sparkled. He recalled a number from the stele at the base. If this query machine required a number, could it possibly relate to the information on the stele? Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan carefully recalled the inscription and stepped forward. Pressing the 4 digits, 5412, he then clicked confirm. Error. No corresponding content for this number. Qin Chuan was taken aback. Wait, this doesn't seem right. Could I have guessed incorrectly? Is there no connection to the numbers on the stele? Next, he tried 005412 and 541200, but the machine still displayed the same message. Error. No corresponding content for this number. Frustration washed over Qin Chuan. All right, perhaps I was mistaken. This has nothing to do with the stele. Seeing the atmosphere grow heavy, Dingzhi cautiously proposed, what if we randomly input a string of numbers? Perhaps we might strike gold by sheer luck. Don't act recklessly. Pan Lingling pondered, her gaze fixed on the keyboard. No one has stipulated that the inquiry number must consist solely of digits. Qin Chuan, why do you continuously enter 5412? Does this number hold any significance? Well, Professor Pan. Qin Chuan quickly recounted the discovery of the stele at the base. Upon hearing this, Pan Lingling and Appo's pupils constricted. She had not anticipated such a revelation. 5412. 5412. She murmured. Suddenly, Pan Lingling's complexion drained of color as she abruptly pushed Qin Chuan aside and swiftly entered BC 5412 on the query machine. She then quickly clicked confirm. Number correct. Retrieving corresponding query data. It worked. The group was momentarily stunned, then erupted in joy. Qin Chuan, filled with excitement, turned to Pan Lingling. Professor, how did you know to input and Appo's, BC and Appo's, from the old text? It was merely a conjecture. Yet, Pan Lingling and Appo's As complexion did not improve. Instead, it grew even paler. She whispered, "In the old text, BC is an abbreviation for Bin City. If what you claim about the steel is true, then there may be more than one such steel, and perhaps more than one such city. This signifies the annihilation of a civilization. All cities have perished." In that instant, Qin Chuan felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. Pan Lingling's words sent shivers down his spine. This was not what he had envisioned. Was it not because Bin City faced some calamity that others erected a memorial? But if Pan Lingling's hypothesis was correct, then it was not just one city that suffered a disaster, but an entire civilization that experienced sudden obliteration. A civilization has been extinguished. Who erected the memorial? Qin Chuan and Amp, Oppos. As forehead dripped with cold sweat, his thoughts spiraling into chaos. Pan Lingling sighed. "Stop pondering. Let us see what has been recorded." Beep. Query successful. Bin City Monument. 5412. Commemorated. Wang Hui. Position. Member of the 6th Special Team of the Security Bureau. Contribution. Slayed 24 monsters from the Ghost Gate. Ultimately perishing at the first human defense line. Record. May 14th. Bin City fell into a full-blown crisis. The door has opened wider, and countless monsters surged forth. Despite our desperate resistance, we were gradually overwhelmed by the onslaught of monsters. May 17th. We held fast at the first line of defense, thanks to Dr. Huang SK. 02 injections. I was fortunate to endure, which granted me abilities far exceeding others. Wait a moment. Qin Chuan's heart skipped a beat, his eyes widening in disbelief at the content displayed on the query machine. No, this isn't right. This does not align with what he had seen on the steel. Chapter 063. Altered History. Qin Chuan remembered vividly. On May 17th, as inscribed on the stone tablet, the 3 human defensive lines in Bincheng were breached, and that so-called Captain Xiong perished in battle. Yet, on this query machine, they surprisingly managed to hold the first defensive line. Furthermore, what was this K02 that was completely absent from tablet? Qin Chuan and Oppos' thoughts were in disarray. Is it even possible for historical records to present 2 versions? Or could it be that the same designation refers to different individuals? But that does not seem plausible, even if they are not the same person. The accounts of historical events ought to bear resemblance. Such a significant discrepancy should not exist. Qin Chuan, what is the matter with you? Pan Lingling noticed his unusual demeanor. Qin Chuan shook his head, forcing a few words through clenched teeth. "I am fine. Please continue, Professor Pan." Pan Lingling hesitated for a moment. "All right. On May 18th, our entire team was vaccinated with K02, but unfortunately, only I awakened the gene lock. The other members did not awaken. Oh, and our captain, Xiongnan, also successfully awakened, truly deserving of his title. On May 21st, the monsters continued their assault. For some reason, their strength has significantly increased. At this rate, we will hardly last a few days. Thankfully, the civilians have evacuated, so we have no lingering worries. On May 22nd, more casualties were reported. Despite our vaccination with K02, we are still no match for those beasts. Only with the U01 vaccine can we barely resist for a limited time. The broadcast began to announce that healthy soldiers should report to the Blood Red Laboratory. It seems something significant occurred there. On May 23rd, I witnessed countless monster corpses being transported to the Blood Red Laboratory. Some comrades mentioned hearing the monsters and Oppos roars from time to time, and I laughed, insisting they must have misheard. That place is behind the human lines. How could there be monsters there? On May 25th, the Blood Red Laboratory was breached from within. It is said that this was due to Dr. Huang's reckless experimentation with a new drug U02, resulting in numerous humans being mutated into monsters. And then, there was no more to tell. Dr. Huang has gone mad, shouting that we once had hope for victory, but we missed it. I do not quite understand what hope is. All I know is that Captain Xiong died, and I am about to meet the same fate. On May 27th, the war in Oppos. Brutality has surpassed everyone in Oppos' expectations. The net of the earth crackles ominously, seemingly searching for an organization called the Savior, for someone named and Oppos, by an Oppos. I am truly foolish. At a time like this, where is the Savior? If one existed, would we not be the forsaken ones? The entries abruptly ceased. Pan Lingling stared blankly at the text, momentarily lost in thought. The volume of information was overwhelming. Bincheng, Monsters K02, U01, Gene Locks, the Savior Organization. Each element, when examined alone, would astound contemporary historical scholars. Yet so much information appeared so effortlessly. Qin Chuan, quickly, document these words. They are of utmost importance to us. Pan Lingling urged. However, after several calls, Qin Chuan finally snapped back to reality. Professor Pan, what did you say? Pan Lingling frowned. What is wrong with you? You've been lost in thought. If something is troubling you, just speak up. Dingja hesitated before speaking. Professor Pan, I believe I know what is troubling Professor Qin. Do you remember when we mentioned discovering a stone tablet at the base? The records on it differ from what we see now. Pan Lingling paused, her mind still processing. What differs? What is not the same? Qin Chuan finally spoke, his expression shifting. The records on the tablet do not mention K02 at all. The narrative and timeline are completely erroneous. The individual they sought was someone named Qi, but here it has transformed into Bai. Yes, Professor Pan, I can attest to this. Professor Qin, I, and team leader Gao Wulong all reviewed it together. Indeed, the records differ significantly from those on the query machine. Dingzhu affirmed. Pan Lingling fell silent. She had not anticipated such a twist. Different? She scrutinized the two men, then carefully reviewed the content displayed on the query machine before slowly speaking. Examine the records above and tell me, is it the dates that differ or the content? Qin Chuan stepped forward to scrutinize, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Is it merely the content that varies? Pan Lingling appeared to have already formed a judgment in her mind. Qin Chuan nodded. Indeed, Professor Pan, only the content differs. The dates remain identical. Exactly. What do you mean? Dingzhu remained perplexed, unable to grasp Pan Lingling's implications. Pan Lingling, however, smiled slightly, confidently asserting, someone is altering history, though I do not know who this individual is. It is undeniable that the content on the query machine and the stone tablet is vastly different. One must be true and the other false. Personally, I lean toward the historical account presented by this query machine. Dingzhu finally understood, furrowing his brow. So, you believe the content inscribed on the stone tablet we unearthed was deliberately crafted to mislead or distort certain aspects? Indeed, Pan Lingling nodded, gazing at the Memorial Museum. The stone tablet can be inscribed from the outside, while the information here has at least been protected by the state at that time. Given that there are established permissions, the credibility must be higher. Qin Chuan remained pensive. Pan Lingling had a point. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he could not shake the feeling that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Altering history? Who would undertake such an endeavor? Let us first step outside to contact the outside world. This discovery is too significant. It surpasses the capacity of both the Geographical Bureau and our Traceability Bureau. It necessitates more personnel from the Great Xia to be dispatched. Pan Lingling surveyed her surroundings. Additionally, due to the city's topography, I have yet to explore the areas further back. New exploration teams will be required. The geography of Bincheng is not traditionally square, but rather an irregular, elongated shape. This is why the central area is only 12 kilometers wide. At this moment, the Memorial Museum where Pan Lingling and her colleagues stood was precisely at the center of this 12-kilometer expanse. All right, Qin Chuan nodded. It was indeed time to leave. Quite some time had passed since the expedition team had gone missing. Though they had successfully sent signals to the outside world, it remained unclear whether the base had received them. The excavation of this historical site was undoubtedly crucial. However, how to protect this site and facilitate further development was equally paramount. All of this required cooperation from a national leadership. Chapter 064. The world returns to its course in a modest rental apartment in Yicheng. Su awoke from a deep slumber, feeling remarkably refreshed. To his astonishment, he realized he had slept for a full 24 hours. While he had experienced similar episodes in his previous life, after enduring 2 consecutive nights of study with his close friends followed by an early flight, this was the first time he had slept so long since arriving in this world. Perhaps the recent pressures of the Source Bureau examination, the incidents in the ancient Qin Mountains, and the accumulation of various matters had weighed heavily upon him. Determined to adopt a more regular schedule, Su silently vowed to himself that late-night study sessions were no longer an option. After all, he was soon to join the workforce. How could he afford to be so languid? No, he would transform himself. Today marked the beginning of that change. With his resolve firm, he rose from bed to wash up, his stomach growling in protest. Upon stepping outside, he noticed that the rain had lessened somewhat. Ah, is the rain finally letting up? At that moment, Lin Qingshi called him. Shusa, my aunt has been found, and she is safe. Her voice brimmed with joy. Su paused, then a smile spread across his face. Really? Professor Pan is all right? That and Oppos. That's wonderful. Yes, I and Oppos. I'll tell you more later. I need to inform my family first. After hanging up, Su felt a wave of relief wash over him. What splendid news. Professor Pan was unharmed. Perhaps it was the anxiety stemming from the recent events that had troubled him. Now that she was safe, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. After having breakfast, he returned to his rental apartment, where the news on television began to unfold. In recent days, continuous heavy rainfall has led to multiple landslides in various regions. The exploration team in the ancient Qin Mountains has conducted emergency rescue operations for 2 days, successfully rescuing most of those trapped, with a few individuals still unaccounted for. Notably, during this rescue, Professor Pan Lingling, a historian, unexpectedly discovered hidden historical relics in the ancient Qin Mountains, believed to have been exposed due to the landslide. Further information is ongoing. Please stay tuned for updates. Su was taken aback. They had indeed uncovered something. Hadn't Xie Xinqing mentioned that there was nothing inside? Ding dong. Stabilize the wind group. Xie Xinqing. Su Lin Qingshi, breaking news. It seems that classified relics have been discovered in the ancient Qin Mountains. 4 senior departments of state have jointly dispatched teams there. The specifics remain unclear, but this is undoubtedly a monumental discovery. Shu. Well, this fellow really is a timely reign. Not becoming a mere afterthought would be a waste of talent. Su, you just said there was nothing in there. Xie Xinqing, awkward to him. That was before any information was revealed. Su. So this time it's a certainty? Die, Dinxing, but's just. JPG, this time it's guaranteed. Brother, Su, oh, then tell me what's inside. Xie Xinqing, how would I know? Shu. Su, didn't you say it was guaranteed? Xie Xinqing. But that is classified, man. How could I know? Su rolled his eyes. He had overestimated him. After all that, he knew nothing. Lin Qingshi. Oh, you two, stop chatting. I have news. My aunt has been taken to the nearest hospital for treatment and is currently recovering well. If all goes as planned, she'll return to Yicheng on the 22nd. Lin Qingshi. Today is the 20th. The second round of the Source Bureau assessment will likely be presided over by my aunt. Lin Qingshi. You know my aunt's character. She is strict and impartial. If anyone fails, don't say I didn't warn you. Xie Xinqing and Lin Qingshi had grown up together. He was already aware of Professor Pan Lingling being Lin Qingshi and Oppos, his aunt. With Su now in the loop, Lin Qingshi wasted no time in issuing her warning. Xie Xinqing acknowledged. Shu acknowledged. Lin Qingshi, am proud. JPG. Yes, that is more like it. Hurry up and work on your puzzles. Lin Qingshi. I've been working hard. I'm already at 9.6. Su. Xie Xinqing. In a secret laboratory, Xie Xinqing chuckled to himself as he read Lin Qingshi's message. 9.6. Apologies, but his progress was a tad quicker. Smart brain. I am here, master. How was the analysis proceeding? Gene segment analysis is at 76. 88. Based on the current results, this segment shows an 86. 55 similarity to human genes, with traces of slight modifications. However, it is evident that the alterations have not resulted in significant changes. Continued analysis yields less than 1 value and occupies 99 of processing power. Shall I cease analysis? Let's stop. After contemplating for a few moments, Xie Xinqing sighed. What was the Source Bureau playing at? A gene map devoid of value? Or perhaps the real treasures had yet to be revealed? Pondering further, he asked, Smart Brain, what do you surmise is the purpose of this gene map? Why the slight modifications? Analyzing. Based on existing data, The primary intention of the current gene map appears to be an attempt to alter human genes, seeking power beyond genetic constraints. Multiple modification attempts suggest human intervention. Among these attempts, all alterations have undoubtedly failed. Why did they fail? Possibility 1. Incorrect direction of modification 1, 22 likelihood. Possibility 2. Technical limitations 0, 55 likelihood. Possibility 3. Absence of key gene sequences 98, 12 likelihood. Possibility 4. Other 0, 11 likelihood. Gazing at the results deduced by SmartBrain, Xie Xinqing fell silent. The absence of key gene sequences. What should he do? Should he incorporate them? After all, Professor Pan Lingling was Lin Qingshi and Oppo's aunt. A wrong addition could lead to ridicule. In his rental apartment, Su Su found himself torn. Holding the monstrous gene sequence U01 on his phone, he scrutinized the gene map provided by the Source Bureau. His instincts hinted that the mysterious game reward obtained at the first level was far from ordinary and likely involved a leak of Source Bureau materials. Yet reason insisted. How could that be? It was the Source Bureau. Forget it. Let us add it. Su Su resolved, deciding to integrate the two gene maps. If he made a mistake, he would simply claim it was a random alteration. However, if he were right, that would make things truly intriguing. As Su Su's thoughts whirled, he began to sense that the game on his phone was far more complex than he had initially believed. Chapter 065. The final assessment of the Origin Bureau time flew by, and 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Su Su had set aside all other matters, donning his diving gear and plunging headfirst into the ocean of knowledge, striving diligently. Although the two genetic blueprints appeared similar, the practical application proved to be quite challenging, particularly in terms of transcending traditional thought processes, which was enough to leave Su Su feeling overwhelmed. To elucidate, while the two genetic blueprints seemed alike, one S-core sequence derived from humans, while the other stemmed from a monster. The challenge lay in how to piece these together, ensuring that each junction aligned with the lines provided by the Origin Bureau. This was indeed a formidable task. It would be absurd to fabricate a line from thin air. If Su Su were to resort to such measures, irrespective of the outcome, he could imagine Lin Qingxi's aunt delivering a swift reprimand. Sigh. Had he known the integration would be so arduous, he would have abstained. The difficulty had multiplied exponentially. Su Su's fierce gaze glistened with unshed tears. Yet, as the saying goes, one must maintain their facade, even when kneeling. As seconds ticked by, 2 hours later, he finally completed his work, though the level of completion. Su Su gazed at the final result, his lips twitching. Casting a glance at the clock, only 2 hours remained until the assessment commenced. There was no time for revisions. Yet, the outcome had far exceeded his expectations. Su Su had initially estimated that the completion rate, post-integration with the monster and Oppo's genes, would hover around 40. However, upon reaching the culmination, he realized how naive he had been. The completion rate was 61.88. Su Su felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He feared he might truly be eliminated this time. Senior brother, over here. At the entrance of the Origin Bureau, Lin Qingshi waved from a distance. As Su Su approached, she patted her in Oppo's small chest and Oppo's with a sigh of relief. I thought you were going to be late. You scare me to death. Just a minor hiccup. Su Su responded with a bitter smile, but I made it in time. The assessment hasn't started yet, so let us keep it relaxed. Xie Xinqing clapped Su Su on the shoulder, believing him to be anxious and offering comfort. Lin Qingshi chimed in, Yes, senior brother, don't be nervous. You'll definitely be fine this time. Let us hope so. Su Su chuckled softly to himself. As the trio conversed, a sleek black business vehicle halted at the entrance of the Origin Bureau. Individuals clad in white lab coats, carrying black boxes, disembarked in an orderly fashion and entered the Bureau. They did not linger or engage with the candidates, but their demeanor alone suggested they were not to be trifled with. Curious glances from the candidates were cast upon them, speculating their origins. They must be from the Research Bureau. Xie Xinqing murmured, furrowing his brow. That box. Could it be intended for genetic blueprint analysis? Lin Qingshi cast a surprised glance at Xie Xinqing. Wow, old Xie, you can recognize the Research Bureau personnel? Xie Xinqing's eyes flickered momentarily, realizing his slip, yet he remained unfazed, straightening his neck defiantly. What is wrong with that? You think I've just been idling away abroad for the past few years? I have my connections, you know. Lin Qingshi gave him a thumbs up. Impressive, big shot. We're counting on you. Get lost. Professor Pan, the colleagues from the research bureau have arrived, a young assistant hurriedly reported as she entered. Understood. Pan Lingling replied without lifting her head, absorbed in her work. She casually made arrangements for the research bureau's colleagues, then instructed the assistant, by the way, please call Professor Chang and ask him to come over. Of course, Professor Pan, the assistant responded, exiting briskly. Moments later, Chang Lei entered, swaying with a teacup in hand. Professor Pan, you called for me? Pan Lingling glanced at him, remaining still. Chang Lei mirrored her stance, and they exchanged looks. Come over here, Pan Lingling beckoned. Chang Lei squinted. Come over for what? ISNT the material for the third round of assessments already prepared? Pan Lingling rolled her eyes. Stop wasting words. Just take a look at this. Having worked together for over a decade, their banter was routine. Pan Lingling understood Chang Lei all too well. He would undoubtedly choose to lie down if given the chance, and sit when he could stand. She suspected that those above had assigned him to assist her precisely because of her swift nature, seeking a balance. Shouldn't he be anything? Chang Lei, peering through his reading glasses, was abruptly struck dumb. What? Why does this question seem so unfamiliar? No, that can't be. Have I developed dementia? Pan Lingling cast him a sidelong glance. Do you understand it now? Hurry up and help me categorize these 2 stacks of materials. Then list the questions I've marked for the interview. What on earth are these? Chang Lei began to inquire, only to have a sudden realization dawn upon him. Old Pan, don't tell me you've changed the questions for the third round again. And if I have? Chang Lei stammered. Why are you so brazen about having me do your work? Are you going to help or not? With a resigned sigh, Chang Lei acquiesced. Fine. I'll do it, but you have to tell me where you dug these up from so I know what to expect. Pan Lingling replied, cryptically. Where else could it be? The ancient Qin Mountains, of course. Attention all candidates, please enter the venue. In a lobby, a young clerk began directing the interviewees to enter. Su, Lin Qingshi, and Xie Xinqing followed the crowd through a corridor, eventually being seated in an expansive conference hall. The space felt rather vacant due to the limited number of participants. First, welcome everyone to the third round of assessments at the Origin Bureau. To determine your eligibility, please submit your previous puzzle pieces. Those who do not bring them or are absent will be treated as having withdrawn, the clerk announced in a clear voice. Additionally, due to the rescheduling of this assessment, a completion rate of 4 for the puzzle will suffice to pass the second round. However, due to the constraints on hiring numbers, a higher completion rate will correlate with a greater likelihood of passing. The verification of this assessment will be conducted by colleagues from the Research Bureau. The clerk continued. Suddenly, Lin Qingshi leaned closer, her voice trembling. Senior brother, I'm starting to feel a bit anxious. What should I do? I only completed 9 of my genetic blueprint. Do you think I might get eliminated? Initially, Lin Qingshi had felt secure, but the mention of participant limits made her uneasy. After all, she was the one who had taken a shortcut. If numbers were indeed restricted, based on her understanding of her aunt, she could very well prioritize duty over family. You've asked the right person, Su thought wryly, though he maintained a facade of nonchalance. Just keep a calm mindset. Yes, a calm mindset. Unfortunately, he was unsure if he was comforting Lin Qingshi or himself. Xie Xinqing couldn't contain himself any longer. Hey, are you 2 done? Shouldn't we switch seats? It's awkward having you both whispering across me. Lin Qingshi shot Xie Xinqing a fierce glare. Have some awareness. Can't you see I'm seeking comfort from senior brother? By the way, senior brother, I forgot to ask, what is your completion rate for the genetic blueprint? Chapter 066. Please verify this submission for me. How splendid. You truly have a knack for bringing up the most unexpected topics. Susu's smile faltered, tinged with awkwardness. Yet, he understood that this matter was bound to be addressed eventually. The clerk at the podium had finished reading, and the assistants around the conference hall began to gather the materials. Susu had no choice but to hand over the assembled puzzle to the other party. Lin Qingshi, oblivious to the diagram, remained persistent, her large eyes brimming with curiosity, as if imploring, Senior brother, do tell me, Su felt the pressure mounting and leaned closer to whisper in Lin Qingshi's ear. Well, I exceeded 50%. What? As he anticipated, Lin Qingshi and Amp, Oppo's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this revelation. Fortunately, she had not taken a sip of water, or she would have undoubtedly sprayed Su in the face. Although she refrained from exclaiming, her astonishment drew the attention of those nearby. Lin Qingshi seemed about to speak again, but Su, feeling a surge of anxiety, quickly covered her mouth. Lower your voice, will you? I do not wish to become the center of attention. Sensing the urgency in her senior brother and Amp, Oppo's gaze, Lin Qingshi realized her breach of decorum and nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Senior brother, please let me go. I promise I wanted Oppo's. Make a sound. Su gradually released his grip. Senior brother, are you serious? Lin Qingshi's eyes blinked rapidly, filled with shock, delight, disbelief, and even a hint of admiration. What on earth are you so enamored with? Su sighed inwardly, already regretting his admission. It is indeed true, but the content lacks authenticity. Xinqing and Amp, Oppo's eyes flickered as he sat between them, straining to catch Su's words. Old Su, have you managed to recruit some extraordinary talent? Or perhaps you have devised a novel approach? His inquiry bore an air of skepticism, yet Su failed to detect it, forcing a smile that seemed more painful than joyful. Enough of that. There are no extraordinary individuals here. Just consider it my fanciful fabrication. Life is challenging, Su sighed, pondering the mess he had created. How careless he had been, allowing this situation to unfold. Is there anyone with unsubmitted materials? The clerk inquired. The conference hall buzzed with hushed discussions, but no hands were raised, suggesting all materials had been collected. They would take these documents to the research bureau, ascending to the third floor and turning left to the first office, where Professors Pan and Chong should be present. Understood. After relaying her instructions, the assistant turned to leave. The clerk cleared her throat and clapped her hands to capture everyone's attention, then announced the final rules. Please hold on for a moment. No more than 30 minutes. Once the results are confirmed, we will call out names in order of ranking. Those whose names are called will be eligible for the final interview. A hand was raised. May I ask, will there be a written examination for the final interview? How long might that take? The assessment period at the Source Bureau was notoriously lengthy, and with national examination registrations nearing their end, some candidates were anxious about potentially missing their chance if the final interview were to be delayed further, particularly for those lacking confidence. With numerous job opportunities available and their national exam scores being decent, there was no need to hang all their hopes on the Source Bureau. The final interview would be conducted by Professor Pan Lingling, yielding immediate results. That sounds more reasonable. Another inquired, what if my name is not called? The clerk replied, if your name is not called, it signifies that your results are disqualified and you will not need to participate in the third round of assessments. The crowd exchanged glances, realizing that not being called meant elimination, and the pressure only intensified as time went on. Any further questions? If not, I kindly ask you to wait a moment. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the Source Bureau, an assistant cautiously opened the door, cradling a stack of documents. Professors Pan and Chong, the materials for the interview candidates have been submitted. Place them down, Pan Lingling replied, softly without glancing at the stack. She was already well aware of the candidates' capabilities, having formed her opinions on who was strong and who was weak. Whether she looked or not was inconsequential. For instance, she knew without a doubt that Xinqing's completion rate was above 10. Chong lay, sipping tea with a smile, found his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the submitted materials. If you wish to see, then go ahead, Pan Lingling remarked, slightly exasperated. They were both seasoned veterans in this field. There was no need for pretense in front of her. I merely wished to take a glance. Chong Lei, having been caught, felt no embarrassment. Talent assessment had always been Pan Lingling's domain. He was merely curious about the candidates, especially one named Su, who had left a profound impression during the second round. Comrade, how long until we are ready? Pan Lingling inquired. The machines hummed gently in the room, and a bespectacled man hesitated before responding. 10 minutes. This analysis of the genetic chart requires satellite-level computing power, and local deployment has proven somewhat cumbersome. However, once set up, it will proceed swiftly. That is acceptable. Pan Lingling thought to herself. 10 minutes was manageable. Suddenly, Chong Lei seemed to discover something remarkable. He set aside his tea, donned his reading glasses, and began to scrutinize the documents, frowning and occasionally clicking his tongue. Incredible. The youth of today are truly remarkable. This completion rate. Could it be fabricated? It turned out that Chong Lei was not marveling at Su Su and Appo's prowess, but rather admiring his audacity to potentially deceive the Source Bureau during the assessment. Regardless of the outcome, Chong Lei was intrigued to delve into Su Su's mind and understand his thought process. A completion rate of 61.88. Little do you realize the weight this figure carries. Chong Lei struggled to find words when suddenly the puzzle exam paper was snatched from his grasp by Pan Lingling. What is happening? Let me see. Pan Lingling, curious, wondered what had captivated her old partner's attention. Chong Lei, known for his steady demeanor, was astonished that something could elicit such a reaction from him. However, upon glancing at the paper, Pan Lingling and Appo's expression darkened instantly. Particularly upon seeing the name Su so neatly inscribed on the paper, her face turned as dark as a soot-covered pot. Through gritted teeth, Pan Lingling muttered, "This audacious young man. Surely he cannot be aware that I am Lin Qingshi and Appo's aunt, leading him to act with such reckless abandon. What does he mean by this? Does he believe I am granting him leniency for scoring 80 in the second round, as if he is playing with her? This girl certainly has poor taste in boyfriends. Professor Pan, the machines are ready for grading at any time," the bespectacled man cautiously interjected. What is going on? He was perplexed. Was it not said that Professor Pan remained unflappable in the face of adversity? Why was she now exhibiting such a dramatic change? Pan Lingling, oblivious to his thoughts, was consumed by her fury. She thrust Su Su and Appo's exam paper toward the bespectacled man, her voice laced with irritation. "Verify this submission for me at once." Chapter 67. The shock of Pan Lingling and Appo's chest heaved with anger. She was eager to discover just how much this individual named Su Su had truly accomplished, if he had failed to complete even the most fundamental four. A cold smile curled on her lips. She was determined to make this boy understand that sometimes the back door was not as easily accessible as he might think. Even Lin Qingshi would not be able to assist him. Very well, Professor Pan, the man with the square face dared not refuse. It is said that a woman in anger exudes an aura of nearly 3 meters. Pan Lingling, at this moment, surely surpassed that. Yet, she could not help but admire this Su Su fellow. To dare provoke Professor Pan, it spoke volumes of youthful bravado. In their high-level circles, who was unaware of Professor Pan and Appo's notorious beauty paired with a cold heart? Beneath her gentle and lovely exterior lay the spirit of a formidable woman. Otherwise, why would she still be single at this point? Pan Lingling's gaze turned dangerous. Is there a problem? It must be flawless. The square-faced man shivered and quickly signaled to those nearby. Subsequently, Su Su and Appo's examination paper was inserted into the detection apparatus. As the sophisticated machinery began its scanning process, colorful spots appeared on the computer screen. Typically, the detection procedure comprised 3 steps. The first involved scanning the test subject's genetic profile into specialized software. The second step utilized computational power for simulation. If the constructed genetic profile did not collapse, it indicated that the subject had successfully pieced together their genetic map. Finally, the last step was to verify the completion ratio. Before the analyzer, the square-faced man and the surrounding research bureau personnel leaned in closely. Chong Lei adjusted his glasses and edged closer as well, while Pan Lingling remained aloof at the back, utterly convinced that Su Su and Appo's genetic profile would not pass. Beep. Analysis complete. Current genetic profile successfully constructed. Completion rate 61.88. At that moment, a large question mark slowly rose above everyone's heads. What? It passed. The square-faced man and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had encountered something utterly unfathomable. Chong Lei also shuddered, nearly losing his grip on his cup of water. He rubbed his reading glasses repeatedly, but the result blazed starkly on the display. There was no room for disbelief. Are you certain the machine is calibrated correctly? Pan Lingling shot a doubtful glance at the square-faced man. This was no longer merely a matter of losing face. Even if she had misjudged Su, a mere 10 to 20 would have sufficed. What was this 61? 88 nonsense? The square-faced man's voice faltered as he wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, turning to a nearby assistant. Xiaoli, please check the machine again, and increase the precision by 10. Let's see if there's an error in recognition. Understood. Xiaoli's fingers danced across the keyboard with haste. Susu's genetic profile was once again fed into the recognition device. Minutes later, beep, analysis complete. Current genetic profile successfully constructed. Completion rate, 61. 89. Square-faced man. Chong Lei. Pan Lingling. How did the completion rate increase by 0.01? The three of them simultaneously turned to Xiaoli, who appeared bewildered. What else with the looks? Did you not instruct me to adjust the precision, boss? Xiaoli. Are you certain this result is accurate? Absolutely, boss, Xiaoli replied confidently. Increasing the precision allows for more accurate analysis. The decimal point adjustment is a normal fluctuation in the completion rate. Xiaoli assumed his superior was concerned about the data's variability, unaware that the square-faced man was grappling with the implications of the seemingly implausible data. Silence enveloped the room. After a prolonged pause, Chong Lei finally spoke. Old Pan, do you think this might reflect the actual situation? I sense that this kid was exceptional during the first round of assessments. 61, 88. Perhaps it isn't entirely unacceptable. To Chong Lei, this data was indeed astonishing. It had nearly unsettled him upon first glance. However, reflecting upon it, it was not entirely impossible. Given that they provided a puzzle based on genetic profiles, there was a path to follow. Perhaps this Su was particularly skilled in this area. Old Pan, as historians, we must respect the facts. I know. Pan Lingling took a deep breath, her eyes glimmering. She conceded her earlier misjudgment. Lin Qingshi's perspective was sound, and her preconceived notions about Su had been skewed. The evidence before her forced Pan Lingling to acknowledge that this Su was indeed remarkable. It seemed she would need to keep a closer watch on him going forward. All right, let us proceed. In the expansive conference hall, a young female clerk approached the podium with an electronic tablet, and the murmurs below abruptly ceased. Cheng Yong, genetic completion rate, 4.52. Yipeng Tao, genetic completion rate, 5.01. Xiao Wei, genetic completion rate, 5.58. You three, prepare yourselves. In 10 minutes, in the conference room at the end of the third floor on the right, you will participate in the final round of interviews. The three individuals called upon beamed with delight, while others cast envious glances. Those selected for the interview would have an early opportunity, and whether they succeeded or not, it was better than enduring the stress and torment still faced by the rest. Senior brother, aren't you nervous? Which of your eyes sees me as calm? Susu inwardly lamented. He was the most anxious one here. He wondered if Professor Pan had reviewed his paper. Had she? Hadn't it amp? Oppose. Tishi? Regardless, every time the clerk entered, Su and amp, oppose. S heart raced to his throat. Both hoping to be called for the final assessment and fearing the possibility of being dismissed for amp, oppose, falsifying results, and amp, oppose. Time ticked by. The number of people in the conference hall dwindled. Su glanced around. Aside from Lin Qingshi, Xie Xinqing, and himself, only two individuals remained in a corner, uncalled. The clerk returned, her gaze clearly directed towards Su's location. Xie Xinqing, genetic completion rate, 10.01. Lin Qingshi, genetic completion rate, 9.71. Su, genetic completion rate, 61.89. Please follow me for the final round of interviews. As she announced Su's genetic completion rate, the clerk's voice noticeably paused, and she cast a deep look at Su. Such a completion rate would intrigue anyone. They could not help but wonder who this remarkable individual was. Senior brother, you really... Lin Qingshi covered her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. Xie Xinqing gave a thumbs up, his smile radiant. Impressive, old Su. Suso forced a smile. I truly have no idea. Yet despite his words, a heartbeat skipped in his chest. Something fell off. The genetic profile provided by the Savior game had genuinely been applied. As for the remaining candidates, they were met with the inevitable. We regret to inform you that your genetic profile puzzles did not pass. Thank you for participating in the interview with the Source Bureau. You may leave now. This statement was self-explanatory, and the two individuals in the corner instantly turned to action. Chapter 068. The final assessment related to the ancient Qin Mountains. Senior brother, you are truly remarkable. In the corridor, Lin Qingshi was still brimming with excitement, making one wonder if it was she who had completed the puzzle rather than Su So. Xie Xinshin, however, concealed her face in the shadows of the corridor, discreetly observing Su So. Could it be that he possesses an amp, oppos, intelligent brain and amp, oppos as well? But the code for the intelligent brain was something he stumbled upon in a relic, a technology far beyond this era. It couldn't be that easily discovered. Besides, not long ago, he had investigated Su Su's background and found nothing amiss. He seemed to be an ordinary person from a local family in Yicheng. Someone like him shouldn't have had the opportunity to encounter such relics. This is it. The clerk paused, pointing to the tightly closed door across from them. Once the current group finishes their interviews, you may enter. Su raised his hand. May I ask if the three of us will interview together? Yes, in groups of 3. Passing the second round signifies that you're qualified for the interview. But your attention will depend on your performance in this round, particularly the completeness of your genetic mapping, though it is not the sole factor. Shusa understood. The implication was clear. While he might have the highest completeness of genetic mapping, whether he could stay ultimately rested with the interviewers. Having the first impression advantage was one thing, but poor performance could obliterate that advantage. Thank you. Susa hurriedly expressed his gratitude. The clerk's earlier words outlined the interview rules, but her later remark served as a genuine reminder. Perhaps she thought Su, having ranked first in the second round, might become complacent. To fail in the third round due to such arrogance would be a great pity. In truth, Su chuckled bitterly. He harbored no sense of pride whatsoever. Simply passing the assessment from the Source Bureau was enough of a blessing. The clerk shook her head. No need for formality. If you pass the interview, you might become colleagues in the future. Su scratched his head. By the way, may I ask how to address you? Li Dong. Is that all? This one and amp, oppos, do. In an oppos, as far too lacking. Pan Lingling shook her head, dissatisfied with the responses from the candidates. Despite the ample information provided, they had managed to analyze so little. Did they really believe the Source Bureau would accept any mediocre talent? Chang Lei sipped his old tea and sighed. Old Pan, Aran and amp, oppos. To your expectations a bit too stringent? I think their performance was adequate. Where was it adequate? Pan Lingling pointed to a name on the list with a cold smile. This Chiao Wei, who claims to be a top student from the history department of Pekin's University, couldn't he even comprehend the ancient text I retrieved from the ancient Qin Mountains? What use is such a person? Should I bring him along as a translator for future relic explorations? And then there's Yi Pengtao. This fellow is even more absurd, being unfamiliar with our great Xia's territory and geography. This is basic knowledge, elementary facts. Pan Lingling was infuriated, gulping down a large mouthful of water from the table to calm herself. The expedition to the ancient Qin Mountains was not merely about discovering relics. Ever since she encountered Ji Qihong's eldest disciple, Qin Chuan, Pan Lingling had been resolute in her mission to enhance the Source Bureau upon her return. However, the current crop of candidates paled in comparison to Qin Chuan. Even a quarter of his prowess would suffice. Are there any more interviews? Pan Lingling sighed. Chang Lei adjusted his reading glasses. Yes, the last 3 from Lin Qingshi's group. Let them in. Outside the door, 3 dejected interviewees filed out. The assistant poked their head out and asked, Who is Su? Lin Qingshi and Xie Xinshin? Professor Pan requests your presence. Finally, it was their turn. Su felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. As the door swung open, the 3 slowly entered the interview room, taking in the spacious and grand layout. At the front, a table draped in red cloth sat 2 individuals, Pan Lingling and Chang Lei, alongside numerous unissued assessment materials. Facing them was an empty three-seat arrangement with small tables in front, reminiscent of school desks, presumably prepared for the candidates. Please take a seat. I will outline the content of this assessment. Pan Lingling spoke in a detached tone, getting straight to the point. Since you are here for the Source Bureau interview, you must be familiar with the matters concerning the ancient Qin Mountains, so I shall not elaborate further. I can assure you that there are relics within, and they are substantial. In recent days, many experts and scholars have visited, and the military has cordoned off the area surrounding the relics. However, according to the latest reports, many astonishing discoveries have been made inside. To provide an analogy, you may compare this to the Appos, Shishan Atlas and Appos, incident from over a decade ago. With a few concise words, Pan Lingling conveyed the general background of the ancient Qin Mountains. This was, of course, intentional on her part because the forthcoming assessment would relate closely to the artifacts she had retrieved from the ancient Qin Mountains. I will provide each of you with 2 sheets of paper detailing certain occurrences regarding the relics of the ancient Qin Mountains. However, please note that the contents on these 2 sheets are contradictory. Which one is true and which is false is currently a hot topic of debate in academia. But fundamentally, they both originate from the ancient Qin Mountains relics, albeit with discrepancies in their recordings. Your task is to utilize your imagination and knowledge to analyze the contents on the sheets to reflect the true nature of the relics, thereby providing insights for the experts and scholars. You will have 30 minutes to think and will rise to present your findings once you are finished. I will score you based on the analyses you provide. Any constructive conjectures will be accepted. Do you understand? Upon finishing her statement, the room fell silent. Susu felt slightly dazed. He had not anticipated that the final assessment of the Source Bureau would take the form of a defense-like presentation. Pan Lingling and Appos' instructions were clear. In essence, she would supply each candidate with materials, followed by a 30-minute contemplation period, after which they would present their insights. It was certain that questions would arise, and the task would be to logically substantiate their viewpoints and ultimately persuade the evaluators. If there are no further issues, Old Chong, please distribute the materials. Professor Chong Lei stood up and handed 2 A4 size sheets of materials to Su Su, Xie Xinshin, and Lin Qingshi. The assistant beside Pan Lingling nodded, flipping an hourglass onto the table. 30 minutes. The timer begins. Chapter 069. The Illusion of Parallel Universes. On May 14th, Binhai City plunged into a state of complete crisis. Xie Xinshin furrowed his brow as he gazed at the contents inscribed on the paper, momentarily at a loss. Was this truly the final assessment of the Source Investigation Bureau? Anyone who laid eyes on this information would instinctively associate it with the trivial diary of a third-rate novel. It was utterly inconceivable that this constituted the evaluation questions of a significant national department. The most perplexing aspect was undoubtedly the term Binhai, a name so foreign to Xie Xinshin that he found himself baffled. Despite his extensive research into history, bolstered by a prodigious memory that allowed him to peruse countless historical documents, this name was entirely unfamiliar to him. How was he to analyze this? Meanwhile, Lin Qingshi was in a similar predicament, her petite face contorted in concentration, her thin lips betraying her slow progress. With no historical records to reference and no other materials for guidance, they were merely confronted with a series of words conjured from thin air, tasked with deducing the overarching narrative. How could such a feat be possible? Lin Qingshi tilted her head slightly, hoping to gauge Su Su's thoughts. Although discussion was prohibited during the assessment, those who had attended school knew that when faced with particularly challenging exam questions, individuals often instinctively glanced at the expressions of their peers for psychological solace. Unfortunately, Lin Qingshi was left disappointed. Su Su had yet to put pen to paper, but it appeared he had stumbled upon a train of thought, his eyes widening as he silently mouthed something. Indeed, Su Su was quick to formulate ideas. Lin Qingshi mused. Yet, if she had leaned in a bit closer, she would have overheard that Su Su was not contemplating the questions at all, but was instead, "Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no." Su Su's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his expression frozen as if he were a millennia-old corpse. Had he lost his sanity, or had the world itself gone mad? Was this material truly derived from the relics Professor Pan had excavated from the ancient Qin Mountains? Surely, they hadn't merely extracted a snippet from the database of the Savior Game Company to amuse themselves, particularly upon encountering the terms Qi and Bai within the documents. Su Su's face transformed into a vivid tapestry of disbelief. He never expected that a name he casually uttered in a gaming context would manifest within historical records. How could he possibly reconcile this? Fortunately, he had not chosen the name Aoc Tiantang. A whimsical thought struck Su, eliciting a chuckle from him. Had he opted for Aoc Tiantang, Professor Pan Lingling would undoubtedly be left with a plethora of questions upon examining these records. May I pose a question? Su raised his hand cautiously, eager to confirm certain thoughts swirling in his mind. Professor Pan Lingling replied coolly, "You may, but it cannot pertain to the questions at hand." Su swallowed hard. "Professor Pan, I merely wish to inquire if there is indeed a city within the ancient Qin Mountains." Although this inquiry was addressed in the materials provided, Su yearned to hear the confirmation directly from Professor Pan. It was not a matter of disbelief. The implications were simply monumental. If it were merely documents, one could argue the possibility of forgery or misappropriation. However, if a city truly existed, and it was indeed Binhai from the Savior Game, the ramifications would be profound. The existence of the Savior Game in the real world, could this truly be? I am quite certain. Professor Pan Lingling cast a glance at Su, perplexed by his thoughts. Wasn't this self-evident? Did she, a distinguished professor of history, have any reason to deceive an obscure student? Su felt his throat dry and his mind swirl, the weight of Professor Pan's resolute declaration echoing in his ears. I am quite certain. What did her certainty signify? Did it imply the Savior Game had materialized? Was this conceivable? It was indeed plausible. If the phenomenon of his own transmigration had occurred, then the manifestation of the game was not beyond the realm of possibility. The evidence lay before him, and disbelief was no longer an option. In that moment, Su's thoughts raced, replaying the events of the past month like a film reel in his mind. If the Savior Game was genuine, then many things would suddenly make sense. Firstly, the puzzle of the genetic map. The rewards from the game were not mere fabrications, but tangible realities. Only in this way could they correlate with the completion presented by the Source Investigation Bureau. Thus, the puzzle was authentic. But what of Binhai? Did it truly exist? The documents before him meticulously chronicled the timeline following the opening of the Ghost Gate, detailing the annihilation of all 8 teams from the National Security Agency, culminating in the fall of Binhai to the onslaught of monsters. The only enigma was the absence of his own presence within this narrative. What did this signify? A historical account? If it had already solidified into an established fact, did that imply the Savior Game was insurmountable? At least within the recorded timeline, he had not completed the first chapter of the Savior narrative, resulting in the ultimate devastation of that world. Parallel universes? Su pondered. If each time a game was initiated, it opened a new branch for that universe. It could indeed elucidate the current situation. Yet, a deeper concern emerged. If he continued to play the game, would another Binhai surface? The ancient Qin Mountains could be filled with countless replicas. Binhai 1, Binhai 2, Binhai 3, the very thought sent shivers down his spine. Thankfully, the current situation indicated only one Binhai had been discovered. Given that only one existed, the hypothesis of parallel worlds was rendered void. He had restarted the first level numerous times, with no reason for this recent discovery, particularly at this latest stage of his game. Su murmured to himself. Suddenly, his gaze settled upon 2 entirely contradictory sheets of paper. 2 sentences captured his attention. June 16th, what is peculiar is that this time, the ground network did not release any information but repeatedly uttered this phrase. They're searching for a person named Qi. On May 27th, the brutality of the war exceeded everyone's expectations. The ground network emitted crackling sounds, seemingly in search of an organization called the Savior, looking for a person named Bai. These 2 seemingly unrelated statements sent Su and Appo's mind into a state of acute tension. If not for parallel universes, might there exist another possibility, that there had never been any parallel timelines, but rather a mere reversal of time? Professor Pan, may I inquire about the time interval between the discovery of these two excerpts? There is indeed an interval. Why do you ask? Professor Pan lingeringly regarded Su with curiosity. The first document was discovered at the station base, while the second was personally uncovered by me. Strictly speaking, yes. There was indeed a one-day gap in their discovery. Do you recall which day it was? The 19th? Then it's settled. Su's heart raced with conviction. He had confirmed it. This was indeed a reversal of time. He vividly remembered that the date he first played the final chapter was precisely the 19th. Chapter 070. The speculations of Xie Xinxing and Lin Qingshi. Only 10 minutes remained. The assistant cast a glance at the hourglass as a reminder. Su, however, paid no heed to the assistant and Appo's urging. His mind was remarkably clear. Since the 19th was a crucial temporal node, it implied that the probability of time reversal was infinitely amplified. Based on this clue, the documentation regarding Qi evidently pertained to a time before he had created the character Bai. Therefore, the Security Bureau of Bincheng could only rely on him, as the only individual they could conceive of was Qi. Conversely, the presence of Bai altered everything. Her involvement not only transformed the Bureau and Appo's ultimate objective from seeking and Appo's, Qi and Appo's, to and Appo's, Bai and Appo's, but also introduced the previously non-existent K02 and U02 genetic agents. The sole dilemma was, if he were to re-enter the game, would the records of the Bincheng ruins in the ancient Qi mountains be updated? If they were, it would mean that this ruin functioned as a vast game record system, wherein each of his challenges effectively altered the historical trajectory of this site. What would happen upon completing the game? Would Bincheng be revived? Moreover, Su harbored an even more chilling hypothesis. Bincheng's existence lay within the annals of past history, while their current location resided in the future. The Savior game appeared to be a medium through which the past could be altered via gameplay. If this were indeed the case, changes to the past would inevitably affect the future, meaning the present. The only exception would be, Bincheng exists in history, yet not within the historical timeline of his world. Tom and Appo's this up. As the final grain of sand fell, Pan lingeringly surveyed the three of them. Who among you will go first? Allow me. Lin Qingshi smiled as she rose, beginning to speak slowly. It is widely known that there have been discontinuities in our civilization, the specific times of which are beyond ascertainment. The recent fissure in the ancient Qin mountains, in my view, is a re-emergence of these discontinuous civilizations. Lin Qingshi spoke eloquently, although her core argument still revolved around the well-trodden issue of historical discontinuity. She wove her own perspective into this foundational discourse. According to Lin Qingshi, the two disparate pieces of literature regarding the ancient Qin mountains might originate from different timelines. Essentially, this suggested that civilization had experienced discontinuities more than once, and perhaps the accounts of real historical events have been adapted and fictionalized by later generations, referring to the sacrificial culture associated with the event of the sunken ghost island. Lin Qingshi speculated that the so-called monsters of Bincheng were, in fact, akin to the Appo's, invincible foes and Appo's, depicted by the uncivilized tribes on the sunken ghost island. Both were conjectures, even personifications, of humanity's fears prior to a civilization's cataclysm. No one had witnessed the invincible foes spoken of by those primitive tribes, just as no one had seen the Appo's, monsters and Appo's, that plagued the cities recorded in Bincheng. Thus, to summarize, I contend that the records of both documents are, in fact, fabricated. Lin Qingshi paused briefly. Of course, from the perspective of historical artifacts, there is no such thing as true or false, but the authenticity of the events remains to be verified. The examination room fell into silence. Chang Lei took a sip of tea, pondering thoughtfully. Interesting. This hypothesis is something we had not previously considered. Could it be combined with the data we retrieved from the ghost island of the Western continent back in the day? Lin Qingshi's words provided them with a fresh perspective. Indeed, setting aside the development of uncivilized tribes and modern technology, the similarities between these two events were striking. The only distinction was that one was recorded through murals, while the other was documented via text. Historical research should not be tinted with bias. naively believing that technological records are authentic while mural documentation is mere fantasy. Well said. Is there anything else? No, Professor, that's all I could think of for now. Lin Qingshi lowered her head, somewhat embarrassed. Chang Lei chuckled and exchanged a glance with Pan Lingling. Your niece is quite impressive. Her insights and reasoning are remarkable. This single hypothesis alone surpasses several candidates before her. A subtle smile played at the corners of Pan Lingling's lips as she continued. All right, next. Xia Xinqing rose, hesitating for a few seconds before saying, Professor Pan, Professor Chang, hello. My ideas may be somewhat fanciful, so if I err in any way, please. No need for formality. Just speak freely. Chang Lei interrupted with a smile, waving his hand. Our study of history does not make us antiquarians. Often, what seems elusive eventually proves to be correct, so speak boldly. Pan Lingling nodded in agreement. For the establishment of the Bureau of Origins was precisely to substantiate an era, a time previously unrecorded in history. If they were unable to embrace novel concepts, the great Xia would not invest such substantial manpower and resources. All right, I shall begin. My hypothesis diverges from Qingshi and Appo's. Yes. Regarding the artifacts brought back from the Western continent and the Ghost Island incident, I shall refrain from excessive commentary. Based solely on the information at hand, I am inclined to believe that they are authentic records. The existence of historical discontinuity is indisputable, and some international research and excavation efforts have long since substantiated this fact. However, I wish to pose a question. Are we not subconsciously overlooking a critical issue? That is, were the humans who once inhabited this planet truly more primitive than we are now? Xia Xinqing's argument sparked a light of realization in Pan Lingling's eyes, especially the core idea that and Appo's. The past may be more advanced than the present, and Appo's resonated deeply with her. She had visited that very ruin. No one understood better than she the formidable endeavor of establishing A and AMP, Appo's, Bincheng Memorial Hall and AMP, Appo's, to preserve a document for countless years. Setting aside the distant past, even in present-day Great Xia, constructing such a memorial hall is nearly impossible, with challenges surrounding power supply and document preservation being monumental. Thus, based on Professor Pan and Appo's exploration of the length within the depths of the ancient Qin Mountains, I suspect that a great extinction event indeed occurred in the past, and that the demise of this civilization is merely the tip of the iceberg. As Xia Xinqing recalled the super-intelligent code in his possession, his mind raced. Civilizations have been concealed. Perhaps they never truly vanished and are not buried underground in the traditional sense. These civilizations coexist with us, right beside us. As he reached the conclusion, Xia Xinqing delved into theories of space and higher dimensions, causing both Pan Lingling and Chang Lei to gasp in astonishment. Goodness, no wonder this young man described his ideas as fanciful at first glance. It sounded like a science fiction narrative. Yet, coincidentally, his arguments aligned perfectly with the peculiar emergence of 12 kilometers in the depth of the ancient Qin Mountains. Even if Pan Lingling wished to refute him, she found herself unable to do so. I understand now. Following this, experts from Great Xia will be tasked with investigating the issues of space and geographical length. Pan Lingling nodded solemnly, mentally marking Xia Xinqing as excellent. This young man's ideas were intriguing. They seemed whimsical, yet each statement was grounded in reason. With a bit of nurturing, he could very well become the next in AMP. Appo's, Qin Chuan and AMP. Appo's, Pan Lingling and AMP. Appo's. Gaze gradually fell. All right. The final one, Su, it, and Appo's. As your turn. Su stood up with a peculiar expression, hesitating for a moment before deciding to issue a precautionary statement. Professor Pan. Professor Chang, my thoughts may be somewhat fanciful, so please bear with me. Xia Xinqing slowly typed a question mark. Isn't that my line? Pan Lingling and Chang Lei exchanged bemused glances. What was this? Yet another one. Su took a deep breath. My notion is that both records are genuine. Chapter 071. Step back. I am about to shine my perspective is that both of these records are authentic. As Su spoke, both Pan Lingling and Chang Lei were momentarily taken aback. The records within these documents were in complete contradiction. Are you certain you know what you are saying? Xie Xinqing was equally astonished by Su Su and Amp, Appo's conclusion and turned his gaze towards him. Historical records are never fabricated from thin air. The past, present, and future are inherently interconnected. Many things may appear impossible, but in truth, they merely assume forms we do not recognize due to the passage of time. Su Su, borrowing a famous saying from the historical circle of his past life, continued, "What I wish to convey is that rather than doubting the authenticity of these two documents and recklessly speculating based on our existing theories, we should assume from the outset that both records are indeed true. Professor Pan, these documents should originate from that city, correct? Hypothetically speaking, let an Appo's assume we had discovered only one document. Wouldn't we then be devoid of baseless conjectures and instinctively believe that this was a true account of what transpired in that city? So, why is it that upon discovering a second document, we begin to doubt the first? Furthermore, have you considered, Professor Pan, the potential that in the exploration of that city, we might uncover a third, fourth, or even fifth document? These records may conflict with one another, yet there exists a thread of connection within them. So, which one is truly authentic? Or perhaps none of them are." Su Su chuckled softly, shaking his head. His words compelled the attendees in the conference room to sit up a little straighter as a new perspective was unveiled. Indeed, no one has decreed that these records can only number two. In the extreme scenario where 1,000 such documents existed, would you still deem them false? The essence of the extreme falsehood is, in itself, truth. Existence validates reason. Should there arise 1,000 such documents, people would instinctively accept their authenticity. A transformation of thought born from quantitative accumulation leading to qualitative change. Pan Lingling found herself momentarily lost in thought. She comprehended Su Su's argument. Yet, it was precisely this understanding that sent a shiver down her spine. They had consistently overlooked a critical question. What if all the documents were indeed true? When two absurdly erroneous newspapers are presented before you, you might consider them mere printing errors. However, when confronted with hundreds of thousands of such absurd newspapers, you would simply accept that the error was as such. "Young man, please continue." Chong Lei adjusted his reading glasses, his demeanor now serious. "My point is that we should provisionally accept both documents as true, deducing what transpired from the outcomes. Based on my observations, the most significant commonality is the emergence of monsters. We can thus conclude that the appearance of monsters in that city is a given fact. As for other similarities, such as the presence of military forces with various code names, we can also regard these individuals as objectively existent. The sole difference may lie in the organization of the savior, whose emergence has redirected the narrative." Su Su paused here, feeling a bit sheepish. It was akin to being a prophet, having already uncovered the truth about the wolves yet pretending to engage in deduction with them. The primary issue was that the script before him was amiss. Should and Appo's the big shots be leading him to victory? How had he become the one taking the lead? Pan Lingling nodded slowly. This indeed presents a novel approach. By initially assuming seemingly erroneous conclusions as true, we can backtrack to ascertain what occurred in the historical ruins. Excellent. What is your hypothesis? Parallel worlds, civilizations in captivity, or perhaps reincarnation? There are countless possibilities. Feigning a troublée d'expression. To be honest, my understanding is rather limited. It and Appo's. Indeed, quite a challenge for the young ones. Merely having this notion is already commendable. Chong Lei chuckled as he lifted his teacup for a sip, regarding Su Su with the eyes of one perceiving an unrefined gem. He had long noticed that although Su Su sometimes held extreme views, his perspective on matters was remarkably keen, far beyond what one would expect from someone of his age, exuding a grand vision that fell out of place in the world. Lin Qingshi blinked her eyes, filled with admiration. "Senior brother, you are incredible." "Very well, that concludes today's interview assessment." Pan Lingling took a deep breath and laid down her pen. "Within 24 hours, we will deliver the final assessment results based on everyone and Appo's interview performance. If successful, please come to the Origin Bureau within 3 working days to complete the onboarding procedures." "Understood, Professor Pan." The interview concluded. The three exited the Origin Bureau. Inhaling the fresh air outside, Susu exhaled a long breath, finally relieved. Phew, it's finally over. Lin Qingshi remained captivated by Susu and Amp, Oppo's earlier theory, her voice brimming with admiration. Senior brother, you were phenomenal. Well, it wasn't too difficult upon reflection. Susu scratched his head. The impact of the interview at the Origin Bureau had been overwhelming. The events surrounding the Savior game left him in a state of disarray. He feigned calmness. Yet, deep down, he longed to rush back to his rented room and dive into the game. My ride is here. I shall take my leave now, he remarked as a taxi approached along the main road of Yicheng. Senior brother, take care on the road. Yes, all right. The vehicle sped away. Watching Susu's retreating figure, Lin Qingshi murmured, he left so quickly. I was hoping we could celebrate together after the interview. Xie Xinxing, overhearing, chuckled nonchalantly. Perhaps Susu had urgent matters to attend to. Why don't we go eat? Lin Qingshi paused momentarily, casting a sidelong glance at Xie Xinxing, who was overly eager to please. Sorry, but no thank you. With that, she turned her head, striding towards her awaiting private car, leaving Xie Xinxing bewildered in the wind. Meanwhile, in his rented room, Susu rushed inside, locking the door and drawing the curtains tightly. After ensuring that no one could see him from any angle, he hurriedly plugged in his phone to charge. His mind was a chaotic whirlwind. The events of the Savior game had surprisingly manifested into reality. What does this signify? Is this the second miraculous phenomenon since his transmigration? This world was already peculiar enough. He never anticipated that playing a game could lead to even more bizarre occurrences. Regardless, he knew he could not disclose the game's matters to the Origin Bureau. Susu muttered to himself. He had initially planned to inform the Origin Bureau about the genetic mapping data within the game. Reflecting on it now, he was grateful he had held back. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Chapter 072. Can we talk now? With a forced swallow, Susu managed to calm himself. It was challenging for him to articulate his current emotions, excitement, anxiety, and confusion all intertwined, creating a complex medley of feelings. Yet, if he were to pinpoint the most dominant sentiment, it would undoubtedly be a fervent thrill mingled with exhilaration. 20 years had passed. He had spent 2 entire decades in this chaotic world. Susu had often fantasized about being the protagonist who slays his foes with ease, but reality had proven otherwise. He had settled into a routine of diligent study, methodical preparation for the national examination, believing that this was the extent of his journey. However, he never anticipated that today, 20 years later, his extraordinary opportunity would finally materialize. As a former wage slave, Susu harbored no grand ambitions. Like an ordinary, not-fee university student, he studied, graduated, toiled away, and returned home each day to mindlessly scroll through tedious short videos. Perhaps he had once imagined possessing a dragon overlord system akin to those in third-rate novels, capable of vanquishing gods and Buddhas alike, but he often woke to find himself facing another mundane day. Upon crossing into this new world, Susu assumed everything would proceed as before, yet fate seemed intent on playing a cruel jest upon him. The chance to escape the confines of the chessboard had unknowingly slipped into his pocket. Susu was no fool. He understood that beneath the calm surface, this world was undergoing monumental transformations. As an ordinary person, he had merely drifted along with the tides, with the national examination being a reluctant choice. But now, everything had changed. The Savior game on his phone was real. This indicated that the inexplicable sensation of being bound to a mysterious power during the game and Oppo's download was not a mere illusion. He was indeed the sole player of this game. Thus, whether it be Lin Qingxi's terrifying background or Xie Xinxing's enigmatic channels of information, mastering the game placed Susu at the core of this world-altering upheaval. If he could wield this game effectively, he could seize the initiative amidst the forthcoming tumultuous tides, ensuring the safety of himself and his family. Of course, the prerequisite was completing this game. Savior, you have failed. Remaining rewind attempts, 98. Would you like to restart the game? As he re-entered the familiar game interface, Susu's mindset was entirely transformed. While entertainment games could bring joy, The knowledge that extraordinary powers resided within his grasp sent exhilarating shivers down his spine. Yes, restart, Susu exclaimed with fervor. Enough talk. This time he would save the world. The screen gradually dimmed. The familiar streets materialized, ultimately focusing on a figure with silver hair clad in a leather combat coat. It was the second character he had created in the game. Bye. I should check the command center. A string of small text appeared above the silver-haired character and amp. Oppo's S-head. Susu scoffed, dismissing the notion of heading to the command center. He would head directly to the Crimson Laboratory instead. With the experience of his first playthrough, Susu knew that even if he went to the command center, he would ultimately be escorted to the Crimson Laboratory by the NPCs. He preferred to take matters into his own hands, as his objective was straightforward: acquire the potion. Acquire the potion, and once more, acquire the potion. Glancing over the concluding text, he noted it was similar to what he had gleaned from Pan, lingering regarding the ancient Qin Mountains. In summary, his previous note to Gu Baichen had been overlooked until the later stages of the war, when a certain Dr. Huang finally had an epiphany. But what good was that? Monsters were already at their doorstep when they began their research. If they didn't perish, who would? Thus, Susu decided to be forthright this time. If they wanted to save Binsheng, they should abandon the K02 research. It was futile. They should go straight for U02, and if that failed, U03. The stronger, the better. Once the genetic lock was breached, the power was astonishing. If a third-tier genetic lock powerhouse emerged, even 70,000 monsters could be confronted. Longhua Command Center. What? Already dispatched to the flower market. Gu Baichen's eyes widened in fury as he slammed his hand on the table. These people were utterly incompetent. Did they not regard the lives of the people as valuable? The person reporting quickly explained, Captain Gu, please don't be hasty. The higher-ups merely issued an order. However, today is likely the final deadline. If you head over now, you might intercept the negotiators. Though the words were reassuring, the reporter internally doubted the feasibility. This evacuation effort was spearheaded by the higher-ups, and as one of the 9 departments, the Social Welfare Department was involved. How could it be so easily obstructed? Yet Gu Baichen was too consumed by thoughts of the terrifying blood and flesh of the monsters to ponder further, and he immediately arranged for a vehicle to rush to the laboratory. This should be it. On the other side, Susu had just arrived at the laboratory entrance, confirming he had not made a mistake. A black vehicle came to a steady halt at the entrance. Wait a moment. ISN and Oppos. That the very vehicle I used during my first playthrough? Susu and Oppos. His eyes lit up as he approached a greet by, please hold on. Gu Baichen, filled with rage, descended from the vehicle. Upon seeing someone block his path, he instantly erupted, assuming it was the opposing side sending someone to delay him. He barked, seize him. Armed forces surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, countless gun barrels were aimed at Susu and Amp. Oppos. S-head. Susu stood frozen. A question mark slowly forming above his head. Wait, what does this mean? Am I not on your side? Moreover, why does this scene feel so eerily familiar to me? The screen of his phone mischievously presented 4 options. A. Are you misunderstanding something? B. Proceed as if nothing happened. C. Attack. Those who block me shall perish. D. Custom response. Susu felt a wave of frustration. I truly appreciate the reminder, but please, no more of that next time. The game interface depicted the NPC labeled Gu Baichen continuing to rant. Gu Baichen, furiously, you think blocking me will suffice. Yes, you. It is impossible. Bye. Are you perhaps misunderstanding something? Gu Baichen furiously himph. You think you could deceive me? Blocking me only suggests you aim to delay. Bye. I believe. Gu Baichen, furiously Idon and Amp. Amp, Oppos, care what you believe. I want what I believe. What? Is this person out of their mind? Susu grew incensed. He was here to be the savior, not to waste time with this nonsense. Susu commanded his character to step back 2 paces and struck the ground with a fist. The earth trembled. The ground shattered. Clouds of dust erupted, sending the surrounding armed forces reeling. In the game screen, pixels scattered, and a massive pit appeared beneath him. Then, silence enveloped the surroundings. Gu Baichen. Surrounding soldiers. By may we talk now? Gu Baichen, Meekly, of course. Esteemed lady, may I inquire your name? Chapter 073. Goodness. So that was the cause. Moments later, Gu Beichen's lips twitched, his expression one of extreme embarrassment. If you had mentioned that you were from the Savior Organization earlier, we could have avoided this mess. The soldiers surrounding him maintained a stoic demeanor, their mouths twitching more violently than an AK-47. It had been a long time since they had witnessed their leader in such a predicament. They were trained professionals, and it was imperative that they stifled their laughter unless absolutely necessary. Yet, the situation was undeniably amusing. Suddenly, someone couldn't contain their laughter and burst out. Gu Beichen shot a fierce glare. What are you laughing at? Reporting, sir. I was an amp, oppose, T laughing. Then what was that sound? The soldier's face turned crimson. Reporting. I have a sensitive stomach and, pass gas. The others could no longer hold back and erupted into laughter. Gu Beichun could only sigh in exasperation. At that moment, Lu Muqing, having heard the commotion, rushed out bewildered. What an amp, oppose, is going on, boss? She had just been waiting in line for a shot when she heard the ruckus outside. As she approached, she noticed the crowd laughing uproariously in a large pit on the ground next to a woman clad in a silver leather jacket. Minx, you arrived just in time. Gu Beichen rubbed his temples and gestured to the woman. This is amp, oppose, White and amp, oppose from the Savior Organization. Please make the necessary arrangements for her. I'll handle my current matters first. Lu Muqing was slightly taken aback, but nodded in agreement. However, White interjected, I will accompany you, as the upcoming tasks require your cooperation with Dr. Huang. Sousa had no time to waste. He needed to expedite the creation of the new genetic serum within 3 days. Every moment counted in increasing their chances of saving Binhai City. Gu Beichun pondered for a moment before conceding, very well, then follow me. The two entered the laboratory, traversing the corridor until they reached a conference room at the end. Upon arrival, they could hear voices from within. Taking a deep breath, Gu Beichun pushed the door open and found that Zhang Ku, responsible for the social welfare department, and Dr. Huang were already present. For the next few minutes, Gu Beichun and Zhang Ku engaged in a heated debate. Su Su, feeling bored, fast-forwarded through the unfolding drama. He was quite familiar with this scenario. Thus, it is settled, Zhang Ku declared, patting Gu Beichun on the shoulder while his gaze shifted to the quietly seated White. And who might this be? Dr. Huang inquired with curiosity. Gu Beichun slapped his forehead, realizing he almost overlooked a crucial introduction. Just as he was about to speak, White stood up slowly. White, allow me to introduce myself. I hail from the Savior Organization. Codename White. White, I will remain here for 3 days, and Binhai City will meet its demise in 90 days. Her words instantly chilled the room. Zhang Ku's expression stiffened, becoming grave. The Savior Organization, who among the high-ranking officials in Long Nation was unaware of that name. They had scrutinized the materials Gu Beichun submitted multiple times, with directives to report any sightings of the Savior Organization. Zhang Ke had not anticipated encountering one of its members here. What did she mean that Binhai City would perish in 90 days? Did she comprehend the gravity of her declaration? Zhang Ke stepped forward to voice his concerns, but was halted by a large hand. Gu Beichen and oppose. Are you implying that door? White, indeed. That door is far more terrifying than you can imagine. With your current research on K02 and U01, you stand no chance of resistance. Perhaps in the early stages, when only a handful of monsters emerge, you might manage to hold them off. But once the door is fully opened, and 70,000 monsters swarm forth, that will spell the end for Binhai City. Perhaps it would signify the end of the world as well. Su Su silently lamented, without a serious tone. These individuals would never grasp the urgency of the situation. Last time, they had dismissed the warning he left as mere noise. Gu Beichen hesitated, so according to you. White, that is precisely what I was waiting for you to say. To save Binhai City is not an impossibility, but your research direction is fundamentally flawed. The K-series serums overly prioritize stability, rendering humanity incapable of transcending the limitations of the original genetic locks. This is truly a case of losing sight of the essence. White, in my view, the paramount task at hand is to restart the research on the U-series serums. If you can develop a serum that breaks through the second or even third-tier genetic locks, the monsters behind the door would be inconsequential. Second-tier, third-tier genetic lock serums? Both Gu Beichen and Zhang Ke were momentarily taken aback, their gazes shifting to the silent Dr. Huang. Dr. Huang and Appo's expression grew solemn. What exactly does a second-tier genetic lock entail? Susa was taken aback. This inquiry was akin to a renowned mathematician suddenly asking how to solve a quadratic equation. How could a national-level researcher pose such a question? Weren't they aware of this? All right. Susa suddenly recalled that the first person to introduce the concept of a second-tier genetic lock had been Wen Jing, and now this doctor. Huang seemed to have no knowledge of it. Without the experience of re-injecting K02, it was understandable for them to be unaware. Wait a minute. Susa suddenly realized a critical issue. If that in Appo's the case, then they were entirely oblivious to the fact that genetic locks could exist in multiple stages. In their understanding, genetic locks likely only had the concepts of activated and not activated. Taking Wen Jing as an example, she was clearly one who had activated her genetic lock and gained tremendous abilities. Others had injected U01, but remained in the not activated state. I see. Susa murmured to himself. No wonder they had developed the K02 serum while abandoning U01. The root cause lay here. Imagine standing in Dr. Huang's shoes. If the genetic material of monsters could be refined into serums, and those serums could activate genetic locks, why not seek a safer method of activation? While the volatile U01 certainly increased the success rate, it also posed unpredictable mutation risks. Goodness, I have finally pinpointed the issue. Susa sighed and quickly explained. White, genetic locks are not merely in the states of activated and not activated. In fact, their existence is meant to liberate the primal forces of evolution accumulated over millions of years. The genetic locks activated by U01 represent merely the first stage. Minutes later, Susu finally elucidated the entire sequence of events. The others remained in stunned silence. Dr. Huang exclaimed, so according to your perspective, we should intensify our research on U01, even at any cost, to enhance the stimulative effects of the monster's genes on the human body, ultimately compelling the activation of higher-tier genetic locks? Why, precisely. Dr. Huang, absolutely not. This entails a significant risk. Chapter 074. Will this work this time? Dr. Huang was utterly stunned. He never expected that the individual before him, who claimed to be from the Savior Organization, would propose such a suggestion. Why not just rename it to the Annihilator Organization? Do you even comprehend the concept of monstrous aberration? Unfortunately, Dr. Huang lacked the memories from his first iteration. Had the first iteration of Dr. Huang been present, he would have undoubtedly slapped this person twice and then furiously grabbed the collar of his second iteration self, exclaiming, "What aberration! Nonsense! Have you not witnessed how ferocious those monsters are? Humanity is on the brink of extinction, and you still concern yourself with aberrations." Gu Beichen spoke slowly. I understand now. You are willing to gamble everything, aren't you? Exactly, I affirmed. Gu Beichen still could not believe it, hesitating. Are those monsters truly that powerful? Perhaps the previous narrow escapes had given him a false sense of security. He always felt that matters had not yet deteriorated to the point of human extinction. Moreover, this time, in order to eradicate the monsters lurking behind the door, Gu Beichen had made several preparations, granting the monsters the utmost respect. But, judging by this woman and Appo's demeanor, was it still insufficient? Susu was speechless. Who gave you the audacity? What makes you think the monsters aren't and Appo's formidable? Do you have any idea how many times I have perished dealing with and Appo's, Mantis and Appo's? Do you realize that the and Appo's, Blood Cow and Appo's, nearly drained me dry? I sighed. It seems you all have yet to grasp the severity of the situation. Susu brought up his skill panel, reassessing his abilities, and ensuring he wouldn't inadvertently harm these individuals. He suddenly took a step forward. The air around began to warp. The floor trembled, and a glass cup on the table shattered with a sharp crack. Earthquake? Zhang could gasp, still in a daze. Gu Beichen and Dr. Huang widened their eyes, staring incredulously ahead. And by and Appo's vicinity, blood-red runes appeared abruptly in mid-air, almost instantaneously transforming into a colossal force field. Fusion K-02 consumes 1 energy point per second upon activation, establishes a massive force field within a 50-meter radius, simultaneously performing stamina assessments on all entities within the field. If stamina 50 of 1 and amp, oppose, S-own stamina, the entity will suffer a continuous health loss of 0.5 per second. Genetic modifiers belong to stamina-specialized professions. With a staggering stamina of 98, not even a genetic lock-enabled ability user at the first stage could compare to them. Judgment effective. The game notification flashed momentarily on the screen. The continuous health loss of 0.5 per second caused the faces of the three to drastically change. An unprecedented weakness began to erode their bodies. Their hearts raced violently, and their minds spiraled uncontrollably into dizziness, frailty, and lethargy, an array of negative buffs manifesting in succession. The first to falter was Zhang Ku, who was already heavy-set. Now, his legs felt as if they were turning to jelly. "Help!" Zhang Ku attempted to cry out, but with a swift motion, the blood-red runes vanished. Everything returned to tranquility. "Did you do this?" Dr. Huang stared wide-eyed at Bai. Disbelief etched on his face. The sensation they had just experienced lingered hauntingly. It was the genuine feeling of facing death. Frankly, he had encountered ability users like Wen Jing who had activated genetic locks, but none had exerted the pressure that this woman had. No, it was not even comparable. They were entirely different leagues. Bai replied, "Indeed, I merely demonstrated the intensity of a monster siege." Su Su chuckled inwardly, serving as a warning for your disobedience. He pretended to sigh dramatically. To put it simply, 70,000 monsters are roughly equivalent to 500 of me attacking Binhai City indiscriminately. You should gauge the severity and prepare yourselves mentally. The atmosphere in the conference room immediately turned somber. The three exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Su Su, unhurried, smiled amiably as he awaited their decision. Minutes later, a light cough broke the silence. Zhang Ku, with a serious expression, said, "Cough. I believe what this lovely lady has said holds considerable merit." Dr. Huang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we should immediately commence the development of the new U02 serum." Gu Beichan wore a look of disbelief. "You both weren't saying that just a moment ago." 2 days later, with only 10 minutes remaining until their return, few finally accomplished. Although the process had been somewhat tumultuous, the outcome was nonetheless satisfactory. Shusa nodded contentedly, then turned to Dr. Huang with a courteous demeanor. "Ahem. By the way, draw more. Remember to expedite the research." "Oh, do you need an arm? I could spare one for your research." Dr. Huang's hand trembled, his lips twitching. "No, thank you, Miss Bai. This blood is sufficient." "That is hardly enough." Su Su licked his lips, entirely unfazed by the game notifications popping up on his phone screen. "Your health has decreased by 55, entering critical state." Entered into oppose, critical and oppose, state. Strength decreased by 35, speed decreased by 35. Xiao Fei, expedite the transfer of this blood to the cold storage. Understood. Dr. Huang Zipli, Gafao Supporting by Miss Bai. If you feel unwell at all, please let me know. Do not hold back. Su Su questioned suspiciously. "Are you certain you don't want my arm?" "I assure you, my body is quite remarkable. You might regret missing this opportunity." Dr. Huang took a deep breath. "I am certain. What on earth is your obsession with offering me your arm?" Dr. Huang was utterly bewildered. Dr. Huang, Team Gu is looking for Miss Bai." A young assistant pushed the door open, peering inside. "I see." Dr. Huang snapped back to reality, sighing, "Is it time already?" "Yes." Susan nodded nonchalantly. The Savior could only exist for 3 days, as dictated by this frustrating game, and there was nothing he could do about it. Outside the blood-red laboratory, rows of armed soldiers had long been waiting. Gu Beichan stood at the forefront with a grave expression, flanked by 8 solemn squad leaders of various builds. They were there to bid farewell. Although the Savior organization remained shrouded in mystery, Bai's actions over the past few days had earned their respect. "Salute!" Gu Beichan suddenly shouted, and over 100 pairs of eyes turned toward the woman emerging from the laboratory. Swoosh! "Salute!" Susa smiled warmly. The feeling of being a true savior was T2 shabby. As the countdown on the top left corner of the phone screen reached its conclusion, the game character and amp, Oppos, as figure gradually faded from view. In a rented apartment, dawn broke in the east. A night of intense battles had left Su's eyelids heavy. Yes, he had once again pulled an all-nighter. The screen of his phone dimmed gradually. 2 lines of blood-red text appeared on the screen. Savior, your time has expired. Current node locked, simulating the subsequent world. Is it finally arriving? Susu strained to maintain his focus, eyes wide open. This time he had truly exerted all his effort. He refused to believe that with U02, he could not resolve these monsters. Chapter 075, The Destroyer of Binhai City, White. Current node locked, simulating the subsequent events of the world. Day 1. Your departure has garnered the respect of all team members. Dr. Huang, heeding your words, embarks on relentless research for a new potion. Day 3. On the 3rd day of your absence, the Crimson Laboratory announces the suspension of K02 potion supplies. Day 5. Potion development in progress. Day 9. The Crimson Laboratory successfully extracts a portion of genetic fragments from your blood. Day 13. The first batch of a new genetic potion is born. Dr. Huang, in gratitude for your contributions to Longhua, names this batch JS-01, symbolizing salvation. Day 24. A cold splash of water extinguishes all hope. The highly anticipated salvation potion fails its clinical trials, with a mutation rate 120 times that of U01. Day 25. Potion research stagnates. Failed? Su is taken aback. This is not right. Initially, U01 was derived from the flesh of monsters, which is understandable as they differ from humans, leading to mutations. But this time, why would genes extracted from the human body also mutate? Furthermore, the mutation rate is an astonishing 120 times. Is this a joke? Su, bewildered, continues to read. Day 45, 20 days after the stagnation of potion research, a researcher, while re-examining the blood you provided, unexpectedly discovers a set of undetected genetic cells. Day 46. Dr. Huang hurriedly arrives at the laboratory. After experiments, everyone is shocked to find that this set of cells can devour and reorganize genetic sequences, achieving a certain balance. Day 50. After several days of research, this set of cells is named in AMP, Oppos, perfect cells in AMP, Oppos, by the Crimson Laboratory, for it is nearly flawless. Day 65. The second round of clinical trials brings delightful news. After injecting the perfect cells, the mice that received JS-01 survive and gain extraordinary strength. Day 66. Time is of the essence for the 3rd clinical trial. After several days of urgent discussions, the command center decides to merge the two and proceed directly with the final human trials. Day 67. The merging begins. During the process, the 2 solution reagents emit gases, yet no one pays attention. Day 69. A researcher at the Crimson Laboratory calls in sick due to discomfort. Day 73. Dr. Huang feels dizzy. But in order to complete the development of JS-01, he injects himself with a sedative and continues working. Day 74. Gu Beichun enters the Crimson Laboratory with a small team to check on the progress, and thereafter, they never emerge. Day 76. The city is filled with beastly roars, soon followed by the sounds of collapsing buildings in flames. The doors of the Crimson Laboratory burst open, and a horde of Indamp, Oppos, corpses in damp, Oppos, with pale pupils and immense strength rushes into the city. Day 77. High-ranking officials of Longhua are furious and urgently deploy troops stationed in Binhai City to suppress the chaos. However, they soon discover that the virus spreads at an alarming rate, and within a day, the army is overwhelmed. Day 90. The doors swing wide, unleashing monsters upon a scene of desolation, where only groups of mindless corpses roam Binhai City. Savior, you have failed. Resistance against the gates of hell, 0 days. Evaluation, F-. Conclusion, Savior? No, the Savior has brought about our own destruction. Rewinding the timeline. Rewind successful. Deduction of rewind attempts, -1. Current remaining rewind attempts, 97. The game screen flickers erratically as Susu sits in stunned silence. No, how did it come to this? This is not what he envisioned. Wait, there must be something amiss. Susu rises once more, rapidly reviewing the simulation, and soon uncovers a troubling detail. Day 45, 20 days after the stagnation of potion research, a researcher, while re-examining the blood you provided, unexpectedly discovers a set of undetected genetic cells. Perfect cells. This should correspond to the core talent of the character I created, Susu murmurs, his mind racing. The core talent of the ancient martial artist is and Appos, Chi, and Appos, which expands in capacity through upgrades. While the genetic modifier possesses a core talent, known as perfect genetic body. This innate ability allows for the absorption of various genetic reagents, merging them within oneself. Yet, this makes no sense. Susu, now agitated, scratches his head. How could the perfect cells of the genetic modifier accelerate human mutation? Shouldn't they stabilize the adverse effects of monster genes? Why does the outcome appear to be the exact opposite? Could it be that the flesh I provided to Dr. Huang was flawed? And what are the mindless corpses that emerged at the end, resembling the zombies from films? Where did it all go wrong? Bang! Susu collapses onto his bed, feeling his mind clouded with chaos. Forget it. No use dwelling on it. If it doesn't make sense, then it's time for rest. In the following days, Susu attempts several more times, each culminating in failure. The number of rewind attempts dwindles to 93. The infernal difficulty looms like an insurmountable mountain, blocking any path forward. Providing his flesh to Dr. Huang proves futile, no matter how he instructs. His flesh seems to possess a will of its own, invariably contaminating the world through unexpected means. Air, water, blood, even bacteria. There is nothing beyond the reach of H. Chapter 76. The new breathing technique. Transformation approaches from this day forth. Congratulations on officially joining the Source Bureau. You may collect your belongings from the materials department, and within 3 days, you will be informed of your specific working hours. As for the compensation, it is detailed in the employee handbook, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. The clerk, Li Tong, smiled as she completed the onboarding procedures. The process was smooth, reflecting Pan Lingling's usual decisive manner. Upon receiving his items, Susu gazed at the new Source Bureau uniform, identification card, an encrypted phone and computer in his hands. Feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. Things are looking up. We are now partaking in the public provisions. Lin Qingshi playfully smiled, extending a hand in a mock salute. Comrade Susu, from now on, we will be comrades in arms, and I look forward to your guidance. Guidance, indeed. Susu replié. Xie Xinxing, puzzled, inquired, why didn't Indamp? Appos, did we see Professor Pan Lingling today? As Li Tong happened to pass by, she paused to explain. Professor Pan has already gone to Oracle Corporation a few days ago to discuss some important matters with Professor Jiqiong. The trio was taken aback. What is Professor Pan doing at Oracle Corporation? Xie Xinxing asked. Li Tong cast a thoughtful glance at Xie Xinxing and suddenly smiled. Of course. She is there to handle a significant affair. You will find out in a couple of days. Professor Pan's words are rather excessive, Susu mused. At Oracle Corporation, Ji Qihong sat at the head of the conference table, flanked by Qin Chuan in white and several senior executives. Pan Lingling sat opposite him. With Chang later left, Pan Lingling shook her head. It is not excessive. Exchanging results benefits everyone. Results? Ji Qihong chuckled. You might as well have Chu Lingfeng come and say the same. The genetic mapping data you possess in the Source Bureau is merely scrap collected by Chu Lingfeng years ago, when the Ghost Island was discovered in the Great Western Province. The high echelons of the Great Xia paid a hefty price to retrieve the data on the divine tree and its fruits from those individuals. And what has come of it? The multiverse laboratory has achieved nothing over the years. Experts in biological cultivation have come and gone, yet the withered divine tree remains in a state of half-life. As for the genetic mapping you mentioned, Ji Qihong sipped his tea and continued nonchalantly. Clinical trials are still pending. It's too early to discuss these matters. I wouldn't dare stake my years of effort on such a gamble. Does that mean there's nothing to negotiate? Pan Lingling's lips curled slightly, inwardly cursing the old fox. His lengthy discourse was merely a pretext for bargaining. Let us see where this leads. She was genuinely curious about what he desired. Negotiations were indeed possible. Ji Chi-hong set down his teacup, realizing he had laid the groundwork sufficiently. He clicked his tongue and said, "Let us do this, Professor Pan. I'll one team make things difficult for you. Since the state encourages cooperation, we must maintain appearances. You may take the new breathing technique, but I will require a 60 share of the rights to the Bin City relic." Unthinkable. Pan Lingling's expression turned icy. It was clear what his intentions were. The initial discoverers of the Bin City relic were from the Source Bureau, and in the absence of involvement from the Geographic Bureau, they held the authority to manage all matters related to the relic. Simply put, the development rights to the Bin City relic lay with Pan Lingling. Ji Chi-hong's desire to claim a significant portion was utterly unacceptable. Pan Lingling scoffed, "Professor G, I want to beat around the bush. The new breathing technique your Oracle Corporation is researching is indeed astonishing. But if I'm not mistaken, it must be just this one, right?" Ji Chi-hong and Appo's expression shifted slightly. Observing this, Pan Lingling felt a surge of certainty, her smile widening. "Among the myriad techniques within the Western Mountain Great Tomb, you have researched for years without any results. I was quite curious as to how suddenly there was progress. As I suspected, those manuals from years past are nothing but scrap paper. This in Appo's, new breathing technique in Appo's, is merely something you stumbled upon. Am I correct, Professor G?" Pan Lingling's words struck true, causing Ji Chi-hong's face to twitch. Indeed, as Pan Lingling surmised, this was Ji Chi-hong's greatest vulnerability. For reasons unknown, the techniques discovered in the Western Mountain could not be practiced, with many contents seemingly altered maliciously. Thus, over the years, research yielded no progress. However, a trip to Yicheng led Ji Chi-hong to a groundbreaking discovery. A young man named Zhu Lin possessed an unaltered half-manual of techniques. According to the boy, this manual was originally left to him by his grandfather, but he could not comprehend its ancient script and had carelessly discarded it. This revelation filled Ji Chi-hong with exhilaration. After relentless efforts and comparisons, a composite manual emerged, the new breathing technique. As Oracle Corporation made strides in its research, the upper echelons of the Great Xia were stirred, prompting the Source Bureau to investigate. If a collaboration was feasible, discussions would ensue, hence Pan Lingling's visit. Given the current circumstances, once Pan Lingling verified the Appo's new breathing technique in Appo's posed no harm to humans, the Great Xia would immediately usher in an era of nationwide cultivation, directly promoting the technique to all citizens. Ji Chi-hong was acutely aware of this. The official delegation from the Great Xia, while ostensibly seeking collaboration, was in truth pressuring him to relinquish the new breathing technique. However, due to Oracle Corporation's stature within the Great Xia, the notion of collaboration was employed. The tone for negotiations had been set from the outset. Ji Chi-hong sought to leverage every advantage over Pan Lingling, aiming to secure maximum benefit for himself, only to find himself seen through by her. Ji Chi-hong sighed, suddenly appearing decades older. "Very well, I concede. Professor Pan, you are correct. Oracle Corporation has indeed yet to uncover the reason behind the inability to practice these techniques. As for the new breathing technique, it was merely an accident. Yet, I reiterate, whether by chance or as a research achievement, it is the fruit of my labors over these past years. I understand that the Great Xia desires the breathing technique, and I cannot impede that. However, should you wish to obtain it, something must be exchanged in return. I have no interest in your genetic mapping. I will settle for a 40 share of the Bin City Relic S development rights. This is my bottom line." A few days later, steamed buns, fresh and hot in front of the breakfast stall, Su contentedly patted his belly. "Boss, how much for these?" 30 yuan, the bun vendor replied, wiping his hands on his apron while warmly greeting Su. "So how is it, young man? Are you full?" "We're quite satisfied. Your buns are impressive, boss." Su gave a thumbs up. Although 10 yuan for a steamer seemed a tad expensive, it was worth every penny. He had devoured 3 steamers in one sitting and still craved more. Having joined the Source Bureau, his income had surged. As an ordinary employee, he now earned 20,000 yuan a month, enabling him to indulge more frequently. I'm off, bossa. Take care, watch your step. Susu paused. Realizing a massive store next door was undergoing renovations, workers were busy and a prominent, antiquated sign lay on the ground. Yicheng. Ancient Martial Arts Hall? Chapter 077. Breaking the stalemate. When will Yicheng open a martial arts gym? Susu scratched his head, gazing at the sign on the ground with a hint of confusion. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. Establishing a martial arts gym not only promotes physical health but also presents an opportunity for profit, a concept not foreign in his previous life. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Susu cast aside the earlier thoughts. He opened his mobile game, the interface still lingering on the first chapter's unresolved state. However, the number of attempts had decreased from 93 to 91 over the past couple of days. He had experimented with several strategies, but had seen little progress. Suddenly, a notification on the game interface caught Susu's attention. The current second chapter, Biochemical Laboratory, is locked. Please complete the first chapter's storyline first. The second chapter involves the Biochemical Laboratory. Susu paused, recalling that his created character, Bai, was indeed necessary to clear the Biochemical Laboratory before he could be created. This raised intriguing questions about the connection between Bai's existence and the Biochemical Laboratory. A spark of realization illuminated Susu and Appo's mind. He sat up abruptly. Wait, he seemed to grasp why Bai and Appo's flesh could lead to aggravated genetic mutations. No, he had misinterpreted the causality. Since the Savior game was based on a real historical narrative, Bai and Appo's existence appeared illogical. If time were linear, Bai should theoretically still be within the chapter of the Biochemical Laboratory. However, due to the game's mechanics, he had prematurely created the character Bai. Thus, the issues with Bai's flesh arose. Yet this too seemed flawed. Susu furrowed his brow. It was akin to a game where a boss from a later level unexpectedly appeared in the first. Although this was illogical, it should have been overwhelmingly dominant, not resulting in a worsening situation. Unless Bai himself was the problem. He recalled that when the game activated the character Bai, the genetic agent used was U01. Hence, Bai was likely connected to the genetic agent. Biochemical Laboratory. Could it be an experimental subject? Susu's thoughts raced, and the term experimental subject suddenly clarified many aspects. Indeed, since the second chapter revolves around the Biochemical Laboratory, and one must clear it to unlock the new character Bai, it was plausible that Bai was some form of experimental subject. Genetic modifier. The name suggested an undeniable link to the genetic agents. Furthermore, those agents stemmed from monsters. Eureka! Susu and Appo's mind buzzed with insight, and he slapped his thigh, his face flushed with excitement. Yes, it must be so. According to the timeline, the climax of the first chapter involved resolving the surge of monsters following the Gate of Ghosts. Although these monsters had inexplicably increased, that detail was secondary. In a standard game narrative, an abundance of monsters existed beyond the gate, and Bai's emergence occurred in the second chapter. What did this signify? It indicated that the monsters of the first chapter were entirely resolved before Bai appeared. The initial monster resembling a mantis led the Blood Red Laboratory to develop U01, while the Blood Ox boss in the second chapter prompted the lab to create K02. This was merely two elite monsters. And what of the multitude lurking beyond the gate? Who could ascertain the number of elite monsters present? Assuming the first chapter in Appo's narrative was resolved, what genetic advancements could be derived from these elite monsters? K03? U02? Perhaps neither. Was there a possibility that they had developed perfect genetic entities? The audacious theory made Susu gasp in astonishment. No wonder when Bai and Appo's genetic material was provided to Dr. Huang, they did not produce the anticipated U02. That was because Bai and Appo's genetics were the result of countless modifications. It constituted a super gene amalgamated from numerous monsters, and likewise, a super virus composed of countless monster genes. Any modification would lead to the destabilization of the perfect genetic entity. Analysis and dissection would only result in genetic disintegration, ultimately metamorphosing into various insurmountable superviruses. Damn, He had always maintained that no matter how much caution was advised to the blood-red laboratory, it would inevitably culminate in a singular outcome. It dawned on him that he had been mistaken from the outset. By and Amp, Oppos, S genetics were simply irreducible. Susu inhaled deeply, muttering in excitement. Thus, only one question remained. Since Bai's genetics could not be dismantled, there must be someone capable of wholly absorbing Bai's genetics to achieve super-evolution. In this scenario, that individual would possess a portion of the Amp. Oppos, perfect genetic entity and Amp. Oppos, S and Amp. Oppos, capabilities akin to sharing an extraordinary symbiosis with Bai. The accumulation of countless genetic agents could then facilitate an evolution into third or even fourth-tier genetic locks. Damn, I am truly a genius. Susu and Amp, Oppos, S eyes sparkled with brilliance. Once his thoughts were unleashed, numerous enigmas unraveled before him. Following this line of reasoning, he could even reconstruct the original essence of the game and Amp, Oppos, S first chapter. Assuming the first chapter had not been marred by an unknown force, its original difficulty should have been, though the gate housed a multitude of monsters. It would not reach a terrifying count of 70,000, nor would his gameplay be compressed into a mere 3 days. Ordinarily, he would merely need to upgrade the genetic locks, akin to leveling up as an ancient warrior, and then join forces with the military to eliminate the monsters beyond the gate to complete the first chapter in Amp, Oppos, S narrative. However, now, due to the contamination from the unknown force, everything had transformed. The number of monsters within the gate surged alarmingly. Furthermore, his game character was unable to engage directly in combat. Thus, the difficulty escalated to a hellish degree. I see. This is the method to conquer the first chapter. Susu shook his head in frustration, realizing that something he had previously deemed insurmountable now seemed to make sense. The genetic modifier had been unlocked prematurely. Previously, he had perceived it as a monetization tactic by the game developers. Yet now, as the Savior game materialized, this notion became untenable. Conversely, could it imply that the creator of the game had intended Su to utilize this character to clear the levels from the very beginning? Recalling the phrase within the first chapter in Oppos, S mission evaluation, I know this is difficult, but please help me, Savior. Susu felt increasingly convinced of his theory. He squinted, murmuring to himself, Game GM, creator deity, or perhaps a puppet master. I care not who you are, but I hope that after clearing the game, you will provide answers to my questions. In that moment, the room dimmed. Susu failed to notice that after he uttered this statement, the game screen suddenly trembled. Chapter 078. Do you trust me, or Qin Shi Huang? August 1st, Monday. We are all workers. Susu was brushing his teeth while humming to himself. Today marked the first day of his employment at the Source Bureau. Professor Pan Lingling had returned from Oracle Company, and last night she announced in the group that there would not only be an orientation ceremony, but also a visit from a special department from Yanjing, making the occasion quite formal. Susu had gotten up early for this reason. One cannot be late on the first day of work. By the time he finished washing up, it was already 8:20. After devouring a few buns downstairs, Susu hurried towards the designated location. Not far away, a black bus was parked. The Source Bureau provided shuttle buses. Yicheng was small, with a dozen black buses running different routes, and Susu's rented accommodation was conveniently nearby. Once on the bus, Susu instinctively looked around, but to his surprise, he did not recognize anyone. Miss Lin, of course, would not take the bus, and while he was unsure about Xie Xinqing's background, her studying abroad indicated she was likely well off. Among their trio, Susu was the one struggling the most. Hey, brother, is today your first day at work too? As soon as he sat down, a guy next to him eagerly greeted him. Susu nodded, yes, you too? He didn't recall seeing the guy during the assessment. Hello, I'm Shihao. Susu. After the introductions, Shihao chuckled. Bro, you look a bit unfamiliar. But that's fine. Once we're in the bureau, we'll be friends. If you need anything, just let me know. We can look out for each other, right? Susu and Oppos. S lips twitched. Who said we were going to be in the bureau together? However, looking out for each other might not be a bad idea. Susu nodded. Sure, but the office location isn't confirmed yet. Let us see what Professor Pan arranges once we get there. Pan. Professor Pan. Shihao was evidently taken aback. Bro, you know Professor Pan? Susu was also surprised. Was it strange to know Professor Pan? I forgot to ask. Which department are you in? Shihao suddenly seemed to remember something, and his tone became cautious. He felt he might have misunderstood something. Susu paused for a moment, recalling his employee handbook and orientation materials, and uncertainly replied, I think it's the Research Institute. Yes, that's it. Whoa, Shihao's eyes widened. No way, are you the legendary big shot from the Research Institute? This exclamation caused quite a stir. Many on the bus turned their attention towards Susu, and the previously noisy environment abruptly quieted down. Susu felt embarrassed and lowered his voice. Keep it down. Sorry. Shihao quickly apologized, but his eyes remained fixed on Susu, filled with curiosity. Bro, I've heard that everyone in your research institute is a genius. Is that true? Susu's expression froze. If you could talk, why not say something more substantial? Otherwise, you might end up regretting it later. Shihao chattered on throughout the ride, and Susu gleaned quite a bit of useful information from him. It turned out that the Source Bureau did not have just one examination channel. Rather, it was divided by departments and levels. The requirements for the P1 frontline departments were not too difficult, while the P2 functional departments had slightly higher standards. Above there were the P3, P4 levels, which mostly consisted of technical positions, such as artifact analysis and geological surveys. Shihao belonged to this category, likely at the P3 level. As for the Research Institute, where Lin Qingshi assisted Su in applying, it was the core department of the Source Bureau, starting at the P5 level upon successful employment. Of course, the assessment difficulty was commensurate, requiring a substantial knowledge base of historical materials, as well as critical thinking and insights. The bus gradually came to a stop. Shihao smacked his lips, still wanting to say more. Susu secretly sighed in relief. Finally, it was over, just as they were about to disembark. Shihao suddenly remembered his father's advice to be friendly at the workplace, to greet colleagues, and make more friends, and he called out to Susu. He intended to suggest they ride together next time, but the words that came out were, Bro, do the big shots at your research institute also take the bus? Susu and Appos. S expression turned sour. What is that supposed to mean? Are you trying to undermine me? Senior brother Lin Qingshi called out from a distance, smiling as she approached. You seem to be in a good mood today. Just met an interesting guy. Susu replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. Shihao was simply too thoughtless. But Susu sensed his good intentions. By the way, I heard someone from Yinjing is coming today. Shusan Kired. Xia Xinqing nodded. The international situation has been unstable recently. The external networks are buzzing with news of UFO sightings and claims that the American civilization has established friendly agreements with extraterrestrial civilizations. Susu was incredulous. You believe that? Do you trust me? Or Qin Shi Huang? If you give me 50, I'll summon 1,000,000 troops. How about I make you the general of the border garrison? Lin Qingshi giggled, covering her mouth. Of course, that's nonsense, but the situation is indeed delicate. Professor Pan has obtained the latest findings from Oracle Company, which she has reportedly submitted. The people from Yinjing are coming for this reason. Susu was taken aback. Are they preparing to announce it? Oracle Company's research involved the Shishan Atlas, rumored to contain methods for cultivation. If they had yielded results and submitted them, this was clearly a step towards the era of universal spiritual awakening. Xia Xinqing replied, It's not that mystical. Don't expect to fly or teleport. At most, it might strengthen the body, like smashing a 100-pound stone with a fist. Susu, do you hear what you were saying? Isn't that already strange? Lin Qingshi sighed. It's not entirely free. The Source Bureau has also paid a price. For instance, regarding the Binching ruins in the ancient Qin Mountains, we originally had 100 development rights, but now we have to share some. This was the cost of obtaining the complete cultivation method. Susu understood, realizing that the Source Bureau was working for the state. Although they had ceded development rights to the Binching ruins, what they received in return was undoubtedly the best and latest. Moreover, from Lin Qingshi's words, the public would not immediately access all the information once it began to spread. Xia Xinqing smugly remarked, You have to give to receive. Lin Qingshi shivered in distaste, visibly annoyed by his pretentiousness. Susu found it amusing, but his mind was slightly stirred. The Binching ruins. Speaking of which, after his recent attempts, He had discovered the key to success. In that world, all 18 leaders of the security agency had injected perfect genes, but only 3 had survived. The others either mutated into monsters or perished. If he could find a few more who could endure, he should be able to succeed. Notably, among the 3 who survived was someone who had surprised Su, Xiongnan, who always appeared rather simple-minded. Conversely, someone like Lu Muqing, who was more of a strategist, had mutated into a monster. Was it possible that sheer stubbornness provided some form of immunity? Shu se muted softly. Suddenly, the crowd began to stir as several black buses slowly approached. Over 100 people in black suits descended from the buses, their expressions cold, as if they were trained killing machines. Even from a distance, one could sense their aura, which radiated a palpable warning to keep one's distance. Susa looked on with curiosity. Are these the individuals from Yinjing? Chapter 79. A special welcome ceremony. 100 individuals clad in black marched in unison, with the foremost among them wearing an expression of indifference. They did not disperse, but proceeded towards the highest point of square. Silence. Suddenly, one of the black-clad figures bellowed, and the crowd fell into a notable hush. Susu observed in astonishment. It was remarkable that such a commanding voice could resonate in the open square without the aid of a loudspeaker. Surely, this individual must have mastered the lion and Appo's roar technique. I am Tang Chun, the chief instructor of the Logistics Support Corps of the Great Xia. A slight stir rippled through the crowd. The name of the Logistics Support Corps was familiar to them. Ostensibly a support unit, it was, in reality, an elite force tasked with managing various perilous domestic incidents. They operated without designations or ranks, yet their resource allocation was unparalleled. The only entity comparable to the Logistics Support Corps was the 302 Logistics Warehouse Unit. Lin Qingshi, somewhat perplexed, whispered, Was and Amp. Appo's. He had stated that the leadership from Yinjing was coming to inspect. Why has the Logistics Support Corps arrived instead? Xia Xinqing shook his head. I'm not sure. Neither of the 2 prominent figures had clarity on the matter, and Su, a mere commoner, was even less informed. He glanced around and soon spotted Professor Pan lingering not far from the crowd, following closely behind a rotund leader. That individual approached Tang Chun, and the 2 exchanged a few words before handing a microphone to Tang Chun. Greetings to all colleagues of the Source Bureau, and welcome to your new positions. However, before we commence officially, in accordance with directives from above, we will hold a special welcome ceremony. I have titled this ceremony, Cultivation. The unexpected announcement stunned everyone present. Whispers erupted among the crowd. Many who were well-informed had begun to connect the dots, their eyes glimmering with realization, while the majority remained in a state of bewilderment. Wasn and Amp. Appo's. T had agreed that they were joining a state-owned enterprise in the history department. What on earth was in Amp? Appo's. Cultivation in Amp? Appo's. Their prior experience had only encompassed military training. Tang Chun paid no heed to the bustling crowd in the square and turned to a soldier, instructing, Bring up the testing equipment. Yes, sir. A heavy black instrument was transported to the podium, and the murmurings of the crowd diminished significantly. Merely speaking may not convey the experience, so allow me to demonstrate. Providing you with a more intuitive understanding, Tang Chun stated coolly. Suddenly, he lunged forward, and with a resounding crack, the ground beneath him fractured. The sound of tearing air was piercing as Tang Chun's right fist clenched and struck the testing apparatus with tremendous force. Bang! The thunderous noise startled everyone. The screws of the testing equipment emitted a strained noise, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a voice announced, Instantaneous burst, 2,025 pounds. Realm, 3rd stage of Mortal Realm Warrior. Mortal Realm Warrior? 3rd stage? Many in attendance were left dumbfounded. However, some began to stir with wide eyes. Their expressions a mix of excitement, fear, and disbelief. Was it truly possible for a human to exert such force? A single punch of over 2,000 pounds. Wouldn't that create a hole in one's body if struck? Someone in the crowd murmured, prompting Su to stifle a laugh. Lin Qingshi's mouth fell agape, her eyes filled with astonishment. This is incredible, she gasped. Though she understood the concept of martial techniques, the cold, sterile words of the documents paled in comparison to the shock of witnessing it live. Xiaxinxing and Amp, Oppos, as complexion flushed as his heart raced with exhilaration. He had finally entered the Source Bureau to engage with these core secrets. The opportunity was right before him, and how could he not be thrilled? He had already surmised the purpose of this event. It was evident that the higher-ups of Great Xia were preparing to announce something significant, certainly within the next 3 days. As key public servants of the Source Bureau, they would undoubtedly enjoy certain privileges, such as early access to cultivation and guidance. Xiaxinxing nudged Su's shoulder, masking his excitement. "Old Su, did you see that? What do you think? Not too bad, I suppose." Su scratched his head. While 2,000 pounds seemed impressive, having witnessed the ancient warriors he had trained slay monsters, this spectacle did not evoke much of a reaction from him. If he were to compare, he felt an ancient warrior could crush an opponent with a single hand. "Oh, so you're the master of pretense?" Xiaxinxing exclaimed, eyes wide. Susa replied, "Sigh, it's hard to explain to you." An hour later, Tang Chun concluded his address, and the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause, gradually dispersing. The cultivation would commence the following morning. According to Tang Chun, the Logistics Support Corps would remain stationed at the Source Bureau for the next month, overseeing their cultivation progress. It was astonishing how swiftly Great Xia was acting. Indeed, but the thought of being able to cultivate excites me. Who knows, perhaps I too may become a master. You? Please, when the time comes, we shall compete. I'm certain my cultivation speed will surpass yours. Damn, I don't believe it. My mother said I have extraordinary bones. A rare talent for martial arts. Haha, you struggle just to get out of bed, and yet you fancy yourself a martial arts prodigy? You crack me up. Ah, you wait. Laughter and banter echoed as the crowd gradually dispersed. Susa reflected on how readily everyone seemed to accept this change. Indeed, human adaptability was remarkable. Xiaxinxing hastily caught up with Su and Lin Qingshi, conspiratorially stating, "Old Su, Qingshi, guess what I just learned?" "What?" Xiaxinxing revealed. It turns out that the Oracle Company completed its martial arts research over a month ago, coinciding with the incidents in the ancient Qin Mountains. I heard that Great Xia has already assembled a secret special forces unit for training. Strictly speaking, we are part of the second batch of cultivators. Shusu nodded. That makes sense. When new phenomena emerge, Great Xia would certainly choose to keep them under wraps. Furthermore, national cultivation is a significant transformation, so it is only prudent to deliberate for a while. As the three conversed, they encountered Professor Pan, Lingling, and others returning from the podium. Professor Pan, Professor Chong. They greeted promptly. Professor Pan Lingling smiled at them. "So, how was today's experience? Was it satisfactory?" The trio exchanged glances. Satisfactory hardly encapsulated their feelings. It was a blend of surprise and astonishment. Noticing their expressions, Professor Pan Lingling understood her objectives had been met. The Source Bureau is a key initiative supported by Great Xia, and we have now relaxed the development rights for portions of the Bin City ruins, which is why the Logistics Support Corps is here to guide your cultivation. Although the time is brief, the sacrifices made by the Source Bureau are considerable. You must cherish this opportunity. Professor Pan's solemn tone prompted the three to adopt serious expressions. Professor Pan, we understand. The Logistics Support Corps is a core department of Great Xia and among the first to practice martial arts techniques. These individuals typically remain behind the scenes. So having them here to provide guidance signifies significant sacrifices made on our behalf. As for your work after joining, I, unfortunately, will have no time. So you will be under Professor Chong and Oppo's guidance moving forward in groups of 3. Professor Pan Lingling turned to Professor Chong Lei. "Professor Chong, I entrust this group to you. These 3 are not easy to manage, so I expect you to be diligent." Professor Chong Lei waved dismissively. Cheerfully regarding the trio, "Oh, there is no need for such formality. As long as they don't find me bothersome, we shall be just fine."